If one were to be reborn 40 years ago, what intentions might one harbor? To purchase property? To engage in stock trading? To amass antiques? To dabble in government bonds? No. Zhao Jun believed that as long as he refrained from reckless endeavors, he would provide the greatest assistance to his family. Thus, he resolved to embrace the life of a humble village dweller. Quietly, he ventured towards the mountains beyond the village, embarking on a life of fishing, bird catching, and hunting with his dog. Chapter 1. Rebirth in 1986. The Hunt for Wild Boar. In the northeastern expanse, where the black water flows and the white mountains rise majestically, the black water rushes forth while the white mountains loom high. The White Mountain Range, with its towering summit, features gentle slopes on both the southern and northern flanks, presenting a landscape reminiscent of flat terrain. During this deep autumn season, the mountains are adorned with withered yellow grass and fallen leaves. As humans and livestock tread along, the crunch of dried leaves beneath their feet resonates with a crisp, incessant sound. In the Northeast, this phenomenon is referred to as crackling leaves. Today, within this forested landscape, the persistent sound of crackling leaves fills the air, accompanied by the cacophony of barking dogs and the distinctive calls of fun and ho, creating a symphony of chaos. On the gentle slope, a wild boar, weighing nearly 300 pounds, exudes a powerful energy. With a deep grunt and a surge of strength emanating from its back, it channels this force through its neck and into its head. Fully charged, the wild boar violently shakes its head, unleashing a tremendous force that sends a young man, standing in its path, soaring through the air. The young man barely has time to utter a scream before being struck, his body flung like a rag doll 2 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon landing, he continues to roll down the slope for a brief distance. Woof, 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 ayo, ayo. In the midst of the battlefield, the sounds of 2 dogs intertwined, their voices filled with rage as a yellow dog and a brindle dog fiercely charged at a wild boar. The yellow dog propelled itself off the ground with its powerful hind legs, leaping forward to latch onto the boar's body with its front paws. With a tilt of its head, it opened its jaws wide and sank its teeth into the tender flesh beneath the boar's right front elbow. The boar, feeling the pain, swung its head to retaliate against the yellow dog. At that moment, the brindle dog also arrived, executing a swift maneuver with 3 leaps and 2 pounces to position itself behind the boar. With agility, it thrust its head forward and bit down on the boar's rear. Roar, roar. The wild boar, in agony, let out a pained cry, abandoning its focus on the yellow dog. It swiftly turned its head to the left, its massive body, weighing around 270 to 280 pounds, spun with such force that it flung both the yellow dog, clinging to its side, and the brindle dog, positioned behind, away with a powerful motion. The boar turned, exhaling a mist of white vapor, its nostrils flaring with a loud snort. Its beady eyes fixed intently on the culprit that had bitten its rear, it lowered its head and charged at the brindle dog. The brindle dog, with a flick of its tail, nimbly evaded the boar's fierce assault and skillfully redirected the enraged creature to the side. The boar missed its target and, seizing the opportunity, relentlessly pursued the brindle dog, while the yellow dog darted in from the side, snapping its jaws at the boar. In the mountains, wild boars have long accustomed themselves to rubbing their shoulders and backs against rough terrain to shed dirt and oil. Over the years, this practice has led to the formation of a formidable protective layer of soft oil and sand on their shoulders and backs, rendering them nearly impervious to knives and axes. The hunters of the mountains refer to this as the wild boar's armor. However, neither of the 2 dogs dared to bite the wild boar at its armored flanks. Instead, they targeted its vulnerable areas beneath the armpits and at the rear, particularly the spotted hound, which struck fiercely at the boar's rear, causing an excruciating pain that felt as if its intestines were ablaze, penetrating deep within its very core. Such torment was nearly unbearable, driving the creature into a frenzy, yet it was unable to match the speed of the 2 dogs, desperately seeking opportunities to engage them in close combat, but to no avail. At that moment, not far away, the young man who had been thrown to the ground by the wild boar slowly began to regain consciousness. Having just endured a brutal blow, he felt a dizzying sensation, as if his body were disassembled, rendering him utterly powerless. What is happening to me? Am I not dead? The young man forced his eyelids open, gazing bewilderedly at his surroundings. Suddenly, the sounds of the fierce struggle between the dogs and the boar reached his ears, jolting him awake as a surge of warmth coursed through his body, swiftly revitalizing his limbs. Where the warmth flowed, strength began to return, and soon his body was once again invigorated. This, while the young man pondered the peculiar transformation of his body, a lithe figure caught his eye. Upon seeing a large hound with a white base and black spots clenching the wild boar's rear, lifting its hindquarters with a powerful bite, he could not help but exclaim, "Hua Shower!" His hoarse voice was swept away by the mountain wind, but in the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted. "Hey, you vile creature! How dare you harm my brother, Bao?" Upon hearing this voice, the young man was filled with immense joy. He turned towards the sound and beheld a tall and robust youth who strode into the battlefield wielding a long knife. This young man stood at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, with broad shoulders and a sturdy frame. He brandished a long staff carved from a water ash tree, at the end of which was affixed a 2-foot-long sharp blade. The knife resembled a butcher's cleaver, albeit slightly shorter and narrower. Its tip and edge were exceptionally sharp, glinting with a chilling sheen. With a thunderous roar, the young man charged forward, his yellow rubber shoes crushing countless yellow leaves beneath him, exuding an aura akin to that of a valiant general effortlessly claiming the head of his enemy amidst a sea of warriors. Perhaps due to the overwhelming presence he commanded, upon his arrival, the spotted and yellow dogs instinctively retreated, leaving only the wild boar to confront the knife-wielding youth. Strangely enough, upon seeing this young man, the wild boar ceased its pursuit of the dogs and instead charged directly at him. Thus, upon this hillside, a singular encounter unfolded: one man, one boar, meeting on a narrow path. Both were brave. It remained uncertain who would emerge victorious. Alas, the young observer, watching from a distance, felt a chill run through him at this sight and could not help but shut his eyes, unwilling to witness the fate of his brother. Yet, in that fleeting moment of closure, a sudden clarity surged within his heart. This scene, is it not reminiscent of my first hunting trip up the mountain with Xiaoyu 35 years ago? Could it be that after death, one can still behold the events of the past? As he pondered this, a wave of memories flooded back to him. The young man's name was Zhao Jun, residing in the village of Yangon at the foot of the mountain. He was blessed with both parents, a sister and a younger sister, yet he was the sole male heir in his family. The young man, namely Bao, who had charge of the wild boar with a knife, was not only a neighbor, but also a childhood friend of Zhao Jun. These two had grown up together, indulging in mischief-catching fish and shrimp in the river and raiding bird nests in the trees, activities that were mere child's play for them. Now, as they had matured into adulthood, they harbored aspirations of venturing into the mountains to hunt. As the saying goes, one who relies on the mountains eats from the mountains, and one who depends on the waters eats from the waters. In an era when firearms and hunting had yet to be prohibited across the vast expanse of this land, hunters roamed the mountainous forests, engaging in what was locally known as hunting in enclosures, which could be categorized into large and small hunts. A small hunt, relatively straightforward, involves setting traps and snares to capture small creatures such as sable, weasels, squirrels, wild chickens, and roe deer. Conversely, a large hunt entailed entering the mountains with dogs to track and hunt formidable beasts like wild boars, black bears, and brown bears. In terms of hunting prowess, Zhao and Li were steeped in a rich family tradition, as their grandfathers were renowned hunters in the region. Nevertheless, Zhao Jun was merely 20 years old, while Li Baoyu had just celebrated his 18th birthday. Although they resided in the countryside, where young men often became fathers by the age of 20, it was uncommon for individuals of their age to embark on hunting expeditions. In fact, neither family approved of the boys' reckless ambitions. However, driven by youthful determination, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, seizing an opportunity when their parents were distracted, stealthily took the family dog and ventured into the mountains. It is often said that beginners are particularly fortunate, and this adage proved true. Shortly after entering the mountains, the boys heard their dog bark. Following the sound, they arrived at a ridge only to discover that their dogs had successfully cornered a wild boar in a ravine. Upon witnessing the hunting dogs encircling the wild boar, Zhao Jun felt a surge of excitement and urgency. Without hesitation, he drew forth the hand axe that hung at his waist. With fervor, Zhao Jun swung the axe and shouted as he charged down the hillside. As for Li Baoyu, before departing his home, Zhao Jun had advised him to carry a hunting knife. This knife was an indispensable tool for a hunter traversing the mountains. It could both slash and stab, capable of eviscerating and butchering with ease. Most importantly, this knife could be affixed to a long pole, transforming it into a formidable weapon akin to a spear. In the hunt, it could deliver a fatal blow to the quarry. Seeing Zhao Jun rush down the hill, Li Baoyu, though filled with anxiety, had no choice but to search the hillside. He soon spotted a sturdy water ash tree of perfect thickness. With his knife, he severed the tree, shaping it appropriately and attaching the hunting knife to it. Then Li Baoyu, wielding the long knife, excitedly charged down the slope as well. Being a novice, he naturally lacked experience. The wild boar and the two hunting dogs had already engaged in a fierce struggle in the ravine, and after several rounds, the boar made its escape up the opposite slope, with the dogs in hot pursuit. Two legs could hardly outrun four. Just as Zhao Jun descended into the ravine, the wild boar and the dogs had reached the crest of the opposite slope. Zhao Jun took a few deep breaths and, grasping his hand axe, hastened up the hill. At this moment, his earlier bravado had dissipated. As he ascended the slope, he witnessed the wild boar locked in combat with the two dogs. Undeterred by the peril, Zhao Jun, embodying the audacity of a novice, plunged directly into the fray, charging headlong at the wild boar. Those who have ever faced a boar larger than themselves are well aware of the risks. Not only do hunting dogs recognize individuals, but even the creatures of the mountains are capable of doing so. Regardless of the number of dogs present, if a person approaches heated, the wild boar will charge forth. Thus unfolds the scene that marks the beginning of this tale. Chapter 2. Rebirth in 1986. The Hunt for Wild Boars. 2. In the depths of the mountains, a fierce confrontation unfolds between man and wild boar. The outcome hanging in the balance. Not far away, Zhao Jun is already aware of the impending result. In a mere 2 seconds, the anguished cries of Li Baoyu are expected to resonate through the air. How could he foresee such events? It is not foresight, but rather the advantage of being a reincarnated soul. He is acutely aware that in this battle, the wild boar will topple both himself and Li Baoyu before breaking free from the clutches of two hunting dogs, escaping unscathed. Though this encounter may end in defeat, it does not quell his yearning for the thrill of the hunt. Presently, his home is under strict supervision. However, a year later, the death of his mother will lead to his father's remarriage, resulting in an unkind stepmother who shows little regard for him and his two sisters. Caught in a predicament, his father hastily arranges a marriage for him. Thus begins his journey of independence as he separates from his father to establish his own household. Taking a wife and starting a family. Life after marriage proves to be quite pleasant, primarily due to his commendable job as a measuring officer in the mountain timber yard, a position considered quite enviable at that time. The job is not arduous, allowing him ample leisure time. In his spare moments, he practices shooting and trains his dogs. In an era when firearms are not restricted, mountain dwellers with financial means find it relatively easy to acquire a gun. Consequently, he often ventures into the mountains with his dogs to hunt. Zhao Jun possesses remarkable marksmanship, and his trained dogs are formidable. Within 3 short years, he becomes a renowned hunter, celebrated across the region. Such a lifestyle, were it to exist 30 years hence, would be something even a deity might envy. Yet, at this moment, the allure of the mountains pales in comparison to that of a bustling metropolis. He recalls vividly the year 1995, when he accompanied the timber yard leadership to Fengtian City on official business, where local hosts treated them to a banquet featuring a platter of shrimp. The shrimp before him was unlike the small ones he had once caught in the mountain streams. This was ocean shrimp, an exquisite specimen that could rival dozens of those from the hills. The mountain shrimp, whether fried or stir-fried, could be consumed whole, without the need to peel or remove the heads and tails. This was Zhao Jun's first realization that one must indeed peel shrimp before eating. As he gazed at the vibrant red crustaceans on his plate, a sense of anxiety washed over him, for he had never learned how to peel shrimp. Upon returning home, memories of his experiences in Fengtian City lingered in his mind, unsettling his heart. The mountains, which once brimmed with boundless joy, no longer offered him any sense of novelty. After 30 years of monotonous rural life, he found himself increasingly weary of it. He yearned to enter the city, to embrace the lifestyle of urban dwellers. Yet, even if he were to venture into the city, What could he possibly do? Lacking both wealth and connections, would he have to forsake his stable job to toil in the city? At this juncture, the arrival of a friend dramatically altered Zhao Jun's fate. This friend had previously relied on Zhao Jun to procure scattered timber from the forest farm, which he would then transport to the city to be processed into disposable chopsticks. Over the years, he had amassed a small fortune, after which he ventured to Russia to acquire ginseng, which he would sell back in his homeland. Under his guidance, Zhao Jun journeyed to Russia, initially assisting in the ginseng procurement and reselling it for profit. However, Zhao Jun soon took the initiative to explore the vast mountains of the Far East himself, seeking and harvesting ginseng. Having grown up in the mountains, he possessed an intimate knowledge of where ginseng thrived. Thus, within just 2 years, Zhao Jun achieved considerable wealth. By the turn of the millennium, his fortune approached 10 million, a testament to his remarkable success. It is often said that wealth corrupts men, a statement that holds true in the case of Zhao Jun. With his newfound riches, he indulged in multiple affairs, neglecting the wife and children he once cherished. After his divorce, he became a regular at the gambling tables, embodying the adage, earning money is akin to pricking the earth with a needle, while spending it is as effortless as water washing away sand. His reckless extravagance led to ruin, and after falling victim to a deceitful scheme, Zhao Jun suddenly found himself devoid of funds. Not only was he financially drained, but he was also burdened with considerable debt. As fortunes waned, the mistresses he once lavished with gifts quickly turned their affections elsewhere. He had once squandered lavishly, purchasing apartments for these women and signing their names on the deeds, yet now, when he sought their company, he was met with closed doors. At the age of 40, he found himself utterly destitute, save for the debts he owed. The principle of repaying what one owes is as old as time. Yet he pondered how he could settle these obligations. Having long resigned from his job at the timber yard, the once prosperous Zhao Jun now viewed menial labor with disdain. The land and property he owned in the mountains held little value. In his darkest hour, it was his elder sister and 2 younger sisters who came to his aid. During his prosperous days, they had never benefited from his wealth, but in his downfall, they selflessly devoted their resources to help him repay his debts. Overwhelmed by despair and unable to face anyone, Zhao Jun chose to wander from city to city, taking on odd jobs, be it as a night watchman or a laborer on construction sites, carrying bricks and sand. It is essential to recognize that such work yields meager returns, often leaving Zhao Jun struggling to meet even his basic needs. Thus, after 15 years of this transient existence, he remained as impoverished as ever. At last, he borrowed 500 yuan from a colleague at the construction site and boarded the train back to his hometown. Upon returning to the village, he found that everything had changed. With nowhere to turn, he became a drifter, residing at his elder sister's home and relying on the support of his siblings to scrape by until the year 2021, the day of his 55th birthday. On this day, he experienced a rebirth, transported back 35 years to when he was just 20 years old. In his despondency, he had pondered countless times what choices he would make if the heavens granted him a second chance. However, in this moment, he was resolute in his purpose. Today, he must vanquish the wild boar. The reason was simple. Half a month ago, his elder sister had given birth, welcoming his nephew into the world. The kindness she had shown him needed no elaboration. It was during that particularly cold winter, upon his return to the village, that his nephew had ventured into the city to procure warm clothing for him, a cotton coat and boots. This wild boar would serve to nourish his sister's health. With this thought in mind, Zhao Jun pushed against the ground, using his legs to propel himself upward. As he stood, he observed Li Baoyu already engaged in combat with the wild boar. Li Baoyu wielded a knife, aiming for the boar's back, the very spot where its armor was thinnest. Yet, the sharp blade failed to penetrate the boar's hide. With Li Baoyu's relentless effort, the boar charged forward, and with a crack, the wooden stick broke, the severed half clattering to the ground. Li Baoyu, unable to halt his momentum, stumbled forward. In that instant, the boar lowered its head, thrusting it between Li Baoyu's legs, and with a powerful flick, lifted him effortlessly into the air. The towering young man, over 1.90 meters tall, soared over the boar before crashing heavily to the ground. After more than 30 years, memories have inevitably become somewhat distorted. Contrary to Zhao Jun's imagination, Li Baoyu did not emit a cry of despair. Instead, he fell unconscious without even a whimper. A good dog protects its master. Upon witnessing its owner being toppled by a wild boar, Li Baoyu's loyal yellow dog sprang into action, rushing directly at the beast without uttering a single bark. Although the hunting dog was courageous, it was significantly outmatched in size, weight, and strength by the wild boar. Typically, hunting dogs relied on speed and teamwork to encircle their prey rather than engage in direct confrontation. However, with its young master's life hanging in the balance, the yellow dog disregarded all else. With a resounding thud, the wild boar struck the dog, sending it flying through the air. The dog landed in disarray but quickly rolled over and leapt back to its feet, charging once more at the wild boar. At that moment, Zhao Jun noticed that the yellow dog hesitated to put weight on one hind leg, indicating that it had sustained a serious injury from the fall. Fortunately, the wild boar was a sow. Had it been a boar with tusks, weighing nearly 300 pounds, possessing razor-sharp fangs, both Li Baoyu and the yellow dog would likely have faced dire consequences. A howl echoed, but it was the wild boar that cried out in pain. As the boar lashed out, injuring both man and dog, Zhao Jun's spotted dog had stealthily maneuvered behind the wild boar, delivering a fierce bite to the now enraged creature. At this moment, Zhao Jun made his move. Chapter 3. Rebirth in 1986. The Hunt for the Wild Boar. 3. Attempting to inflict harm on the boar with bare hands was clearly futile. Zhao Jun possessed a small hand axe, but during the tumultuous encounter with the wild boar, the axe had slipped from his grasp and was lost to the chaos. It is undoubtedly too late to seek help now. Moreover, the Zhao Jun of the present is no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. He possesses decades of experience from a previous life, well aware that confronting a wild boar, a formidable beast, cannot be accomplished with mere hand axes. If he had a firearm, even the most rudimentary of cannons, Zhao Jun would be confident in his ability to dispatch the beast in an instant. However, at this moment, he is limited to knife hunting, relying solely on Li Baoyu's piercing blade. Earlier, Li Baoyu's knife struck the boar's armor, remaining intact. Yet the ash tree shaft he wielded shattered. Currently, the piercing knife remains amidst the chaotic battlefield of one boar and two dogs. To slay the boar, one must first retrieve the knife. Yet, there exists an even more pressing concern than hunting the boar, rescuing Li Baoyu. Although the lad has merely fainted, the skirmish between the boar and the hunting dogs is not confined to a designated area. As the dogs chase the boar or the boar flees from the dogs, their movements are entirely unpredictable. Should the wild boar charge towards Li Baoyu, its nearly 300-pound frame could easily trample him, leaving him either dead or severely injured. Li Baoyu is indeed a dear brother to Zhao Jun, their bond forged over 50 years in a previous life, a connection that cannot be encapsulated in mere words. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Jun cannot afford to take Li Baoyu's safety lightly. Thus, he hurriedly approaches Li Baoyu, crouching down to support his head, gently patting his face and pinching his philtrum. Gradually, Li Baoyu's lips quiver, and after a couple of soft murmurs, he slowly opens his eyes. Brother, brother. Li Baoyu blinks in confusion for a moment before calling out to Zhao Jun. Baoyu, are you all right? Zhao Jun inquired with concern. Do not worry, brother, I am unscathed. Baoyu replied. Zhao Jun was rendered speechless. His brother, a product of 2 generations of scholars, had only ever indulged in frivolous tales. Both father and son were insatiable readers. Li Baoyu's father, Li Daong, had developed an infatuation with the character Jiao Baoyu from his fleeting encounters with the renowned dream of the Red Chamber, leading to his son being bestowed the name Li Baoyu. When Li Baoyu reached the age of study, the circumstances surrounding him were significantly more favorable than those of his father during his youth. Consequently, he immersed himself in numerous illustrated editions of romance of the 3 Kingdoms and Water Margin. It is worth noting that each of these illustrated volumes contained but a few pages, and the entire collection of 3 Kingdoms illustrations amounted to nearly 100 volumes. Given the current conditions, it was impossible to read them all. Moreover, during this time, there were no means to pursue ongoing installments, and many of these illustrated books were borrowed from neighbors. Thus, Li Baoyu only managed to skim through them. Like his father, he became engrossed in his reading, which explained his tendency to address Zhao Jun as brother in a manner reminiscent of Li Kuei calling Song Jiang. He often spoke in a blend of half-cultured and colloquial expressions. Zhao Jun assisted Li Baoyu to his feet, noticing he stumbled slightly yet appeared uninjured. He felt a sense of relief. Supporting Li Baoyu towards a towering poplar tree, Zhao Jun gestured and instructed him, climb the tree. At that moment, Li Baoyu felt somewhat dazed, his thoughts and actions clouded with uncertainty. From a young age, Li Baoyu had always heeded Zhao Jun's words. Under the influence of his subconscious, he instinctively followed Zhao Jun's instructions, clutching the large poplar tree and climbing upwards. The massive poplar was as thick as two people could embrace. After ascending more than a meter, Li Baoyu settled himself securely on a branch. Once Li Baoyu was safely positioned, Zhao Jun turned back towards the battlefield. He understood well that in the chase, one must avoid direct confrontation with wild beasts at all costs. Otherwise, whether facing a wild boar or a bear, regardless of how many dogs were attacking, the moment they caught sight of a human, their primary target would inevitably shift to that person. Although this notion may seem mystical, it is indeed the truth. Zhao Jun patiently maneuvered behind the wild boar, gradually drawing closer to the heart of the fray. During this process, the wild boar turned several times, and each time, Zhao Jun swiftly evaded its line of sight. As the wild boar began to move down the slope, the battleground shifted, and Zhao Jun finally grasped the invasion knife. Originally, the water ash stick measured over 2 meters, but was now broken into 2 sections. The portion connecting with the knife was nearly a meter long. With the knife in hand, Zhao Jun raised his gaze towards the clash between the boar and the dogs and called out, "Ha, ha, ha." His voice was short, thick, and urgent yet resonant, echoing through the forest. The moment his voice rang out, it was as if a spell had been cast. Nearby, the 2 hunting dogs, suddenly invigorated, launched a fierce assault on the wild boar, relentlessly leaping and biting at it. Simultaneously, Li Baoyu, perched upon the branch of the grand poplar, felt a surge of energy at the sound, and the confusion in his eyes dissipated in an instant. There exists a language for humans and a distinct one for beasts. When the hunting hound is entangled in a relentless struggle with its prey, your shouts of encouragement would likely fall on deaf ears. The utterances from Zhao Jun's lips resonate as the huntsman's cheers for his hound. Li Baoyu, who has been regaled since childhood with tales of hunting by his grandfather, suddenly awakens to the realization that he is embroiled in a hunt alongside Zhao Jun, deeply loyal and righteous. Concern for Zhao Jun's safety stirs within him, prompting him to descend from the tree. However, in that fleeting moment of raising his gaze, he is met with a remarkable sight. The pig flees as the dog pursues. The yellow dog, having recently received a substantial blow from the wild boar, limps behind, its hind legs evidently injured upon landing. Conversely, Zhao Jun's spotted hound is cunning, never engaging the wild boar head-on, but rather adeptly targeting its rear. Although it has only managed to bite the wild boar 5 times thus far, those 5 bites have inflicted grievous pain upon the creature. As the wild boar descends the slope, the spotted hound springs into action, deftly closing the distance without attempting to overtake, aiming directly for the boar's hindquarters. Indeed, it once again sinks its teeth into the boar's rear. With the grip secured, the hound braces itself against the ground and exerts force as it pulls back. The wild boar, in its frantic charge forward, creates a tug-of-war effect, resulting in the hound being yanked off balance and ultimately relinquishing its hold. The wild boar emits a wretched cry, a haunting sound that reverberates through the mountains and forests. Stripped of its previous vigor, now sharp and anguished. With the combined force of the hound and its quarry, the canine's bite tore asunder the boar's posterior, eviscerating a segment of its large intestine. At that juncture, the yellow dog assailed, aiming for the tender flesh connecting the foreleg to the ribs, sinking its teeth with vehemence. Enraged, the boar retaliated with a swift headbutt. Yet, before the blow could land, the boar's massive frame shuddered, convulsing upwards as it emitted a series of anguished cries. The hound was relentless, its jaws seeking to rend the boar's entrails. Forgetting the yellow dog clamped onto its foreleg, the boar spun around, forcing the hound to release its grip before fleeing once more. Blindly charging ahead, it inadvertently exposed its vulnerable rear to the tenacious hound. With another lunge, the hound bit down, eliciting a mournful wail from the boar. In its desperate flight, the boar stumbled upon a fallen locust tree, its trunk snapped by the wind. Without hesitation, the boar plunged towards the tree, turning to brace its hindquarters against the wood, shielding its ravaged backside. Witnessing this, Li Baoyu, perched in the tree, felt a surge of adrenaline, exclaiming, "Brother, the boar is cornered." Chapter 4. The butchering every craft adheres to its own set of customs and jargon. Even brigands possess their own code, and hunting is no exception. For instance, the 2 hunting dogs pursued the boar across the mountainous terrain, traversing 2 ridges in their relentless pursuit. The struggle raged incessantly, with pauses and advances along the way, without uttering a word. As long as the hunting dogs could compel the wild boar to halt, it would be termed as establishing a den. Should the den be established and the wild boar flee, that previous den would then be referred to as a false den. Conversely, if the hunting dogs could persuade the wild boar to remain stationary, that den would be known as a death den. Within the confines of the hunt, once the wild boar had settled into a death den, it would signal the arrival of the hunter. In truth, there was no need for Li Baoyu to call out. As the wild boar charged towards the fallen log, Zhao Jun had already set his plan in motion. He circled around, positioning himself behind the wild boar, one hand grasping a knife while the other ascended the log. With a powerful push from his legs, he propelled himself atop the timber. At this juncture, the wild boar, already frightened by the hounds, pressed its rear against the log, allowing the two hunting dogs to dart and leap in front of it, launching attacks from either side. The wild boar merely swung its head from side to side, forcing the two dogs to retreat, yet its rear remained firmly affixed to the log. Zhao Jun crouched atop the log, facing the wild boar, which sat before him in a posture reminiscent of a dog, its hind legs planted on the ground while its forelegs stood upright. The wild boar was not deaf. It had already sensed Zhao Jun's ascent onto the log. However, it was not solely the wild boar that detected the commotion. Zhao Jun's and Li Baoyu's two dogs, one a nearly 5-year-old hunting dog and the other a 3-year-old, had worked in tandem with their masters for years. Though they could not speak, their understanding was profound. They recognized that the moment the hunter approached, the time for the decisive battle had arrived. Thus, the two hunting dogs summoned their remaining strength, launching a more ferocious assault against the wild boar. In this manner, the wild boar found itself beleaguered by ergo, leaving it little capacity to attend to the approaching Zhao Jun. Observing this predicament, Zhao Jun steadied his resolve, slightly rising, bending forward, and crouching low. With a deft twist of his wrist, the willow-wood staff transformed into a piercing weapon, its blade facing downward. The glint of the blade flashed as it swiftly penetrated the flesh, striking silently without a whisper of sound. This thrust targeted the same vulnerable spot as the previous assaults by the yellow dog, precisely at the rear of the wild boar's left foreleg, akin to the soft flesh beneath a human's armpit, where the ribs meet. As he executed the strike, Zhao Jun leaned forward, embedding the blade into the boar's body. In an instant, without hesitation, he withdrew and thrust forward once more. As the weapon was extracted, he found himself standing upon the fallen log. A spray of crimson erupted as the blade was freed. The wild boar let out a mournful cry, feeling a surge of vitality siphoned from within. Zhao Jun leaned forward again, delivering another strike. This blow landed at the same location, yet this time he did not withdraw the blade. Instead, he pressed downwards, his feet firmly planted on the log, while the rest of his body hung suspended in midair. All of his strength, combined with the reactive force from his feet against the log, surged into the staff and blade, driving the wild boar forward. Seeing Zhao Jun strict, "Fear not, brother, for I, Baoyu, have arrived." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the side as Li Baoyu rushed forth with great strides. From whence he acquired it remains a mystery, but he wielded a Zhao soldier's hand axe, charging towards the wild boar. Upon reaching the beast, he swung the axe, aiming for its neck. The wild boar, its forequarters firmly pinned against the fallen timber, thrashed violently from the midsection back, yet remained unable to break free. The sounds of the axe cleaving through flesh and bone echoed crisply through the air. With dwindling resistance, the boar's mournful cries weakened, and it gradually collapsed. Twitching upon the earth, Zhao Jun, leaning upon his blade, gingerly dislodged his feet from the fallen wood. As he steadied himself, a burst of unrestrained laughter erupted beside him. Li Baoyu, his face splattered with swine blood from the earlier axe blows, was covered in gore, and exclaimed with gusto, "Ha ha ha." Invigorating. Utterly invigorating. Zhao Jun, far from finding his companion's peculiar utterances strange, felt a sense of warmth. Suddenly, Zhao Jun was overcome with a sense of bewilderment. Struggling to believe that his rebirth was genuine, he began to question if this was merely a dream. As an autumnal breeze swept through, swirling the fallen golden leaves scattered across the hillside, a withered leaf danced before Zhao Jun's eyes. The veins upon the leaf were vividly clear, and scenes from his past life faintly swirled before him. Zhao Jun's heart was filled with a myriad of thoughts, yet his mind grew increasingly lucid. He gazed upon Li Baoyu, his dearest brother in this life and the last. He then turned his gaze upon the flower dog and the yellow dog, still ferociously tearing at the deceased wild boar. Zhao Jun smiled faintly, and extending his blade to the side, simply stated, "Gut it." Li Baoyu paused momentarily, then responded with a hearty affirmation, "As you wish." With that, Li Baoyu received the blade from Zhao Jun. Gripping the cold steel in one hand and a section of willow branch in the other, he twisted them in opposite directions, separating the two. Discarding the branch, Li Baoyu shooed away the hounds and casually plunged the blade into the earth. He then seized the boar's right fore and hind trotters, pulling with considerable force until the beast lay on its back, its hooves facing the heavens. Without draining the blood, Li Baoyu commenced the evisceration, inserting the blade beneath the boar's neck and slicing downward with deliberate care, lest he rupture the intestines. Once the boar was opened, Li Baoyu turned to Zhao Jun, who, upon meeting his gaze, simply requested, "The entrails are for me." Receiving the string of intestines, Zhao Jun draped them upon a nearby tree, a gesture that prompted Li Baoyu to rise in deference, for it was a hunter's tribute to the mountain deity. Having completed the offering, Zhao Jun stooped to cleanse his hands with withered leaves and instructed Li Baoyu to feed the dogs before seating himself upon a fallen log. As Li Baoyu had carved open the boar, the hounds had agitatedly wagged their tails, yet dared not transgress the established boundary. Now, upon hearing Zhao Jun's command, the dogs seemed to comprehend, the spotted hound wagging its tail with fervor, the yellow hound nudging Li Baoyu's leg with increasing urgency. Li Baoyu excised the boar's heart, dividing it in two with a swift stroke. He offered the larger portion to the more distant spotted hound, ignoring the yellow dog at his side. This is the treatment of a beloved dog. The flower dog joyfully rose but did not rush to speak. Instead, it cautiously tilted its head up, bared its teeth, and gently retrieved the pig's heart from Li Baoyu's hand. Only then did it turn and scamper to the side, eagerly tearing into its prize. After tending to the flower dog, Li Baoyu offered the remaining small portion of the pig's heart to the yellow dog. The yellow dog did not wander far, but settled down at Li Baoyu's feet to feast. Observing the yellow dog devouring its meal, Li Baoyu tenderly stroked its neck. Rather than guarding its food, the yellow dog seemed to revel in the delicious pig's heart and the affection from its young master. Chapter 5. Barbecue of 86. On an autumn noon, the sunlight enveloped Zhao Jun, warming not only his body but also his heart, gradually calming his anxious spirit. It was truly a fresh start. Zhao Jun watched from a distance as Li Baoyu fed the dogs with the pig's heart, and his excitement swelled. Since the hunting ban in 97 and the collection of firearms in 98, he had not ventured into the mountains for over 20 years. Countless nights, he dreamt of the exhilarating days spent among the mountains, each familiar scene igniting profound melancholy upon awakening. "Brother!" Suddenly, Li Baoyu's voice pierced the afternoon reverie, rousing Zhao Jun from his thoughts. Zhao Jun turned towards the sound, glancing at Li Baoyu and the two dogs gathered around him, tongues lolling and tails wagging. "Hey, just give them the liver. Never mind, slice some and feed them generously." "All right." Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu promptly cut strips of succulent meat from the wild boar's belly, offering one to the hunting dog and another to the yellow dog, repeatedly feeding the two canines. In the mountains, hunting is a matter of personal conviction. Whether one reveres the mountain deities is entirely voluntary. Faith exists for those who believe, and for those who do not, it is absent. However, it is imperative to feed the dogs, as this is the fundamental rule of the hunt. After all, a successful hunt relies heavily on the prowess of hunting dogs. These loyal hounds will fight valiantly against wild boars and black bears, demonstrating their unwavering devotion. Such bravery deserves recognition, and the reward for these dogs lies in the feast they will enjoy once the prey has been secured. Yet, there is a distinction. While ordinary dogs tend to shun the entrails of black bears, they eagerly consume the innards of wild boars. Thus, in an era marked by scarcity, where people favor rich meats over offal, the entrails of wild boars have become the exclusive delicacy for hunting dogs. Conversely, should a hunter capture a black or brown bear, the entrails, being undesirable to the dogs, would be replaced with bear meat as their sustenance. However, when it comes to wild boars, it is rare for a hunter to offer any meat to their dogs, particularly the fatty cuts. Therefore, if any hunter were to witness Li Baoyu slicing the wild boar and feeding the prime cuts to his dogs, they would undoubtedly erupt in outrage, berating the two young men for their extravagance. It is important to understand that even in 1986, the standard of living remained modest, with state-controlled distribution of grain and oil still prevalent. This situation is somewhat bearable in urban areas, but in rural regions, forests, and mountainous terrains, the disparity is stark. The people here toil year-round, often lacking sufficient nourishment. Hence, even for those who rely on the mountains for sustenance, capturing a wild boar or a bear is a moment of unparalleled joy, surpassing even the festivities of the new year. Particularly in autumn, it is the season of abundant harvest from the mountains, as well as the time when wild beasts fatten themselves for the coming winter. Whether it be bears or wild boars, they spend their days in the hills consuming walnuts, gnawing on acorns, hazelnuts, savoring soft jujubes, and mountain grapes, all to their heart's content, accumulating a substantial layer of fat. Take for instance the wild boar that Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu encountered today. It was a sow, which during the summer weighed barely 250 pounds. Yet now, it has ballooned to approximately 280 pounds. Not to mention the generous layers of fat on the pig's belly, which in the Northeast are referred to as nang nang chai. One could easily render enough lard at home to fill 2 large jars. In this era of rationed grain and oil, a family of 4 or 5 might not receive such a quantity in an entire year. Moreover, after rendering the fat, the internal oils are extracted, causing the once soft and pale fat to shrink into golden, crispy morsels. A sprinkle of salt enhances their flavor, making them both delectable and irresistible. Thus, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu's actions, viewed through some people's lenses, may be deemed extravagant. However, in the eyes of the hunting dogs, their master's actions are the highest form of commendation for their unwavering loyalty. The 2 dogs were unreserved as Li Baoyu fed them. They indulged until their bellies were round and their throats nearly choked. Only then did they retreat to a corner to rest. Observing that Li Baoyu had finished feeding the dogs, Zhao Jun rose and approached him, inquiring, "Where's the bag?" Startled, Li Baoyu, who had been crouched down using leaves to wipe his knife, suddenly remembered, "I tossed it up on the ridge." Zhao Jun pressed further, "What about the provisions?" "Oh." Li Baoyu let out a sigh, exclaiming, "They are all gathered here." Zhao Jun replied with a wry smile, "What are you still staring at? Just take it." Upon hearing Zhao Jun's words, Li Baoyu sprang to his feet and dashed off into the distance. The 2 had meticulously planned this hunting expedition for several days prior, ensuring they had packed everything necessary, filling a complete snake skin bag with provisions. The bag, originally carried by Li Baoyu, had been left behind when he discarded it while gathering sticks and sharpening his knife. Now, as Li Baoyu searched for items, Zhao Jun picked up the hand axe that had been abandoned and returned to the fallen log. There, he skillfully chopped off a large branch from a nearby locust tree, its main trunk as thick as his arm, adorned with a chaotic array of smaller twigs. Zhao Jun dragged it back to the wild boar's side and began to chop, gathering the finer twigs into a pile and sharpening both ends with his knife. The thicker branches, however, did not require such precision and were simply cut into smaller segments. By the time Zhao Jun had disassembled the entire branch, Li Baoyu had yet to return. Zhao Jun then used the knife to slice off a piece of belly pork from the boar, a prime cut with a delightful balance of fat and meat. He deftly cut it into sizable chunks, skewering each piece onto the sharpened twigs, ensuring each stick held only 1 slice of meat. Before long, he had assembled a stack of over 40 skewers of wild boar meat. When Li Baoyu returned with the snake skin bag, his eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight. "Tend to the fire." Zhao Jun gestured towards the prepared coarse branches, addressing Li Baoyu. "At your command." Li Baoyu let out a peculiar cry, casting the snake skin bag at his feet, and promptly began rummaging through its contents. Inside, he discovered 2 neatly stacked large burlap sacks and a parcel wrapped in newspaper. When he tossed the newspaper parcel onto the ground, its creased edges unfurled, revealing 2 white steamed buns for cornmeal pancakes and several large strips of pickled green radish. This was the lunch prepared by the brothers. The buns were from Zhao Jun's household, where his father, Zhao Yukai, served as the head chef of the forest farm canteen. It is often said that chefs do not pilfer and that grains are not hoarded. In those times, being the head chef meant that whatever the unit had, his family would have as well. Consequently, Zhao Jun's family enjoyed a relatively prosperous lifestyle. Even during the most challenging years, they never faced hunger. In contrast, Li Baoyu's family was of modest means. The 4 pancakes were left for him by his mother before she went out to work in the fields. Of course, Zhao Jun had always looked after this brother, and their plan for the day was to share 1 bun and 2 pancakes each. At this moment, Li Baoyu retrieved a military water bottle from the bag, unscrewed the cap, and first offered it to Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun, without hesitation, accepted the bottle and took a few gulps of water. After Li Baoyu reclaimed the bottle and drank a couple of sips himself, he secured the cap and set it aside. He then took out a smaller newspaper parcel which contained a box of matches. Subsequently, Li Baoyu gathered a pile of dry leaves in a sheltered spot away from the wind. The leaves ignited easily and blazed increasingly bright. He then tossed the coarse branches that Zhao Jun had chopped into the fire, and soon the crackling sound filled the air. Chapter 6. Returning home, as Li Baoyu tossed the coarse branches into the fire, the flames initially waned under the weight of the wood. However, as the branches ignited, the fire gradually grew stronger. It was not until the wrist-thick branches burned down to embers, emitting a bright red glow, that Li Baoyu began to skewer the meat prepared by Zhao Jun around the fire. When Li Baoyu returned to Zhao Jun's side, he found Zhao Jun methodically skinning the wild boar with a knife. Li Baoyu inquired, "Brother, are we skinning it now?" "Indeed," Zhao Jun replied without lifting his gaze. "Neither of us can move it, so we might as well skin it and take it back." Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu understood the rationale. In winter, with snow blanketing the mountain paths, the two brothers could tie ropes around the wild boar, each pulling on one end to drag it back incrementally. However, it was autumn now, and the boar weighed over 200 pounds, rendering it impossible for them to move. In truth, they could opt to chop off 2 legs of the boar to take home, one for each family, sufficient to feed them for the evening. They could then seek out families in the village with sleds the following day to transport the rest of the boar back. Yet, as he gazed at the distant trees, teeming with crows, he realized these scavengers would descend as soon as the brothers departed, indulging themselves in a feast. Moreover, as night fell, other creatures such as weasels would come to partake of the meat. If fortune favored them, a black bear might wander by, and by morning, the wild boar could be reduced by half, which would be a fortunate outcome. Furthermore, if they were to find someone with a sled, they would undoubtedly have to share a substantial portion of the pork with them. The crux of the matter lies in the urgency to return to the village with the sled laden with boar. Word spreads quickly, and soon enough, every household in the village is aware, each one sending someone to request a share of the meat. How much could possibly remain for themselves? In his past life, Zhao Jun was renowned for his generosity. Even before he attained success, whenever he ventured into the mountains to hunt, each family would dispatch a representative to his home under the pretense of assisting with the butchering. They would engage in as much labor as necessary, but the key motivation was the promise of meat to take home. A single wild boar, even the largest, does not weigh all that much. Was it truly necessary for the entire village to lend a hand? Yet, Zhao Jun never minded. He welcomed anyone who came, ensuring they did not leave empty-handed. However, when he returned to the village in his destitution, how many were there to acknowledge him? Those who encountered him on the road would deliberately avoid him, which was a sign of their kindness. Even many who once called him brother now mocked him. It is worth noting that in the entirety of Yong'an village, young and old alike, who had not savored the meat from Zhao Jun's hunts. In this lifetime, Zhao Jun harbors no desire to share his bounty with those people. Yet, being neighbors, it is one thing to be discreet, but when they come to his door requesting meat, it becomes a matter of face. Thus, he decided to butcher the wild boar, packing it into sacks to take home, splitting it equally between himself and Li Baoyu. "Brother, I will follow your lead," Li Baoyu replied, nodding as he crouched down to take the knife from Zhao Jun's hand. "Allow me to handle it." Without hesitation, Zhao Jun passed the knife to Li Baoyu, thinking to himself that the lad was likely eager to experience the thrill of the hunt, not considering the arduous tasks that lay ahead. Without explicitly mentioning it, Zhao Jun skewered the buns and griddle cakes they had brought with twigs and placed them near the fire to warm slowly. Gradually, the wild boar meat began to sizzle, with small bubbles of oil continuously forming on the surface. Before the rendered fat could drip, Zhao Jun would remove the skewers, using the buns and griddle cakes to absorb the excess grease. By the time Li Baoyu had managed to skin half of the wild boar, the aroma of roasted meat had already reached him. Having set out before 7 in the morning with Zhao Jun, enduring a strenuous trek through the mountains, a severe blow from the wild boar, and the subsequent butchering, he was ravenous. The scent of roasting meat was more than he could bear. Immediately tossing aside his knife, Li Baoyu rushed to the fire, his eyes fixed on the meat skewers that Zhao Jun had just turned, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. Seeing this, Zhao Jun chuckled, got up, and patted Li Baoyu on the shoulder, saying, "Keep an eye on the fire, don't let it burn." MMM. Li Baoyu's attention was entirely focused on the meat skewers, and he simply hummed in response, continuing to lick his lips. Zhao Jun then returned to take over the task of skinning the wild boar. As he was about to finish removing the entire hide, he heard Li Baoyu call out, "Brother, come quickly." Coming, coming. Zhao Jun was also hungry. He approached and saw Li Baoyu holding 3 skewers of meat, waiting for him. Zhao Jun took the skewers, blew on them to cool them slightly, opened his mouth, took a bite, and tore off a piece of wild boar meat. The mouth was instantly filled with the rich aroma of meat, and after a couple of chews, the lips and teeth were filled with a delightful sensation. Zhao Jun seized a piece of cornbread, its golden hue accentuated by the baking process, which rendered its surface a delicate shade of charred yellow. Moreover, having smeared the roasted wild boar fat upon it, the bread glistened with a lustrous sheen. With a hearty bite, the sweet aroma of cornbread mingled with the savory scent of lard, causing Zhao Jun to squint in delight. Exquisite. A mouthful of bread, a mouthful of meat. A morsel of steamed bun, a morsel of meat. In no time, the 2 young men devoured all their provisions and the meat laid before them. Li Baoyu wiped his greasy mouth with the back of his hand and took several gulps from his water flask. Sated and basking in the afternoon sunlight, he felt a wave of languor wash over him. Brother, shall we rest here for a while before we continue? After a morning of exertion, Zhao Jun too felt the heaviness of sleep creeping in. Yet, recalling the hard-won wild boar, he resolutely declined Li Baoyu's suggestion. No, we must quickly skin the meat and head home. Very well then. Having followed Zhao Jun's lead since childhood, Li Baoyu had always been obedient to him. Seeing Zhao Jun's firm demeanor, he rose and joined forces with Zhao Jun, swiftly skinning the entire wild boar. The boar's hide, still bearing its bristles, would be of no use. Though dogs might eat it, they would suffer from constipation and perish. Thus, hunters typically discarded the hides wherever they skinned the boar. Once the hide was removed, it was cast aside. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, one wielding a knife and the other an axe, began the task of butchering the pork. A pig's head, for trotters, for legs, 2 ribs, an entire spine, a large tenderloin, and a small tenderloin. Originally weighing 280 pounds, the wild boar was first bled and then fed to the dogs. Not to mention, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu consumed nearly 3 pounds of meat themselves. After skinning and removing the hair, along with some losses, the boar's weight, including bones and meat, still amounted to around 200 pounds. Pack it up. At Zhao Jun's command, Li Baoyu began to fill a large sack with pork. As he continued to pack, Li Baoyu soon realized why Zhao Jun was eager to return home. The meat was divided into 2 portions, with one sack containing nearly 100 pounds. Even though the 2 were robust, carrying this weight over more than 30 miles of mountainous terrain would surely delay their return until after dark. With a swift motion, Zhao Jun used a knife to sever the pig's ears and snout, carelessly kicking the head aside, along with the meticulously skinned spine. The 2 then shouldered the burden of pork, whistled to rouse the 2 hunting dogs that had dozed nearby, and together, the men and dogs began their descent down the mountain. Chapter 7. The Beating, Part 1. It is often said that ascending a mountain is easy, yet descending is fraught with difficulty. The mountain, untouched by development, bore rugged, naturally formed paths that were challenging to traverse. The already arduous journey was compounded by the additional weight of approximately 100 pounds of pork. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu found themselves stopping frequently along the way. Initially manageable, but as time wore on, they could barely walk for 5 minutes without needing to rest. Thus, from just past 1 o'clock in the afternoon until nearly 6, they trudged onward, and as October descended upon the mountains, darkness enveloped them. At this moment, the 2 had reached the foot of the mountain. After a descent of a little over 10 minutes, they would be out of the mountainous terrain. Zhao Jun's home village, Yong'an, was established for the convenience of the employees working at the nearby Yong'an forest farm, and it lay not far from the mountain's base. Thus, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu agreed to take a brief respite here to gather their strength, enabling the brothers to make a swift return home. They rested for a full 20 minutes. When they rose, with Li Baoyu assisting Zhao Jun in hoisting the sack onto his shoulder, Zhao Jun suddenly instructed Li Baoyu, saying, "Baoyu, remember, if anyone in the village asks what we're carrying, just tell them it's mountain goods." Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu immediately grasped Zhao Jun's intent. However, glancing at the sack at their feet, he hesitated. "Brother, doesn't it look anything but like mountain goods?" Zhao Jun chuckled. "It doesn't matter. Besides, who would dare to inspect our sack?" Li Baoyu laughed in agreement. In these times, who wouldn't he wish for a bit more meat at home? Aside from a few truly close relatives and dear friends, who would willingly share their meat with others, the brothers, invigorated, made their way down the mountain and into the village. By now, it was nearly 6:30. Those who worked at the forest farm had returned home, and the field workers had also finished their tasks. It was the time of day when every household was preparing or enjoying their meals. As Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu entered the village and walked towards their home, they encountered only two individuals along the way. The two individuals inquired of Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu about what they were carrying. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu merely replied with mountain goods, and without paying heed to their puzzled expressions, they trudged home with their burlap sacks. Upon reaching their doorstep, they found that their dog had already arrived home ahead of them. The duo had ventured out with the dog, having spent the entire day roaming. Initially, the adults at home were unaware of their absence, as their fathers were employed at the timber yard, having left for work after breakfast. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun's mother, Wang Milan, and Li Baoyu's mother, Jin Xiaomei, prepared lunch for their children after breakfast and then headed out to work in the fields. By the time the two women returned, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Upon arriving home, Wang Milan noticed Zhao Jun was missing and inquired with her two daughters. Seeing them shake their heads in ignorance of their elder brother's whereabouts, she paid it little mind. Not only she, but Jin Xiaomei also dismissed the matter. After all, what young man of that age could remain idle? Perhaps he had wandered off to play. Furthermore, both Wang Milan and Jin Xiaomei were confident that the two boys would return by mealtime. However, as the clock approached 4 and nearly 5, Li Baoyu's father, Li Daong, descended the mountain aboard the timber yard's commuter train and arrived home first. Upon entering the yard, he called out over the wall, "Sister-in-law, are you home?" At his shout, Wang Milan and Jin Xiaomei emerged from their respective homes. "Brother-s back?" Wang Milan greeted casually, as the two families were neighbors, separated by merely a half wall, and shared a familial bond in their daily interactions. Li Daong lifted his right hand, revealing an old-fashioned yellow paper package, tied with a cross of twine, the contents unknown. "Sister-in-law, this is the dried tofu that your elder brother asked me to bring back," Li Daong said. "There are guests at the factory today, so he told you womenfolk to eat first without waiting for him." Wang Milan approached the wall, picked up the paper parcel, and replied, "All right then, brother, you can take some of this dried tofu back with you." "No need," Li Daong chuckled as he raised his left hand, revealing another identical paper package. "Could my elder brother forget about me? Very well, then I shall head back inside," Wang Milan said with a smile, taking the paper package and entering the house. At that moment, in the courtyard of Li Baoyu's home, Jin Xiaomei walked up to Li Daong, took the paper package from his hands, and remarked, "Just in time, I'll stir-fry a couple of small peppers for you three. All of you love them." Li Daong said nothing and strode into the house. Upon entering, he climbed onto the kong without removing his shoes, leaning against the wall with his feet resting on the edge. Soon after, he heard Jin Xiaomei calling for their younger son to pour water for Li Daong. Li Daong had 2 sons and a daughter. Li Baoyu was the eldest, while his second son, Li Ruhai, was 13. And they also had a 7-year-old daughter named Li Xiaoqiao. After receiving the enamel mug from his younger son, Li Daong, weary from a day of labor, leaned against the wall, feeling a bit dazed and contemplating taking a nap before dinner. However, recalling that he had yet to see his eldest son upon returning home, he casually inquired of Li Ruhai, "Where has your elder brother wandered off to this time?" Li Ruhai chuckled and replied, "My brother went up the mountain with the Zhao brothers to hunt wild boar and black bears." Li Daong made a casual inquiry and responded in a similarly nonchalant manner. However, as Li Ruhai's words echoed in his mind, he was suddenly jolted to attention, abruptly sitting up and hurling the enamel cup in his grasp onto the kong. Clang! 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 The cup rolled across the kong, producing a cacophony of sounds. Li Daong's eyes widened in shock as he glared at his younger son, exclaiming, "What did you say?" Li Ruhai, startled, stood frozen in place. What on earth is happening? Hearing the commotion from within, Jin Xiaomei, who was slicing dried tofu in the outer room, hastily dropped the kitchen knife and rushed inside. "Speak up!" Li Daong, with a forceful motion, descended from the kong, pushing Li Ruhai, who stumbled in response, as he bellowed, "What are you doing?" Jin Xiaomei, unaware of the situation, instinctively reacted to protect her son. Fearing that Li Daong might strike Li Ruhai again, she firmly shoved him away from her son. Li Daong, taken aback, found his knees hitting the edge of the kong, causing him to sit down abruptly. Enraged, he shouted at Jin Xiaomei, "Are you really going to question me? How can you call yourself a mother? The eldest runs off into the mountains, and you allow him to go hunting with Zhao Xiaozai?" "Hunting?" Jin Xiaomei retorted, rolling her eyes at Li Daong. She pointed at him, chuckling. What could he possibly catch with Zhao? A wild duck, perhaps, or maybe a jumping cat. At best, he might manage to dig out a badger. Jin Xiaomei's comment only fueled Li Daiyong's fury further, prompting him to curse, "You heartless woman! You little rascal!" Upon reaching this point, Li Daiyong pointed at Li Ruohai. Gazing at Jin Xiaomei with gritted teeth, seething with indignation, "Inquire of this little rascal. He claims that the boss ventured into the mountains with Zhao Shower to hunt wild boars, and that the black bear has appeared." What? Jin Xiaomei's mind buzzed, and an icy chill enveloped her entire being. Having grown up in the mountainous terrain, she had accompanied adults to forage for various wild goods like schisandra berries, mushrooms, and woodier mushrooms. She was acutely aware of the inherent dangers of hunting. Encountering a wild boar might be manageable, but if they were to cross paths with a black bear, what Li Ruohai and Li Daiyong referred to as the black bear, her beloved son would surely meet a dire fate in the mountains. Chapter 8. The Beating, Part 2. When Wang Milan learned from Li Daiyong that her son Zhao Jun and Li Baiyu had ventured into the mountains with 2 dogs for a hunt, her reaction surpassed that of Jin Xiaomei, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Wang Milan's response was driven by motherly instinct, but unlike Jin Xiaomei, she had only Zhao Jun as her sole son, who held immeasurable importance in her heart. "Quick, lend a hand." Observing the situation, Li Daiyong, unable to assist, hurriedly urged Jin Xiaomei to help Wang Milan to her feet and guide her to sit at the edge of the Kong. "This wretched boy." Wang Milan wept while berating Zhao Jun. Her tears set off a chain reaction, as Zhao Jun's 2 sisters, Zhao Hong and Zhao Na, began to cry as well. As Zhao Hong wept, Li Xiaoqiao, who had been brought over by the Li family and was Zhao Hong's classmate and dear friend, found herself swept up in the sorrowful atmosphere and joined in the weeping. Upon the heartfelt weeping of Li Xiaoqiao, Jin Xiaomei was instantly reminded of her eldest son, prompting her to shed tears profusely. In an instant, the room echoed with the combined cries of 5 women, 2 adults, and 3 children. Meanwhile, Li Daiyong and his son Li Ruohai were overwhelmed, their heads feeling as if they bore the weight of 3, with 6 burdens collectively. Li Daiyong attempted several times to raise his voice in admonition, but being in the Zhao household and addressing Wang Milan as sister-in-law, he felt compelled to suppress his frustration and offer gentle counsel instead. However, the scene was not one of solitary grief. As soon as one person ceased their lament, another would inevitably join in. In utter exasperation, Li Daiyong seized Zhao Hong and Zhao Na, cradling one in each arm as he exited the room. Just before leaving, he called out for Li Ruohai to bring Li Xiaoqiao along as well. The father and son escorted the 3 young girls back to their home, where Li Daiyong instructed Li Ruohai to entertain them. The little girls, not fully comprehending the situation, merely followed suit in weeping upon witnessing their mother's sorrow. However, upon arrival at the Li residence, Zhao Hong and Zhao Na quickly regained their composure and began playing with Li Xiaoqiao. When Li Daiyong returned to the Zhao household, he first took his wife aside to comfort her and then urged Jin Xiaomei to console Wang Milan. Yet, regardless of the reassurances offered, Wang Milan's tears showed no sign of abating. It was not a matter of her being weak, but rather one of utter helplessness. The mountains stretched endlessly, and with the 2 children having ventured into the wilderness, there was simply no trace to be found. Even if the Zhao and Li families mobilized the entire village to scour the mountains, the search for Zhao Jun and Li Daiyong would prove futile. Amidst Wang Milan's sobs and Jin Xiaomei's attempts at comfort, during which she too occasionally succumbed to tears, Li Daiyong sat nearby, torn between worry for his son and a sense of helplessness regarding the 2 women's anguish. Suddenly, a sound emerged from the courtyard outside, accompanied by faint panting noises. Li Daiyong was momentarily taken aback, recognizing it as the sound of a dog gasping for breath, which instantly invigorated his spirit. Just then, he heard someone outside calling, "Dad! Dad! Da Huang is back! Don't cry, don't cry!" Li Daiyong quickly nudged Jin Xiaomei and said to Wang Milan, "Sister-in-law, those 2 little calves seem to be returning." "What?" Wang Milan immediately ceased her tears and followed Li Daiyong out of the house. Outside, in the courtyard, at the corner of the western wall, a speckled dog was licking water from its bowl in front of a makeshift doghouse. "Hua Xiao?" Wang Milan exclaimed. The spotted dog wagged its tail and bounded towards her, rubbing its wet muzzle against her arm. Li Daiyong looked down and noticed the dog's belly was round and swollen, and he was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, these 2 little rascals really did bring something back," he remarked. He then peered back into his yard and saw his own yellow dog, also with a round belly, lounging in front of its kennel while licking its paws, which put his mind at ease. It's all right now, sister-in-law, Li Daong assured Wang Milan. Those two little calves will be back shortly. Now that she knew Zhao Jun was safe, Wang Milan stopped crying. She raised her arm and wiped away her tears with her sleeve. Well then, we should head back, Jin Xiaomei said to Wang Milan, before taking Li Dayong's hand and leading him home. As soon as they entered their yard, Jin Xiaomei dashed into the house to prepare dinner. It was already past 5. And since their eldest son was safe, the family could not afford to delay their meal. Had it not been for the recent commotion, dinner would have already been prepared. Meanwhile, Li Daong made his way toward the woodpile in the courtyard, a collection of twigs and branches meticulously gathered and stacked by him and his wife from the mountains. Li Daong pursed his lips and selected a willow branch, inspecting it briefly before discarding it. He then extracted a pine stick, finding its thickness to be just right, and waved it in the air a few times. The sound of the stick slicing through the air brought him satisfaction. And after casting a glance at his own front door, he turned to enter the house with the stick in hand. As Li Daong reached the threshold, he noticed Zhao Hong and Zhao Na emerging from the house, followed closely by Jin Xiaomei and Li Xiaoqiao. Jin Xiaomei called out, "Girls, your aunt has made dinner. You should stay here to eat." No, Zhao Hong replied, pulling her sister along as they continued to walk outside. In these times, every household faced hardships. Some families struggled to afford enough food, leading to rules being established for their children, regardless of how much fun they had at others' homes. The moment a meal was being prepared or a dining table set, they were required to return home. Though the two families were on friendly terms, Zhao Hong, being young, had been cautioned by her parents several times against eating at others' homes, and she adhered to this rule strictly. "Uncle, we are heading back now," Zhao Hong said politely upon encountering Li Daong. Li Daong nodded, waving to Jin Xiaomei to signal that she and her daughter should return inside. It was not that Li Daong was stingy or unwilling to have the two girls dine at his home. Summoning every ounce of his resolve, Li Daong was determined to inflict a severe beating upon Li Baoyu today. How could he possibly thrash his son with two young women present for supper? And without venting his pent-up fury upon his son, how else would he find release? Observing Li Daong entering the house, cudgel in hand, Jin Xiaomei understood his intentions perfectly. Yet she offered not a word of dissuasion, for she, too, harbored resentment towards Li Baoyu's lack of discretion. Indeed, not only Li Daong, but she herself felt inclined to administer a sound thrashing to their son. However, as a mother, she found herself somewhat lacking in the strength required to beat her grown son. As Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu arrived at their doorsteps, they parted ways. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhao Jun cautiously called out twice. At that moment, he was filled with a mixture of subtle excitement and trepidation. Scarcely had Zhao Jun spoken when Wang Milan emerged, wiping her hands on her apron as she hurried to greet him. Casting the sack of wild boar meat onto the ground, Zhao Jun gazed at Wang Milan, his lips parting to utter the word "mom." But a sudden surge of emotion caused his eyes to sting and his throat to constrict. In his previous life, he had lost his mother at the tender age of 21, and ever since, whenever he faced hardship, it was Wang Milan who occupied his thoughts. Reborn into this life, reunited with his mother, Zhao Jun's emotions were incredibly complex. "Mom," Zhao Jun uttered softly, suppressing the overwhelming emotions within him. Smack, smack, smack. Yet, instead of a warm embrace, he was met with 3 resounding slaps from Wang Milan. However, a mother is a mother, and regardless of her anger, Wang Milan could not bring herself to strike her son with force. None of the 3 slaps landed on Zhao Jun's face. Instead, they were directed at his head. "You rascal!" Wang Milan's voice pierced the air, tinged with a sobbing tone. "What will I do if something happens to you? How can I possibly go on?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Mother!" Zhao Jun could no longer contain his emotions and stepped forward to embrace Wang Milan, both of them weeping uncontrollably. In the midst of their sorrowful embrace, anguished cries from Li Baoyu and furious rebukes from Li Daong echoed from the neighboring courtyard. Chapter 9. Zhao Ergudong at the Li Baoyu household. The dining table was scantily adorned with a single dish of stir-fried dried tofu with chili peppers and a bowl of radish and potato soup. As the head of the family, Li Daong sat at the innermost part of the table, one hand wielding chopsticks to serve himself while the other raised a cup to his lips, indulging in drink. Li Ruhai and Li Xiaoqiao sat on either side of him, the siblings eating cautiously yet occasionally stealing glances at their father and Li Baoyu. Seated on a wooden stool by the Kong, Li Baoyu held a large bowl in one hand while the other maneuvered chopsticks to scoop the thick porridge into his mouth. when he set the bowl down and reached for a dish. The absence of the large bowl revealed clear handprints on his face and swelling at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Jean Xiaomei entered from the outer room, carrying a bowl of thick porridge, and sat beside Li Xiaoqiao. "Mother, I want to eat meat," Li Xiaoqiao timidly expressed, setting down her chopsticks. The little girl was perplexed. It was one thing for the family to lack meat on ordinary days, but today, her elder brother had returned with a sack full of it, and just before dinner, Jean Xiaomei had laid out pieces of wild boar meat in the outer room. Why was she not allowed to partake? Jean Xiaomei fished a piece of potato from the bowl and placed it into Li Xiaoqiao's bowl, gently moving her daughter's braid from the front of her shoulder to the back. "Dear, tomorrow I shall prepare meat for you. Indeed, our family shall indulge in a sumptuous feast of meat tomorrow." Li Daong interjected suddenly, remarking, "That is certainly a price your brother paid with his very life." Upon hearing this, Li Ruhai couldn't help but chuckle, casting a glance at Li Baoyu in an attempt to jest. However, he was met with the disapproving gaze of his elder brother. Ahem. Li Ruhai cleared his throat and turned away, feigning nonchalance as he resumed eating. At that moment, a tantalizing aroma wafted in from outside, prompting Li Xiaoqiao to sniff the air and direct her gaze towards Li Daong, exclaiming, "Father, I wish to have meat." "Tomorrow, tomorrow," Li Daong replied, his demeanor considerably gentler with his youngest daughter. He affectionately ruffled Li Xiaoqiao's hair, adding, "Your brother from the Zhao family will surely receive a sound thrashing tonight. Let him enjoy his meal." Gurgle, gurgle. In the large iron pot, boiling water bubbled with blood froth, the rich scent of meat permeating the entire house and spilling into the courtyard. Wang Milan picked up a pair of chopsticks and extracted a generous piece of wild boar tenderloin from the pot, placing it into a basin nearby. She then set down the chopsticks on the stove and lifted the lid from a nearby jar, using a ladle to scoop a portion of clear water from the vat, which she poured into the basin to cleanse the piece of wild boar. After the meat, now tender, was rinsed with cool water, the surface blood froth won next. It was time to heat the oil in the pot and saute the scallions until fragrant. The dishes included spicy stir-fried wild boar tenderloin, braised wild boar ribs, wild boar neck meat stewed with large radish, and a dried tofu roll with scallions dipped in sauce. Wang Milan prepared 4 dishes in one go, and together with Zhao Jun and their 2 daughters, they enjoyed a delightful dinner. After the meal, Zhao Jun assisted Wang Milan in clearing the dishes and then observed Zhao Hong and Zhao Na as they completed their homework before returning to the west room to lie down on the Kong. Just as he settled in, a commotion outside caught his attention, followed by someone asking, "Who's braising meat? It smells so good." Zhao Jun swiftly turned over and got up, his gaze filled with alertness. He slipped into his shoes and stepped outside. "Have you finished eating?" Upon exiting, he was greeted by a familiar voice from his memories. For many years, this person and their voice had only appeared in his dreams. However, his feelings towards this individual were more complex than those for Zhao Milan, a mix of kinship derived from blood and a hint of resentment. Zhao Yukai handed Zhao Jun a slightly greasy yellow paper package and then removed his coat as he headed towards the east room. Zhao Jun followed Zhao Yukai into the east room, where his 2 younger sisters gathered around. Zhao Jun handed the paper package to Zhao Hong, who untied the string and opened the yellow paper to reveal neatly arranged pieces of roasted fruit inside. Zhao Hong and Zhao Na each grabbed a piece and took a bite, while Zhao Yukai, having just hung up his coat, approached and used his left hand to scoop up the crumbs dropped by his youngest daughter, casually popping them into his mouth. "Dad, why don't you have a piece too?" Zhao Jun suggested, nudging the scattered paper package toward Zhao Yukai. "At my age, why would I indulge in such things? You 3 can enjoy it." Saying this, Zhao Yukai made his way to the Kong, shifting his position inward. At that moment, Wang Milan entered, balancing a plate in one hand. Zhao Jun hurried outside to fetch a bottle of wine and some glasses. "Dad, today our family is feasting. Have a few sips," he urged. With a sardonic smile, Zhao Yukai retorted, "What trouble have you stirred up this time?" "Haha, what are you talking about, Dad?" Zhao Jun laughed heartily, settling down on the Kong and pouring wine for Zhao Yukai. Wang Milan returned with another plate and a bowl, placing them on the table while saying, "Your eldest son has made quite the impression. He has gone hunting wild boar in the mountains." "Oh, the boy is quite something." Zhao Yotsai's hand, which had been poised to dip a green onion into sauce, paused momentarily. He cast a seemingly casual glance at Zhao Jun, but his expression had darkened. "Has he grown so bold as to steal boar traps?" Wang Milan brushed aside Zhao Jun's attempt to offer her roasted fruit, ignoring his overtures. Who do you think you're looking down upon? Your eldest son is taking a dog and going into the mountains with a knife. At her words, Zhao Jun felt a chill wash over him as he cautiously glanced at his father. Zhao Yukai sat there, his expression as imperturbable as stone, revealing no hint of anger while remaining perfectly still. Dad, I was wrong, Zhao Jun quickly conceded, eager to placate him. Zhao Yukai remained silent, and in an instant, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Even the two young girls sensed something amiss, hesitating to chew the roasted fruit in their mouths. The air lingered heavily for about 10 seconds until Zhao Yukai suddenly broke into laughter. He lifted a glass from the table and took a hearty gulp of the strong northeastern liquor, a pure sorghum spirit at 56 degrees, which made him scrunch his nose in response to its spiciness. He casually set down the glass and remarked, "My eldest son has achieved great things. He can now hunt wild boars. His father must indulge a bit more." With Zhao Youtsai's laughter, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically as the invisible pressure dissipated. Zhao Hong, with a beaming smile on her face, exclaimed, "Dad, my brother's wild boar is incredibly delicious. Hurry and eat." Zhao Jun, in a playful manner, shoved the roasted fruit that Wang Milan had neglected directly into Zhao Hong's mouth. Delicious," Zhao Yukai mumbled in response, savoring a mouthful of wild boar meat before taking another swig of liquor. After swallowing the meat and alcohol together, he cheerfully said to Zhao Hong, "Second daughter, one day when your brother takes you up the mountain to hunt a black bear, you'll find it even more delectable than wild boar." "That sounds wonderful," Zhao Hong replied, her excitement palpable. Today had already been splendid with a hearty meal of stewed meat, followed by roasted fruit, which in the young girl's eyes made life seem extraordinarily delightful. Zhao Yukai chuckled, choosing not to dwell on the earlier matter, and as he continued to eat and drink, he shared amusing anecdotes about his colleagues at the logging site. Wang Milan listened attentively at times, interjecting with questions or agreement at others. Zhao Hong and Zhao Na occasionally interrupted the conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes about their childhood with their parents. In that moment, the atmosphere within the room was filled with warmth and laughter, portraying a quintessentially happy family scene, where parental affection and filial piety flourished. However, despite this harmonious ambience, Zhao Jun found himself increasingly restless. Both of his younger sisters, oblivious to the reality, were unaware that Zhao Jun knew of his father's two notorious nicknames within the surrounding villages. To those who knew him openly, such as the elders of the Zhao family and his peers, he was affectionately referred to as Zhao Ernyan or simply Ernyan. Yet, when spoken of in hushed tones, most people called him Zhao Gudong. Chapter 10. Experience brings wisdom. Gudong, a term derived from northeastern dialect, implies a sense of being listless or disheartened. In fact, the moniker Zhao Ernyan stems from his elder brother Zhao Youfu. Speaking of Zhao Youfu, he too was a man of unfortunate fate, suffering from frail health since childhood, lacking the vivacity typical of children, often appearing listless, leading neighbors to refer to him as Zhao Nian. After Zhao Yukai came into the world, he was physically robust, yet in his early years, he too exhibited a certain lethargy, preferring silence over chatter. Observing the demeanor of the two brothers, the villagers dubbed Zhao Youfu as Zhao Dinyan and Zhao Yukai as Zhao Ernyan. While the name suited them, it wasn't until Zhao Yukai matured a bit that the villagers realized he was not merely listless, but also rather mischievous, embodying a truly mischievous spirit. There is an old saying in northeast China, "A listless person may harbor a cunning heart." This adage, when applied to Zhao Yukai, is undeniably true. Zhao Jun would forever remember that hunting expedition in his past life, during which he and Li Baoyu returned empty-handed. Upon arriving home, Li Baoyu was met with a fierce beating from Li Daong. As for Zhao Jun, he initially endured a couple of slaps from Wang Milan, accompanied by a few scornful words, but that was the extent of it. In contrast, Zhao Yukai expressed no harsh sentiments. Instead, he tenderly inquired about his son's well-being, checking for any injuries, and reassured Zhao Jun that his youth and inexperience in hunting rendered such failures entirely normal. He advised his son to train diligently, assuring him that he would undoubtedly become an excellent hunter in due time. The gentle and compassionate demeanor of his father provided Zhao Jun with immense psychological solace. However, that very night, shortly after 1 o'clock, while Zhao Jun was peacefully slumbering in his room, he was suddenly subjected to a brutal and merciless beating. Jerked from a dream, Zhao Jun found himself bewildered and defenseless, with no means of escape. His pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. This vicious assault was far more severe than the one Li Baoyu had endured, leaving Zhao Jun confined to his bed for 2 days. What infuriated Zhao Jun the most was the sight of his father, with his gentle and caring facade, approaching him the following morning. Eldest son, Zhao Yukai suddenly spoke. Dad, what is it? Zhao Jun quickly feigned innocence. Zhao Yukai continued, after a long day, you must be exhausted. Let your mother prepare some warm water for you to soak your feet, and then retire early. In that moment, Zhao Jun felt a chill in his heart, realizing that his father might still have sinister intentions toward him. Nevertheless, Zhao Jun wished to make another effort and responded, All right, Dad. I will heed your advice and retire early. Tomorrow morning, I shall deliver some of that wild boar meat to my elder sister. Zhao Jun's elder sister, Zhao Chun, was already married and had settled in Yongsheng Tun to the west. The two villages, Yongsheng and Yong'an, were merely a few miles apart, and a round trip would not consume much time. However, if Zhao Jun were to visit Zhao Chun, it would be inappropriate for him to arrive with a bruised visage. Would it not? Upon hearing this, Wang Milan was overjoyed and exclaimed, My eldest son has learned to be considerate. Your elder sister has always treated you well. You must bring her some meat. Indeed, indeed. Seeing his mother taken in by his words, Zhao Jun felt a surge of delight in his heart and continued to maintain his good behavior, saying, I heard that pig trotters are beneficial for nursing. So I specifically instructed Baoyu to set aside 4 trotters for me. Wang Milan's happiness grew upon hearing Zhao Jun's words. While she held Zhao Jun in high regard, she had never been harsh on her 3 daughters, who were, after all, her own flesh and blood. With her eldest daughter having recently given birth, she often thought of her, but the household could not do without her presence, making it difficult for her to visit Zhao Chun frequently. Very well, then, my son. Tomorrow, you shall take those 4 trotters and bring your elder sister a bit more meat. Certainly. As the conversation seemed to be turning in his favor, Zhao Jun could hardly contain his joy and quickly seized the opportunity, saying, I will rise early tomorrow. I wish to spend some time with my little nephew as well. All right. I shall prepare some hot water for you. Wang Milan replied, preparing to rise from the calm. At that moment, Zhao Yukai, wearing a smile, suddenly interjected. He simply remarked, No need for that. I finish work early tomorrow and will return by noon. After lunch, I'll take it to Dachuan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun felt a chill in his heart and quickly replied, Dad, since you finish early, you should rest at home. I can handle it. Zhao Yukai looked at Zhao Jun and chuckled. Then let us go together, just the 2 of us. Zhao Jun fell silent, responding with a reluctant agreement before retreating to his room. Watching Zhao Jun's figure fade at the doorway, Zhao Youcai's smile deepened, secretly thinking, that rascal has become more thoughtful. Not long after Zhao Jun returned to his room, Wang Milan entered with a basin and a towel, gently advising him to rest early, before leaving him alone in the room. Indeed, as Zhao Yukai had said, after a day of running around in the mountains, he was utterly exhausted. Soaking his feet in hot water alleviated his fatigue, and drowsiness enveloped him at once. Zhao Jun disposed of the foot-soaking water and hung the towel out to dry in the yard before returning to his room to shut the door, propping a stool against it. The stool was not intended to barricade the door, but served as a warning. After a long day, his eyelids felt heavy. Sleep was inevitable. Zhao Jun resolved to retire early, planning to rise later to keep watch, prepared to escape through the window should Zhao Yukai burst in. Once everything was settled, Zhao Jun turned off the light, climbed into bed without even undressing, and within moments, he was snoring softly, not 5 minutes into his slumber. In the room to the east, Zhao Yukai set down his cup and moved towards the calm. Going to the bathroom? Wang Milan casually inquired. No, Zhao Yukai replied. I'm going to check on our son. Oh, Wang Milan was taken aback and curiously inquired. Don't you usually go in the latter half of the night? Zhao Yukai chuckled and replied. Indeed, I often go late, but this lad has become too cunning. It's better to deal with him earlier, so he can rest sooner. Very well, Wang Milan gritted her teeth, expressing her resentment. This mischievous boy deserves a good thrashing. Let us ensure he doesn't escape. Wang Milan's betrayal of GM was not entirely unfounded. Zhao Jun was exceedingly infuriating. If this situation was not addressed properly, there would come a day when calamity would strike on the mountain, leaving the family with no time to weep. Zhao Yukai fell silent, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes as he slipped on his shoes and hurried towards Zhao Jun's room. As the head chef of the forest farm, Zhao Yukai had spent years chopping and stirring, honing incredible strength, particularly in his hands and arms. When it came to arm wrestling, he was undoubtedly the best among nearly 1,000 people on the farm. Upon arriving outside Zhao Jun's door, he could hear the faint sounds of snoring emanating from within. Controlling his strength, he gently pushed the door, only to find something obstructing it. Knowing that his own home was never locked, he realized that the mischievous boy had used a stool to block the entrance. How his son had grown. A paternal smile of satisfaction spread across Zhao Yutsai's face. Suddenly, with a forceful shove, he pushed the door open, sending the stool tumbling. As the door swung wide, the sound of the stool hitting the ground coincided with Zhao Jun's abrupt awakening. Though he had been asleep, it had not been long enough for him to be in a deep slumber. Was it possible that Wang Milan had come to search for something in his room? As a shadow rushed towards him, Zhao Jun instinctively rolled over and dashed to the window to push it open. At that moment, Zhao Yukai had lunged onto the Kong, seizing Zhao Jun's collar with a firm grip. It was over. He regretted not having donned any clothing. Just as Zhao Jun had pushed the window open, he was pulled down onto the Kong by Zhao Yukai. In a flurry, he rolled over, wrapping the quilt that lay beneath him tightly around himself, clutching it with both hands. Thud! Thud! The room echoed with muffled sounds, the noise of Zhao Yutsai's fist striking the quilt. Chapter 11. The scheme for arms. The following morning, Zhao Jun was roused by the incessant chatter of his two younger sisters. As he rose from the Kong, he felt a myriad of aches across his chest, back, thighs, and calves, each a testament to Zhao Yutsai's earlier assault. Time for breakfast, Wang Milan said nonchalantly, bringing a simple meal to the Kong table. Compared to last night's lavish spread of 3 meats and a vegetable, today's breakfast was far more modest. Coarse millet porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables and salted eggs. As Zhao Jun was attempting to extract the salted egg from the bowl, he overheard Wang Milan mention, "I've packed the wild boar meat for you. Once you finish your meal, be sure to take it to your elder sister." "Do I not need to wait for my father?" "No need," Wang Milan replied. "When you go, don't forget to inquire about your job." "All right, I understand," Zhao Jun responded, though his mind was elsewhere. He was aware that barring any unforeseen circumstances, in 3 or 4 months, he would indeed commence his employment. The one orchestrating his job placement was none other than his brother-in-law's father, Shou Chuming, the second-in-command at the Yong'an Forest Farm and the production manager. After Zhao Jun had his meal, he returned to his room to rest for a while. Once he donned his outer clothing and trousers, he exchanged a brief greeting with Wang Milan before picking up the prepared wild boar meat and heading outside. Wang Milan had set aside 4 wild boar trotters and approximately 10 pounds of wild boar meat for Zhao Chun. Logically, since Zhao Jun had managed to carry nearly 100 pounds of wild boar meat down from the mountains, transporting this less than 20-pound load over a distance of more than 10 miles should be effortless. However, as soon as Zhao Jun stepped out of the door and attempted to hoist the sack onto his shoulder, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left upper arm and back. Sighing, Zhao Jun resigned himself to the discomfort. After all, it was preferable to lying on the Kong for 2 days. Nevertheless, a sense of frustration lingered in his heart. Having lived 2 lifetimes, totaling over 80 years, he found it disheartening that he could still not compete with Zhao Yukai. Struggling under the weight of the sack, Zhao Jun stepped outside, only to be greeted by the voice of Li Baoyu. "What nonsense are you all talking about? This was not my father's doing. It was the wild boar that did this. You have no idea. Yesterday, I witnessed the wild boar knock my brother to the ground. In that moment, fury surged within me, and I was filled with reckless courage though I was tossed around by that wild boar, flipping through the air 7 times in 49 turns. I charged towards the wild boar, raised my axe high, and with a swift motion, I brought it down. There was a crack, and blood splattered everywhere." Observing Li Baoyu gesticulating wildly beneath the big locust tree as he boasted, Zhao Jun could only shake his head in resignation. It would be a pity if his brother did not pursue storytelling with such talent. "Brother," suddenly noticing Zhao Jun from the corner of his eye, the animated Li Baoyu rushed over to him. As Li Baoyu stirred, the gaze of those surrounding him inadvertently drifted towards Zhao Jun. Of course, their attention was not captivated by Li Baoyu's eloquence, but rather by the wild boar scapula he brandished, still adorned with a generous portion of meat. Early this morning, Jin Xiaomei had risen at dawn to prepare a substantial pot of meat. After enjoying a hearty meal at home, Li Baoyu emerged with the meaty bone to flaunt, while simultaneously proclaiming his illustrious exploits. However, Most of the glorious tales he recounted were entirely fabricated by himself. Having endured a severe beating from Li Daong the previous night, Li Baoyu's face was bruised and battered, causing him considerable pain and restlessness as he tried to sleep. At that moment, he was not only physically tormented but also psychologically affected, as he could easily envision the mockery he would face from the villagers when venturing out with such a countenance. Yet, staying indoors was not a viable option. It would take countless days to heal, and a young man of his age could hardly remain cooped up at home. Thus, in the throes of insomnia, Li Baoyu concocted a narrative, attributing the injuries inflicted by Li Daong to a clash with a wild boar. In this manner, he transformed from a timid boy oppressed by his father's might into a valiant youth who had battled a ferocious beast. It must be said, the countless comic books he had perused throughout his childhood were not in vain, for a cascade of lies flowed from his lips with a certain captivating allure. Thus, from early morning until now, this tale of Li Xiao's heroism in saving Zhao Jun while slaughtering a pig has been recounted by him 7 or 8 times. With 2 or 3 dozen listeners having heard the story, Zhao Jun, not wishing to hold it against him, merely remarked, "I shall take some meat to my elder sister. Please extend my regards to her." As Li Baoyu spoke, he offered a wild boar's scapula near Zhao Jun's mouth. "Brother, would you care for a bite?" "You should keep it for yourself," Zhao Jun replied, his pace unyielding as he continued forward. Li Baoyu hastened to keep up with Zhao Jun, inquiring, "When shall we ascend the mountain together again?" At this, Zhao Jun chuckled. "What's this? Have you not had enough of the beating you received yesterday? Lower your voice." "Lower your voice," Li Baoyu urgently cautioned, glancing furtively behind them. Sensing that the others had not overheard, he continued, "If we go twice, they will cease to punish us." Zhao Jun mused. This lad is quite shrewd. In truth, Zhao Jun's thoughts mirrored those of Li Baoyu. Their families forbade them from climbing the mountain primarily due to their lack of experience. They feared that the two might encounter perilous situations. However, Zhao Jun possessed memories from a past life, rich with hunting experience. He was confident that as long as Li Baoyu heeded his advice, he could ensure their safe return from any encounter. Therefore, as Li Baoyu suggested, they would defy their family's wishes and venture forth. Unless a significant calamity befell them, they would merely endure a few more beatings. After all, it was his own father. He did not fear being severely punished. "Brother, is that agreeable?" Seeing Zhao Jun's silence, Li Baoyu grew somewhat anxious. He feared that Zhao Jun had been intimidated by Zhao Yukai and no longer dared to ascend the mountain with him. Of course, this was not due to Li Baoyu's own inability to climb, nor was it a matter of fear to venture alone. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that without Zhao Jun, he worried he could not lead Zhao Jun's large spotted dog. It is worth noting that this dog was the primary tracker, relied upon for trailing scents, locating wild boars, and pursuing bears. In contrast, Li Baoyu's yellow dog served merely as a helper, as its name suggests, functioning as a support or guard. Attempting to hunt with just the yellow dog in place of the large spotted dog would be a folly. If fortune smiled upon them, perhaps they might encounter a wild boar fortuitously. Otherwise, they could wander the mountains for an entire day and scarcely catch a glimpse of a wild boar's fur. Zhao Jun paused, speaking quietly to Li Baoyu. "Do not raise your voice. I am heading to my elder sister's home this time to see if I can acquire a proper firearm." "A firearm?" Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The more Zhao Jun urged him to keep quiet, the louder his voice became. "Silence!" Zhao Jun replied irritably, nudging him with his elbow. "If we wish to traverse the mountains, we cannot do so unarmed. Fortunately, yesterday we encountered an old sow. Had it been a boar, our dog would have surely faltered." Indeed, indeed. At this point, Li Baoyu ceased his clamor, recognizing the truth in Zhao Jun's words. Even those unfamiliar with hunting would understand that among wild boars of similar size, the males are undoubtedly more formidable. The boars possess sharp tusks, particularly those weighing around 300 pounds, whose 2 tusks resemble daggers, perilously sharp and capable of inflicting grievous injuries upon dogs. "Very well. You may continue your chatter with them," Zhao Jun said, bidding farewell to Li Baoyu as he shouldered his bag and made his way towards Yongxing Tun. Chapter 12. The Blue Dog. As Zhao Jun entered Yongxing Tun, he had not ventured far when he arrived at a fenced courtyard. Standing at the entrance, he was immediately met with the cacophony of barking from the dog within. The sudden noise seemed to rouse a slumbering child inside, whose cries soon intertwined with the dog's barks. Zhao Jun refrained from barging in and instead called out loudly, "Is there anyone at home?" No sooner had his voice faded than the sound of a door creaking open echoed from within. A woman in her 50s, the rural matron, hurriedly emerged, hastily wiping her wet hands on her outer garment as she approached the entrance. This woman was Husanmei, Zhao Chun's mother-in-law. "Oh, it's you, young lad." Upon seeing Zhao Jun, Husanmei playfully slapped his arm with a chuckle, exclaiming, "Why are you standing outside? Come in." Though her intention was not to harm Zhao Jun, the slap landed where he had been struck by Zhao Yukai the previous night. He winced in pain but stifled his reaction, forcing a smile without uttering a word. Zhao Jun masked his discomfort well. Husanmei remained oblivious to his plight and beckoned him. "Come on, child, step inside." With that, she ushered him further into the courtyard. Upon entering, Zhao Jun's gaze was immediately drawn to a blue dog tethered by the wall on the left. What a fine creature! Observing the dog straining against its chain, eager to leap towards him, he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. In these times, few kept pet dogs. Perhaps they were more common in the city, but in the countryside, dogs were primarily kept for guarding homes. Moreover, there were seldom any foreign breeds. Most were the beloved Chinese rural dogs, as people referred to them. In the southern regions, they are referred to as native dogs. However, in the Northeast, individuals tend to affectionately label their domesticated animals as silly something. For instance, a pig is called a silly pig, a chicken is referred to as a silly chicken, and the eggs laid by a silly chicken are known as silly eggs. In Uncle Benson's skit, Not Short of Money, he humorously pointed at the eggs he brought to the restaurant and exclaimed "silly egg" to Xiao Shenyang. Thus, in the Northeast, dogs are termed silly dogs. Due to various environmental factors, these silly dogs in the Northeast are typically large and robust. It is quite common to encounter dogs weighing between 70 to 80 pounds, and those around 110 pounds are not rare either. The heaviest can even exceed 120 pounds. This particular large blue dog weighs over 100 pounds, possessing a powerful build with a strong back and a robust frame, exuding a spirited demeanor. When it barked at Zhao Jun, a fierce glint shone in its eyes. Zhao Jun felt no fear. Rather, he was delighted, thinking that if this dog were to be unleashed, it would undoubtedly be a top-notch hunting dog. Furthermore, among the locals, there is a saying, "The blue dog stands out." If Zhao Jun could acquire this large blue dog to accompany his own small flower, he would indeed be invincible in these mountains. Perhaps today, he could not only procure a gun, but also a dog. The less than impressive Zhao Jun's imagination began to soar. Following Husanmei into the house, he entered the east room, where he found his elder sister sitting cross-legged on the kong, cradling a child and gently rocking back and forth while humming a tune. Upon hearing someone enter, Zhao Chun initially assumed it was her mother-in-law returning. But when she looked up and saw Zhao Jun, she was momentarily taken aback. As Zhao Chugang was about to speak, he noticed Zhao Jun making a shushing gesture towards him, followed by a pointed indication towards the child cradled in his arms. Zhao Chun nodded slightly, redirecting his focus to the infant. At that moment, Husanmei signaled to Zhao Jun to come closer to the bed, then she exited the room. Zhao Jun casually placed the burlap sack by his feet and sat down at the edge of the bed, leaning closer to his sister, observing his nephew who lay there, eyes closed and mouth agape, a smile unconsciously gracing Zhao Jun's face. After a couple of minutes, Husanmei returned, bringing with her a cup of brown sugar water for Zhao Jun. He quickly extended his hands to accept it, murmuring a soft "thank you, aunt," before placing the cup on the bedside table. A short while later, as the child in Zhao Chun's arms drifted into a deep slumber, Zhao Chun gently laid him on the bed, tucking him in with a small blanket, before turning to Zhao Jun and inquiring, "Jun, what brings you here?" Before Zhao Jun could respond, Husanmei, seated on the other side of Zhao Chun, interjected, "Is it about the urgency of your work? Rest assured, your uncle has stated that once Old Li retires next year, you will immediately take over his position." "Yes, Jun, do not fret," Zhao Chun added. "In fact, my father-in-law could have you start working right now, but isn't the measurement work rather tedious? There's no rush at all." As Zhao Jun spoke, he rose from the bed, hoisted the burlap sack, and brought it to Husanmei's feet, declaring, "I hunted a wild boar in the mountains yesterday and brought you some meat." "What?" At Zhao Jun's words, both Zhao Chun and Husanmei were taken aback. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Zhao Chun's face flushed crimson. She crossed her legs and attempted to rise, her arms poised to strike at Zhao Jun. Observing her agitation, Zhao Jun hastily raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, murmuring softly, Sister, Please don't be so rash. Meanwhile, Husanmei, who had just caught on to the unfolding drama, quickly intervened to restrain Zhao Chun, advising her in a gentle tone, "My dear, you are still in confinement." Reluctantly, Zhao Chun resumed her seat, though she continued to glare at Zhao Jun with indignation. Throughout their upbringing, Zhao Jun had always held a special place in Zhao Chun's heart. In the blink of an eye, her younger brother had grown taller than she, yet her concern for him remained paramount. At that moment, Zhao Jun too felt a pang of discomfort. He recalled a previous life where he had caused trouble, despite Zhao Chun's anger and her relentless reprimands. She was the one who had supported him the most. Caught between anger and guilt, the siblings fell into a heavy silence. Unaware of the underlying tension, Husanmei assumed they were merely sulking at one another. With a bemused expression, she pointed at Zhao Jun and inquired, "You must have stumbled upon someone else's wild boar trap, haven't you?" Seizing the opportunity to deflect the conversation, Zhao Jun chuckled and replied, "My aunt was right. The other day, when Baoyu was up on the mountain gathering firewood, he stumbled upon a trap left by someone, ensnaring a wild boar. My brother and I ventured there yesterday, and by then, the boar was quite weakened, so we dispatched it. That is hardly acceptable. You are still so young. Why are you gallivanting in the mountains?" Zhao Chun continued to admonish Zhao Jun, though her tone had softened considerably, and her ire had diminished. Zhao Jun chuckled softly as he opened the sack, revealing a collection of wild boar trotters, charred blackened on their surfaces from Wang Mylan's scorching. He carefully arranged them along the edge of the Kong. Turning to Zhao Chun, he said with a grin, "Sister, I heard that pig trotters make a nourishing soup for lactation, so I brought these for you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chun's face lit up with joy, not merely for the culinary treat, but for the thoughtfulness displayed by her younger brother, which filled her heart with immense satisfaction and a touch of pride. Zhao Jun, lifting the sack once more, addressed Husanmei, "Auntie, I also have some wild boar meat for you to enjoy with my uncle." "Very well, very well," Husanmei replied with a smile. Though her husband was the factory director and they wanted for nothing, the gesture of respect from younger generations always warmed her heart. Zhao Jun helped Husanmei pack the wild boar trotters back into the sack, and as he watched her carry it to the kitchen, Zhao Chun took his hand and inquired, "Jun, did you leave any traps for others?" Chapter 13. The 56 type semi-automatic rifle. Previously, it was mentioned that hunting adheres to certain unwritten rules. One such rule is that mountain treasures should not be hoarded for oneself. Even if one is dragging their catch home and encounters someone on the way, whether familiar or not, if that person speaks up, one must offer them a portion of the meat. In the case of snares set in the mountains, if one catches a roe deer and happens upon it while passing by, they may kill it and take a leg or two without issue. However, with wild boar snares, due to the difficulty in dispatching them, if a passerby kills a wild boar, they are entitled to take half of it. If one were to disregard the finer points of etiquette, they might simply sever 2 legs from a wild boar and hang them from a nearby tree, subsequently dragging the remainder of the beast away. However, there are 2 cardinal rules that must not be violated. Firstly, one must never take another's trap, for it is their means of sustenance. Particularly, wild boar traps, crafted from steel wire roughly the thickness of a finger, hold considerable value in today's market. Secondly, regardless of the quarry, one must always leave a portion behind. It is imperative that nothing is taken in its entirety. These are the established norms. Zhao Chun, having grown up listening to the elders recount tales of hunting, is well aware of these conventions and is keen to ensure that Zhao Jun does not err in his handling of the wild boar meat. After all, both the Zhao and Zhou families are esteemed households in the surrounding villages, and if a child were to tarnish the age-old traditions for a mere morsel of meat, it would surely invite scorn upon their lineage. "Sister, rest assured, I comprehend," Zhao Jun declared as he rose from the Kong. At this moment, his gaze fixed upon the area behind the door of the room. There, hanging, was a rifle. Zhao Jun pulled the door partially closed to create space, then retrieved the firearm from the wall, caressing it gently in his hands. This was a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, chambered for 7.62mm ammunition. According to various texts, this weapon typically holds a magazine capacity of 10 rounds. Yet, Zhao Jun knew that with a firm push, he could fit an 11th round into the chamber, bringing the total to 11. This rifle is capable of rapid fire, able to discharge all its ammunition within a mere 15 seconds. It is, without a doubt, the most formidable weapon available to those who pursue hunting in the mountains. After all, hunting in the mountains is not akin to marching into battle. The Type 56 assault rifle, which surpasses the Type 56 semi-automatic in sophistication, features a curved handle beneath the stock, making it cumbersome to navigate through the underbrush where it is prone to snagging on grass and branches. As for the Type 56 machine gun, one must question who would use such a weapon for hunting. Are you hunting or engaging in a massacre? Observing Zhao Jun idly handling the firearm, Zhao Chun paid little mind, for the weapon was devoid of bullets. In these times, firearms are not prohibited, and they are exceedingly common in the mountainous villages. Moreover, certain regional factors contribute to this prevalence. Throughout the expanse of the Divine Land, militias are trained annually, and the forestry areas are guarded by security teams, with various sectors maintaining their own protective divisions. Even ordinary citizens, should they possess the means, can acquire firearms. The semi-automatic in Zhao Jun's possession is not inexpensive. Acquiring a new one would certainly cost around 1,000 yuan. As for a used one, that is an entirely different matter. However, one must not forget that Zhao Chun's father-in-law, Zhou Chunming, is the second in command of a large factory, and should he wish to borrow a firearm from the factory's security team, who would dare refuse him? Just then, the door swung open again, and Hussein Mei entered, carrying a platter of tomatoes. In northeast China, particularly in rural areas, it is rare to encounter the slightly astringent sweet persimmons of the south. Instead, the local cultivation is primarily of tomatoes, which are colloquially referred to as persimmons by the inhabitants, leaving many newcomers from the south perplexed. "Thank you, Auntie," Zhao Jun said, one hand gripping the firearm while the other accepted the platter of tomatoes, placing it on the Kong table. At that moment, his focus was entirely consumed by the weapon in his grasp, leaving little room for thoughts of eating. Husame chuckled, "Young man, don't leave at noon. Come dine with us. Auntie will prepare fried fish for you. Your brother-in-law caught some fish early this morning, and they are simply exquisite." "All right, Auntie. I shall eagerly await the feast," Zhao Jun responded with a smile. Each person possesses their own preferences. Zhao Jun's brother-in-law, Zhou Jiangwo, has garnered a reputation in the surrounding villages for his prowess in fishing. As Husame spoke, she stepped outside, and soon the sizzling sound of frying fish echoed from the other room, followed by the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. At that moment, Zhao Jun's little nephew began to wail. Zhao Chun picked him up, soothing him with gentle coos, and sensing that the child might be hungry, she unbuttoned her blouse to nurse him. Zhao Jun turned away, focusing intently on the gun he was holding. Once Zhao Chun finished nursing, the siblings engaged the child in playful banter, eliciting delightful giggles from him, causing Zhao Jun to set aside his gun. Meanwhile, in the outer room, Hussein Mei stood by the stove, where a large plate brimmed with golden, crispy fish awaited. After frying the fish, she carefully poured the residual oil into a separate container. In these times, there was no notion of discarding oil after just one use. The common folk relied on rationing their oil, making such extravagance unthinkable. The oil, infused with the essence of fish, was preserved for future frying endeavors. Next, Husame washed the pot with water, waiting for the remaining moisture to evaporate before adding a spoonful of oil to the pan. As the oil heated, she sliced a piece of wild boar meat that Zhao Jun had brought, preparing to cook it as the oil reached the perfect temperature. Husame first placed slices of wild boar meat into the oil-filled wok, allowing the fatty pork to render its juices. Once this was achieved, she added the pre-prepared green beans, potato chunks, and squash pieces into the pan. After a brief stir-fry, she poured in enough water to submerge the vegetables and meat. Next, Husame retrieved a small wooden ladder, positioning it across the surface of the water in the wok, ensuring that both ends rested securely against the sides of the pot without slipping. She then took a white porcelain basin filled with rinsed rice, as her son's brother-in-law was visiting, and it was customary to serve white rice. As she filled the basin with water, she repeatedly dipped her right index finger into the liquid to gauge the appropriate amount. Once satisfied with the water level, she placed the porcelain basin atop the small ladder in the wok, thus creating a delightful scenario where the meal simmered below while the rice steamed above. Finally, she covered the pot with a lid and added firewood to the stove. As the flames grew fiercer, the enticing aroma of the meal wafted into the inner room. Zhao Jun, catching a whiff of the fragrant rice, knew that dinner was nearing. He turned to Zhao Chun and said, "I will help Annie set the table." Before heading outside, watching her brother's retreating figure, Zhao Chun felt a swell of pride. Her brother had truly matured, promising to be the pillar of the Zhao family in the future. By the time Zhao Jun and Hussein Mei had arranged the dishes and utensils on the table, Zhao Jun's young nephew had drifted back into slumber. This child's nap time conveniently coincided with the adult's mealtime. Hu Sanmei called Zhao Jun to join her on the Kong for dinner. Without pretense, Zhao Jun settled cross-legged on the Kong, resting his 56-style semi-automatic rifle beside him. Just then, Hu Sanmei entered with a bottle of liquor and a cup, smiling as she said, "How about a sip at noon, young man?" "Mother, he doesn't drink." Before Zhao Jun could speak, Zhao Chun had already interjected. Hu Sanmei smiled faintly. While Zhao Chun could express such sentiments, she could not simply withdraw the wine. Although Zhao Jun was her junior, he was also an adult young man, and according to local customs, when one visits for a meal, it is imperative to serve wine, leaving the decision to partake in it to the guest. Thus, Hu Sanmei placed the bottle and the cup in front of Zhao Jun, saying, "We are not strangers, so feel free to pour your own drink." "All right, Aunt," Zhao Jun replied, accepting the bowl of rice that Zhao Chun had handed him. Prior to this, Zhao Chun had already served Hu Sanmei her portion. As Hu Sanmei settled down, she adjusted her rice bowl and glanced at the gun that Zhao Jun had placed beside his leg, smiling as she remarked, "What's this? Young man, do you have a fondness for firearms?" "Indeed," Zhao Jun responded with a grin. "Aunt, may I borrow this gun for a couple of days?" At the dining table, upon hearing Zhao Jun express his desire to borrow the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle for a few days, both women beside him immediately darkened in countenance. Zhao Chun slammed her chopsticks onto the table and inquired, "Jun, what do you intend to do with it?" Unfazed, Zhao Jun smiled and replied, "I just want to borrow it for a bit. Once I'm done, I'll return it to aunt and uncle." With that, Zhao Jun directed his gaze back at Hu Sanmei. It is worth noting that the old Zhou family, tracing back to Zhao Jun's brother-in-law Zhou Jiangwo, was not composed of ordinary individuals. Zhou Chunming certainly needs no further introduction. And Zhou Jiangwo's grandfather was a veteran who participated in the arduous Long March, possessing a remarkably steadfast ideology. Later, by a stroke of fortune, the old gentleman relocated his family to this place, where he chose an illiterate peasant girl to be his son's wife. This peasant girl from years past is none other than Hu Sanmei. In the words of the old gentleman, when selecting a wife, one ought to choose a virtuous one. Thus, despite Hu Sanmei's humble origins, even Zhao Jun recognized that his sister's mother-in-law was particularly discerning. In a previous life, Zhao Chun married into the Zhou family, and from the very day she entered the household until the matriarch's passing, the two women never quarreled. Moreover, Hu Sanmei was forthright in her dealings, managing the household with diligence and frugality. Yet, whenever guests arrived, she generously offered them the finest delicacies available. Zhao Jun recalled that in his past life, whether it was he or his two younger sisters visiting their elder sister in Yongxingtan, Hu Sanmei never permitted them to leave empty-handed. Thus, in Zhao Jun's eyes, the 56-style semi-automatic rifle was merely a state asset. Otherwise, given Hu Sanmei's character, borrowing it for 3 to 5 years would pose no issue. However, Zhao Jun overlooked the fact that a firearm is a dangerous weapon. He was aware of his rebirth and possessed exceptional marksmanship. But neither Zhao Chun nor Hu Sanmei shared this knowledge. Although he was an adult, a 20-year-old young man is hardly the epitome of prudence. What if he were to shoot someone? Or, worse yet, what if he accidentally harmed himself? This concern was not only held by Zhao Chun as an elder sister, but Hu Sanmei too feared that Zhao Jun might inadvertently cause trouble with the firearm. After all, Zhao Jun was the younger brother of her daughter-in-law, and the gun was borrowed from the Zhou family. Should any mishap occur, could the Zhou family refrain from placing blame? Thus, the focus remained on dining. Without indulging in superfluous matters, Zhao Chun nudged Zhao Jun's elbow and reproached him with a few terse remarks. When Zhao Jun remained unresponsive, Zhao Chun exclaimed in frustration, "I warn you, do not provoke my ire." "Eat, eat," she added. Zhao Jun realized that he could not borrow the gun, but he also could not afford to offend his elder sister. He promptly picked up a piece of fried fish and placed it beside Hu Sanmei's bowl. "Auntie's fried fish looks absolutely delectable," he remarked with a smile, before offering another piece to Zhao Chun. "Please do not be upset. I shall refrain from borrowing it." Observing Zhao Jun's thoughtfulness, Zhao Chun's anger dissipated instantly. She returned the gesture by picking up a piece of fish for him and continued to admonish, "You seem perfectly well. And yet as you approach work, you exhibit such restlessness." Zhao Jun refrained from retorting, instead savoring a bite of the fish. The fish was exquisite, characterized by its tender meat and a singular large bone, releasing a fragrant aroma as he chewed. Hu Sanmei took a bite of the fish, contemplating the fact that the Zhao family had come to deliver meat to her household, and this was the first time he had asked to borrow something. Although the gun was certainly not something that could be borrowed, she was determined not to let Zhao Jun leave empty-handed. Suddenly, Husanmei recalled the large blue dog in the yard outside. In the countryside, every household typically kept a dog, primarily for guarding purposes. While some families raised dogs specifically for hunting, such cases were rare. The old Zhou family had no hunting enthusiasts, so they kept a dog purely for protection. Previously, they had a yellow female dog, but it had passed away 2 months ago. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Chun had given birth, and since that time, the entire family had been preoccupied with caring for her and the child. Until a few days ago, Zhou Jiangwo had only just acquired a large green dog. On the very first day of its arrival at the Zhou household, the family quickly realized they had invited trouble. Ordinarily, keeping a dog should pose no issue. However, the predicament arose from the fact that the Zhou family now had an additional member. The dog, intended to guard the home, would bark incessantly at any signs of movement nearby, both day and night. Whenever it barked, the children inside would awaken, and once awake, they would inevitably cry. The crying of the children necessitated the attention of adults, and after several days of this, it became unbearable, not just for the children, but for the adults as well. This morning, as Zhou Jiangwo prepared to leave for work, Husanmei reproached him, lamenting that he had time to fish, but no time to find a new home for the dog. Observing Zhao Jun, a thought struck Husanmei. The Zhao family was known for their hunting lineage and had an affinity for dogs. She recalled the grief of her daughter-in-law, Zhao Chun, when their yellow dog had passed away during her pregnancy, a loss that had deeply unsettled the Zhou family. Husanmei contemplated that if Zhao Jun were fond of dogs, perhaps he could take the large green dog off their hands. Although the Zhao family already had a spotted dog, given Zhao Yukai's status and means, accommodating a few more dogs would certainly not be a problem. In this manner, sending the dog away would ensure that her grandson and the entire household could enjoy peaceful nights once again. Furthermore, it would also afford both Zhao Jun and the Zhou family a sense of pride. While they might not be able to lend a gun, they could certainly gift a dog. It's worth noting that in these times, taking such a green dog out could fetch a sum of 40 to 50 yuan. With this in mind, Husanmei called Zhao Jun over for a meal and inquired, "My dear son, do you have an affection for dogs?" Zhao Jun was momentarily taken aback, yet a surge of joy surged within him. Before he could utter a word, the aunt had already brought up the subject of a dog. Even without a firearm, acquiring a dog would suffice. As for whether that large blue dog was to be borrowed or gifted by Husanmei, that was beyond Zhao Jun's contemplation. It is imperative to understand that borrowing a dog from a hunter is akin to lending Jingzhou to Liu Bei, while borrowing may be effortless. The act of returning is fraught with difficulty. "Aunt, I have a fondness for dogs," Zhao Jun declared. "That's splendid. What do you think of the blue dog outside our home?" Husanmei exclaimed. "A fine dog indeed," Zhao Jun replied without a moment's hesitation, his praises flowing forth. "What do you know? A fine dog, you say?" Zhao Chun interjected with a chuckle, for in her eyes, her brother lacked any real understanding of hunting dogs. His admiration likely stemmed from the dog's robust appearance. Yet, Zhao Jun was indeed knowledgeable about dogs. In his previous life, he specialized in large game hunting, pursuing wild boars, black bears, and brown bears. His formidable reputation in the vast forest and surrounding villages was not solely due to his marksmanship. Rather, it was largely attributed to the exceptional hunting dogs he had trained, each one more formidable than the last. Upon entering the courtyard that morning, he had immediately recognized that if the large blue dog could be brought forth, it would undoubtedly be a top-tier hunting dog. If it were the lead dog, it could effortlessly take down sows weighing under 200 pounds. As a support dog, it would also be the most reliable ally. However, borrowing a firearm implies a reciprocal arrangement, while borrowing a dog typically suggests a one-sided transaction. After all, it was his sister-in-law's family. Such an action seemed rather innocuous. Nonetheless, as he dozed off, Husanmei had already placed a pillow before him. With the pillow presented directly before him, how could Zhao Jun possibly refuse? Zhao Jun paid no heed to Zhao Chun's teasing, but addressed Husanmei, saying, "Madam, may I borrow your blue dog for a few days?" "Borrow? Why not just take it if you like it?" Husanmei replied with a smile. "I shall give it to you with my blessing." Chapter 14. The gun and the dog at the dining table. When Zhao Jun expressed his desire to borrow the 56-style semi-automatic rifle to take home for a few days, the expressions of the two women beside him darkened simultaneously. Zhao Chun slammed her chopsticks onto the table and inquired, Jun, what do you intend to do with that? Zhao Jun maintained his composure and replied with a smile, I simply wish to borrow it for a few days. Once I am done, I will return it to you, my dear aunt. With that, Zhao Jun shifted his gaze back to Husanmei. The Zhou family, from Zhao Jun's brother-in-law Zhou Zhengwo upwards, were no ordinary individuals. Zhou Chunming required no further introduction, and Zhou Zhengwo's grandfather was a veteran who had participated in the arduous Long March, possessing a steadfast ideology. By chance, the old man settled here with his family, choosing an illiterate peasant girl as his daughter-in-law. This peasant girl was none other than Husanmei. As the old man would say, one should marry a virtuous wife. Thus, despite Husanmei's humble origins, even Zhao Jun recognized that his elder sister's mother-in-law was exceptionally sensible. In Zhao Jun's previous life, from the moment Zhao Chun entered the Zhou household until the old matriarch's passing, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had never quarreled. Not only that, but Husanmei also conducts her affairs with remarkable transparency. In her daily life, she is frugal and diligent in managing her household. However, whenever guests arrive, she encourages them to indulge in the finest delicacies her home has to offer. Zhao Jun recalls from his previous life that whether it was him or his two younger sisters, each time they visited Yongxing Tun to see their elder sister, Husanmei never allowed them to leave empty-handed. Thus, in Zhao Jun's eyes, the 56-style semi-automatic firearm was merely a communal asset. Otherwise, given Husanmei's disposition, borrowing it for 3 to 5 years would pose no issue. Yet, Zhao Jun overlooked the fact that a gun is a deadly weapon. He is aware of his reincarnation and possesses remarkable marksmanship, but neither Zhao Chun nor Husanmei shares this knowledge. Although he is an adult, he is still a 20-year-old young man. How can he act with the utmost prudence? What if he unintentionally harmed someone with the gun? Or worse, what if he were to injure himself? This concern is not only held by Zhao Chun as an elder sister, but also by Husanmei, who fears that Zhao Jun might encounter unforeseen troubles with the firearm. Not to mention, Zhao Jun is the younger brother of her daughter-in-law, and the gun was borrowed from the Zhou family. If any misfortune were to arise from it, how could the Zhou family refrain from placing blame? Eat. Don't say anything unnecessary, Zhao Chun said, nudging Zhao Jun's elbow with irritation. Seeing that Zhao Jun remained unmoved, she exclaimed in anger, I'm telling you, don't provoke my wrath. Understanding that borrowing the gun was no longer an option, Zhao Jun decided not to quarrel with his elder sister. He promptly picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of fried fish, and placed it beside Husanmei's bowl. Auntie, your fried fish looks absolutely delectable, he remarked with a smile, then offered a piece to Zhao Chun, saying, Elder sister, please don't be upset. I wouldn't dream of borrowing it now. Seeing Zhao Jun's understanding demeanor, Zhao Chun's anger dissipated instantly. She handed Zhao Jun a piece of fish and continued to reprimand him, saying, You are well aware that your work is approaching, yet you lack any sense of responsibility. Zhao Jun refrained from retorting and simply took a bite of the fish. This delicate fish had excellent flesh, and there was only one large bone, releasing an exquisite aroma as he chewed. Husanmei took a bite of the fish and reflected on how Zhao's son had come to deliver meat to her family, and it was the first time he had requested something. Although the gun was something that could never be borrowed, she certainly could not let Zhao Jun leave without a proper exchange. At that moment, Husanmei suddenly remembered the large blue dog in the yard outside. In the countryside, every household raises dogs, primarily for guarding the home. While hunting dogs do exist, they are rather few in number. The Zhou family had no inclination towards hunting. They kept the dog solely for protection. Previously, they had a yellow female dog, but it had passed away 2 months ago. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Chun gave birth. And since then, the entire family had been preoccupied with her and the child. It wasn't until a few days ago that Zhou Zhengwo acquired a large blue dog. On the very first day the blue dog entered their home, the Zhou family realized they had encountered a problem. Typically, keeping a dog is not an issue. But the complication arose from the fact that the Zhou family had gained an additional member. The dog would bark at any sign of movement around the house, whether day or night. And when the dog barked, the children inside would wake up. Once the children awoke, they would cry. When the children cried, an adult had to soothe them. After several days of this, not only could the children not endure it, but even the adults found it unbearable. This morning, as Zhou Zhengwo was preparing to leave for work, Husanmei was chiding him, questioning how he could find time for fishing but not to send the dog away. Observing Zhao Jun, a thought crossed her mind. The Zhao family hailed from a lineage of hunters, and such families typically cherish dogs. Reflecting on her daughter-in-law, she recalled the sorrow that ensued when their yellow dog passed away, which left Zhao Jun, who was pregnant at the time, utterly devastated. Her cries had startled the Zhou family, who Sanmei pondered that if Zhao Jun also had an affinity for dogs, perhaps he could take away the large blue dog. Although the Zhao family already owned a spotted dog, given Zhao Youcai's status and resources, accommodating a few more would pose no difficulty. This arrangement would not only result in the dog finding a new home, but also ensure that her grandson and the entire family could enjoy peaceful nights. Moreover, it would enhance the social standing of both Zhao Jun and the Zhou family, while they might not be able to lend him a gun. Offering a dog as a gesture was still meaningful. It is worth noting that in these times, taking the blue dog out could fetch a sum of 40 or 50 yuan. With this thought, as she served Zhao Jun some dishes, she inquired, "Young man, do you like dogs?" Zhao Jun paused for a moment, secretly delighted. He had not uttered a word, yet the elder had broached the subject of dogs. While he was uncertain whether Sanmei intended to lend or gift the large blue dog, such considerations were beyond his immediate concern. After all, lending a dog to a hunter was akin to entrusting Jingzhou to Liu Bei. While it was easy to lend, reclaiming it could prove challenging. "Indeed, I do have a fondness for dogs," Zhao Jun replied. "That's wonderful," Sanmei exclaimed joyfully. "What do you think of the blue dog outside our home?" "A splendid dog indeed." Zhao Jun, without a moment's hesitation, praised the dog effusively. "What do you know? It's a fine dog," he remarked. Zhao Chun, standing nearby, chuckled softly, believing her brother to be utterly ignorant when it came to hunting dogs. She presumed his compliment was merely a reflection of the dog's robust physique. However, it must be said that Zhao Jun truly possessed an understanding of dogs. In his past life, he specialized in large-scale hunting, targeting wild boars, black bears, and grizzlies. His illustrious reputation in this vast forest and among the surrounding villages was not solely due to his marksmanship, but also to the exceptional hunting dogs he had trained, each more formidable than the last. Upon entering the courtyard that morning, he immediately recognized that the large blue dog was undoubtedly a first-rate hunting companion. If it were to be the lead dog, it could easily handle any female wild boar weighing under 200 pounds on its own. As a support dog, it would still be an invaluable asset. However, borrowing a gun came with the expectation of returning it. Borrowing a dog, on the other hand, implied a permanent loss. After all, this was his sister-in-law's family. Such an arrangement seemed permissible. Yet, while he was dozing, Sanmei presented him with a pillow. With the pillow now offered right before him, Zhao Jun had no choice but to accept it. Ignoring Zhao Chun's teasing, he turned to Sanmei and said, "Aunt, would it be possible for me to borrow your blue dog for a few days?" "Borrow? Why borrow?" Sanmei replied with a smile. "If you like it, just take it. Aunt will gladly gift it to you." In the courtyard of the Zhou family, Sanmei produced a length of hemp rope and secured it with a horse clip around the blue dog's neck, replacing the original iron chain. At that moment, the blue dog, though silent, fixed its gaze on Zhao Jun, emitting low growls as it observed him intently. As Sanmei handed the rope to Zhao Jun, the moment he tugged on it, the large blue dog immediately ceased its barking and obediently followed the rope to Zhao Jun's side. Such is the nature of dogs. Regardless of how fierce they may seem, once tethered, they will dutifully come along. "Well then, I shall take my leave," Zhao Jun remarked, exchanging pleasantries with Sanmei. "Take care now," she replied, watching him depart until he was a distant figure before she returned to her home with a cheerful demeanor. Leading the large blue dog, Zhao Jun exited Yongxing Tun, his mind abuzz with thoughts of where he might procure a firearm. It must be said that the attitudes displayed by Zhao Chun and Sanmei today illuminated an important truth for him. In the eyes of his parents and sister, he might still be perceived as a child. After all, it is often said that regardless of one's age, one remains a child in the eyes of their parents. In his previous life, Zhao Jun ventured into the mountains to hunt at the tender age of 22, primarily due to a lack of guidance. With the untimely passing of Wang Milan and the heartless Zhao Youcai taking a younger wife, there was little attention paid to him, as he was no longer in need of care. However, this life was different. Zhao Jun now understood the reasons behind Wang Milan's fate and was determined to avert a similar tragedy for his mother. As for Zhao Youcai, after the beating he received yesterday, Zhao Jun was resolute in denying him the chance to seek a younger wife. Yet, had Wang Milan been alive, Zhao Jun's hunting endeavors would likely not have been as effortless. Pondering this brought him increasing distress, particularly regarding the question of where to obtain a firearm. He was acutely aware of his mother's disposition, even when he began working at the logging site next year. His monthly wages would undoubtedly be turned over to her in full. Wang Milan could at most spare him 3 to 5 coins for pocket money. And with such meager savings, he aspired to purchase a firearm. However, by the time he managed to accumulate enough, it was likely that firearms and hunting would be prohibited. As he made his way back to the village, Zhao Jun found himself devoid of any clever solutions. A mere penny could thwart even the most valiant of heroes. And he was hardly a hero. As he approached home, a figure suddenly burst forth from Li Baoyu's residence, nearly colliding with Zhao Jun. It was Haizi. "Brother Zhao, please save me," Li Ruhai exclaimed, desperately seeking assistance. This was yet another child whose imagination had been warped by reading too many comic books. "What is going on? Where are you running off to, you little rascal?" At that moment, another individual emerged brandishing a stick. It was none other than Li Baoyu himself. "What are you doing?" Zhao Jun queried, hastily stepping forward to push Li Baoyu aside. Uncharacteristically, Li Baoyu did not greet Zhao Jun, but instead glared furiously at Li Ruhai, barking, "Come here. What is the matter?" Zhao Jun observed a crowd gathered beneath a nearby tree and, with one hand holding the dog, he pulled Li Baoyu towards his yard. Seeing Zhao Jun restrain Li Baoyu, Li Ruhai seized the opportunity to slip away. Li Baoyu, realizing that Li Ruhai had escaped, felt a surge of resentment, yet refrained from confronting Zhao Jun. At that moment, the large yellow dog from Li Baoyu's house suddenly barked. Following that, a loud bark erupted from behind, startling Li Baoyu into turning around. Soon after, Zhao Jun's flower dog next door joined the cacophony. Before long, the dogs from neighboring houses began to bark in unison, creating a symphony of barks that echoed through the air. At this moment, Zhao Jun could no longer concern himself with Li Baoyu. The large blue dog was exceptionally vigorous, requiring both hands to restrain it. Fortunately, Li Baoyu, possessing keen insight, tossed aside his stick and aided Zhao Jun in holding onto the blue dog. "Brother, where did this dog come from?" "It was given by my sister-in-law's family. It looks quite impressive." "Indeed." Zhao Jun leaned forward to glance at the dog's tail and nodded at Li Baoyu, saying, "If we manage to bring this dog out, we shall be quite formidable." Upon hearing these words from Zhao Jun, Li Baoyu's face lit up with delight. "Let's find a few planks and then build a doghouse at my place." After Zhao Jun spoke, he led the large blue dog towards his residence. Li Baoyu responded eagerly, scampering off to his dilapidated warehouse to retrieve several birch planks. As Zhao Jun brought the blue dog into the courtyard, the situation swiftly transformed from a standoff between the yellow dog and the blue dog to a conflict involving the flower dog and the blue dog. It is important to note that these dogs were not like the pets people would later keep. They were not the type to frolic together in a neighborhood. These were guard dogs with a strong sense of territory, and the sudden intrusion of an outsider dog into their domain was unacceptable. Be it a dog or even a tiger, should it enter his home, he would fiercely defend his territory. Zhao Jun pulled the large blue dog into the storeroom and secured it inside. At that moment, Li Baoyu entered the courtyard, one hand clutching a pine board, the other grasping a box of nails, while a hammer was tucked under his arm. "Is it secured? Could it possibly be left unsecured?" Zhao Jun shouted, as various dogs from neighboring houses barked incessantly, making it impossible to hear anything without raising one's voice. "Where shall we set it up?" "Over there." Zhao Jun pointed towards the hillside. Following Zhao Jun's instructions, if a doghouse were to be constructed at that location, the distance between the two doghouses would span approximately 7 to 8 meters. In this arrangement, the two dogs would be able to see each other, yet remain tethered by chains, preventing any potential skirmishes. This setup not only averts conflicts, but also allows the dogs to gradually become acquainted. After all, they would eventually need to hunt together in the mountains. If they were unfamiliar with one another, it would lead to a rather embarrassing situation should they clash once they arrived. Li Baoyu followed Zhao Jun's guidance to build the doghouses, while Zhao Jun returned indoors. Upon entering, he noticed the pot on the stove contained the wild boar's stomach that had been brought back the previous day. It appeared that Wang Milan intended to use it for cooking that evening, as she had already cleaned it thoroughly. After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Jun sliced off a small piece of the stomach, but could not locate the remaining wild boar meat. He cut a larger portion of the stomach and stepped outside. Just as the two dogs had begun to bark, panting as they gazed at one another, Zhao Jun casually tossed the smaller piece to the flower dog, while he approached the warehouse with the larger chunk of wild boar stomach, waving it enticingly in front of the big blue dog. This dog, quite perceptive, seemed to have realized that Zhao Jun was now its master since being brought home. At that moment, upon noticing the enticing morsel in Zhao Jun's hand, which emitted an irresistible aroma, the dog could not help but wag its tail eagerly. Had it not been secured deep inside the warehouse, it would likely have bounded over to Zhao Jun, tail wagging in a display of affection. Zhao Jun tossed the wild boar's stomach to the large blue dog, which opened its jaws wide and began to gnaw. "Brother," Zhao Jun called out to Li Baoyu as he observed the dog devouring the boar's stomach voraciously. "I'm here, brother." Upon hearing Zhao Jun's call, Li Baoyu, without inquiring about the matter, dropped his hammer and hurried over. Arriving at the warehouse, he marveled at the blue dog feasting on the wild boar's stomach, exclaiming, "What a magnificent dog!" His praise was genuine, albeit somewhat uninformed. Zhao Jun merely smiled and then asked, "Do we have any pig ears at home?" "Yes, my mother has already prepared them. She plans to stew and stir-fry them for dinner. Would you like some, brother? I can bring them to you," Li Baoyu replied without hesitation. "I don't want them. I'm feeding the dog," Zhao Jun remarked calmly. Feeding the dog? Li Baoyu was taken aback. This was not simply unloading goods from the mountain. It required gutting to feed the dog generously. The blue dog was indeed a fine creature, but it had done no work since its arrival. Merely being given a piece of wild boar's stomach was quite generous. Did it really need pig ears too? People couldn't even eat yet. Zhao Jun shot Li Baoyu a disdainful glance and said with a smirk, "It's surprising that you've been clamoring to hunt in the mountains since childhood, yet you don't even know how to drag a dog along." "Ah," Li Baoyu suddenly understood, grinning widely. Drag. One isn't enough. I'll bring both for it." Chapter 15. Dragging the dog in the courtyard of the Zhou family, Hu Sanmei took out a length of hemp rope and attached a chain buckle, securing it around the blue dog's neck, replacing the old iron chain that had previously tethered it. At this moment, the large blue dog was intently watching Zhao Jun, its mouth silent yet emitting low growls. However, when Hu Sanmei handed the rope to Zhao Jun, the moment he tugged on it, the dog ceased its growling and obediently followed the lead to Zhao Jun's side. Such is the nature of dogs. No matter how fierce they may appear, once tethered and gently pulled, they willingly comply. "I shall return now," Zhao Jun said, exchanging farewells with Hu Sanmei. "Take care," she replied, watching him until he disappeared from view before joyfully retreating to her home. Leading the large blue dog, Zhao Jun ambled out of Yongxing Tan, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of where he might procure a firearm. It must be acknowledged that the attitudes of Zhao Chun and Hu Sanmei today had imparted a revelation to Zhao Jun. In the eyes of his parents and sister, he might still be perceived as a child. As the saying goes, regardless of one's age, one remains a child in the eyes of their parents. In his previous life, Zhao Jun had taken to hunting at the age of 22, primarily due to a lack of guidance. With Wang Milan's early passing and the heartless Zhao Yukai marrying a younger woman, there was little inclination to care for his first wife's children when the need for support was absent. However, this life was different. Zhao Jun understood the circumstances surrounding Wang Milan's departure and was determined to avert a similar tragedy for his mother. As for Zhao Yukai, after the altercation from yesterday, Zhao Jun would ensure he had no opportunity to seek out a new wife. Yet, if Wang Milan were present, it was likely that Zhao Jun's path as a hunter would not be as untroubled. Contemplating this, Zhao Jun found himself increasingly troubled by the question of where he might acquire a firearm. He understood the nature of his mother. Even if he started working at the forest farm next year, his monthly wages would have to be handed over in full. Wang Milan would at most leave him with 3 or 5 coins for pocket money, and with such meager savings, he could only dream of purchasing a firearm. By the time he had saved enough, it was likely that firearms and hunting would be prohibited altogether. As he walked back to the village, Zhao Jun was unable to devise any effective plan. A single coin could thwart even the most valiant of heroes, and he was far from being a hero. Just as he approached home, a figure suddenly dashed out from Li Baoyu's house, nearly colliding with Zhao Jun. It was Haizi. "Zhao Jiagij, please save me," Li Rahai exclaimed urgently upon seeing Zhao Jun. This was yet another child whose mind had been warped by comic books. "What is going on, you little rascal? Where are you running off to?" At that moment, another person emerged brandishing a stick, and it was none other than Li Baoyu himself. "What are you doing?" Zhao Jun swiftly stepped forward to push him aside. Uncharacteristically, Li Baoyu did not greet Zhao Jun but glared furiously at Li Rahai, shouting, "Come here. What's the matter?" Zhao Jun noticed a group of onlookers gathered beneath a nearby tree, and with one hand holding onto his dog, he tugged Li Baoyu toward his yard. Seeing Zhao Jun restraining Li Baoyu, Li Rihai seized the opportunity to slip away. Li Baoyu, witnessing Li Rihai's escape, felt a surge of frustration but could not afford to confront Zhao Jun. Just then, Li Baoyu's large yellow dog began to bark loudly. Following that, a high-pitched bark echoed from behind, startling Li Baoyu into turning around. Soon after, Zhao Jun's spotted dog from next door joined in the chorus. Before long, the dogs from the neighboring houses began to bark in unison, creating a cacophony of canine cries. At that moment, Zhao Jun could no longer pay attention to Li Baoyu. The large blue dog was incredibly strong, requiring both of his hands to hold on to it. Fortunately, Li Baoyu, displaying quick wit, tossed aside his stick and assisted Zhao Jun in restraining the blue dog. "Brother, where did this dog come from?" he inquired. "It was given by my sister-in-law's family." Zhao Jun replied. "It looks impressive." "Indeed," Zhao Jun nodded, glancing at the dog's tail. "If we manage to bring this dog out, we will be quite formidable." At Zhao Jun's words, Li Baoyu's face lit up with joy. "Let's find some planks and build a doghouse at my place," he suggested eagerly. Zhao Jun, having spoken, led the large blue dog towards his home. Li Baoyu responded with enthusiasm and hurriedly retrieved several birch planks from his dilapidated shed. As Zhao Jun entered the courtyard with the blue dog, the atmosphere shifted from a standoff between the yellow and blue dogs to a confrontation between the blue dog and a spotted dog. It is important to note that these dogs were not the domesticated pets of the future. They were guardians with a strong sense of territory. The sudden intrusion of an unfamiliar dog into their domain could not be tolerated. Whether it be a dog or even a tiger, any unwelcome guest would be met with fierce resistance. Zhao Jun pulled the blue dog into the storage room and secured it inside. At that moment, Li Baoyu entered the courtyard, one hand clutching a pine board, the other grasping a box of nails, with a hammer tucked under his arm. "Is it secured?" he asked. "Could it be left unsecured?" Zhao Jun exclaimed, raising his voice over the chorus of barking from several dogs in the vicinity. "We can hardly hear ourselves speak. Where should I set it up, brother?" "Over there." Zhao Jun gestured towards the foot of the Fangshan Hill. Following Zhao Jun's direction, if kennels were to be constructed there, they would be approximately 7 or 8 meters apart. This arrangement would allow the canines to maintain visual contact while preventing physical altercations due to the constraints of their leashes. This approach would avert potential conflicts and foster familiarity, crucial for their future collaborative hunting expeditions. Mutual unfamiliarity could lead to disruptive squabbles during hunts, which would be quite farcical. Li Baoyu proceeded to erect the kennel as instructed, while Zhao Jun returned indoors. Upon entering, Zhao Jun noticed the basin on the stove containing the wild boar's stomach, wild boar's maw, retrieved the previous day. It had been thoroughly cleansed by Wang Mylin, presumably for an evening meal preparation. After contemplation, Zhao Jun incised a small portion of the boar's stomach. Subsequently, he searched for the remaining wild boar meat but was unable to locate it. Zhao Jun then excised a larger segment of the stomach before exiting the house. By this time, the two dogs had nearly exhausted their barks and were now panting, their gazes fixed upon each other. Zhao Jun casually tossed the smaller piece to the spotted dog. With the larger piece in hand, he approached the warehouse and, standing at the door, brandished the wild boar's stomach before the large black dog. The large black dog possessed considerable sentience. Since Zhao Jun had brought it home, it seemed to have recognized him as its future master. Upon seeing the object in Zhao Jun's hand, which emanated an enticing, or rather, a canine enticing aroma, it immediately began wagging its tail in an unreserved manner. Had it not been for Zhao Jun tethering him deep within the warehouse, he might have been wagging his tail. Approaching Zhao Jun with an air of affection, Zhao Jun tossed a wild boar's stomach to the large blue dog, which promptly opened its mouth wide to bite and chew. "Brother," Zhao Jun called out to Li Baoyu, who was watching the blue dog devour the boar's stomach with fervor. "I'm coming, brother." Li Baoyu responded without hesitation, discarding his hammer as he hurried over. Upon arriving at the warehouse, he marveled at the sight of the blue dog gnawing on the wild boar's stomach and exclaimed, "What a good dog." Li Baoyu's praise was indeed heartfelt. Zhao Jun merely smiled and inquired, "Are there still pig ears at home?" "Yes, my mother has prepared them, waiting to stew and fry them for dinner. Would you like some, brother?" "I can bring them to you," Li Baoyu offered without a second thought. "I do not wish for them. I shall feed the dog," Zhao Jun replied nonchalantly. "Feed the dog?" Li Baoyu was taken aback. This was not merely about unloading goods from the mountain, but rather, one had to eviscerate to ensure the dog was well fed. The blue dog was indeed a good companion, but it had not contributed to any labor, and providing it with a piece of wild boar's stomach was already quite generous. Did it truly require pig ears as well? Humans had yet to eat. Zhao Jun shot Li Baoyu a disapproving glance and remarked, "It's a pity you've been shouting since childhood about hunting in the mountains, yet you do not even know how to drag a dog along." Oh, Li Baoyu suddenly understood, grinning broadly as he responded, "Drag. Drag. One is not enough. I shall bring both for it." However, not every dog can be trained as a hunting dog. An untrained dog, when cast into the mountains, would, in times of hunger, instinctively, they will seek to capture various animals to satiate their appetite, such as wild rabbits, pheasants, and wild ducks. A rare few might even pursue roe deer. However, it is almost unheard of for them to instinctively search for wild boars upon entering the mountains, let alone black or brown bears. This is because, in the minds of these untrained dogs, wild boars and bears are not recognized as potential prey. Thus, even if a dog catches the scent of a wild boar or a black bear, it will not engage in pursuit. Such behavior is entirely normal. To train them as hunting dogs, the process requires guidance. This guidance is straightforward. The owner must lead the dog onto the path of hunting. How is this implemented? It is quite simple. Firstly, the dog must become familiar with the scents of wild boars and bears, and secondly, it must understand the benefits of hunting these creatures. Although these are 2 points, they can be addressed with a single method, allowing them to taste the flesh of wild boars and black bears. In these times, it is not easy for humans to find sustenance, and similarly, dogs face hardships. The notion of dog food is out of the question for those rural watchdogs. A decade or two later, their owners might resort to boiling cornmeal to feed them. If there are leftover vegetable scraps to mix in, that would be considered fortunate. Generally, they might simply sprinkle a bit of salt to enhance the flavor and provide some necessary sodium. Even 20 years later, the situation remains unchanged. And in the current economic climate, it is even more dire. Some individuals struggle to feed themselves, let alone spare cornmeal for their dogs. Consequently, in northeast rural areas, dog owners typically boil potatoes or squash, mashing them up with a sprinkle of salt to suffice. Under such circumstances, the opportunity for a dog to enjoy a meal of meat undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of happiness in its existence. When a dog has feasted on wild boar or black bear meat, it becomes accustomed to the delectable nature of such fare. Upon returning to the mountains and catching the scent of wild boar or black bear, these dogs instinctively know to pursue and bite, as they have learned that creatures bearing these scents are not only edible, but exquisitely palatable. Of course, some dogs actively pursue their prey, while others do so passively. The dogs that take the initiative in the hunt are referred to as the lead dogs. These lead dogs rely predominantly on their keen sense of smell to track down their quarry. Within the hunting community, there exists a term known as fragrance head to describe a dog's olfactory prowess, which can vary in quality. The ability to detect scents from a distance is, naturally, a sign of superiority. Moreover, there are distinctions between low head fragrance and high head fragrance. Low head fragrance pertains to hunting dogs that track their prey by following footprints or the scents left on vegetation. Such dogs may perform adequately in snowy or rainy conditions. However, during the current season of late autumn, with the ground covered in dry leaves, the absence of footprints renders low head fragrance ineffective. In such instances, high head fragrance dogs exhibit remarkable skill. By lifting their noses, they can detect the scent of their prey from the air currents, enabling them to pursue it effectively. Thus, in terms of olfactory capability, high head fragrance dogs far surpass their low head fragrance counterparts, although the former are exceedingly rare, with the majority being of the latter type. Additionally, there exists another category of dogs within the hunting pack. These dogs are aware of how to launch an attack on prey, but lack the ability to seek it out independently. These are known as helper dogs. Helper dogs rely on the lead dogs to guide them in the hunt. They will only spring into action when the lead dog has successfully cornered the prey and gives a call. While the temperament of dogs may not be as capricious as that of cats, one cannot deny the existence of the unconventional within any given group. Some dogs, for instance, may roam the mountains with reckless abandon. Even when confronted by wild boars, they exhibit an astonishing reluctance to engage, despite recognizing them as prey. These dogs await the arrival of their companions, only following when one of them takes the lead. Then there are those dogs, well fed on meat, who devour their share with enthusiasm, yet remain steadfastly by their owner's side during hunts, indifferent to the violent clashes between their companions and the prey. For such dogs, punishment is futile. It only serves to deepen their fear. The options for dealing with them are limited. One may either relinquish hope or continue their training. It is possible that such dogs may eventually be coaxed into action, yet they may also remain unyielding. This encapsulates the nature of dogs, both simple and intricate. Ultimately, what shapes their potential is not merely the hunter, but their inherent gifts. Zhao Jun discerned that this particular dog, the large blue one, had evidently never hunted before. Such a dog requires extra consideration. As for the dog's innate abilities, Zhao Jun could readily perceive that it would undoubtedly excel in the future. Having hunted for many years in a past life, Zhao Jun possessed his own set of criteria for evaluating dogs. First and foremost, one must assess the dog's temperament. A capable hunting dog must possess a fiery disposition, as a docile nature is inadequate. Secondly, among dogs of similar size and weight, those with relatively larger paws exhibit a higher likelihood of success. Lastly, one must observe the size of the dog's hindquarters. Those with larger hindquarters are more likely to be effective. The large blue dog met all these criteria without exception. Moreover, the hunting dog, known as the blue dog, proved its mettle. Should it be unleashed, it would undoubtedly excel. Consequently, Zhao Jun resolved to take a risk. Coincidentally, he had just hunted a wild boar the previous day. Although the blue dog had not exerted much effort in the hunt, he decided to reward it with a taste of the delicacy to expedite its growth. As for why he instructed Li Baoyu to fetch the pig's ears from home, it was neither out of reluctance to part with his own meat, nor due to a fruitless search. He was aware that the wild boar meat was not stored inside the house. It had likely been placed in the cellar by Wang Milan. In an era devoid of refrigerators, pork left outside for an extended period would lose its freshness, if not spoil entirely. The cellar, being cool, allowed for a longer preservation of the meat. Nevertheless, after contemplation, Zhao Jun ultimately decided to retrieve the wild boar's ears allocated to Li Baoyu to feed the blue dog. There was a method to this decision. When a hunting dog ascends the mountain and first bites its prey, the initial location of the bite becomes ingrained in its memory. In subsequent hunts, should the opportunity arise, it will instinctively target that same spot. Such behavior only alters under less favorable circumstances. For instance, during the hunt of the wild boar yesterday, the mottled dog, which typically aimed for the boar's hindquarters, changed its attack position once the boar settled against a fallen log. The locations where hunting dogs bite wild boars are generally limited to a few areas: the face or the snout, both of which are perilous, especially when encountering a boar, as it could lead to serious injury or death. Another common target is the ears, a tactic referred to as clamping within the confines of a pen. Should a household possess two dogs adept at this clamping technique, with one securing each ear, they could lean their bodies against the boar and, with a firm push of their legs, effectively restrain it by gripping its ears tightly. As the companions surged forward, the wild boar found itself cornered, unable to escape. The boar, primarily relying on its charge and headbutt as means of attack, was ensnared, rendering it incapable of either advancing or retreating. Additionally, there were those like the large yellow dog from Li Baoyu's household, which specialized in targeting the sensitive areas beneath the boar's forelegs. These spots, being composed of tender flesh, were particularly painful when bitten. Undoubtedly, the most significant threat to the wild boar came from Zhao Jun's large spotted dog, which adeptly targeted the vulnerable rear. Chapter 16. The lead dog, the helper dog, and the scent hound. Not every dog possesses the aptitude to be trained as a hunting dog. An untrained dog, when cast into the wilderness, will instinctively seek out prey to satiate its hunger, such as wild rabbits, pheasants, and wild ducks. A rare few may even pursue roe deer. However, it is exceedingly uncommon for a dog to instinctively seek out wild boars or bears upon entering the woods. In the minds of these untrained dogs, wild boars and bears do not register as potential quarry. Consequently, even if a dog catches the scent of a wild boar or a bear, it is unlikely to give chase. Such behavior is entirely normal. To transform these dogs into hunting companions, a process of acclimatization is essential. This process involves two primary steps. First, familiarizing the dogs with the scents of wild boars and bears, and second, allowing them to understand the benefits of capturing these animals. Although these are two distinct points, a singular approach can address both, exposing them to the taste of wild boar and bear meat. In these times, securing a meal is a challenge for both humans and their canine counterparts. Dog food is certainly not a concern. In rural areas, the dogs that guard homes are often fed by their owners with boiled cornmeal, a practice that may persist for another 10 or 20 years. If there happens to be leftover vegetable broth, it might be added, which would be considered fortunate. Generally, They might receive a sprinkling of salt to enhance the flavor and provide some essential minerals. Even 2 decades from now, one can only imagine the conditions. Currently, many struggle to put food on their own tables, let alone spare any for their dogs. In such times, dog owners in northeast rural areas typically boil some potatoes or squash, mash them, and mix in a bit of salt. Under these circumstances, for a dog to have a meal of meat would undoubtedly be the pinnacle of canine bliss. After feasting on wild boar or black bear, when these dogs return to the mountains and catch the scent of such creatures, they instinctively know to pursue and bite. At this point, they have learned that beings bearing these scents are not only edible, but also quite delectable. Of course, some dogs actively chase their prey, while others follow passively. The dogs that take the initiative in the hunt are known as lead dogs. This term implies their role as leaders, relying primarily on their keen sense of smell to track down their quarry. Within the context of hunting, there exists a term called scent head, which denotes the quality of a dog's olfactory prowess. The distinctions range from good to bad. Those with a far-reaching scent are naturally deemed superior. Additionally, there are further classifications: low head scent and high head scent. Low head scent refers to hunting dogs tracking prey through the scent left on footprints or the vegetation they brushed against. Such lead dogs can still perform adequately in snowy or post-rain conditions. Yet, in the present moment, during the deep autumn season, with the ground blanketed in withered leaves and the prey leaving no traces upon the earth, the low-head scent becomes ineffective. At this juncture, the high-head scent hounds prove their superiority. By raising their heads to catch the breeze, they can detect the scent of their quarry through the currents of air, enabling them to pursue their targets with remarkable prowess. Thus, it is evident that in terms of olfactory capability, the high-head scent hounds far surpass their low-head counterparts. However, such high-head hounds are exceedingly rare. The majority are of the low-head variety. Within the hunting pack, there exists another type of dog, known as the helper dog. These dogs are aware of when to launch an attack on the prey, yet they lack the instinct to seek it out. The helper dogs rely heavily on the lead hounds. Only when a lead hound has cornered the prey and barks does the helper dog spring into action. Although the temperament of dogs may not be as capricious as that of cats, one cannot deny the existence of outliers within any group. Some helper dogs roam aimlessly in the mountains, and even when they encounter wild boars head-on, they fail to engage, despite being aware of the prey's presence. Such dogs will only follow their companions into action when one of their own takes the initiative. There are also those dogs that greedily consume meat when fed. Yet during a hunt, they remain glued to their owner's side, indifferent to the fierce combat between their companions and the prey. For such dogs, punishment is futile. It only instills greater fear. The only options are to either abandon them or continue their training. Naturally, these dogs may either be coaxed out of their hesitation or remain forever entrenched in it. This is the dog, both simple and intricate. What determines its eventual form is not merely the hunter, but rather its inherent talent. Zhao Jun discerned that this large blue dog had evidently never hunted before. For such a dog, one must invest considerable thought. As for the dog's innate abilities, Zhao Jun could see at a glance that it would undoubtedly excel in the future. Having hunted for many years in his past life, Zhao Jun possessed his own criteria for evaluating dogs. First and foremost, one must assess the dog's temperament. A capable hunting dog must be spirited and fiery, as a docile nature would not suffice. Secondly, among dogs of similar size and weight, those with relatively larger paws are more likely to succeed in their endeavors. Lastly, the examination of the dog's rear is crucial. A larger rear signifies a greater likelihood of success. The large blue dog met all these criteria impeccably. Furthermore, if the blue dog were to take the lead, it would certainly prove itself exceptional. Thus, Zhao Jun resolved to take a chance. Coincidentally, having hunted a wild boar the previous day, he intended to let the blue dog savor a delicacy, despite its lack of effort in the hunt. As for why he needed Li Baoyu to fetch the pig's ears, it was not out of reluctance to part with his own meat, nor was it because he had searched without success. He understood that the boar meat was not stored inside the house, but rather had been placed in the cellar by Wang Milan. In those days, without refrigeration, pork would spoil quickly if left outside. The cellar, being cool, allowed for extended preservation. Nevertheless, after contemplation, Zhao Jun decided to retrieve the portion of the wild boar's ear meant for Li Baoyu to feed the large blue dog. There was a method to this as well. It was the first time a hunting dog would bite into its prey on the mountain. The initial bite occurs at a specific location, and subsequently, whenever they hunt, They will invariably aim for that same spot if circumstances permit. This habit only alters under inconvenient conditions. For instance, when hunting the wild boar yesterday, the large spotted hound, which typically targets the boar's rear, changed its attacking position after the boar settled against a fallen tree. The areas where hunting dogs bite wild boars are generally limited to a few locations. They may bite the face or the snout, which is particularly perilous, as encountering a male boar often results in severe injury or death. Another target is the boar's ears, a tactic that is referred to as gripping the pincers when used in a confined space. If one possesses two dogs adept at this, one on each ear, and they lean their bodies against the boar while pushing with their legs, they can effectively immobilize the boar's ears. When their companions rush in, the wild boar stands little chance of escape. This is due to the boar's reliance on aggression, either by charging or shaking its head. If its head is restrained, it cannot charge or shake free. Additionally, there are hounds like the large yellow dog from the Lee family, which specifically target the area behind the boar's elbow. These spots are particularly sensitive, and a bite there inflicts significant pain. Undoubtedly, the most damaging approach is exemplified by the large spotted hound from the Zhao family, which specializes in targeting the rear. Not only animals, but even humans possess vulnerable private areas. A dog that attacks the rear, whether biting the hindquarters or the anus, can inflict considerable distress upon the boar. When dealing with female boars, the lack of obstruction around their rear allows such hunting dogs to operate like hyenas in the animal kingdom, even capable of extracting the boar's intestines. Male boars, in contrast, are even more fearful of such dogs. The wild boar, in the northeastern mountain villages, is colloquially referred to as po lu nz. The terms po and lu and here are used in a physiological sense, a meaning universally understood. The male wild boar's two eggs dangle like large orbs, swaying left and right, bobbing up and down as it runs. In such circumstances, when a dog attempts to attack the wild boar from behind, it rarely manages to reach its target. It either bites the rear or seizes the eggs. While a bite to the rear can be tolerated, a bite to the eggs brings forth a pain so profound that it causes the boar to writhe in anguish. This illustrates that such dogs are indeed the most formidable adversaries against wild boars. However, they are also exceedingly rare, as the chances of encountering a proficient tracking dog are minimal. Typically, lead dogs charge ahead, intercepting prey, while few venture to pursue from behind. This explains why Zhao Jun's spotted dog is revered across 10 miles and 8 villages as the finest dog on Dating Mountain. Firstly, this spotted dog possesses an exceptional nose, capable of tracking both snow trails and rustling leaves. Secondly, its stamina is remarkable, allowing it to cover great distances. While some dogs tire after chasing for a mere 2 or 3 miles, the spotted dog has once pursued a wild boar for an astonishing 8 miles. Lastly, its method of attack is crucial. As the wild boar gallops ahead, the spotted dog follows without attempting to intercept or confront directly. However, once it manages to bite from behind, regardless of whether the target is a boar or a sow, the prey is compelled to halt due to the excruciating pain. Thus, any wild boar targeted by the spotted dog, with a slight assist from its handler, stands little chance of escape, provided the hunter is not entirely inept. As Zhao Jun contemplated the possibility of training the large blue dog to become a hunting dog, he was interrupted by Li Baoyu's return, holding 2 pig ears. Observing the impeccably cleaned pig ears, tidied by Jin Xiaomei, Zhao Jun expressed his concern, saying, "Brother, if you give these to the dogs, won't my aunt be furious upon her return?" Li Baoyu nonchalantly tossed one of the pig ears into the storeroom, landing at the feet of the large blue dog, and remarked with indifference, "Without sacrifice, there can be no gain." Zhao Jun was momentarily speechless, realizing his brother's perspective was astutely clear, likely shaped by the numerous tales he had consumed. After all, Li Daong had already dealt him a severe beating the previous day. Even the fiercest of tigers would not harm its own cub. Surely, he would not face further punishment today. However, a thought suddenly struck Zhao Jun, prompting him to inquire, "What were you chasing after Li Ruhai for earlier?" At this question, Li Baoyu's expression shifted, and he indignantly replied, "That little rascal revealed all about the beating I took yesterday." Zhao Jun couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Li Ruhai was indeed a source of trouble for him. Li Baoyu's earlier boasting had been so extravagant that it had been effortlessly punctured by Li Ruhai on his way home from school. Those who had heard Li Baoyu's tall tales in the morning began to ridicule him, mocking, "Your embellishments were truly outlandish. You claimed wild boars flipped over a dozen times, only to discover it was all fabricated. And that injury on your face? Turns out your father dealt it to you. By your account, your father must be the wild boar. Zhao Jun did not need to listen to grasp the magnitude of embarrassment that Li Baoyu must be feeling in the village. It was no wonder he felt compelled to strike Li Rahai. This younger brother simply lacked the sensitivity that his sister possessed. As he pondered this, his two younger sisters returned, having been out playing and now covered in dust. Zhao Jun first pulled Zhao Na aside, brushing the dirt off her knees. When Zhao Hong remarked, "Elder brother, I see that Qin Laosan is loitering at our doorstep." In the northeastern region, the order of boys and girls by age is distinctly separate. For instance, although Zhao Jun is the second child in the family, he is the eldest son, leading his two sisters to refer to him as elder brother and Zhao Chun as elder sister. Zhao Hong is the second girl in the family, making her Zhao Chun, Zhao Jun's second sister, and Zhao Na's second elder sister. Upon hearing Zhao Hong's words, Zhao Jun's expression darkened immediately. Li Baoyu, noticing this shift, inquired with a hint of perplexity, "What is it, brother? Did Qin Laosan provoke you?" "It's nothing," Zhao Jun replied, shaking his head. He glanced at the dog wagging its tail in their direction before turning to walk out of the courtyard. Despite Li Baoyu's robust appearance, she possessed a keen sense of observation. Recognizing the tension, she understood that there was animosity between her brother and Qin Laosan, even if she did not know the specifics. Without delay, she tossed the remaining wild boar ear into the storeroom and instructed Zhao Hong, "Take Xiao Na inside." With that, she hurried after Zhao Jun. As Zhao Jun reached the courtyard entrance and gazed southward, he spotted a solitary figure. He spat on the ground, his countenance growing increasingly grim. "Brother, did he provoke you?" Li Baoyu asked. "No," Zhao Jun denied. However, Li Baoyu remained unconvinced. He declared, "Brother, if he dares to provoke you, we shall confront him together." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun couldn't help but chuckle, his expression brightening considerably. He turned to clasp Li Baoyu's shoulder and said, "Come, brother, let us retreat indoors for a moment." The night passed in silence. At dawn the following day, Zhao Jun awoke early, much to Wang Milan's astonishment. When she inquired about his unusual behavior, he offered no response, merely hastily consuming a meager meal. Instead of returning to his room to rest, he moved a stool and settled in the courtyard. Although Wang Milan found his demeanor peculiar, she noted that he was eating and drinking well and didn't dwell on it. She had made plans with Jean Xiaomei the previous day to venture into the mountains to gather some wild goods like mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, and schisandra berries, which they could later sell to the state-owned store. Before departing, Wang Milan instructed Zhao Jun, eldest son, "Please retrieve some of that pork from the cellar to send to your uncle." "Understood, mother. Please take your time on the mountain path with Aunt," Zhao Jun replied, continuing to sit in the courtyard. Shortly after Wang Milan and Jean Xiaomei departed, Li Baoyu, with a large pancake in his mouth and another in hand, climbed over the wall into Zhao Jun's yard. "Brother, here, eat," Li Baoyu offered, extending the pancake toward Zhao Jun. "I am not hungry," Zhao Jun replied, appearing lost in thought. However, he quickly regained his composure and informed Li Baoyu, "There is porridge in the pot," and sought Ed pickles on the stove. "Go inside and eat, lest you upset your stomach." Li Baoyu, undeterred by Zhao Jun's reluctance, took the pancake and entered the house. As Li Baoyu entered the room, he heard a voice from outside the courtyard. "Is anyone home?" Zhao Jun let out a cold laugh, remaining seated without responding. "Is there anyone in the house?" Another voice called out, and soon after, a figure stepped through the entrance, dressed in mountain climbing attire. With gaiters wrapped around his calves and a hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, it was evident he was on his way to hunt in the hills. "Oh, my brother is at home," he exclaimed upon entering the courtyard, prompting the large blue dog confined in the storeroom to bark. In contrast, the flower dog seemed quite familiar with the newcomer, wagging its tail eagerly in excitement. Chapter 17. Qin Laosan. Not only animals, but even humans possess their most vulnerable areas. The hunting dogs that pursue wild boars, regardless of whether they nip at the rear or the posterior, can certainly inflict considerable distress upon the wild boar. When confronting a female wild boar, which presents no hindrance, the hunting dogs may even extract its intestines, akin to the hyenas of the animal kingdom. Male wild boars, on the other hand, are more fearful of such dogs. In the northeastern mountain villages, male wild boars are colloquially referred to as po lunzi. The terms po and lu in here carry physiological implications that everyone can comprehend. The two luin of the male wild boar dangle like large eggs from its posterior, swinging left and right and bobbing up and down as it runs. In these circumstances, when the hunting dogs attack a male wild boar, they seldom reach the posterior. Rather, they either bite the rear or the eggs. While a bite to the rear may be manageable, a bite to the eggs is a different matter entirely. For the pain from such an encounter can render the P.O. utterly miserable. It is evident that this breed of dog is exceptionally adept at handling wild boars. Naturally, such dogs are rare, and the chances of encountering a prominent one are exceedingly slim. Typically, lead dogs are the first to charge ahead, primarily acting as interceptors of prey, while few are skilled at pursuing from behind. This explains why Zhao Jun's flower dog is revered as the foremost canine of Dingxi Mountain across 10 miles and 8 villages. Firstly, this flower dog possesses an exquisite sense of smell, capable of tracking both snow trails and rustling leaves with remarkable precision. Secondly, its stamina is impressive, allowing it to cover great distances. Some dogs may tire after chasing for merely 2 or 3 miles. Yet the flower dog once pursued a wild boar for an astounding 8 miles. The final factor lies in its method of attack on the boar. As the wild boar flees ahead, the flower dog follows without attempting to intercept or charge. However, should it manage to bite from behind, regardless of whether the boar is male or female, it is compelled to halt due to the excruciating pain inflicted. Thus, any wild boar targeted by the flower dog, with a little assistance from its human companion and without a lack of skill on the hunter's part, is unlikely to escape. With the presence of both yellow and flower dogs, Zhao Jun sought to train the big blue dog as a trapper's companion. While Zhao Jun contemplated these matters, Li Baoyu returned with 2 pig ears. Upon seeing the meticulously cleaned ears, prepared by Jin Xiaomei, Zhao Jun felt a twinge of concern and remarked, "Brother, if you feed both to the dogs, won't my aunt be furious upon returning?" "Ah," Li Baoyu retorted nonchalantly, tossing 1 pig ear into the storage room where it landed at the feet of the big blue dog. With an indifferent expression, he declared, "Without sacrifice, how can one gain?" Zhao Jun found himself at a loss for words, realizing that his brother had a rather astute perspective, undoubtedly influenced by the many comic books he had perused. Well, he thought, considering that he had already endured a severe beating from Li Daong the previous day, it was unlikely he would face further violence today. After all, even a fierce tiger does not consume its offspring. However, Zhao Jun suddenly recalled something and turned to Li Baoyu, inquiring, "What were you pursuing Li Ruhai for just now?" At this question, Li Baoyu's expression shifted dramatically as he indignantly retorted, "Damn it, that little rascal has exposed the fact that I was beaten yesterday." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun could not help but chuckle, contemplating how Li Ruhai truly had a knack for embarrassing his elder brother. Li Baoyu's earlier grandiose tales had been deftly debunked by Li Ruhai on his way home from school. Those who had heard Li Baoyu's stories that morning began to mock him mercilessly. The fanciful claims about wild boars performing somersaults were revealed to be mere fabrications. The injuries on his face, it turned out, were inflicted by his own father. If one were to believe his exaggerations, one might think his father was the wild boar itself. Zhao Jun could easily envision the extent of Li Baoyu's humiliation in the village. No wonder he sought to lash out at Li Ruhai. Indeed, this brother lacked the sensitivity of his younger sister. Lost in thought, Zhao Jun's 2 younger sisters returned, having been out playing, their clothes covered in dust. As Zhao Jun pulled Zhao Na aside to brush off the dirt from her knees, he heard Zhao Hong exclaim, "Elder brother, I see Qin Laosan loitering by our doorstep." In the northeast, the hierarchy between boys and girls is distinctly recognized by age. For instance, Zhao Jun is the second child in his family, yet he is regarded as the eldest son. His 2 younger sisters affectionately refer to him as Big Brother and call Zhao Chun elder sister Zhao. Zhao Hong, the second girl in the family, is Zhao Chun, Zhao Jun's younger sister, and the second sister to Zhao Na. Upon hearing Zhao Hong's words, Zhao Jun's expression immediately darkened. Observing this, Li Baoyu, who stood nearby, couldn't help but feel puzzled and inquired, "What is the matter, brother? Did Qin Laosan provoke you?" "It's nothing," Zhao Jun replied, shaking his head. He glanced at the playful dog wagging its tail in their direction before turning to walk out of the courtyard. Although Li Baoyu was robust in stature, he possessed a keen intellect. Not knowing the exact cause of Zhao Jun's discontent, he nonetheless sensed the tension between his brother and Qin Laosan. Consequently, Li Baoyu discarded the remaining wild boar's ear he held into the storeroom and instructed Zhao Hong, "Take Xiao Na inside." After saying this, he hurriedly followed Zhao Jun. As Zhao Jun reached the entrance of the courtyard and gazed southward, he spotted a solitary figure. He spat on the ground in frustration, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Brother, did he upset you?" Li Baoyu asked. "No," Zhao Jun denied. However, Li Baoyu, unconvinced, asserted, "Brother, if he dares to provoke you, we shall confront him together." At these words, Zhao Jun burst into laughter, his mood visibly lightening. He turned to grip Li Baoyu's shoulder and said, "Come, brother, let us go inside and chat for a while." The night passed without a word. The following morning, Zhao Jun rose early, leaving Wang Milan momentarily taken aback. Wang Milan inquired about the reason, yet Zhao Jun remained silent, merely shoveling a hasty mouthful of rice. After finishing his meal, instead of retreating to his room, he moved a stool and sat in the yard. Though Wang Milan found Zhao Jun's behavior somewhat peculiar, his ability to eat and drink assuaged her concerns. She had made plans with Jin Xiaomei the previous day to venture into the mountains that day to gather some wild goods such as wood-ear mushrooms, and schisandra berries, which they could prepare for sale to the state-run store. Before departing, Wang Milan instructed Zhao Jun, eldest son, "Please take out some of the pork from the cellar and send it to your uncle." "Understood, mother. You and auntie, take care on the mountain path," Zhao Jun replied, continuing to sit in the yard. Shortly after Wang Milan and Jin Xiaomei left, Li Baoyu, with a large pancake in his mouth and another in his left hand, climbed over the wall into Zhao Jun's yard. "Brother, here, eat," Li Baoyu offered, extending the pancake toward Zhao Jun. "I do not wish to eat," Zhao Jun responded, appearing lost in thought. However, he quickly regained his composure and said to Li Baoyu, "There is porridge in the pot and some stir-fried pickled vegetables on the stove. Go inside and eat, lest you burn your stomach." Li Baoyu, unperturbed, took the pancake and entered the house. Just as he stepped inside, a voice echoed from outside the yard. "Is anyone home?" Zhao Jun let out a cold laugh, remaining seated and silent. "Is there anyone at home?" another voice queried. And moments later, a figure emerged from outside the yard. The person was clad in hunting attire, with leg bindings around his calves and a hunting rifle slung across his back, clearly a hunter preparing to venture into the mountains. "Ah, my brother is at home." As someone entered the courtyard, the large blue dog confined in the storeroom began to bark. However, the flower dog appeared to be quite familiar with the newcomer, wagging its tail a few times in apparent excitement. In the Zhao family courtyard, Zhao Jun sat languidly on a stool, observing the visitor without rising, merely responding with a nonchalant, "Brother Qin-san." The individual in question was indeed Qin-san, or Qin Chong, as he was named, residing at the eastern end of the village. He was the third among four brothers. Qin Chong smiled and nodded at Zhao Jun, then turned slightly to glance towards the storeroom in response to the barking, his eyes suddenly brightening. When he returned his gaze to Zhao Jun, he inquired, "Brother, this dog is quite impressive. Did Uncle Zhao bring it back?" Zhao Jun offered a curt reply, his tone devoid of warmth. Logically, given that they lived in the same village, such a response seemed inappropriate. Qin Chong sensed the underlying tension and furrowed his brow slightly before quickly relaxing it, donning a smile once more. "Uncle, isn't Andy at home?" Yet, upon hearing this, Zhao Jun remained silent, his expression impassive as he locked eyes with Qin Chong. An ember of frustration ignited within Qin Chong, but knowing he had come with a request, he suppressed his anger, though his smile had become somewhat rigid. "Brother, I came today to ask for a favor from your family." Just as Qin Chong finished speaking, a voice called out from the courtyard entrance, "Elder brother-in-law, why haven't you come out yet?" As the sound resonated, two individuals entered the courtyard, one following the other, both clad in hunting attire, yet neither carried a firearm. Upon their entrance, the large blue dog became increasingly agitated, having already claimed Zhao Jun's home as its own after an entire night. However, the spotted dog appeared to be quite familiar with these two newcomers, refraining from barking and instead wagging its tail in apparent excitement. Zhao Jun remained silent once more, causing Qin Chong's discomfort to intensify. Fortunately, the arrival of these two eased his awkwardness. "Hey, is Zhao Jun at home?" The individual at the forefront casually greeted Zhao Jun upon noticing him. Residing in the same village, Zhao Jun recognized them both. They were the younger brothers-in-law of Qin Chang, one named Tao Dasheng and the other Tao Ersheng. Tao Dasheng, after casually inquiring about Zhao Jun, did not wait for a response and turned to Qin Chong, asking, "Why hasn't my sister's husband left yet?" Qin Chong shot Tao Dasheng a meaningful glance, which caused Tao Dasheng to pause momentarily, glancing at the tethered spotted dog. He quickly grasped the situation and turned back to Zhao Jun with a smile, saying, "Zhao Jun, could you lend us your flower-necked dog for a day?" The flower-necked dog he referred to was Zhao Jun's spotted dog. It was evident that both Qin Chong and the Tao brothers had a clear purpose for visiting Zhao Jun. They sought to borrow his dog. Zhao Jun disregarded Tao Daxing's request, locking eyes with Qin Chong and coldly inquiring, "Brother Qin, do you understand the rules of hunting?" "What the hell? How dare you speak to me like that?" Upon hearing Zhao Jun's words, Tao Ershing immediately erupted in protest, letting out a loud howl. At that moment, the door behind Zhao Jun was abruptly pushed open, and Li Baoyu rushed out from within, placing himself protectively in front of Zhao Jun. He confronted Tao Ershing with a fiery retort. "Tao Ershing, whom are you addressing?" Though they resided in the same village, maintaining a casual acquaintance, there had never been any prior conflict. However, upon witnessing Tao Ershing's aggressive approach towards Zhao Jun, Li Baoyu was determined to intervene. Suddenly, an unexpected figure burst forth, startling Qin Chong and his companions. Seizing the moment while the trio was still taken aback, Zhao Jun rose from his seat and swiftly pulled Li Baoyu beside him. He then turned his gaze towards Qin Chong and reiterated his inquiry, "Brother Qin, are you unfamiliar with the rules of hunting?" "Brother, after so many years of hunting, I surely know more than you," Qin Chong retorted, unable to suppress his irritation. Northeasterners are known for their fiery tempers. They cannot tolerate repeated disrespect. "How long have you been hunting?" Li Baoyu scoffed from the side. "Who do you think you are?" "My uncle Zhao has hunted tigers for 20 years. At this remark, Qin Chong fell silent, suddenly recalling that despite their youth, these two lads hailed from notable families. While Qin remained quiet, Tao Daxing could no longer contain himself and pointed an accusatory finger at Li Baoyu, exclaiming, "Li Baoyu, am I not affording you enough respect?" As soon as Tao Daxing's words fell, a dark shadow flew in from the side, landing precisely at Li Baoyu's feet. "What on earth?" The five individuals in the courtyard gasped in astonishment, looking down to find a thick poplar stick lying before them. At that moment, the voices of the Li and Zhao families echoed from the wall, with Li Ruhai questioning, "What's going on? Are you three planning to confront my brother?" The crowd turned towards the wall to see Li Ruhai vaulting over with a stick in hand. This truly exemplified the adage that blood is thicker than water. Regardless of the previous day's quarrels, when it came to a brawl, they stood united. Despite the youngest among the opposing trio, Tao Ershing, being older than Zhao Jun, the Li brothers exhibited no fear. Zhao Jun called out to Li Ruhai, stepping on the stick in front of Li Baoyu, and then turned to Qin Chong, asking, "Third brother, have you not taken advantage of my family's huayao in the past 2 years?" Qin Chong shot Zhao Jun an angry glare and retorted, "My uncle and aunt are fair. Every time I come to borrow a dog, there's no issue." Qin Chong's words were laden with sarcasm, yet Zhao Jun remained unfazed, merely countering with, "When you hunt, does the lead dog not get a share?" At this, Qin Chong, along with the Tao brothers, Tao Daxing and Tao Ershing, stood momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. Zhao Jun continued, "You borrowed my family's huayao for 2 years and have never shared a morsel of meat. Are you suggesting that huayao has not been of assistance in your hunts? If that is the case, then it must be inadequate. So why do you continue to borrow it?" Qin Chang, Tao Daxing, and Tao Ershing remained awkwardly silent, unable to utter a word. Zhao Jun pressed on, "If you have indeed hunted successfully over the past year or two, my family has not seen a single piece of meat. Third brother, do you even comprehend the rules?" At this, Qin Chong's face flushed, not with anger, but with the shame of being confronted. As Zhao Jun's gaze swept across the scene, Tao Daxing and Tao Ershing both lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. Their earlier bravado dissipated. It is often said that hunting follows its own code. According to the teachings of the elders, when a group of men ventures into the mountains for hunting, it is a matter of fate. To ensure a successful hunt and the safety of both men and horses, unity is paramount. Hearts must align, and horses must be harnessed together. However, the greatest threat to this unity in hunting lies in the distribution of rewards. Here, the rewards refer specifically to the division of meat. In a successful hunt, the distribution must adhere to established protocols. It is not merely a matter of dividing the spoils equally among participants. The dogs, too, must receive their share. While the assistance of lesser dogs may be overlooked, the lead dog is entitled to its own portion. Without the lead dog, the pursuit of prey becomes arduous, rendering any discussion of meat distribution moot. Upon the successful conclusion of a hunt and the subsequent processing of game, the foremost task is to feed the dogs. who have risked their lives in the chase and must be well rewarded. The portion designated for the lead dog is not included in the meat allotted to others. All dogs must be fed first, and only then can the meat be distributed. When it comes to dividing the spoils, the share for the lead dog belongs to its owner. The portion is attributed to the owner of the dog. In addition to the lead dog, should a firearm have been discharged, the individual who brought the gun is also entitled to an additional share. Qin Chang's household does not lack for dogs. They possess 4 hunting dogs, which are currently being handled by his third brother-in-law, Tao Sanxing, outside the courtyard. However, the lead dog at Qin Chang's home is not particularly adept at tracking, often wandering the mountains for a day without so much as catching a glimpse of wild boar. Consequently, for the past 2 years, every time Qin Chang goes hunting, he borrows Zhao's hunting dog. Yet, throughout this time, he has never brought a single piece of meat back to Zhao Jun's household. The clay pot remains close to the well, and thus the general cannot escape demise on the battlefield. The hunting dogs, when encircled, do not always return unscathed. Injury is an inevitable consequence. For nearly 2 years, Qin Laosan has borrowed dogs from the Zhao family, during which time the hounds have suffered numerous injuries. Each time they returned wounded. It was Zhao Yukai who sought help from the clinic to bandage the dogs and administer anti-inflammatory injections, while Qin Chang showed no concern whatsoever. Under such circumstances, the Zhao family has never received a morsel of meat from Qin Chang. It was simply that Zhao Yukai and Wang Milan, one indifferent and the other kind-hearted, chose not to hold Qin Chang accountable. However, today, these matters were laid bare by Zhao Jun, leaving Qin Chang overwhelmed with shame and devoid of a place to hide. Brother, I shall say no more. On another day, Sangu will visit my uncle and aunt, Qin Chang declared, clasping his fists toward Zhao Jun before turning and walking out of the courtyard, never to mention borrowing dogs again. With Qin Chang's departure, Tao Dasheng and Tao Ershing followed suit, their spirits dampened. As they watched the trio leave, Li Baoyu and Li Ruhai exchanged glances, sensing something amiss with Zhao Jun today. Although the fault lay with Qin Chang, the Li brothers, familiar with Zhao Jun's temperament, understood that he would never utter such words lightly. Having followed Zhao Jun since childhood, they knew him to be generous and open-hearted. The Li family was not well off, while the Zhao family, benefiting from Zhao Youcai's position as the head chef at the forest farm, never lacked for sustenance. After all, even in dire years, cooks seldom starve. Over the years, Zhao Yukai has aided Li Daong, and Zhao Jun has supported Li Baoyu. During their school days, whatever Zhao Jun's family had for meals, he would bring back for Li Baoyu. The most vivid memory for Li Baoyu dates back to 8 years ago. At that time, there were no Zhao Hong, Zhao Na, or Li Xiaoqiao. One day, coinciding with the Mid-Autumn Festival, the forest station informed the cafeteria to enhance the festive fare. But what was there to offer at that time? Zhao Yukai could only fry a few pots of steamed bun slices in lard, which was quite a rarity. For this reason, Zhao Yukai took his 12-year-old son, Zhao Jun, to work, hoping the boy might benefit from the occasion. Little did Zhao Yukai anticipate that the boy would pilfer half a pot of fried bun slices and scurry home with them in his pocket. However, Zhao Jun did not indulge alone. He shared the bun slices with his elder sister, and Li Baoyu, and Li Ruohai. As a consequence of this incident, Zhao Jun was punished by Zhao Yukai, confined to his bed for 3 days. It is worth noting that at that time, Zhao Jun was still just a child. Now, to speak of more recent events, just the day before, concerning the wild boar, according to the rules, Daitu Dog would receive a share, and Zhao Jun would obtain 2/3. Yet, in the end, the two brothers split the bounty evenly. No rule could outweigh the bond of brotherhood. Thus, the Li brothers could never have expected that Zhao Jun would fall out with Qin Chang and the Tao brothers over the division of meat. When the three vanished beyond the courtyard, Zhao Jun kicked the stick beneath his feet and turned to Li Baoyu, saying, "Baoyu, remember, we cannot lend our dog to them in the future." "All right, brother, I will remember," Li Baoyu replied, even though he was unaware of the reasons behind it. Zhao Jun nodded, gazing at the flower dog, which looked longingly at the door with its tail drooping, his expression growing increasingly somber. Li Baoyu and Li Ruhai were not mistaken in their thoughts. The rift between Zhao Jun and Qin Chang, as well as the Tao brothers, was not merely due to a trivial matter concerning Qin Chang's meager gain, nor was it a reflection of their character in handling affairs. There lay deeper reasons behind it. Reflecting upon the past, if we were to push this moment 3 to 4 months forward, we would find ourselves amidst a heavy snowfall, the perfect season for hunting. One day, Qin Chang came to borrow a hunting dog. Coincidentally, Zhao Jun was at home that day and allowed him to take the flower dog with him. However, as evening approached, well past 8 o'clock, the flower dog had yet to return. In truth, this was quite normal during the hunt. Often, hunters and their dogs would roam the mountains all day without encountering wild boars, only to stumble upon them on their way home, thus delaying their return. Yet, Li Baoyu asserted that Qin Chong had already returned home, seemingly without having caught anything. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun grew anxious and hurried to Qin Chong's residence. Upon his arrival, he discovered Qin Chong sitting on the kong, enjoying drinks with his 3 brothers-in-law. The 4 men were taken aback at Zhao Jun's arrival. It turned out that earlier that day, Qin Chong and his companions had ventured into the mountains with their dogs. Not long after entering, the flower dog had barked, prompting Qin Chong's 4 dogs to rush out in pursuit. However, before Qin Chong and his companions could reach the scene, the 4 dogs returned, with only the flower dog missing. Despite their efforts of whistling and shooting to call the flower dog back, it did not return. They speculated that since they had just entered the mountains and were not far from home, it was possible the flower dog had run back home on its own. If it were a dog belonging to them, it would never abandon its owner in the mountains. However, as the flower dog was borrowed, the outcome remained uncertain. Thus, they did not set out to find the flower dog. A few of them sat down to smoke a cigarette and continued to wander through the mountains with 4 dogs in tow. They roamed until the afternoon, finding nothing, and the 4 decided to take a shortcut down the mountain and return home. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun immediately grew anxious, as it was evident that something had gone awry. "You borrowed my dog and Haven Tea returned it? You haven't even searched for it?" Zhao Jun exclaimed, upturning the table in frustration. Due to the sense of guilt and the delicate relationship between the Zhao family and Zhou Chunming, neither Qin Chong nor the Tao brothers dared to confront Zhao Jun. However, it was already nearing 9 o'clock in the evening. In the depths of winter, the mountains were enveloped in darkness, and with temperatures plummeting to nearly -40 degrees, it was impossible to search for the dog at night. Consequently, Zhao Jun spent a restless night. The following morning, he rose early, called out to Li Baoyu, and joined Qin Chong and the other 3 to ascend the mountain. Upon reaching the spot where Qin Chong and the flower dog had parted ways the previous day, the group dispersed to search the area. When Zhao Jun finally located the flower dog, it was already lifeless. It turned out that the flower dog had encountered a wild boar, specifically a large male. The boar had gored the dog, causing its intestines to spill out. Though this was not a life-threatening injury and could be repaired with sutures and some months of care. As the flower dog attempted to return, its intestines snagged on a thorny branch by the roadside. With each step forward, the pain intensified, and ultimately, the flower dog collapsed. Despite Qin Chong's calls, it could not move. At that moment, had Qin Chong climbed the ridge, he would have been able to see the flower dog. Had he been able to reinsert the intestines of the flower dog and bind its wound with his own leg straps, the flower dog would have been capable of returning home unaided. However, he did not. By the time Zhao Jun discovered the flower dog, it had already succumbed to the cold, and the snow beneath it had turned to ice. The previous day, the flower dog had remained there, its body heat melting the snow, but eventually, as its warmth dissipated, it froze once more. In that moment, Zhao Jun wept while engaging in a scuffle with Li Baoyu, Qin Chong, and the Tao brothers. From that day forth, the Zhao and Li families ceased all interactions with the Qin and Tao families. Chapter 18. The conflict in the Zhao family's courtyard. Zhao Jun sat nonchalantly on a stool, observing the newcomer without rising, merely responding indifferently, Qin Sange. This individual was none other than the Qin family's 3rd brother, Qin Chong, residing at the eastern edge of the village and ranking 3rd among 4 brothers. Qin Chong smiled and nodded at Zhao Jun, then turned slightly to glance into the storage room of Zhao Jun's home, drawn by the sound of barking, his eyes suddenly brightening. When Qin Chong turned back, he inquired of Zhao Jun, "Brother, this dog is quite impressive. Did my uncle Zhao bring it back?" "Yes," Zhao Jun replied curtly, offering no further elaboration. Ideally, as neighbors living in the same village, one would expect a warmer reception, yet Zhao Jun's demeanor remained icy. Qin Chong sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing slightly before quickly relaxing into a smile as he asked, "Aren't my uncle and aunt home?" However, upon hearing this question, Zhao Jun offered no response, merely meeting Qin Chong's gaze with an impassive expression. The flames of anger surged within Qin Chong. Yet today he had come to seek assistance from the Zhao family, and thus had to suppress his ire, though his smile had become rigid. "Brother, I have come today to request something from your family," Qin Chong stated. Just as his words fell, a voice echoed from the entrance, "Brother-in-law, why haven't you come out yet?" As the voice rang out, two figures entered the courtyard, both clad in hunting attire, albeit without firearms. Upon their arrival, the large blue dog barked more ferociously, having regarded Zhao Jun's home as its own after a night spent there. However, the flower dog appeared to be well acquainted with these two individuals, refraining from barking and instead wagging its tail with apparent excitement. Once again, Zhao Jun remained silent, causing Qin Chang's discomfort to intensify. Fortunately, the entrance of these two eased his embarrassment somewhat. "Oh, is Zhao Jun at home?" The man in front casually greeted Zhao Jun, residing in the same village. Zhao Jun recognized these two. They were both Qin Chang's brothers-in-law, one named Tao Dasheng and the other Tao Ershing. Tao Dasheng, after casually inquiring about Zhao Jun, did not wait for a response before turning to Qin Chang and asking, "Why hasn't T brother-in-law left yet?" Qin Chang shot a glance at Tao Dasheng, who, momentarily taken aback, then glanced at the flower dog tethered aside and instantly understood. He turned to Zhao Jun with a smile, saying, "Zhao Jun, could you lend us your flower dog for a day?" The flower dog referred to was Zhao Jun's beloved pet. Regardless of whether it is Qin Chang, Tao Dasheng, or Tao Ershing, their intentions for visiting Zhao Jun's residence are unmistakably clear. They seek to borrow a dog. Zhao Jun disregarded Tao Dasheng entirely, fixing his icy gaze upon Qin Chang, and coldly inquired, "Brother Qin, are you not acquainted with the rules of hunting? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" exclaimed Tao Ershing, incensed by Zhao Jun's words. At that moment, the door behind Zhao Jun was forcefully swung open, and Li Baoyu rushed out, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhao Jun. He directed an accusatory glare at Tao Ershing, declaring, "Tao Ershing, whom do you think you're addressing?" Though they all resided in the same village and typically shared a cordial, if not familiar, rapport, Li Baoyu would not allow any affront towards Zhao Jun. The unexpected emergence of this defender startled Qin Chang and his companions. Seizing the opportunity while they were momentarily taken aback, Zhao Jun rose from his seat and drew Li Baoyu close to his side. Then, Zhao Jun turned his attention back to Qin Chang, reiterating his earlier question, "Brother Qin, do you truly lack understanding of the hunting rules?" "Dear brother, having hunted for so many years, I certainly possess more knowledge than you." Though perplexed by Zhao Jun's demeanor, Qin Laosan could no longer contain himself. Northeasterners are known for their fiery tempers and cannot tolerate repeated disrespect. "How many years have you spent hunting?" Li Baoyu interjected with a scoff. "Who do you think you're impressing with your boasts? My lord Zhao has hunted tigers for 2 decades. Upon hearing Li Baoyu's words, Qin Chang was rendered speechless. He suddenly recalled that when it came to brawling, despite these two youths being inexperienced, their families were far from ordinary. While Qin Chang remained silent, Tao Dasheng could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand, pointing at Li Baoyu, and exclaimed, "Li Baoyu, am I not giving you face?" No sooner had Tao Dasheng uttered these words than a dark shadow flew in from the side, landing precisely at Li Baoyu's feet. What was this? All 5 in the courtyard were startled and looked down to discover a thick yang-wood stick. At that moment, voices from the walls of the Zhao and Li families echoed with Li Ruohai's voice. "What's going on? Are you planning to take on my brothers?" Everyone turned their gaze toward the wall, where Li Ruohai was seen vaulting over with a stick in hand. This truly exemplified the bond of brothers in battle. Regardless of the squabbles from the previous day, when it came to fighting today, they would stand shoulder to shoulder. Despite the fact that the youngest among the 3 opponents, Tao Ershing, was still older than Zhao Jun, the Li brothers showed no signs of fear. Zhao Jun halted Li Ruohai and then stepped on the stick lying before Li Baoyu before turning to Qin Chang and inquiring, "Third brother, have you not taken advantage of my family's resources these past 2 years?" Qin Chang glared at Zhao Jun and replied with a hardened voice, "My uncle and aunt have been generous. Every time I come to borrow a dog, there's never a word of refusal." There was a clear edge in Qin Chang's words. But Zhao Jun remained unfazed and retorted, "Then when you hunt, doesn't the lead dog take a share as well?" As Zhao Jun's words fell, Qin Chang, along with Tao Dasheng and Tao Ershing, who stood in opposition to Li Baoyu and Li Ruohai, were all left in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. Zhao Jun inquired, "You borrowed my family's flour for a couple of years and have not shared a morsel of meat. Is it that my flour has failed to yield any results for you? If that is the case, then it has not performed well. So why do you still wish to borrow it?" Qin Chang, Tao Dasheng, and Tao Ershing stood awkwardly, unable to utter a word. Zhao Jun pressed further. "If we were to successfully hunt, over a year or 2, my family has not seen a single piece of meat from you. Third brother, do you truly understand the rules? Qin Chang's face flushed not with anger, but with shame. As Zhao Jun's gaze swept over them, Tao Dasheng and Tao Ersheng lowered their heads, no longer possessing the audacity they had moments earlier. The principle remains. Hunting comes with its own set of rules. According to the teachings of our elders, when brothers venture into the mountains together for a hunt, it is a matter of fate. To successfully secure a catch and ensure the safety of both men and horses, unity is paramount. Hearts must align, and the horses must be harnessed together. However, nothing undermines this unity more than the issue of distribution. Here, distribution pertains to the division of meat. In a large hunt, the distribution must adhere to established protocols, not merely dividing shares according to the number of participants. For it is not just the men who receive shares, the dogs must be included as well. While excluding the lesser dogs may be acceptable, the lead dog must receive its portion. Without the lead dog, the pursuit of prey becomes arduous, rendering the division of meat a moot point. Upon a successful hunt and the butchering of the game, the first order of business is to feed the dogs. As they risk their lives in the hunt, they must be well fed. The share allocated to the lead dog is separate from its own meal. Only after all the dogs have had their fill does the division of meat commence. When dividing the spoils, the portion belonging to the big-headed dog is attributed to its owner. Wherever the dog hails from, that portion is accounted for. Aside from the big-headed dog, if a gun is involved, the individual who brought it will also be given a separate share. Although Qin Chang possesses 4 hunting dogs at home, they are currently outside in the courtyard, held by his third brother-in-law, Tao Sanxing. Unfortunately, his lead dog is not particularly adept at tracking prey, often wandering the mountains for an entire day without even catching a glimpse of a wild boar. Consequently, for the past 2 years, Qin Chang has borrowed Zhao's flower dog for his hunts, yet he has never once offered a piece of meat to the Zhao family in return. In Chapter 19, the true reason unfolds. A cracked jar cannot stray far from the well. A general is bound to meet his demise on the battlefield. The pursuit of game by hunting dogs does not guarantee a safe return. Injuries are an inevitable consequence. For nearly 2 years, Qin Laosen has borrowed dogs from the Zhao family, during which the flower dog has suffered numerous injuries. Each time the dog returned wounded, Zhao Yukai would seek assistance at the clinic to tend to its wounds and administer anti-inflammatory injections, while Qin Chang showed no concern whatsoever. In such circumstances, the Zhao family has yet to receive even a morsel of meat from Qin Chang. Zhao Yukai and his wife, Wang Milan, were either indifferent or too kind-hearted to hold Qin Chang accountable. However, today, when Zhao Jun confronted these matters directly, it caused Qin Chang immense shame and rendered him utterly speechless. Brother, I have nothing more to say. On another day, I shall visit my uncle and aunt, Qin Chang declared as he clasped his fists in respect to Zhao Jun and turned to leave the courtyard, no longer mentioning the matter of borrowing dogs. With Qin Chang's departure, Tao Dasheng and Tao Ersheng followed him out, their spirits visibly dampened. As they watched the figures depart, Li Baoyu and Li Ruhai exchanged a glance, sensing that something was amiss with Zhao Jun that day. Although the incident was instigated by Qin Chang, the Li brothers, familiar with Zhao Jun's temperament, understood that he would never utter such words. Having grown up alongside Zhao Jun, they recognized his generous and magnanimous nature. The Li family was not well off, while the Zhao family, owing to Zhao Youcai's position as the head chef at the logging camp, never lacked for sustenance. After all, even in lean years, cooks were seldom left wanting. Over the years, Zhao Yukai had assisted Li Daong, while Zhao Jun had aided Li Baoyu. During their school days, whatever delicacies Zhao Jun's family enjoyed, he would share with Li Baoyu. One particularly vivid memory for Li Baoyu dates back 8 years before the arrival of Zhao Hong, Zhao Na, and Li Xiaoqiao. On a mid-autumn festival, the logging camp announced a festive enhancement of the dining hall's offerings. However, the available options were limited. Zhao Yukai could only whip up a few pots of fried bread slices and lard, which was a rare treat at the time. To this end, he had taken 12-year-old Zhao Jun along, hoping the boy might benefit from the occasion. Little did Zhao Yukai anticipate that the boy would pilfer half a pot of fried bread slices, stuffing them into his pockets, and racing home. Yet, Zhao Jun did not indulge alone. He shared the bounty with his elder sister and with Li Baoyu and Li Ruhai. For this transgression, Zhao Jun was punished by Zhao Yukai, confined to his bed for 3 days. It is worth noting that, back then, Zhao Jun was still just a child. Shifting to more recent events, just the day before, regarding the wild boar, according to the customary arrangement, the two would receive a share. and Zhao Jun would be entitled to 2/3. However, in the end, the two brothers divided the spoils equally, for no code of conduct could rival the bond of brotherhood. Thus, the Li brothers could not have anticipated that Zhao Jun would fall out with Qin Chong and the Tao brothers over the matter of sharing meat. As the three men vanished from the courtyard, Zhao Jun lifted the stick at his feet and addressed Li Baoyu, who stood nearby. "Baoyu, remember, our dog must not be lent to them." "Understood, brother," replied Li Baoyu, albeit without fully grasping the reason behind it. Zhao Jun nodded, casting his gaze upon the flower dog that was staring longingly at the entrance, its tail drooping, his expression growing increasingly somber. Li Baoyu and Li Ruhai were correct. Zhao Jun's rift with Qin Chong and the Tao brothers was not merely about the little bit of meat he had withheld from Qin Chong, nor was it due to their failure in their dealings. There was a deeper reason at play. In a previous life, if one were to project 3 or 4 months ahead from this very moment, they would find themselves amidst a heavy snowfall, the prime season for hunting. One day, Qin Chong came to borrow the dog. Coincidentally, Zhao Jun was home that day, and he allowed Qin Chong to take the flower dog. However, by nightfall, well past 8 o'clock, the dog had yet to return. While this was not unusual during hunting excursions, often hunters and their dogs might roam the mountains all day without encountering wild boars, only to stumble upon them on the way home. Li Baoyu soon informed Zhao Jun that Qin Chong had returned home earlier, seemingly without having caught anything. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun became agitated and hurried straight to Qin Chong's house. Upon his arrival, he found Qin Chong sitting on the kong, drinking with 3 of his brothers-in-law, and the 4 of them were momentarily taken aback at Zhao Jun's entrance. It turned out that today, Qin Chong and 3 others ascended the mountain with their dogs. Shortly after entering the woods, the hound barked, prompting Qin Chong's 4 dogs to charge ahead. However, before they could reach the battleground, the 4 dogs returned, leaving the hound missing. Despite Qin Chong and the Tao brothers whistling and firing shots to call back the hound, it did not return. They speculated that since they had just entered the mountains and were not far from home, the hound might have run back on its own. If it were their own dog, it would never abandon its owner in the mountains. Yet, as the hound was borrowed, the situation remained uncertain. Thus, they chose not to search for the hound, opting instead to sit down, share a smoke, and continue their exploration with the 4 dogs. They wandered until afternoon without finding anything, and eventually decided to take a shortcut down the mountain and return home. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun became frantic, realizing that something was amiss. "You borrowed my dog, and now you don't know where it is?" he exclaimed, overturning the table in his agitation. Due to their guilt and the delicate relationship between the Zhao family and Shou Chuming, neither Qin Chang nor the Tao brothers dared to confront Zhao Jun. However, it was already nearly 9 o'clock in the evening, and in the depths of winter, the mountains were engulfed in darkness, with temperatures plummeting to nearly -40 degrees. It was impossible to search for the dog that night. Consequently, Zhao Jun spent a restless night. The following morning, he rose early, called for Li Baoyu, and joined forces with Qin Chong and the others to ascend the mountain once more. Upon reaching the spot where they had last separated from the hound, they scattered to search the area. When Zhao Jun finally found the hound, it was lifeless. It turned out that the hound had encountered a wild boar, and a particularly ferocious one at that. The flower dog was pierced by it, the sharp tusk of the boar puncturing its intestines. In reality, this was not a grave injury. Simply reinserting the intestines and suturing the wound would suffice, followed by a few months of recuperation. However, as the flower dog attempted to return, its intestines snagged on the thorns of a branch by the roadside. With every step forward, the intestines were painfully tugged, rendering the flower dog unable to proceed. Despite Qin Chong's incessant calls, it remained motionless. At that moment, had Qin Chong merely ascended the ridge, he could have spotted the flower dog. If he had been able to push the intestines back in and bind the wound with his own leg strap, the flower dog could have easily made its way home. Yet, he did not act. By the time Zhao Jun found the flower dog, it had succumbed to the cold. The snow beneath it hardened into ice. It had lain there since yesterday, its body heat melting the snow, but eventually, its warmth dissipated, and it froze once more. Zhao Jun wept on the spot, and alongside Li Baoyu, he confronted the Tao brothers in a fit of rage. From that day forth, the Zhao and Li families severed ties with the Qin and Tao families. Outside Zhao Jun's yard, Tao Sansheng, leading 4 hunting dogs, spotted Qin Chong, Tao Dashing, and Tao Ershing emerging from Zhao Jun's home. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the trio's hands were empty. Tao Sansheng paused in surprise and asked, "Sister-in-law, Where are the dogs? Qin Chong remained silent, reaching for a rope from Tao Sanqing's grasp and pulling the slender green dog tethered to the other end northward. This green dog was strikingly different from the robust, imposing hound Zhao Jun had brought home the previous day. The dog Qin Chong led was small and emaciated, weighing scarcely 50 pounds. Noticing Qin Chong's silence, Tao Sanqing turned to Tao Dashing and inquired, "Elder brother, where are the dogs?" Tao Dashing remained silent, instead taking a rope from Tao Sanqing's hands, leading a black dog closely behind Qin Chong. Tao Sanqing stood in a daze, gazing at his elder brother, uncertain whether to inquire or remain silent. Tao Ershing also seized a rope from Tao Sanqing's grasp and instructed his younger sibling, "Let us proceed. The dog has not been borrowed." Why hasn't it been borrowed? Tao Sanqing was even more bewildered, as his brother-in-law had been borrowing dogs from the Zhao family for nearly 2 years without such an occurrence. "Do not ask, just follow," Tao Ershing declared, leading another black dog away. Tao Sanqing stood frozen for a couple of seconds before finally taking hold of the remaining yellow dog and following the group out of the village. The 4 of them, accompanied by their dogs, ventured into the mountains, never loosening their grip on the leashes. Along the way, the blue dog barked several times, struggling to break free from Qin Chong, yet he maintained a firm hold, pressing onward into the wilderness. The blue dog's behavior suggested the presence of prey or signs of it nearby, but Qin Chong remained unfazed. His intention for the day was clear. He was on a quest for a black bear. In these times, wild boars held little value, merely providing meat when hunted. However, bears were a different story, considered treasures in their entirety. Bear paws and meat speak for themselves, but bear oil is unparalleled in culinary applications. Even in winter, a pancake cooked with bear oil, when placed on the snow, remains soft and pliable, even at temperatures plunging to -40 degrees. Of course, bear meat and bear oil may not fetch a high price, but the bear does possess valuable components. The bear's nose, when dried and ground into powder, can be taken with yellow wine to treat epilepsy. The bear kneecap, often referred to as false tiger bone, is renowned for its ability to treat rheumatism and rheumatoid conditions. The most prized of all is undoubtedly bear bile. During this time in 1986, a single bear bile could fetch 500 to 600 yuan at a state-run shop, and high-quality bear bile could even command prices exceeding 1,000. Qin Chong's father had relocated to the mountains after Qin Chong's marriage, constructing a modest shelter and cultivating a few acres of land, spending his days setting traps. 5 days prior, while checking his traps, old Qin discovered bear droppings. Unlike wild boars, for which traps were readily available, no traps existed for bears. Coincidentally, just days earlier, he had caught a roe deer and decided to use its oil to bait an explosive trap. Since then, old Qin had been diligently checking his trap daily. Just yesterday, upon inspection, he found the trap had been triggered, yet there was no dead bear in sight, only a trail of blood. Frustrated, old Qin realized he had not secured the explosive tightly enough. The bear had bitten it, causing it to detonate prematurely. While it had injured the bear's mouth, it had not been fatal. Unwilling to accept defeat, old Qin descended the mountain to summon Qin Chong to assist in the hunt for the bear. Thus, the purpose of Qin Chong and his companions today was clear: to hunt the bear and sell its bile for profit. Despite the persistent barks of the lead dog, Qin Chong refused to relent. He was unaware of what Qin had sensed, be it a wild boar, a roe deer, or perhaps even a badger. Of course, there was also a slight possibility it could be a bear, though the odds were slim compared to the information provided by his father. To forego an opportunity for profit would be sheer folly. 4 individuals led 4 dogs to the location specified by old Qin, and indeed, faint traces of blood were visible on the ground. Qin Chong unfastened the horse link from the neck of the blue dog, which immediately began to sniff around incessantly. Gradually, the blue dog followed the trail of blood towards the northwest, while Qin Chong and the others trailed behind with the remaining 3 dogs. At that moment, the blue dog took off running, but Qin Chong and his companions remained calm, for they were well aware of their own dog-esque capabilities. The blue dog would not stray beyond 2 miles. As expected, after a short while, the blue dog returned. After rejoining Qin Chong, it dashed off once more. Thus, the dogs continued their back and forth for nearly the entire morning. The 4 dogs dispersed to rest, while Qin Chong and his companions settled beneath a large tree, consuming the flatbreads they had brought from home. Noticing that Qin Chong's complexion had improved, Tao Dashing felt emboldened to inquire, "Brother-in-law, do you think our blue dog is up to the task?" Qin Chong furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before replying, It's hard to say. The Tao brothers exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak further. At that moment, Qin Chang sighed and remarked, "Even if we find it, I fear we won't be able to contain it. It's all Zhao Jun's fault." Suddenly, Tao Ershing interjected, "Today we won't borrow our dog again." Tao Dashing quickly tugged at Tao Ershing, signaling him to refrain from continuing. After all, it was their own misdeeds that had led to this predicament. Could they still blame others? Qin Chang finished chewing his flatbread, glanced at his three brothers-in-law, and finally said, "Everyone, be vigilant today. If things don't go well, we shall withdraw." Upon hearing this, the Tao brothers were taken aback. They had been hunting with Qin Chang for over a year. Yet this was the first time they had heard their elder brother-in-law utter such discouraging words. "What difference does it make if we lack a dog?" Tao Sansheng dismissed the concern, stating, "If our dog can track a black bear, we can certainly bring it down." Qin Chang remained silent, rising from his position at the base of the tree and whistling, prompting the four resting dogs to spring into action. With a wave of his hand, the blue dog dashed ahead, while the other three followed suit, running, stopping, and meandering alongside it. "I shall lead the way. You all prepare your knives before following," Qin Chang instructed, shouldering his gun and setting off first. The Tao brothers were obedient, swiftly retrieving their respective knives and searching for suitable saplings to fashion makeshift clubs and sharpened weapons. The quartet, accompanied by their four dogs, roamed the mountains until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when a sudden cacophony of barking erupted ahead. "Hurry!" Qin Chang bellowed, removing his hunting rifle from his shoulder. His firearm was no ordinary semi-automatic. The 56 model was not easily obtained, nor could everyone afford it. Instead, Qin Chang wielded a Model 16 rifle, equipped with a semi-automatic barrel capable of firing 7.62mm rounds. However, it was not capable of automatic fire. After each shot, he had to extract the spent casing and reload a fresh bullet. With deft movements, Qin Chang opened the bolt, retrieved 3 bullets from his pocket, chambered one, and clenched the remaining 2 in his hand. He closed the rifle, loaded it, and strode purposefully towards the rise, with the Tao brothers hastily in tow. Making their way up the mountain ridge, 4 hunting dogs led the way, with Qin Chang in the middle and the 3 Tao brothers trailing behind. The 4 dogs and 4 men hastened towards the ridge. Upon reaching the ridge, they encountered a large, crooked poplar tree beneath which a black bear lay resting. The bear's snout, resting on its paws, bore the marks of gunpowder. Its severely injured left lip was torn and bloody, with 2 of its teeth conspicuously absent. Normally, during this autumn harvest season, bears would be voraciously foraging to gain weight in preparation for hibernation. However, due to its injury, the bear found it excruciating to open its mouth, rendering it incapable of feeding. As the bear wrestled with its discomfort, a cacophony of barking reached its ears, further agitating it. Not far away, Qin Chang's small blue dog dashed forward, barking incessantly. It was calling out to its companions, fulfilling the role of the lead dog. Despite its diminutive size, the blue dog was remarkably swift, quickly reaching the ridge and charging towards the bear beneath the grand tree. Yet, it halted abruptly just 3 meters from the bear, retreating swiftly to stand and bark defiantly at the bear. Typically, whether faced with wild boars or bears, the instinctive reaction of these creatures upon seeing a dog is to flee. This is a well-established fact. Even if they are significantly larger than the dog, they will still run away. However, today, this particular bear, wounded as it was, exhibited a different demeanor. Those familiar with mountain terrains know that bears generally do not attack humans unless provoked. A mere distant knock on a tree is usually enough to send them scurrying away. Nonetheless, there are 3 specific circumstances under which a bear may choose to confront a human. Firstly, there is a human, and the bear charges headlong, the distance between them scarcely exceeding 10 meters, making it evident that the bear is poised to pounce. This exemplifies the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand. Secondly, a mother bear accompanied by her cubs exhibits an instinctive ferocity when it comes to protecting her young, leaving little room for debate. Lastly, a wounded bear is perhaps the most perilous. In its injured state, it becomes exceedingly dangerous. This black bear suddenly rose, standing upright like a human, and roared ferociously. What was that sound? To describe it, one might liken it to the mournful cries of cattle, akin to those heard in rural areas when a cow senses the scent of its slaughtered kin. In the midst of the forest, the bear's roar reverberated, accompanied by the rustling of branches, a truly terrifying symphony. As the sound echoed outward, the 4 individuals ascending the mountain felt a chilling terror coursing through them. as if electrified. After the bear's roar, it suddenly lowered its upper body and, with surprising agility, lunged forward, positioning itself directly before the blue dog, its right paw slicing through the air. The blue dog leapt aside, narrowly evading the bear's claw which swiped at nothing but air. Almost immediately, the bear surged upward, its left paw lunging from below. The blue dog dodged again, emitting a series of yelps. Amidst the cacophony of the blue dog's barks, 2 black dogs and 1 yellow dog joined in. Encircling the bear, the black bear roared once more, charging towards the black dog in its immediate vicinity, which swiftly sidestepped. At that moment, the yellow dog leapt forward and sank its teeth into the bear's hind leg. Despite being bitten from behind, the black bear remained unperturbed, unlike a wild boar. It possessed the dexterity to retaliate with a swift, backward swipe of its paw. The bear's strike was lightning fast, catching the yellow dog off guard as it found itself ensnared by the bear's claw. The black bear, a formidable creature of the forest, relied on its thick hide, robust flesh, and sharp claws and teeth. It is said that dogs can bite wild boars by targeting their unarmored areas. However, when it comes to black bears, their thick fur renders dogs incapable of inflicting any harm. In the context of hunting, the role of dogs is primarily to delay the bear until the hunters arrive to dispatch it. During this process, the risks faced by the dogs are far greater than those encountered while hunting wild boars. One should not heed the misguided assertions of those unfamiliar with the subject, who rank wild boar above black bears and tigers. In truth, this ranking pertains to the level of threat each of these animals poses to crops and farmers. At this time in the land of Huaxia, the problem of hunger had yet to be resolved for all. In an era where sparrows were deemed a pest, both wild boars and black bears were considered nuisances. Every year, during the months of July and August, when corn is in ear and begins to mature, wild boars descend in droves from the mountains, wreaking havoc on the fields, impervious to any attempts to drive them away. No amount of clanging pots, firecrackers, or other noise-making techniques proves effective. Once they become accustomed to such sounds, they grow even bolder. In contrast, bears are relatively less troublesome than wild boars, primarily due to their diverse diet. They are capable of uprooting trees to consume ants, climbing to raid beehives, and foraging for wild fruits. It is only in times of scarcity, when the mountains yield little sustenance, that they descend in search of food. As for tigers, as apex predators, they may not venture down from their mountainous domains for years. Should one cross paths with a tiger, it is likely that it has simply lost its way. While it is often said that the tusks of male wild boars are formidable, they pale in comparison to the lethal claws of a black bear when it comes to inflicting harm on dogs. The bear's paws were armed with formidable, fixed claws, unlike those of felines. With a swift strike, its claws sank deep into the dog's flesh. Instantly, the yellow dog relinquished its grip on the bear's leg, its yelps of agony piercing the air as it struggled in vain against the bear's hold. In a fluid motion, the bear seized the dog, hoisting it before itself, and with a powerful heave, flung the creature through the air. The dog, emitting a sharp cry, soared through the air, landing several meters away with a sickening thud, droplets of blood marking its trajectory. Upon impact, the dog lay twitching, unable to move, its spine brutally exposed from neck to waist, revealing raw flesh and blood vessels, quickly forming a crimson pool. Enraged, the remaining 3 dogs encircled the bear, their barks filled with fury as they initiated a skirmish. Under normal circumstances, the bear would have likely fled. However, still agitated from the previous day's injuries and now confronted by those who sought its demise, the bear unleashed its pent-up rage upon the remaining hounds. Beneath the expansive poplar tree, the bear engaged the dogs in a brutal dance, sending them scattering and wounded. As Qin foresaw, his dogs were unable to contain the bear. Abruptly, the bear rose to its full height, its massive paws raised before its chest, its head swiveling wildly, eyes darting about. At that moment, the gray dog lunged forward, only to be met by the bear's crushing blow, slammed into the ground with the force of a volleyball spike. The bear initially swept its right paw, seizing a black dog. With a slight crouch, the bear thrust the dog beneath its groin and sat squarely upon it. Meow. The dog emitted a wretched yelp, urine and feces flowing uncontrollably as it kicked its legs beneath the bear's immense weight. Unable to break free, the bear's right paw then lashed out to the left, forcefully tearing away the black dog that clung to its left shoulder. With the dog now in its grasp, the bear brought it to its maw and bit down with tremendous force. A faint snap echoed, followed by a blood-curdling scream as the bear's teeth pierced through the dog's body. Before the bear could discard the dog from its mouth, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Chapter 20. Qin Chong hunts a bear, Part 1. Outside Zhao Jun's courtyard, Tao Sansheng, leading 4 hunting dogs, observed Qin Chong, Tao Desheng, and Tao Ersheng emerging from Zhao Jun's residence. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed their empty hands. Tao Sansheng was taken aback and inquired, "Brother-in-law, where are the dogs?" Qin Chong remained silent, instead snatching a rope from Tao Sansheng's hand and leading the blue dog at the other end northward. This blue dog was a stark contrast to the large blue dog Zhao Jun had brought home the previous day. The latter was tall and robust, while the one Qin Chong now led was lean and diminutive, barely weighing 50 pounds. Seeing that Qin Chong did not answer, Tao Sansheng turned to Tao Desheng and asked, "Brother, where are the dogs?" Tao Desheng also remained silent, simply seizing a rope from Tao Sansheng's hand and following closely behind Qin Chong with a black dog in tow. Somewhat bewildered, Tao Sansheng glanced at his second brother, unsure whether to inquire further. Tao Ersheng also took a rope from Tao Sansheng and said to his younger brother, "Let's go. We couldn't borrow the dogs. Why hasn't he borrowed it yet?" Tao Sansheng was even more perplexed. His brother-in-law had been coming to the Zhao family to borrow a dog for nearly 2 years, and such an occurrence had never transpired before. "No more questions. Let us go," Tao Ersheng declared as he led another black dog away. Tao Sansheng stood frozen for a moment, then grasped the only remaining yellow dog and followed the group out of the village. The 4 of them, accompanied by their dogs, ventured into the mountains, refusing to relinquish their holds on the animals. Along the way, the blue dog barked several times, struggling to break free from Qin Chong's grasp. Yet Qin Chong remained steadfast, continuing deeper into the mountains. The blue dog's restlessness indicated the presence of prey or signs of it nearby, but Qin Chong remained unperturbed. This was because he had a clear objective today. He was on a quest for a black bear. In these times, wild boars held little value. Hunting them merely provided meat. However, bears were a different matter altogether, as they were worth their weight in gold, with every part of their body being precious. Bear paws and bear meat are well-known commodities, and bear oil, when used in cooking, surpasses any other oil in quality, even in the depths of winter. If a pancake fried in bear oil were to be placed in the snow, it would remain soft and pliable even at -40 degrees. Of course, bear meat and bear oil cannot be sold for a profit, but the bear possesses valuable components. The bear's nose, when dried and ground into powder, combined with yellow wine, is said to cure epilepsy. The bear's kneecap, reputedly akin to false tiger bone, is believed to treat rheumatism and arthritis. The most valuable of all is the bear bile. During this period in 1986, a single ounce of bear bile could fetch $500 to $600 at the state-run stores down the mountain, while premium copper bile could even sell for over $1,000. After Qin Chong's marriage, his father moved to the mountains, where he constructed a modest shelter and cultivated several acres of land. He spent his days setting traps and snares. 5 days ago, while checking his traps, old Qin discovered bear droppings. Unlike wild boars, which could be ensnared with specific traps, there were none designed for bears. Fortunately, just a couple of days prior, old Qin had caught a roe deer, and he used its fat to craft an explosive trap. Since then, he had been inspecting the trap daily. Yesterday, upon his visit, he found the trap had been triggered. Yet there was no dead bear in sight, only a trail of dribbling blood on the ground. Old Qin felt a twinge of frustration. He had not secured the explosive tightly enough, causing it to detonate prematurely when the bear bit into it. While the bear's mouth had been injured, its brain remained unharmed, allowing it to escape alive. Unwilling to accept this outcome, old Qin descended the mountain to summon Qin Chong, urging him to join in the hunt for the bear today. Thus, the objective of Qin Chang and his companions was unequivocal: to track and slay the bear, with the intent of selling its gallbladder for profit. Despite the head dog, the blue dog, barking several times, Qin Chong remained steadfast, unaware of what the blue dog had sensed, perhaps a wild boar, a roe deer, or even a badger. Of course, there was also the slim possibility of a bear. However, he deemed the chances of that too low compared to the information provided by his father. Missing out on a lucrative opportunity would be foolish. The 4 men, each leading a dog, arrived at the location indicated by old Qin, where they indeed found faint traces of blood on the ground. Qin Chong unclipped the leash from the blue dog's collar, prompting it to begin sniffing the area incessantly. Gradually, the blue dog followed the blood trail heading northwest. With Qin Chong and T at that moment, the blue dog began to sprint, while Qin Chong and his companions remained unperturbed. They were well aware of their own dog's capabilities. The blue dog could only traverse a distance of 2 miles at most. Indeed, after a brief period of running, the blue dog returned to them. After reuniting with Qin Chong, it turned back to run again. Thus, this back and forth continued until nearly noon. The 4 dogs lay scattered around, resting, while Qin Chong and his companions sat beneath a large tree, consuming the flatbreads they had brought from home. Noticing that Qin Chong's complexion had improved, Zhao Jun finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Brother-in-law, do you think our blue dog is up to the task?" Qin Chong furrowed his brow, pondering before responding. "It's hard to say." The Tao brothers exchanged glances, yet none dared to pursue the conversation further. At that moment, Qin Chong sighed and remarked, "Even if we do find something, I fear we won't be able to contain it. It's all Zhao Jun's fault." Suddenly, Tao Ershing interjected, "We won't be borrowing our dog today." Tao Dashing promptly tugged at Tao Ershing, signaling him to cease. They understood that their actions had been misguided. How could they place blame on others? After swallowing the last morsel of his flatbread, Qin Chong surveyed his 3 brothers-in-law before stating, "Everyone, let us be cautious today. If things don't go well, we'll withdraw." Upon hearing this, the Tao brothers were taken aback. Having hunted alongside Qin Chong for over a year, this was the first time they had heard such disheartening words from him. "It's just a dog, isn't it?" Tao Sansheng dismissed the notion, asserting, "If our dog can track down a black bear, we can certainly take it down." Qin Chong remained silent, rising from the base of the tree and whistling. The 4 dogs, resting nearby, immediately sprang to their feet. With a wave of his hand, Qin Chong signaled for the blue dog to leave, while the remaining 3 dogs trailed behind, running, stopping, and meandering. "I shall go first. You all secure your knives before following," Qin Chong commanded, shouldering his rifle and setting off ahead. The Tao brothers obediently retrieved their hunting knives, seeking out suitable small trees to fashion them into makeshift spears. The quartet, accompanied by their dogs, roamed the mountains until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when a sudden cacophony of barking erupted in the distance. "Hurry!" Qin Chong bellowed, removing his shotgun from his shoulder. His firearm was not a 56-style semi-automatic, for such weapons were neither easily acquired nor affordable for everyone. Instead, Qin Chong wielded a Model 16 shotgun, fitted with a semi-automatic barrel, capable of firing 7.62mm rounds. However, it lacked the capacity for rapid fire. After each shot, he had to eject the spent cartridge and reload a new bullet. He broke open the action, retrieving 3 rounds from his pocket, loading one into the chamber while clutching the other 2 in his hand. With the weapon readied, Qin Chong hastened towards the ridge, the Tao brothers hurriedly keeping pace. As he ascended the slope, he witnessed the grim sight of the black dog being mauled by a black bear. At that moment, Qin Chong paid no heed to the plight of his other hunting dogs. Instead, he raised his gun, aligning the sights on the bear's chest, and fired without hesitation. As the report of the rifle reverberated through the air, Qin Chong, without pausing to assess the impact of his shot, deftly manipulated the firearm. With a swift downward motion of his right hand, he leveraged the gun's lever. His thumb and forefinger pinched the spent cartridge, extracting it from the chamber, and replaced it with a fresh round from his palm. Bears, renowned for their exceptional resilience, surpass even wild boars and tigers in their tenacity. Seasoned hunters understand that confronting a bear is fraught with peril, for even when seemingly felled, these creatures may rally for a counterattack at the hunter's moment of complacency. Thus, the established practice among hunters dictates a coup de grâce to the bear's head after the initial shot. The bear's vital points lie in its head and heart, the latter situated near the distinctive white patch on its chest. The white patch presents an easier target than the head, and when the bear remains on the ground, hunters aim for this area. Even if the initial shot is not immediately fatal, it inflicts significant damage. Mindful of the need for a follow-up shot, Qin Chong swiftly reloaded his rifle. Yet, before he could bring the weapon to bear, a thunderous roar erupted from the bear. A projectile traversed the bear's frame, leaving a small entry wound and a gaping exit. A plume of blood billowed from its back, revealing a wound the size of a bowl in its flank. The bear unleashed a heart-wrenching bellow of rage, yet it did not flee. Instead, it lunged toward Qin Chong. Such is the nature of bears. When struck by gunfire, they do not succumb to panic like wild boars, but rather charge headlong into the assault. The enraged bear launched a ferocious attack, momentarily propelling itself nearly 2 meters through the air before landing on all fours and surging toward Qin Chong. Yet Qin Chong did not flinch. He raised his firearm, aimed at the white stripe across the chest of the black bear, and once more pulled the trigger. At that moment, the bear was no more than 3 meters away, its foul odor assaulting Qin Chong's nostrils. Die, he thought, filled with determination. But then, to his dismay, the gun failed to fire. Panic surged within him as he pondered whether the weapon had malfunctioned. Realizing he was in grave danger, he swiftly turned and dashed westward. To the west stood a large poplar tree, the very one where the black bear had previously rested. The tree was thick enough for 4 or 5 people to encircle it. Upon reaching the tree, Qin Chong began to run in circles around it, reloading his gun as he went. The bear pursued him, each of them moving with remarkable speed, circling the tree 3 times in mere seconds. At last, Qin Chong had reloaded and, in a sudden pivot, fired a shot behind him. The shot rang out, but merely grazed the bear's scalp, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Enraged, the bear leaped in front of Qin Chong. He attempted to flee, but it was too late. As he turned, the bear's claw raked across his back, shredding his shirt and leaving 5 deep gashes. Qin Chong let out a cry of agony and surged forward. Having hunted for many years, he was well aware of the bear's ferocity and feared being pinned beneath it. Yet, he also held on to the hope that someone would come to his rescue. Indeed, 2 gleaming blades emerged from behind the black bear, piercing its flesh. With a ferocious roar, the bear shook violently, and with a sharp crack, both blades snapped. The black bear swiftly turned and lunged at Tao Ershing, while Tao Sanqing hastily fled to the left and right. Tao Dasheng, however, dragged Qin Chong down the northern slope. The wisdom of the elders, who advised the younger generation that unity in hunting is paramount, rings true. Only in perilous moments can one rely on others for salvation. The bond between brothers-in-law required no further elaboration. As Tao Dasheng hastened down the slope, his speed surpassed that of his ascent. He managed to bring Qin Chong to safety behind a large rock before once again ascending the hill with his weapon in hand. Having ensured his brother-in-law's safety, he was now concerned for his 2 younger siblings. Upon reaching the crest, he witnessed the 2 brothers being relentlessly pursued by the black bear. At one moment, the bear chased Tao Ershing, while Tao Sanqing attempted to provide assistance from behind. Then, the roles reversed, with the bear now pursuing Tao Sanqing, who was being harassed by Tao Ershing. Tao Dasheng willed himself to remain composed, surveying his surroundings before whistling to alert his brothers. He then charged towards the black bear that was pursuing Tao Sanqing, aiming a strike at its vulnerable hindquarters. The bear, feeling the sting of pain, pivoted to chase Tao Dasheng instead. He skillfully led the bear southward, weaving around a large locust tree with all his might. As he rounded the slope and faced downwards, he suddenly halted. Just as the bear lunged ferociously at him, he deftly sidestepped. The bear, propelled by its own momentum, tumbled down the southern slope, followed by the cacophony of branches snapping as it crashed through the underbrush. Hurry! Tao Dasheng greeted his brothers, Tao Ershing and Tao Sanqing, and the 3 siblings hurried down the northern slope. Upon locating Qin Chong, Tao Dasheng swiftly retrieved a pouch of tobacco from his waist, extracting the shredded leaves and gently rubbing them into a fine consistency to apply on Qin Chong's back. Meanwhile, Tao Ershing and Tao Sanqing untied the bindings from their calves, and together, the 3 brothers worked fervently to wrap Qin Chong securely. Qin Chong let out a few groans, intermittently urging, hurry to check on the dog. You go third, Tao Dasheng commanded Tao Sanqing, then handed the nearby knife to Tao Ershing, instructing, second, go chop 2 sticks. The 2 brothers complied, while Tao Dasheng began to unfasten his own leg bindings. Before long, Tao Ershing returned with 2 sticks, each over 2 meters in length and of wrist-thick girth. At that moment, Tao Dasheng removed his outer garment, took off the inner tank top, and tore it into strips. The brothers then took the fabric strips and leg bindings to begin wrapping them around the sticks in a straightforward manner, creating a makeshift stretcher. Just as they were nearing completion, Tao Sanqing returned, carrying the little green dog on his back. Upon seeing the dog, tears streamed down Qin Chong's face uncontrollably. Green, green. Qin Chong called out a couple of times, but the little green dog remained silent, gazing at Qin Chong with big, watery eyes, blinking softly. Tao Dasheng tilted his head towards the slope, gesturing with his chin. Tao Sanqing shook his head and replied, the little green dog has a broken waist. Upon uttering these words, he gently placed the diminutive, cyan-hued canine on the ground. It became apparent that while its forelegs possessed the strength to support its frame, its hindquarters remained immobile. Hearing Tao Sanqing's observation, Qin Chong's heart was overwhelmed with sorrow. as he was certain that his 3 canines had met their demise. Under normal circumstances, the immediate course of action would have been to retrieve the remains of the deceased hounds and accord them a proper burial, as dictated by the customs of hunters. However, given Qin Chang's injuries, prioritizing the well-being of the living was paramount. At that moment, Tao Ersheng noticed the lacerations inflicted upon the small, cyan-hued canine by the claws of the black bear. Consequently, he divested himself of his outer garment, tore his undershirt, and used it, along with some tobacco leaves, to bandage the creature's wounds. Once these tasks were completed, Qin Chang reclined upon a makeshift stretcher and was carried down the mountain by Tao Desheng and Tao Ersheng, while Tao Sensheng bore the small, cyan-hued canine upon his shoulders. Chapter 21. Qin Chang's Bear Hunt, Part 2. Upon the ridge of the hill, the quartet of hunting dogs advanced in formation, followed by Qin Chang, with the Tao brothers bringing up the rear. The 4 canines and the 4 men hastened towards the summit of the hill. There, beneath a gnarled and crooked poplar, a black bear reclined, recuperating. A closer inspection of its muzzle, resting upon its paws, revealed evidence of a gunpowder blast. The left side of its lip was severely damaged, with exposed, bloodied flesh, and the absence of 2 of its teeth. Ordinarily, the autumnal season represents a period of abundance for bears, as they endeavor to accumulate sufficient fat reserves in preparation for the impending winter hibernation. However, with its injured mouth, the mere act of opening it caused excruciating pain, rendering it incapable of consuming sustenance. As the black bear was consumed by its distress, a cacophony of canine barks reached its ears, exacerbating its agitation. Not far from its location, Qin Chang's small, cyan-hued canine ran and barked incessantly. It beckons its companions. This is the role of the lead dog. Do not be deceived by the youth of this canine. It possesses remarkable speed and swiftly ascends the ridge, heading straight towards the black bear beneath the great tree. Yet, it halts abruptly just 3 meters from the bear, quickly retreats, and stands there, barking fiercely at the creature. Ordinarily, whether it be a wild boar or a black bear, the immediate reaction upon seeing a dog is to flee. This is a veritable truth. Even if they are significantly larger than the dog, they will still run. However, today, this particular black bear is injured. Those who frequently traverse the mountains understand that bears generally do not attack humans unless provoked. A mere sound of knocking on a tree from a distance is often sufficient to send them scurrying away. Nevertheless, there are 3 specific scenarios in which a bear may choose to confront a human. Firstly, if a bear and a human collide head-on within a distance of 10 meters, the bear is likely to charge. This is a matter of striking first. Secondly, if a mother bear is accompanied by her cubs, her instinct to protect them is unyielding. Lastly, an injured bear is the most perilous of all. In an instant, this black bear rises, standing upright like a human, and roars with a fearsome growl. What is that sound? It can be likened to the mournful cry of a cow when a herd senses the blood of its kin during a slaughter in the countryside. In this forested expanse, the bear's roar resonates, coupled with the sound of branches swaying, creating an atmosphere of terror. The sound reverberates outward, sending chills down the spines of the 4 individuals climbing the mountain, leaving them electrified with fear. After a resounding roar from the bear, the black bear's upper body sank, and its massive frame agilely lunged forward, swiftly positioning itself before the blue dog, its right paw descending like a whirlwind. The blue dog leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the bear's claw, which then lifted as the bear rose, its left paw sweeping upward. The blue dog evaded again, barking incessantly. Amidst the cacophony of its barks, 2 black dogs and 1 yellow dog arrived, encircling the bear at the center. The bear roared once more, charging at the black dog in front of it, which hastily dodged. At that moment, the yellow dog sprang forth, sinking its teeth into the bear's hind leg. Though bitten from behind, the bear remained unperturbed. Unlike the wild boar, it could swiftly counterattack with a human-like backhand. The bear's strike was incredibly swift, and the yellow dog could not evade in time, falling victim to the bear's powerful grasp. The black bear traverses the mountains and forests, relying on its tough hide and robust physique, with sharp teeth and claws. While dogs may target vulnerable spots on wild boars, the bear's entire body is covered in thick fur, rendering canine bites ineffective. In a hunt, the role of dogs is to delay, buying time until the hunters arrive to take down the bear with their firearms. During this process, the risks faced by the dogs are significantly greater than when they hunt wild boars. One should not heed the misguided assertions of the uninformed that rank wild boars above black bears and tigers in terms of ferocity. In truth, Such rankings pertain to the threat these animals pose to crops and farmers. At this time in the land of Huaxia, the issue of food security for all had yet to be resolved. In an era when sparrows were deemed a pest, both wild boars and black bears were considered nuisances. Every year, during the months of July and August, when the corn is in ear and the grains are maturing, wild boars begin to descend in droves from the mountains, wreaking havoc upon the farmland, and no amount of effort can drive them away. The clanging of pots, the detonation of firecrackers, or the firing of pistols proves futile. Once these creatures become accustomed to such sounds, their fear dissipates entirely. In contrast, bears are relatively less troublesome than wild boars, primarily due to their diverse diet. They can topple trees to feast on ants, scale heights to extract honeycombs, and forage for wild fruits. It is only in years of scarcity, when the mountains yield no sustenance, that they venture down in search of food. As for tigers, as apex predators, they may not descend from their lofty domains for years on end. If one does encounter a tiger, it is likely that it has simply lost its way. While it is commonly asserted that the tusks of male wild boars are formidable when it comes to inflicting harm upon a dog, the boar's teeth pale in comparison to the claws of a black bear. The bear's paws are equipped with sharp, hooked claws, and unlike feline species, these claws do not retract. When they grasp a dog, the claws sink deep into the flesh. In an instant, the yellow dog relinquishes its grip on the bear's leg, letting out a wretched howl of despair. Its forelegs kick and thrash in vain, unable to escape the bear's grasp. In the next moment, the black bear yanks woof, woof, woof. Instantly, the three dogs became enraged, encircling the black bear as they barked and launched an attack. As has been stated before, had it been any other day, the bear would have fled long ago. However, this particular black bear had been injured by a blast the previous day, leaving it in a state of agitation, with a group now seeking its demise. All the pent-up fury erupted, unleashed upon the remaining 3 hunting dogs. Beneath the large poplar tree, the bear sent the dogs scattering in all directions. Any moment of inattention could lead to dire consequences. Just as Qin Chong had anticipated, his 4 dogs indeed failed to corner the black bear. The bear suddenly stood upright, its powerful paws raised before its chest, its head swaying erratically, eyes darting about. At that moment, a blue dog lunged forward, and the bear swatted it down with a paw, executing a move akin to a volleyball spike, sending the blue dog crashing to the ground. The cacophony of barking filled the air as 2 black dogs charged from either side towards the bear. The bear first swiped with its right paw, ensnaring one black dog, then crouched slightly and, with a swift motion, sat directly upon it. A mournful howl erupted from the trapped dog as it struggled beneath the bear, unable to break free. With a powerful grasp of its right paw, the bear yanked the black dog that had been biting its left shoulder away, bringing the struggling creature to its mouth. The bear opened Qin Chong, and the Tao brothers ascended the mountain to hunt black bears, while Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu remained in the village, not idle, but rather wandering from one household to another, seeking amusement. Zhao Jun meandered aimlessly through the village, encountering numerous familiar faces from his past life, which brought him a sense of growing tranquility. As noon approached, and the two prepared to return home for a meal, Zhao Jun noticed a middle-aged woman approaching with children in tow. She was clad in a gray cloth top, cradling one child in her arms while holding the hand of another. "Old aunt." Zhao Jun hurriedly greeted her, suddenly recalling that his mother had reminded him that morning to deliver some wild boar meat to his uncle's family. In his preoccupation with Qin Chong earlier that day, he had entirely forgotten this task. De Jun, Zhao Ling seemed to be in low spirits. Upon seeing Zhao Jun, she forced a strained smile. Zhao Jun affectionately ruffled his little cousin's hair and pinched his younger cousin's cheek, inquiring, "Where's Aunt taking the children?" "They're going to stay with their maternal grandparents for a few days," she replied. At that moment, Li Baoyu approached, greeted Zhao Ling, and then discreetly stepped aside with Zhao Jun. Once they saw Zhao Ling and the children disappear into the distance, Li Baoyu leaned closer to Zhao Jun and whispered, "Brother, has our uncle started gambling again?" Sighing heavily, Zhao Jun replied, "Indeed. In rural areas, some individuals who rely solely on farming toil through the spring, summer, and autumn. When winter arrives, and there is no work in the fields, they gather to play cards, engage in poker, or partake in mahjong. Over time, a penchant for gambling took root. Zhao Jun's uncle, Wang Chong, was particularly fond of betting. It is often said that a child resembles his maternal uncle, and Zhao Jun had long suspected that his own gambling tendencies were inherited from his uncle. Upon returning home, Zhao Jun gathered a bundle of corn stalks to stoke the stove and warmed the meal that Wang Milan had prepared that morning. After having lunch with his two younger sisters, he entrusted the task of washing the dishes to Zhao Hong, reminding her to look after the younger ones. Subsequently, Zhao Jun made his way to the backyard, retrieving approximately 10 pounds of wild boar meat from the cellar, and headed towards the gate. Just as he stepped outside, he came to an abrupt halt upon noticing a figure across the way, who also seemed taken aback. The stranger inquired, "Jun, where are you headed?" Zhao Jun raised the bag in his hand and replied with a smile, "Uncle, I hunted a wild boar and was just thinking of bringing you some meat." Wang Chong shook his head, skeptical of Zhao Jun's ability to hunt a wild boar independently. "Stop this nonsense. After a while, I'll take you up the mountain for some real hunting." The term refers to a method of hunting that differs from traditional dog hunting. As the name suggests, it involves leisurely tracking game without the aid of dogs, relying solely on the hunter's ability to discern signs of prey and stealthily approach for the kill without alarming the animals. This method is considerably more challenging than hunting with dogs, as humans are limited to their eyesight, which pales in comparison to the capabilities of a hunting dog. Nevertheless, in a previous life, Zhao Jun was quite adept at this style of hunting. However, the crucial factor remained that his uncle possessed a hunting rifle. At this moment, Wang Chong remained oblivious to Zhao Jun's contemplation of his shotgun. He merely remarked, "All right, take the meat home to enjoy. I shall visit Wang Tian's grandmother." Wang Tian, of course, was Zhao Jun's little cousin. Observing the situation, it was evident that his uncle was on his way to fetch his wife. It was only natural, for his uncle was both greedy and indolent, incapable of preparing a meal. With the absence of his aunt, even a warm meal posed a challenge. As Wang Chong was about to depart, Zhao Jun hastily reached out to detain him, saying, "You cannot go empty-handed. You might as well deliver this wild boar meat to my grandmother." Wang Chong paused, realizing the validity of Zhao Jun's suggestion. It would indeed be inappropriate to visit his mother-in-law without a gift. Thus, he ceased his pleasantries with Zhao Jun, directly accepting the bag of wild boar meat. "Very well. I shall take my leave now. Take care." Zhao Jun observed Wang Chong as he walked away, noting that he did not retrace his steps homeward but instead continued towards Wang Chong's residence. It is important to understand that it was not the first time Wang Chong had inadvertently sent Zhao Ling back to her maternal home. Over the years, Zhao Jun had discerned a pattern. His uncle was utterly dependent on his wife. Indeed, as soon as Zhao Ling departed, Wang Chong would promptly follow to retrieve her. This retrieval, at the very least, would last 3 days, for Zhao Ling's family home was nearly 40 miles away from Yong'an. The journey was no small feat, and once there, one would naturally linger for a few days. And during this interval, an opportunity presented itself to Zhao Jun. Since the prohibition of firearms in 1998, Zhao Jun had not wielded a gun for over 20 years. While it is often said that no man is indifferent to cars, one must ponder which man does not harbor a passion for firearms. It is merely a matter of accessibility. Zhao Jun hastily approached Wang Chong's residence, his hand reaching for the door, where he felt along the wall until his fingers grasped a key, which he promptly used to unlock the door. Do not be bewildered. Such occurrences are commonplace in rural areas, where every household possesses but a single key. From the early hours of the day, family members engage in various pursuits. Some go to work, others to school. Yet what is to be done with only one key? Those returning home first may find themselves without the means to enter, and it is hardly feasible to wait outside. While summer may be tolerable, what of the winter's biting cold, with temperatures plunging to 2 or 3 degrees below zero? Hence, it has become customary for each household to designate a place to store the key, ensuring that whoever returns home first can enter without delay. As for the notion of a nefarious intruder using the key to gain access and pilfer belongings, such incidents are virtually non-existent. At that moment, as Zhao Jun stepped into the courtyard of Wang Chong's home, he heard someone from the adjacent yard call out, "Zhao Jun, your uncle isn't at home." "Ah." Zhao Jun replied curtly, intending to proceed indoors. The doors were unlatched, and just as he was about to pull the door open, the voice from next door continued, "Your uncle is fighting with your aunt." "What fighting?" Zhao Jun frowned, interrupting the incessant chatter with annoyance. "That scoundrel, don't spout nonsense. My uncle has accompanied my aunt back to her family." "What?" The man, whom Zhao Jun referred to as scoundrel, seemed oblivious to the implications of Zhao Jun's words. Instead, his excitement escalated as he exclaimed loudly, "This couple is really going at it, let me tell you." "Get lost," Zhao Jun retorted sharply. pushing the door open and stepping inside. The man stood by the wall, seething as he glared at the door that Zhao Jun had slammed shut behind him. Zhao Jun entered the room, navigating to the right based on his memory, and entered the adjacent chamber, retrieving a hunting rifle from behind the door. This firearm, identical to Qin Chang's, was a 16-gauge, with one hand clutching the rifle and the other reaching into a nearby canvas pouch. He extracted a handful of cartridges and tucked them into his pocket. He then slung the gun over his shoulder and proceeded outdoors. As he made his way home, Zhao Jun encountered numerous acquaintances, exchanging greetings. Although they noticed the rifle on his back, none expressed curiosity or concern. The Zhao family belonged to a long line of hunters, and it was commonplace for the elders to permit him to carry a firearm. Furthermore, in this era, guns were not considered rare, rendering them unremarkable in the eyes of the townsfolk. Upon arriving home, Zhao Jun stowed the rifle in a cabinet and retired to bed. He slept soundly until dusk, when he was abruptly awakened by the intrusion of Li Baoyu. "Brother, something has happened." "What is it?" Zhao Jun inquired. Li Baoyu replied, "That Qin Laosan went up the mountain today to hunt a black bear and nearly got kicked by it." "What transpired?" After listening to Li Baoyu recount the events he had overheard, Zhao Jun pondered briefly and then said, "Brother, would you dare accompany me tomorrow?" Chapter 22. Qin Chang Hunts the Bear, Part 2. As Qin Chang ascended the slope, he fortuitously witnessed the moment a black bear sank its teeth into one of his dogs. In that instant, Qin Chang disregarded the plight of his other hunting dogs and raised his firearm, aiming directly at the white patch on the bear's chest before pulling the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and without pausing to assess the outcome, Qin Chang swiftly lowered the grip of his firearm with his right hand. His thumb and index finger deftly extracted the spent cartridge, while he promptly inserted a fresh round into the chamber. The bear possesses an exceptionally robust vitality, surpassing even that of wild boars and tigers. Any seasoned hunter understands that confronting a bear is fraught with peril. Often, one might believe they have delivered a fatal blow, only to be caught off guard when the beast rises to retaliate. Thus, a rule has been established among hunters: after downing a bear, one must always aim for its head to deliver a finishing shot. The bear's two vital points are its head and its heart, the latter located just beneath the white patch on its chest. In cases where the bear does not climb a tree, hunters prefer to target the body, aiming for the white patch, as it is a more accessible mark. Even if a single shot does not prove lethal, it can still inflict considerable injury. Acknowledging the necessity of a follow-up shot, Qin Chang immediately chambered another bullet after firing. He was about to bring the weapon to bear when a ferocious roar erupted from the bear. The bullet pierced through the black bear's body, entering through one eye and exiting through the other, accompanied by a spray of crimson as a gaping wound, the size of a bowl, appeared on the bear's lower back. The bear emitted a heart-wrenching roar of fury, yet however, Qin Chang did not flinch. He raised his gun, pressing it against his face, and pulled the trigger once more, aiming at the white band across the bear's chest. At this moment, the black bear was barely 3 meters away, its foul odor assaulting Qin Chang's senses. Die! Qin Chang's heart hardened, but something unexpected occurred. Upon squeezing the trigger, the gun failed to fire. This is bad. Qin Chang was uncertain whether the weapon had malfunctioned or something else was amiss, yet he understood that he had landed himself in grave trouble. With this thought, he swiftly turned and dashed towards the west. To the west stood a large poplar tree, the very one beneath which the black bear had been resting moments ago. This tree was thick enough for 4 or 5 men to encircle it with their arms. Reaching the tree, Qin Chang began to circle it while running. Simultaneously, he fumbled for fresh ammunition. The bear chased him in a relentless pursuit around the tree. One was in mortal danger, the other filled with rage. Both sprinted with astonishing speed, completing 3 laps around the tree in mere seconds. At this juncture, Qin Chang had reloaded his gun, and as he abruptly turned mid-stride, he fired at the bear behind him. Bang! The shot rang out, but merely grazed the bear's scalp, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Enraged, the bear leapt directly in front of Qin Chang. As he attempted to flee, it was too late. The moment he turned, a paw from the bear struck high indeed. 2 gleaming blades emerged from behind the black bear, piercing its flesh. With a ferocious roar, the bear shook its body, and the sound of 2 crisp snaps echoed as the blades shattered. The black bear turned and lunged at Tao Ershing, while Tao Sansheng hastily darted away to the left and right. Tao Dasheng, however, dragged Qin Chang down the northern slope. This is precisely why the elders impart wisdom to the younger generation. emphasizing the necessity of unity in hunting. It is in perilous moments that one may rely on another for salvation. The brother-in-law and the brother-in-law naturally required no further explanation. As Tao Dashing hurried down the slope, his pace was significantly swifter than when ascending, and he successfully brought Qin Chong to a large boulder, ensuring his safety before once again ascending the slope with his weapon in hand. Having rescued his brother-in-law, he was acutely aware that his two younger brothers remained in peril. Upon reaching the ridge, he observed the brothers relentlessly pursued by the black bear. At one moment, the bear chased Tao Ershing, while Tao Sansheng provided support from behind. Then the bear shifted its focus to Tao Sansheng, prompting Tao Ershing to distract it from the rear. Tao Dashing compelled himself to remain composed, surveying his surroundings before whistling a warning to his younger brothers. He then charged towards the black bear that was pursuing Tao Sansheng, aiming a strike at its rear. The bear, feeling the sting of the blow, pivoted to chase Tao Dashing, who led the creature southward, running with all his might around a grand locust tree. As he rounded the tree and descended the slope, he suddenly halted. Just as the enraged bear barreled towards him, he swiftly sidestepped. The bear, propelled by inertia, tumbled down the southern slope, followed by a cacophony of crashing sounds as it collided with the trees in its descent. "Hurry!" Tao Dashing called out to his brothers, Tao Ershing and Tao Sansheng, prompting the three siblings to hastily descend the northern slope. Upon locating Qin Chong, Tao Dashing swiftly retrieved a pouch of tobacco from his waist, extracting the fragmented leaves and meticulously rubbing them between his hands before applying the fine morsels to Qin Chong's back. Meanwhile, Tao Ershing and Tao Sansheng untied the leg bindings wrapped around their calves, and together, the brothers worked feverishly to tend to Qin Chong. They listened as he groaned intermittently, urging, "Hurry, hurry to check on the dog. Third brother, you go." Tao Dashing commanded Tao Sansheng, then handed a nearby knife to Tao Ershing, instructing him, "Second brother, go chop 2 sticks." The younger siblings complied without hesitation while Tao Dashing began to unfasten his own leg bindings. Before long, Tao Ershing returned with 2 sticks, each over 2 meters long and as thick as his wrist. At that moment, Tao Dashing removed his outer garment, taking off the inner tank top and tearing it into strips. The brothers then took the fabric strips and their leg bindings, wrapping them around the sticks in a straightforward manner, creating a structure reminiscent of a stretcher. As they neared completion, Tao Sansheng returned, carrying the little green dog on his back. Upon seeing the dog, tears streamed uncontrollably from the eyes of Qin Chong, who sat propped against a stone. "Green, green," Qin Chong called out, but the little green dog merely gazed at him with watery eyes, blinking softly. Tao Dashing nodded toward Tao Sansheng, gesturing toward the slope with his chin. Tao Sansheng shook his head, replying, "The little green dog's waist is broken." As he spoke, he set the little green dog down, only to see that while its front legs could support it, it was unable to rise from the waist back. Hearing Tao Sansheng's words, Qin Chong's heart sank further into despair. He knew that all 3 of his dogs had perished. If there were no injuries, their immediate task would be to retrieve the remains of the 3 dogs, for according to the customs of the encircling hunters, such a death was unacceptable. But now, Qin Chong was injured, and his foremost responsibility was to care for the wounded. At that moment, Tao Ershing noticed the blood grooves left by the black bear's claws on the little green dog and promptly removed his clothing, tearing his undershirt to fashion a bandage with tobacco leaves for the dog's wounds. Once they had finished their tasks, Qin Chong lay on a makeshift stretcher, carried down the mountain by Tao Dashing and Tao Ershing, while Tao Sansheng hoisted the little green dog onto his shoulder. Early the next morning, just after 4 o'clock, when the sky was still dimly lit, the door of Zhao Jun's house was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Zhao Jun stealthily emerged, clad in hunting attire with a rifle slung over his back. Upon seeing Zhao Jun with the gun, the flower dog, which was lying on the ground and pricking its ears towards him, perked up with renewed energy. As the flower dog opened its mouth, Zhao Jun quickly lunged forward, one hand grasping its neck while the other covered its mouth. He unfastened the iron chain from the flower dog's neck and tugged it outside the courtyard. As they passed the warehouse, the little green dog spotted Zhao Jun and rushed over, its front paws clawing at the window while wagging its tail incessantly. Over the past 2 days, the little green dog and the flower dog had gradually grown accustomed to each other, seemingly accepting one another's presence. Zhao Jun paid no heed to the little green dog, pushing the courtyard gate open and leading the flower dog away. The month has passed since the busy farming season, and even in this remote mountain village, it is uncommon for anyone to rise so early. Thus, Zhao Jun encountered no one along his path. As he approached the village entrance, the flower dog beside him suddenly darted ahead. Directly in front stood Li Baoyu, who was holding his large yellow dog in one hand and a piece of hemp rope in the other. When the flower dog reached him and greeted the yellow dog in their canine manner, Li Baoyu unexpectedly seized it and secured the rope around its neck. Zhao Jun approached, took the leash of the flower dog, greeted Li Baoyu, and continued walking, with Zhao Jun leading the way and Li Baoyu following. Both men guided their hunting dogs into the mountains. Along the path, Zhao Jun seemed to know the route, leaving Li Baoyu quite astonished. "Brother, are you sure this is the right way?" he inquired. Zhao Jun did not respond directly but countered. "Didn't you hear that old Qin returned to the village the day before yesterday?" "Indeed. Then there's no mistake," Zhao Jun affirmed. "That old man must have set traps for the black bear. We should search around his hut. There's no way we can go wrong." Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu felt a tinge of doubt, but when they finally discovered the spot where the black bear had been caught in the trap, his skepticism transformed into admiration for Zhao Jun. The blood trail left by the bear had nearly faded after 2 days, yet the flower dog paused to sniff the ground, then lifted its head to catch the scent in the air, pulling the leash forward. Zhao Jun promptly urged Li Baoyu to keep up, and beneath the thicket ahead, they stumbled upon a large pool of blood. The flower dog lowered its head to investigate once more. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhao Jun swiftly unfastened the leash from the neck of the hound, which then bolted forth like an arrow released from a bow. "Release the hounds," Zhao Jun called out to Li Baoyu as he shifted his shoulder, deftly swinging the shotgun into his grasp. With the leash now unbound, the yellow dog surged ahead in pursuit. At that moment, Zhao Jun retrieved a bullet from his pocket, loading it into the chamber, and turned to Li Baoyu, saying, "Brother, this black bear is unlike any other. I cannot allow you to engage, so do not intervene." "I understand," Li Baoyu replied, and with his confirmation, Zhao Jun felt reassured. He raised his firearm and advanced briskly, while Li Baoyu followed closely behind, brandishing a dagger. The hound led the way, traversing hills and gullies, while the yellow dog darted back and forth between Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu. After Zhao Jun had navigated 2 hills alongside the dog, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the yellow dog, which had been circling Li Baoyu, to perk up its ears and dash down the slope. It was then that the sound of barking carried by the wind reached both Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu's ears. "Take it slow," Zhao Jun cautioned Li Baoyu, as they began their descent into the ravine below. This area was a chaotic stony pond, strewn with rocks of all shapes and sizes, haphazardly scattered around. Suddenly, a beastly roar reverberated through the rocky terrain. Nearby, birds took flight from the trees, and the cawing of crows filled the air. Both Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu shuddered, a chill seeping up from their lower backs, wrapping around their necks, and swiftly rising to their faces. In an instant, Zhao Jun felt an icy sensation wash over his face, leaving it somewhat numb. As Li Baoyu stood there, a shiver coursed through him, his scalp tingling as if electrified. "Brother, brother." In that instant, an icy chill enveloped him, his hair standing on end, and he felt a slight weakness in his legs. Zhao Jun, holding a gun in one hand and steadying Li Baoyu's arm with the other, spoke in a gentle tone. "Rest here for a moment. Be cautious. The black bear is coming your way. Just run. I will follow shortly." Li Baoyu replied, pushing Zhao Jun's arm aside and steadying himself against a nearby large stone. It was then that a distant memory surfaced. He recalled his grandfather telling him that the roar of a bear is most terrifying. Those who had never encountered a bear would likely wet their pants upon hearing its roar for the first time. With this thought, Li Baoyu suddenly felt a surge of confidence, reassured that at least he had not succumbed to fear. As this realization settled in, the chill receded, and his legs regained their strength. He grasped his knife and moved forward once more. At that moment, approximately 2,000 meters ahead, a scene unfolded, a flower and a yellow hue, with one dog in front and another behind, encircled a black bear. This bear was the same one from the previous day, yet now it bore visible wounds. When Qin Chong had encountered it yesterday, the bear had only sustained injuries to its mouth. However, now it not only had a wounded jaw, but also 2 gunshot wounds and 3 knife cuts adorning its body. 500 meters away, Zhao Jun observed the scene, fully aware that the black bear was gravely injured. Even if he had not intervened that day, the creature would scarcely survive for long. Suddenly, Zhao Jun noticed the yellow dog leaping from behind the bear, sinking its teeth into the bear's left hind leg. And before the bear could react, the dog released its grip and darted aside. Witnessing this, Zhao Jun grasped his rifle and began to run. At that moment, the bear's roar lacked its former vigor. Just as it turned to confront the threat, the spotted dog seized the opportunity to pounce, biting before retreating in a similar manner. As the bear whirled around, it caught sight of Zhao Jun rushing towards it. In an instant, a surge of energy seemed to ignite within the bear, which raised its head and let out a powerful, resonant roar, then propelled itself forward, charging directly at Zhao Jun with unwavering determination. Seeing the bear barreling towards him, the spotted and yellow dogs grew frantic, pursuing the bear from behind, one on each side, clamping onto its hind legs. They strained to pull back, yet their efforts were in vain. The bear's speed showed no sign of diminishing as it dragged the two hunting dogs along, continuing its charge towards Zhao Jun. At this juncture, Zhao Jun stood 300 meters from the bear, watching it close the distance. Remaining composed, he steadily squeezed the trigger. A sharp crack echoed as the gun fired, and a spray of blood erupted from the back of the bear's head. Chapter 23. Stealing the gun. Qin Chong and the Tao brothers ascended the mountain in pursuit of the black bear, while Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu remained busy in the village, traversing from house to house, mingling with the locals. Zhao Jun wandered aimlessly through the village, encountering many familiar faces from his past life, which brought him an increasing sense of tranquility. As the afternoon approached, the two were preparing to return home for lunch when Zhao Jun noticed a middle-aged woman with children walking towards them, dressed in a gray blouse. She held one child in her arms while grasping the hand of another. "Auntie," Zhao Jun called out, recalling that his mother had reminded him earlier that morning to deliver some wild boar meat to his uncle's family. He had been so preoccupied with thoughts of dealing with Qin Chong that he had completely forgotten this task. De Jun, Zhao Ling seemed to be in low spirits. Mustering a forced smile upon seeing Zhao Jun, he affectionately ruffled his younger cousin's hair and pinched his little brother's cheek, inquiring, "Auntie, where are you taking the children?" "We're going to their maternal grandparents' house for a few days," she replied. At that moment, Li Baoyu approached, greeted Zhao Ling, and then discreetly stepped aside with Zhao Jun. Once they had seen Zhao Ling and the children depart, Li Baoyu leaned in closer to Zhao Jun and whispered, "Brother, has our uncle been gambling again?" With a deep sigh, Zhao Jun responded. Gambling referred to the act of betting. In rural areas, those who relied solely on farming would work diligently during the spring, summer, and autumn, but once winter arrived and there was no work to be done in the fields, they would gather to play cards or mahjong. Over time, this habit could develop into a penchant for gambling. Zhao Jun's uncle, Wang Chong, was particularly fond of gambling. It was often said that children take after their maternal uncles, and Zhao Jun had long suspected that his own gambling tendencies were influenced by his uncle. Upon returning home, Zhao Jun gathered a bundle of corn stalks to fuel the stove and reheated the meal that Wang Milan had prepared earlier that day. Afterward, Zhao Jun took his two younger sisters to lunch, assigning the task of washing dishes to Zhao Hong, while reminding her to look after the younger one at home. He then proceeded to the backyard, retrieving approximately 10 pounds of wild boar meat from the cellar, and made his way towards the gate. Just as Zhao Jun stepped outside, he suddenly halted. At that moment, a person across from him was equally taken aback. This individual inquired, "De Jun, where are you headed?" Zhao Jun raised the bag in his hand and replied with a smile, "Uncle, I caught a wild boar and was thinking of bringing you some meat." "You must have stolen someone else's trap." Wang Chong shook his head, unable to believe that Zhao Jun could hunt a wild boar by himself. "Stop doing that for now. In a while, I'll take you up the mountain to hunt." Hunting in this manner, known as Di Li, differs from hunting with dogs. As the term suggests, it involves quietly tracking and hunting without the aid of hounds, relying solely on the hunter's ability to discern animal tracks and stealthily locate prey, shooting them without alarming them. This method is considerably more challenging than hunting with dogs, as humans lack the keen senses of hounds. However, in his past life, Zhao Jun was proficient in this style of hunting, though that was not the crux of the matter. The key was that uncle possessed a hunting rifle. At this moment, Wang Chong remained unaware that Zhao Jun was contemplating his own hunting rifle and simply said, "All right, take the meat home and enjoy it. I need to visit Wang Tian's grandmother." Wang Tian was Zhao Jun's little cousin. Given the circumstances, it was evident that uncle was going to fetch his wife. It made sense. Uncle, being both greedy and lazy and lacking culinary skills, found it challenging to have a warm meal at home without auntie. Uncle. As Wang Chong was about to depart, Zhao Jun hastily reached out and grasped him, saying, "You cannot go empty-handed. Take this wild boar meat to my mother-in-law." Wang Chong paused, Realizing the truth in Zhao Jun's words, it would indeed be improper to visit his mother-in-law without a gift. Without further ado, he accepted the bag containing the wild boar meat, stating, "All right, I shall take my leave now. Take care." Zhao Jun called after him as he watched Wang Chong walk away. However, instead of retracing his steps home, he continued towards Wang Chong's residence. One must understand that, given Wang Chong's temperament, this was not the first time he had incited Zhao Ling to return to her parental home. Over the years, Zhao Jun had discerned a pattern. His elder nephew was utterly dependent on his wife. Indeed, as soon as Zhao Ling departed, Wang Chong would inevitably go to fetch her back. This retrieval would take no less than 3 days. Considering the distance of nearly 40 miles between her family home and Yong'an, the journey was not trivial, and once there, one would naturally linger for a few days. This interval presented Zhao Jun with an opportunity. Since the disarmament in 1998, he had not wielded a firearm for over 20 years. It is often said that no man is indifferent to automobiles, yet who among them does not harbor an affinity for guns? It is merely that they are out of reach. Zhao Jun hastened to Wang Chong's home, his hand slipping through the door to feel along the wall until he grasped the key, which he promptly used to unlock the door. Do not be surprised. Such practices are commonplace in rural areas where each household possesses but a single key, with family members engaged in various activities, some working, others attending school. What is to be done when one key suffices? The first to return home without a key cannot simply wait outside indefinitely. In the summer, things are manageable. But what about the winter when temperatures plummet to -20 or 30 degrees? Consequently, every household has adopted the practice of designating a spot to leave a spare key, ensuring that no matter who returns home first, they can enter without delay. The likelihood of a nefarious individual using the key to gain entry and pilfer valuables is virtually non-existent. At this moment, as Zhao Jun stepped into Wang Chong's courtyard, he heard someone from the adjacent yard call out, "Zhao Jun, your uncle isn't at home." "Oh," Zhao Jun replied briefly, intending to proceed into the house. The door was unlocked. Just as he was about to pull it open, the voice from next door continued, "Your uncle and aunt are having a spat." "What spat?" Zhao Jun furrowed his brow, interrupting the man's rambling with annoyance. "You silly fool, my uncle is accompanying my aunt back to her family." "What?" The individual, whom Zhao Jun referred to as the silly fool, seemed oblivious to the implications of Zhao Jun's words. In fact, he appeared even more animated, exclaiming loudly, "Those two are really going at it, let me tell you." "Get lost," Zhao Jun retorted, pushing the door shut behind him. The man stood by the wall, indignantly watching as Zhao Jun slammed the door. Inside, Zhao Jun navigated his way to the right, entering the adjacent room and retrieving a shotgun from behind the door. This firearm, like the one belonging to Qin Chong, was a 16 gauge. Grasping the shotgun in one hand, he reached into the canvas bag beside him with the other, extracting a handful of cartridges to tuck into his pocket. He then slung the gun over his back and stepped outside. Zhao Jun walked home with the gun slung over his shoulder, encountering numerous acquaintances along the way. Although they noticed the firearm, none expressed curiosity or concern. The Zhao family was renowned for their hunting heritage. It was customary for elders to send him off with a gun, and during these times, firearms were hardly a rarity. Upon returning home, Zhao Jun stowed the gun in a cabinet and retired to bed. He slept soundly until nightfall, when he was abruptly awakened by the intrusion of Li Baoyu. "Brother, something has happened." "What is it?" Zhao Jun inquired. Li Baoyu replied, "Old Qin encountered a black bear in the mountains today and nearly got trampled." "What happened?" After hearing the tale relayed by Li Baoyu, Zhao Jun fell into contemplation. He then asked, "Brother, would you dare accompany me tomorrow?" With a swift motion, Zhao Jun's right index finger pressed the trigger, resulting in a resounding bang. Immediately, he lifted his firing hand, pressing down the gun's grip, as a bullet unexpectedly found its way between his middle and ring fingers, held securely by both digits. In a fluid motion, he extracted the spent cartridge from the chamber with his thumb and index finger, while simultaneously loading the bullet nestled between his middle and ring fingers into the chamber. He assembled the firearm and aimed it. Bang! Another shot rang out. The black bear, struck in the head, collapsed backward, while the two hunting dogs, sensing something amiss, hastily darted aside. At that moment, another bullet struck the bear in the abdomen, penetrating through. Yet the creature emitted not a single cry of anguish. The black bear fell heavily to the ground, two hunting dogs immediately pouncing upon it, viciously tearing at its flesh. Zhao Jun, observing the bear's collapse through the scope of his rifle, continued his actions without interruption. He pried open the gun's chamber, and as he did so, another bullet materialized between his middle and ring fingers. With practiced precision, he extracted the empty cartridge and loaded a fresh bullet into the chamber. Once he closed the gun, Zhao Jun cautiously advanced, gun held at the ready. At that moment, Li Baoyu rushed over, but as he attempted to pass Zhao Jun, he was halted by a firm command. Do not approach. The black bear lay motionless on the ground, enduring the relentless assault of the two dogs. Yet Zhao Jun dared not let down his guard for an instant. Having hunted for many years in his past life, he had witnessed firsthand the formidable vitality of a black bear. What needed to be done now was to deliver a finishing shot to the creature's head. However, with both dogs engaged in their attack, a follow-up shot could very well deafen them with the recoil. Thus, Zhao Jun could only stand vigilant, gun at the ready. Li Baoyu was perplexed by the situation. Although he had heard numerous tales, the difference between hearing stories and experiencing them firsthand was stark. Nevertheless, he always heeded Zhao Jun's counsel, so he stood beside him with his knife drawn, awaiting further instructions. After approximately 3 to 5 mi, the bear gallbladder, a rich green hue, was roughly the size of 2 fists. Li Baoyu inserted his knife beside the black bear and, with both hands cradling the gallbladder, approached Zhao Jun. At that moment, Zhao Jun had already laid down his firearm. Upon seeing Li Baoyu presenting the gallbladder, he retrieved a small white cloth pouch from his pocket. After receiving the black bear gallbladder, Zhao Jun carefully placed it inside the pouch. Brother, this must be a grass gallbladder, right? Li Baoyu inquired. Indeed, Zhao Jun nodded, explaining. If it were a copper gallbladder, it would be of a brass color. After a brief pause, he added, Brother, once we sell this gallbladder, we shall divide the proceeds equally. That sounds good. Li Baoyu hesitated momentarily, but upon reflection, he nodded earnestly in agreement. To be frank, according to the rules of hunting, Zhao Jun, having brought the gun and the lead dog, would merit 3/4 of the profits. However, Zhao Jun's willingness to split the earnings equally was a gesture Li Baoyu appreciated, embodying the essence of brotherhood, 2 lifelong companions. Brother, please take down the lantern for me and then feed the dog. Certainly, Li Baoyu replied, returning to the side of the black bear. He seized the knife and extracted the bear's entrails, handing them over to Zhao Jun. Dogs may relish black bear meat, yet few would consume its innards. Thus, these remnants were most fitting for offerings to the mountain deity. In his previous life, Zhao Jun had been skeptical of such beliefs, but this second chance at life compelled him to embrace them. Given the rocky terrain and absence of large trees nearby, Zhao Jun hung the bear's entrails on a large boulder beside him. He retreated a step, closed his eyes, and silently implored, "Oh, mountain god and venerable elder of the mountain, safeguard my brothers and our canine companions, ensuring our safe return home with bountiful gains." As Zhao Jun paid homage to the mountain god, Li Baoyu had already commenced carving flesh from the black bear. The two brothers, both ardent dog lovers, generously selected choice cuts from the bear's belly to feed their hounds. Only when the mottled and yellow dogs each guarded a heap of meat, voraciously devouring it, did Li Baoyu approach Zhao Jun and inquire, "Brother, shall we dine up here on the mountain?" Zhao Jun gazed skyward, estimating the time to be around 10 o'clock. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed Li Baoyu, "Remove the bear's snout, kneecaps, and forepaws. Then we shall return home, brother." "Very well," Li Baoyu responded, proceeding to carry out Zhao Jun's instructions. He first severed the black bear's snout, then extracted the kneecaps, and finally, methodically, he detached the 4 bear paws. The snout and kneecaps were easily managed, while the forepaws were bound together in pairs with hemp rope, allowing him and Zhao Jun to each carry a pair over their shoulders on their way home. As for the black bear meat, it was unlike the wild boar meat from that day. This black bear, having gorged itself on autumn's bounty, weighed nearly 400 pounds. Even gutted, it still tipped the scales at well over 300 pounds, an impossible weight for the two of them to transport alone. Seeing Li Baoyu place 2 bear paws before him, Zhao Jun picked them up, draped the rope over his shoulders, so that one paw hung in front of his chest and the other behind his back. Just as he was about to set off, Zhao Jun paused abruptly and said to Li Baoyu, "Brother, shave off a bit more meat. We mustn't forget Big Qing back home." "Ah, I almost overlooked him." Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu promptly relinquished the bear paw, retracing his steps to the black bear's carcass. From its abdomen, he excised a portion of flesh, roughly 5 or 6 pounds, which he secured with a length of rope, holding it aloft. "Brother, why didn't you bring Ching?" Zhao Jun demurred. "That dog is newly arrived at our home. Taking it to the mountains might result in its becoming lost." Before Zhao Jun could complete his utterance, a peculiar noise emanated from behind them. Ere he and Li Baoyu could turn to ascertain its source, they beheld the flower dog and yellow dog darting past them. Unaware of the unfolding events, Zhao Jun, with keen alertness, cast the bare paw from his shoulder to the ground. He swiftly raised the rifle that stood beside his leg, cocking it and chambering around in one fluid motion before striding forward. Yet, scarcely had he traversed a few meters when he abruptly halted, leveling his firearm. At that moment, Li Baoyu, having caught up, witnessed a fleeting yellow specter flitting past. Though the dog stumbled amidst the jumbled rocks of the stone-strewn basin, this yellow apparition seemed impervious to such impediments, its velocity astonishing. Their own large yellow dog was the first to confront the spectral figure. In the instant of their collision, a heart-rending yelp escaped the yellow dog. Li Baoyu watched in wide-eyed horror as a creature of otherworldly means seized their large yellow dog by the scruff of its neck, pinning it against the rocks with a single paw. "Brother!" Li Baoyu exclaimed, aghast. A tiger cub. Chapter 24. The Bear Slayer. The following morning, scarcely past 4 o'clock. As the sky remained veiled in twilight, the door to Zhao Jun's abode was abruptly thrust open from within. Zhao Jun emerged from the dwelling with stealthy steps. Attired in his hunting garb, a rifle slung across his back. Upon spotting Zhao Jun, who was armed, the hound lying on the ground perked up its ears and became alert. Just as the hound seemed about to bark, Zhao Jun swiftly pounced, wrapping one hand around the hound's neck while the other covered its mouth. He then unfastened the iron chain from around the hound's neck and let it out of the courtyard. As they passed the warehouse, the blue dog inside caught sight of Zhao Jun and rushed over, placing its front paws on the window and wagging its tail excitedly. Over the past couple of days, the blue dog and the hound had gradually grown accustomed to each other's presence, seemingly accepting one another. Zhao Jun paid no heed to the blue dog, pushing open the courtyard gate and directly taking the hound with him. At this time of year, the busy farming season had come to an end, and even in this mountain village, it was rare for anyone to rise so early. Thus, Zhao Jun encountered no one along the way. As they neared the village entrance, the hound suddenly dashed ahead. In front of them stood Li Baoyu, holding his large yellow dog with one hand while the other held a length of hemp rope. When the hound approached and greeted the yellow dog in its canine manner, Li Baoyu unexpectedly seized it and fastened the rope around its neck. Zhao Jun approached, took the rope attached to the hound, greeted Li Baoyu, and continued on his way. Zhao Jun led the way, with Li Baoyu following closely behind, each holding onto a hunting dog as they ventured into the mountains. Zhao Jun seemed to know the route instinctively, leaving Li Baoyu quite astonished. "Brother, are you sure this is the right way?" he inquired. Zhao Jun did not respond directly, but instead retorted, "Did you not hear that old Qin returned to the village the day before yesterday?" "Indeed," Li Baoyu replied. "Then we are on the right path," Zhao Jun remarked. "It must be that old man who set the traps for the black bear. Let us search around his shelter. We cannot be mistaken." Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu felt a flicker of doubt, yet when they eventually discovered the spot where the black bear had gnawed at the traps, his previous skepticism transformed entirely into admiration for Zhao Jun. The bloodstains left by the bear had nearly vanished after 2 days, but the hound remained steadfast, sniffing the ground before lifting its head to catch a scent on the breeze, then tugging the rope forward. Zhao Jun urged Li Baoyu to follow, and as they crawled through the thicket ahead, they stumbled upon a large pool of blood. The hound lowered its head to investigate. Observing this, Zhao Jun untied the rope from the hound's neck, and it bolted forward like an arrow released from a bow. "Release the hound," Zhao Jun called to Li Baoyu, swiftly moving his shoulder to grasp the hunting rifle that had been slung across it. With the rope now unfastened, the yellow dog galloped ahead in pursuit. At that moment, Zhao Jun retrieved a bullet from his pocket, loading it into the chamber, and turned to Li Baoyu, saying, "Brother, this black bear is unlike others. I advise against you coming forward." "I understand," Li Baoyu replied, affirming Zhao Jun's caution, which eased Zhao Jun's concerns. He raised his rifle and advanced briskly, while Li Baoyu followed closely, wielding a knife. The hound navigated over hills, while the yellow dog darted back and forth between Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu. After Zhao Jun had traversed 2 ridges alongside the hound, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the yellow dog's ears to perk up as it bounded down the slope. At that moment, The sound of barking carried by the wind reached the ears of Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu. "Take it slow," Zhao Jun cautioned. Zhao Jun gently advised Li Baoyu, and the two began their descent towards the bottom of the ravine. Below lay a chaotic stone pit, a disarray of rocks in various shapes strewn haphazardly around. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed throughout the rocky expanse. Nearby, on the hillside, birds took flight, while crows cawed loudly. Both Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu shivered, a chill racing up their spines, coiling around their necks, and swiftly spreading across their faces. In an instant, Zhao Jun felt an icy sensation wash over his cheeks, accompanied by a slight numbness. Turning his gaze to Li Baoyu, he noticed the latter trembling uncontrollably, his scalp prickling as if electrified. Brother, Li Baoyu stammered, overwhelmed by the cold, goosebumps rising on his skin, and a sense of weakness in his legs. Zhao Jun, grasping his firearm with one hand while steadying Li Baoyu with the other, spoke in a soothing tone. "Rest here for a moment. Be cautious. The black bear is heading this way. If it approaches, run, and I will follow shortly." Yes, Li Baoyu replied, pushing Zhao Jun's arm away and steadying himself against a nearby boulder. At that moment, a distant memory flickered in his mind. His grandfather had once warned him that a bear's roar could be utterly terrifying. Those who had never encountered a bear would likely soil themselves upon hearing its first roar. Reflecting on this, Li Baoyu felt unexpectedly relieved. At least he had not succumbed to fear. With this thought, the chill gradually dissipated from his body. His legs regained their strength, and he picked up his knife, moving forward once more. At this moment, approximately 2,000 meters ahead of Li Baoyu, a scene unfolded. A flower-colored dog and a yellow dog, one positioned in front and the other behind, had cornered a black bear. This bear, the very same encountered by Qin Chang just yesterday, now bore the marks of numerous injuries. In contrast to its earlier state, when it had merely sustained wounds to its mouth, it now exhibited several injuries. 2 gunshot wounds and 3 knife cuts adorned its body, with splashes of dark purple blood staining the scattered rocks around it. The 2 dogs strained their necks, incessantly barking at the bear. Meanwhile, the bear, on all fours, roared furiously, showcasing its formidable presence. 500 meters away, Zhao Jun observed this spectacle from a distance, realizing that the bear was gravely wounded and would not last long, even if he refrained from engaging it today. Suddenly, he witnessed the yellow dog leap from behind the bear, sinking its teeth into the bear's left hind leg before retreating swiftly without allowing the bear a moment to retaliate. Upon seeing this, Zhao Jun grasped his rifle and began to run. The bear's roar, now lacking its former vigor, was abruptly interrupted as the flower-colored dog seized the opportunity to leap forward, biting and then swiftly retreating as well. Turning to face Zhao Jun, the bear's gaze ignited with renewed energy, and it let out a powerful, resounding roar. With a sudden burst of determination, it propelled itself forward, charging directly at Zhao Jun with relentless momentum. Sensing the impending confrontation, both the flower-colored and yellow dogs rushed in from behind, clamping onto the bear's hind legs, one on the left and the other on the right. They strained desperately to pull back, yet it proved futile. The black bear's momentum remained unabated as it charged toward Zhao Jun, dragging 2 hunting hounds behind. At that moment, Zhao Jun stood 300 meters away from the black bear, witnessing its relentless approach. Calmly, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! A gunshot resounded, and a spray of blood erupted from the back of the bear's head. Chapter 25. The tiger cub with his right index finger firmly on the trigger. Zhao Jun heard the sharp crack of the gun. Immediately, he lifted his shooting hand, pressing down on the gun's grip, while the bullet he had clenched in his palm inexplicably found its way between his middle and ring fingers, held securely by the 2 digits. In that instant, as he extracted the empty shell casing from the chamber with his thumb and index finger, he deftly inserted the bullet nestled between his middle and ring fingers into the chamber. He closed the gun, aimed, and fired again. Bang! The bear, struck in the head, began to topple backward, while the 2 hunting hounds, sensing something amiss, hastily diverged to either side. At that moment, another shot pierced the bear's belly, exiting through its body. Yet the creature did not utter a single cry of agony. The black bear collapsed heavily to the ground, and the 2 hounds lunged forward, viciously tearing at the bear. Zhao Jun observed the bears fall through the smoke of gunfire, yet his hands remained in motion, expertly opening the gun again. As he did so, another bullet materialized between his right middle and ring fingers. With practiced precision, he removed the spent casing and loaded the next bullet into the chamber. Once he closed the gun, Zhao Jun cautiously advanced with his weapon. At that moment, Li Baoyu arrived, and as he attempted to pass by Zhao Jun, he was halted by Zhao Jun's urgent call. Do not go over there. The bear lay prostrate, enduring the hound's assault without stirring, yet Zhao Jun remained vigilant. His years of hunting had instilled in him a profound respect for the bear's resilience. The imperative now was to deliver a final shot to the bear's head. However, with the dogs swarming the bear, such a shot risked deafening them. Thus, Zhao Jun maintained his aim, poised and watchful. Li Baoyu, uncertain of the situation, stood by Zhao Jun, obedient to his instructions. After a few minutes, Zhao Jun, still armed, instructed, Baoyu, eviscerate it and extract the gall. Right away, Li Baoyu responded, his spirits lifting. He set his knife aside, removed the tip, and approached the bear. With the blade, he made an incision from the bear's throat down its abdomen. After opening the carcass, Li Baoyu severed the diaphragm and carefully removed the gallbladder. The gallbladder, verdant in color, was about the size of 2 fists. He planted the knife beside the bear and presented the gallbladder to Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun, having lowered his rifle, received the gallbladder and placed it into a white cloth pouch from his pocket. Brother, is this a grass gall? Li Baoyu inquired. Yes, Zhao Jun confirmed. If it were a copper gall, it would be brassy in color. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Jun paused for a moment and then continued, Brother, once we sell this bear gall, we shall split the proceeds equally. That sounds good, Li Baoyu replied, momentarily taken aback, but after a brief contemplation, he nodded emphatically, expressing his agreement. To be candid, according to the rules of hunting, since the firearm was brought by Zhao Jun and the lead dog belonged to him as well, each would account for 1 share, in addition to the 2 shares belonging to the pair. Thus, if the bear gall were sold, Zhao Jun would rightfully receive 3/4 of the earnings. However, Zhao Jun was willing to share equally with Li Baoyu, who, in turn, did not hesitate to accept this generous offer. Such is the bond of brotherhood, lifelong comrades. Brother, please take down the lantern for me, and afterward, feed the dogs. All right, Li Baoyu responded and returned to the black bear's side, using his knife to extract all the entrails from the bear's belly, which he then handed over to Zhao Jun. Dogs relish bear meat, yet few would consume the bear's innards. Thus, these were best offered to the mountain deity. In his previous life, Zhao Jun had little faith in such matters, but this reincarnation compelled him to believe. Given the rocky terrain nearby, devoid of significant trees, he hung the bear's entrails upon a large stone beside him. He then took a step back, closed his eyes, and silently recited, O mountain god, protector of the land. Zhao Jun lifted his gaze to the sky, estimating it to be around 10 o'clock. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Li Baoyu, remove the bear's nose, the paw pads, and the 4 claws. Then we shall return home. Understood, Li Baoyu responded, promptly attending to Zhao Jun's instructions. Following Zhao Jun's directives, he first severed the black bear's nose, then extracted the kneecap, and finally methodically detached the 4 bear paws. The bear's nose and kneecap were manageable tasks. However, Li Baoyu bound the 4 paws together with hemp rope, allowing both him and Zhao Jun to carry a pair on their shoulders as they made their way home. As for the black bear's meat, it was not comparable to the wild boar meat they had encountered previously. This bear, having fattened up for autumn, weighed nearly 400 pounds, and even after being gutted, it still weighed over 300. There was no feasible way for the 2 of them to transport it. Upon seeing Li Baoyu place 2 bear paws before him, Zhao Jun picked them up, draping the rope over his shoulder. Thus, 1 paw hung from his chest while the other dangled behind him. Just as he was about to set off, Zhao Jun suddenly halted and said to Li Baoyu, Brother, we should carve off a bit more meat. We still have the large dog at home. Oh, I almost forgot, Li Baoyu exclaimed, promptly setting down the bear paws and returning to the bear's carcass. He sliced off a sizable chunk of meat, approximately 5 or 6 pounds, and secured it with a rope in his hand. Brother, why didn't you bring the large dog along? Zhao Jun shook his head and replied, that dog just arrived at our home. It might run away if we take it up the mountain. Before Zhao Jun could finish his sentence, an unusual sound came from behind them. Before he and Li Baoyu could turn around, they saw the flower dog and the yellow dog darting past them. Zhao Jun was oblivious to the unfolding events, yet he remained acutely vigilant as he swung the bear paw slung over his shoulder to the ground, swiftly drawing the gun that stood beside his leg. With a practiced motion, he cocked the weapon and chambered a round in one fluid action before dashing forward. However, before he could cover several meters, he abruptly halted, raising his firearm with determination. At that moment, the approaching Li Baoyu discerned a yellow figure gliding towards him from the front. The dog stumbled clumsily through the rocky terrain. Yet this yellow apparition moved with astonishing speed, seemingly unimpeded. His large yellow dog rushed to confront the yellow figure, and in the instant they met, a chilling cry erupted from the dog. Li Baoyu watched in horror as a monstrous beast seized his dog's neck with a paw, pinning it mercilessly against the stones. "Brother!" Li Baoyu exclaimed in alarm, "a tiger cub." The creature resembled a large feline, taller than the dog but not as long, with a robust body and a short tail, adorned with tufts of black fur atop its ears. With effortless strength, it clutched the yellow dog's neck, firmly holding it against the ground. The hefty yellow dog, weighing over 90 pounds, was held down by the beast's paw, its front legs and upper body pressed firmly against the earth, while its hindquarters strained in a futile attempt to escape, kicking against the ground in desperation. At that moment, a mottled dog lunged from the side, but the beast turned its head and bared its teeth in a menacing snarl. Astonishingly, the mottled dog, renowned for its prowess in battling black bears and wild boars, and hailed as the foremost canine of the Yong'an forestry farm, recoiled in fear. Bang! The gun fired. The beast released the yellow dog and swiftly retreated. Not far away, Zhao Jun, who had just loaded a bullet into his gun, raised it to search for the beast, only to find that it had vanished without a trace. "Quick! Check on the dog," Zhao Jun called to Li Baoyu, and the two hurried towards the yellow dog. At that moment, the yellow dog shook its head and wobbled to its feet, blood streaming from its neck. Zhao Jun approached the dog, set his gun down, and began to wrap its neck with a strip of cloth. Observing the blood saturating the cloth, Li Baoyu frantically untied his own. The two brothers toiled for some time before finally bandaging the yellow dog. Looking at the seemingly unscathed animal, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu exchanged glances, a hint of trepidation creeping into their hearts. "Brother, that was a tiger cub, wasn't it?" Li Baoyu ventured. Zhao Jun nodded, aware that tiger cub was merely a term used by the mountain folk. In truth, that creature should be called a lynx. Li Baoyu gently stroked the yellow dog's neck and murmured, "I've heard my grandfather speak of how formidable that thing is. I never imagined that De Huang would appear as meek as a kitten before it." Zhao Jun shook his head, gazing towards the direction where the lynx had disappeared. Remaining silent, Li Baoyu continued, "Brother, if you had shot it just now, its pelt must be worth more than that of a black bear, right?" Zhao Jun chuckled and replied, "Brother, with De Huang in its grasp, how could I dare to shoot? What would happen to De Huang then?" Seeing that Li Baoyu still did not comprehend, Zhao Jun added, "I fired that shot into the air." Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu finally understood. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun walked back to collect the bear paw that he and Li Baoyu had previously left behind, until Li Baoyu received the two bear paws, tethered by a rope. From Zhao Jun, he seemed somewhat reluctant and inquired, "Brother, how can one possibly catch such a creature?" Zhao Jun shook his head and replied, "It is difficult. Their vigilance is exceedingly high, and they flee with remarkable speed, making it nearly impossible to shoot them." Li Baoyu pressed on, "What if we were to surround it with a few dogs?" Zhao Jun once again shook his head and said, "It won't work, no matter how many dogs there are. They will meet their demise. If they manage to surround it, the moment they rush in, they will tear it apart." At this point, noticing Li Baoyu's continued confusion, Zhao Jun elaborated, "What you seek is its hide, is it not? If it is torn to shreds, what remains?" As they spoke, the two brothers had already slung the bear paws over their shoulders. Zhao Jun whistled, and two somewhat lethargic hunting dogs rose to their feet, ready to head back. Just then, Li Baoyu suddenly recalled something and asked, "Brother, that creature must reside in this muddied pond, right?" "Indeed," Zhao Jun nodded, surveying the surroundings. "It should be dwelling here." Li Baoyu then expressed concern, "If we leave the black bear here, it won't cause trouble tonight, will it? Have you forgotten? That beast feeds on the living, not the dead." "Ah, right." Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu each carried two bear paws as they made their way home, accompanied by the two dogs. As they walked, the spotted dog seemed to regain its vigor, bounding ahead, leaping over ditches and hollows. In stark contrast, the injured yellow dog remained closely beside Li Baoyu. Observing the unusual behavior of the spotted dog, Li Baoyu worriedly asked Zhao Jun, "Brother, is the spotted dog all right?" Zhao Jun cast a glance at the flower dog and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. This dog has a stubborn temperament. It lost face earlier and is feeling a bit embarrassed." By the time Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu entered the village, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Outside the village, there were numerous piles of branches. As winter was approaching, the villagers needed to prepare firewood for the cold months ahead. This was when the advantages of living against the backdrop of the mountains became apparent. During their leisure, villagers would venture into the woods to gather scattered twigs and branches. With limited space in their yards, they stacked these piles just outside the village. Typically, these stacks were placed in sunlit areas to facilitate drying and prevent dampness. Zhao Jun removed his firearm and tucked it into his own pile of branches. The afternoon atmosphere was markedly different from that of the morning, with villagers bustling about. Carrying a gun inevitably attracted attention. If word of it reached his parents, he feared he would face a severe reprimand. Indeed, as soon as they entered the village, the bare paw they were carrying drew attention. Fortunately, Zhao Jun had prepared a narrative for Li Baoyu to navigate such inquiries. This was primarily to appease their respective elders. Thus, from the moment they stepped into the village, whenever someone inquired, they would explain that they had ventured into the mountains with the intention of hunting badgers, only to stumble upon a fortunate find, a recently deceased black bear. Their tale evoked admiration among the villagers, who clamored that when they returned with the bear the following day, they must share some meat with everyone. In response, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu readily agreed. In these times, it was acceptable to indulge in solitary feasting, but it was best done behind closed doors. The disparity between this bear and the boar of that day was significant. Transporting it back by vehicle tomorrow, unnoticed, would be an impossibility. Upon their respective returns home, Zhao Jun hastily entered his abode, changed his garments, and, foregoing sustenance, commenced scouring the cooking pot and heating water. He meticulously scrubbed his family's large iron pot no fewer than 7 or 8 times, ensuring the complete absence of grease, before proceeding to boil a pot of water. As the water reached its boiling point, Zhao Jun retrieved the bear gall from its cloth sack, tethered it with a slender cord, and delicately dipped the gall into the scalding water. Submerged, the gall rapidly deflated. Zhao Jun then lifted the gall from the water and, exiting his dwelling, ventured into the storage building, suspending the gall in a shaded location. What was Zhao Jun's purpose? It transpired that the journey of a bear gall, from its extraction from the bear's abdomen to its eventual sale at a state-run emporium, was governed by specific protocols. Upon the demise of the bear, the gall had to be extracted with alacrity, lest the bile be absorbed by the liver, thereby diminishing the gall's value. Furthermore, a freshly extracted gall could not be presented directly to the state-run store, for their purview lay in commerce, not in the manipulation of medicinal ingredients. The gall required preliminary treatment, a dip in boiling water to induce shrinkage, followed by suspension in a cool, shaded environment to facilitate reinflation. This iterative process of scalding and shading was repeated until the gall, upon immersion in boiling water, remained impervious to further expansion, indicating the complete absorption of bile by the gallbladder. Only then was the gall deemed ready for conveyance down the mountain and conversion into currency. Today, Zhao Yukai, rarely afforded the luxury of leaving work early, returned home to find a flurry of conversations awaiting him. Villagers were animatedly discussing how his son, Zhao Jun, had stumbled upon a deceased black bear in the mountains. This news left Zhao Yukai utterly bewildered. In his prime, he was a renowned hunter, a figure whose exploits echoed through the forests. As Li Baoyu once remarked, Zhao Yukai had indeed faced tigers in the wild. Although his attempts had yielded no more than a couple of shots fired without so much as a single tiger hair to show for it, his participation in such endeavors spoke volumes of his prowess. Yet, after over 2 decades of hunting, he had never heard of anyone simply finding a black bear while roaming the mountains. If it were that effortless, why bother hunting at all? One could merely meander through the woods daily. Frustration bubbled within him, as he couldn't help but suspect his troublesome son had once again meddled in affairs that did not concern him. The thought ignited a fire within Zhao Yukai, for the Zhao family had long been celebrated hunters, renowned across the region since his father's time. In his own generation, they were figures of considerable repute in the neighboring villages. Yet here was his wayward son, having recently pilfered someone else's wild boar trap and now, it seemed, had brazenly claimed another's black bear. Zhao Jun was indeed bringing shame upon the Zhao name. The deeper he delved into these thoughts, the more incensed he became. Determined to confront his son, he ceased his pleasantries with the neighbors and strode purposefully homeward, rolling up his sleeves as he went. Just then, Li Baoyu, having exited Zhao Jun's residence, spotted Zhao Yukai approaching with an air of indignation. Who was he confronting now? Li Baoyu pondered, a hint of confusion creeping in. As Zhao Yukai drew nearer, Li Baoyu hastily cleared the way and greeted him. "Welcome back, uncle." Zhao Yukai merely nodded and stepped into the courtyard. As he passed by the storage room, he contemplated entering to retrieve the large broom. This broom, fashioned from slender bamboo strips, stood over a person's height and was employed for sweeping the yard and the streets. Zhao Yukai intended to extract a couple of bamboo strips from his household broom. A single strike of these strips upon the flesh would leave a mark of blood, a sensation both invigorating and excruciating. "Just wait, you little rascal." As Zhao Yukai twisted the wire binding the broom with pliers, he resolved that today, Zhao Jun would surely be reduced to tears. Suddenly, his gaze swept across and caught sight of the bare gallbladder suspended from the beam. Zhao Yukai paused, his hands instinctively ceasing their movement. His mind raced. If this were indeed Zhao Jun who had stumbled upon a black bear slain by another, it was inconceivable that a gallbladder would be present. For any hunter, it would be unthinkable to forego the gallbladder in favor of the bear's paw or meat. Having hunted for many years, Zhao Yukai could readily discern the quality of a gallbladder, though the one hanging in his storage room was a grass gallbladder. Once properly dried and sold at the market below the mountain, it would undoubtedly fetch a price of 600 yuan or more, nearly equivalent to Zhao Youcai's annual salary. Could it be that the little rascal truly stumbled upon fortune? He set down the pliers and broom, kicked aside the big blue dog that had approached him wagging its tail, and exited the storage room, making his way back to his house. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of two large bear paws resting on the stove. With his seasoned experience, he assessed their size and surmised that the black bear must weigh nearly 400 pounds. The peril posed by such a creature was incomparable to that of a wild boar. "Father, you're back?" At that moment, Zhao Jun emerged from the house and, upon spotting Zhao Yukai, pointed to the pair of bare paws and exclaimed, "You have returned just in time. My mother is utterly incapable of preparing this delicacy." "Where did you find them?" Zhao Yukai inquired. "In the muddied pond south of the 45th large section," Zhao Jun replied, a statement grounded in truth. For he would need to implore his father the following day to procure a vehicle to transport the black bear. The location was indeed as he described. The term 45th large section referred to a unique method of marking locations in that area. Since the establishment of the forest farm, the terrain had been delineated into various zones, each designated as a large section. Within each large section, smaller divisions were made. Over time, locals became accustomed to referencing mountain peaks and locations by their respective large section numbers, and the inhabitants would immediately recognize the area in question. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yukai nodded and instructed, "Go outside and prepare a fire to thoroughly roast the bear paws." "Very well, I shall summon Baoyu," Zhao Jun replied, grasping one of the bear paws as he made his way toward the door. "Wait a moment," Zhao Yukai suddenly called out, halting Zhao Jun. He asked, "Is there bear gallbladder to accompany this?" "Ah, my brother and I will share it equally." "Excellent. Let us proceed," Zhao Yukai responded, seemingly pleased with Zhao Jun's answer. Before retreating into the inner room and reclining on the bed, Zhao Jun exited the house, calling out to Li Baoyu. The bear paws were still covered in fur, which needed to be removed before consumption. However, the method they employed for depilation differed from that used in butchering pigs or chickens. They did not scald the bear paws with boiling water. Instead, they incinerated them until the hair follicles were completely singed. Afterward, they soaked the paws in water and scrubbed away the charred remnants with a brush. This method not only facilitated the removal of the hair, but also eliminated the rancid odor. The bear paws at home required depilation, and undoubtedly, the two paws belonging to Li Baoyu needed the same treatment. Thus, the two brothers decided to ignite a single fire, sufficient to accommodate all four paws, and cast them into the flames. The scent produced by the burning bear hair was exceedingly unpleasant, far more acrid than burning rubber. Before long, the noxious odor wafted into the house, rousing Zhao Yukai from his drowsy slumber. Clad in his slippers, he emerged from the house and noticed Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, both pinching their noses and huddled against the wall. He joined them, exclaiming, "Couldn't you have burned them outside?" As he spoke, his gaze suddenly fell upon the other side of the wall, where he observed the large yellow dog belonging to Li Baoyu, its neck ensnared with a binding strap stained with blood, his brow furrowed in concern. In a fleeting moment, Zhao Yukai even questioned the origins of this black bear. But upon examining the bloodstains on the bandage, he surmised that the dog's injuries were not inflicted by a black bear. After scrutinizing for a while, he turned to Zhao Jun and inquired, "How did that large yellow dog get hurt?" "Dad, there's a lynx causing trouble in the marsh," Zhao Yukai nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, "No wonder." With that, he covered his nose and made his way out of the yard. "Dad, where are you going?" Zhao Yukai remained silent, stepping outside and strolling westward, hands clasped behind his back. He arrived at the township office without hesitation, pushing open the door to enter. "You're back, how come? Are you off today?" "No, I finished work early." Zhao Yukai inquired. "Is it permissible for thee to lend me a rifle?" "Certainly," replied Zhao Guofeng, the of Yongyan, without a moment's hesitation. "Take a seat, I shall fetch it for you." Zhao Yukai, feeling unreserved, promptly pulled out a stool and sat down. Zhao Guofeng rose and entered an adjoining room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, carrying a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. He placed the firearm upon the table before Zhao Yukai and proceeded to open the drawer of his own desk, retrieving a magazine of ammunition. "Is this sufficient?" he inquired. Zhao Yukai, aiming the rifle left and right, cast a cursory glance and replied, "It will not be necessary. Just give it all to me." Zhao Guofeng slid the 30 rounds of ammunition towards him and asked, "Have you not heard about the recent attacks by black bears? Why are you heading into the mountains?" "I shall not be hunting bears," Zhao Yukai stated, setting down the rifle while gripping it with one hand and seizing the magazine with the other. "I am after tiger cubs." "Tiger cubs?" Zhao Guofeng nodded slightly and, seemingly intrigued, posed a question to Zhao Yukai. "By the way, during that year when you hunted tigers, who fired those 2 shots?" Zhao Yukai hesitated for a moment, chuckling. "It has been many years, I cannot recall. I must take my leave now." With that, he grasped the rifle in one hand and the ammunition in the other, slipping on his shoes as he made his way outside. Chapter 26. Lynx and Bear Gallbladder. A creature resembling a large feline, taller than a dog yet shorter in length, with a robust body, a short tail, and tufts of black fur adorning each ear. The beast clutched the yellow dog by the neck with its paw, seemingly exerting no effort as it pressed the dog firmly to the ground. The hefty yellow dog, weighing over 90 pounds, was pinned down, its forelegs and front half tightly pressed against the earth. Yet, its hindquarters strained against the pressure, its hind legs kicking the ground in a futile struggle to escape. At that moment, the spotted dog lunged from the side, and the beast turned to bare its teeth at the spotted dog. Astonishingly, this dog, renowned for daring to confront black bears and wild boars, and hailed as the finest dog in the Yong'an Logging Company, retreated in that instant. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The beast released the yellow dog and fled. Not far away, Zhao Jun, who had just loaded a bullet into the chamber, aimed his gun in pursuit of the creature, only to discover that it had vanished from sight. "Quick, check on the dog," Zhao Jun called to Li Baoyu, and the two hurried towards the yellow dog. At that moment, the yellow dog shook its head and unsteadily rose from the ground, revealing blood streaming down its neck. Zhao Jun approached the yellow dog, lowered his gun, and began to wrap a bandage around its neck. Seeing the blood saturate the bandage, Li Baoyu frantically started to unfasten his own bandage. The two brothers worked diligently for a while, ultimately managing to dress the yellow dog's wound. Looking at the seemingly unharmed yellow dog, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu exchanged a glance, a sense of unease creeping into their hearts. "Brother, that must have been a tiger cub, right?" Zhao Jun nodded, aware that tiger cub was merely the mountain folks' term for the beast. In truth, that creature ought to be called a lynx. Li Baoyu gently stroked the yellow dog's neck, murmuring, "I have heard my grandfather speak of its ferocity. I never imagined that the big yellow dog would appear as insignificant as a kitten in its presence." Zhao Jun shook his head and lifted his gaze towards the direction where the lynx had vanished, remaining silent. Li Baoyu then remarked, "Brother, just now you nearly shot it. Its fur seems to be worth more than that of a black bear, doesn't it?" Zhao Jun chuckled and replied, "My dear brother, De Huang was in its grasp. How could I possibly shoot? What would happen to De Huang then?" Noticing that Li Baoyu still did not comprehend, Zhao Jun added, "The shot I fired was merely into the air." Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu finally came to a realization. At that moment, Zhao Jun walked back and retrieved the bear paws they had previously discarded. When Li Baoyu accepted the 2 bear paws, which were bound by a rope, from Zhao Jun's hands, he appeared somewhat reluctant and inquired, "Brother, how could one possibly shoot that creature?" Zhao Jun shook his head and replied, "It is difficult. Its alertness is exceedingly high, and it runs too swiftly to be targeted. What if we were to surround it with a few dogs?" Li Baoyu pressed on. Zhao Jun shook his head once more, stating, "It wouldn't be feasible. Regardless of the number of dogs, they would all perish. If we managed to surround it, the dogs would rush in and tear it apart." At this juncture, Seeing that Li Baoyu was still puzzled, Zhao Jun explained, "Isn't your aim to obtain its skin? If it is torn apart, what remains?" As they spoke, the brothers had already slung the bare paws over their shoulders. Zhao Jun whistled, prompting the two slightly lethargic hunting dogs to rise, ready to return. Just then, Li Baoyu suddenly recalled something and asked, "Brother, does that creature reside in this marshy area?" "Indeed," Zhao Jun nodded, surveying the surroundings. "It should dwell right here. Shall we leave the black bear here? It might cause trouble at night, you know. Have you forgotten? That creature feeds on the living, not the dead." "Ah, indeed." Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, each bearing 2 bare paws and accompanied by 2 dogs, made their way home. As they walked, the spotted dog seemed to regain its spirit, bounding ahead, leaping over ditches and through streams. In stark contrast, the injured yellow dog remained steadfastly by Li Baoyu's side. Noticing something amiss with the spotted dog, Li Baoyu anxiously inquired of Zhao Jun, "Brother, is there something wrong with Huashao?" Zhao Jun cast a glance at the spotted dog and replied, "It's nothing. This dog has a stubborn temperament. It lost face earlier and is now feeling a bit embarrassed." By the time Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu approached the village, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Outside the village lay heaps of branches, as winter was fast approaching and the villagers needed to prepare firewood. This was when the advantage of being nestled against the mountains became apparent. During their leisure, the villagers would venture into the woods to collect scattered twigs and branches. With limited space in their yards, they would stack these branches outside the village. Typically, these piles were placed in sunny spots to facilitate drying and prevent dampness. Zhao Jun removed his gun and tucked it into his own stack of branches. The afternoon atmosphere differed greatly from that of the morning, with villagers bustling about. Carrying a gun would undoubtedly draw attention, and if word reached his parents, he feared he would face a severe reprimand. Indeed, as soon as they entered the village, the bare paws they carried caught the eyes of onlookers. Fortunately, Zhao Jun had prepared a set of explanations for Li Baoyu to handle such situations while on their way back. Indeed, his primary intention was to appease the 2 elders. Thus, from the moment they entered the village, whenever anyone inquired, they would assert that the brothers had originally ventured into the mountains intending to hunt badgers. However, fortune smiled upon them unexpectedly as they stumbled upon a recently deceased black bear. This narrative captivated the villagers, who expressed their envy and clamored for a share of the bear's meat once it was brought back the following day. In unison, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu readily acquiesced to their request. In these times, it was permissible to indulge oneself, yet one ought to do so discreetly behind closed doors. Unlike the wild boar from that day, the black bear would inevitably attract attention when transported back by vehicle. Upon returning home, Zhao Jun hurriedly entered the house, changed his clothes, and, without pausing for a meal, commenced the task of washing pots and boiling water. He meticulously scrubbed his family's large iron pot 7 or 8 times to ensure it was devoid of grease before boiling a pot of water. Once the water reached a rolling boil, Zhao Jun retrieved the bear bile from a cloth bag, fastening it with a thin string. He then dipped the bile into the boiling water. As the bile submerged, it quickly shriveled. At that moment, Zhao Jun pulled up the string, extracting the bile from the water. He carried it outside, heading to the storage room where he hung the bile in a shaded area. What was Zhao as the proprietor of a shop rather than a purveyor of medicinal herbs? One must first bring the bear bile home and immerse it in boiling water. Upon immersion, the bile will contract. Subsequently, it should be hung in a cool, shaded area, and after a period of time, the bile will swell once more. At this juncture, another immersion in boiling water will cause it to shrink again. This process of hanging and immersing should be repeated until the bile no longer expands regardless of its placement after the boiling water treatment, indicating that the bile has been fully absorbed. Such bile can then be taken down the mountain to exchange for currency. Chapter 27. Zhao Youcai's fortune today marks one of the rare occasions when Zhao Youcai returns home from work early. Upon his arrival in the village, he is besieged with conversations, alluding to the fact that his son, Zhao Jun, has stumbled upon a stroke of luck by discovering a deceased black bear in the mountains. This news leaves Zhao Youcai utterly bewildered. In his youth, he was a formidable hunter, revered in the wilderness. As Li Baoyu once remarked to Qin Chong, Zhao Youcai has indeed hunted tigers. Although he fired 2 shots without even grazing a single tiger hair, his participation in such endeavors speaks volumes of his prowess. However, after over 2 decades of hunting, Zhao Youcai has never heard of anyone merely wandering the mountains and coming across a black bear. If such were the case, there would be no need for hunting. One could simply amble through the mountains daily. Damn, Those two mischievous rascals must certainly be up to no good. At this moment, Zhao Yukai suspects that his troublesome son has once again pilfered someone else's catch. The mere thought ignites a fire within him. As the Zhao family has been renowned hunters for generations, their reputation echoing across hundreds of miles since his father's time. By the time it reaches Zhao Youcai's generation, they are still figures of significant renown across 10 villages and beyond. However, that scoundrel of a son of mine, just a few days ago, stole someone else's wild boar trap, and today he has picked up a black bear that someone else has hunted. Zhao Jun has truly brought disgrace upon the Zhao family. The more Zhao Yukai thought about it, the more infuriated he became. He immediately ceased his pleasantries with the neighbors and strode home, rolling up his sleeves as he walked. Li Baoyu had just exited Zhao Jun's house when he noticed Zhao Yukai marching towards him, visibly enraged. Who could he be angry with? Li Baoyu pondered. Yet as Zhao Yukai approached, he hastily stepped aside and greeted him. "Uncle, you're back." Zhao Yukai merely nodded and stepped into the courtyard. As he passed the storeroom, he intended to fetch the large broom. This broom, made from fine bamboo strips, stood taller than a person and was used for sweeping the yard and the streets. Zhao Yukai planned to extract a couple of bamboo strips from his broom. A strike from these strips would leave a painful mark, a sensation both exhilarating and satisfying. "Just you wait, you little rascal," Zhao Yukai muttered to himself. Tightening the wire that bound the broom with determination, resolved that today he would make Zhao Jun weep for mercy. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the bare gallbladder hanging from the beam. Zhao Yukai froze, his hands instinctively halting. His mind raced. If Zhao Jun had indeed picked up a black bear killed by someone else, there was no way there would be a bare gallbladder. For any hunter, it would be unthinkable to abandon the gallbladder, regardless of the bear's paw or meat. Zhao Yukai had been trapping for many years, and he could naturally discern the quality of bear bile. Although the bear bile hanging in his storage room was of the inferior kind, once it was air-dried and brought down to the market, it would undoubtedly fetch a price exceeding 600 yuan, nearly equivalent to his annual salary. Could it be that the young fool truly stepped in good fortune? Zhao Yukai set down his tongs and broom, giving a kick to the large blue dog that had approached him wagging its tail, before exiting the storage room and making his way home. Upon entering the house, Zhao Yukai was greeted by the sight of two large bear paws on the stove. With his wealth of experience, he could tell at a glance that these paws belonged to a black bear weighing nearly 400 pounds. The danger posed by such a creature was far beyond that of a wild boar. "Father, you're back." At that moment, Zhao Jun emerged from within the house. Upon seeing Zhao Yukai, he pointed at the bear paws and remarked, "You came back just in time. My mother wouldn't know how to prepare this." "Where did you find them?" Zhao Yukai inquired. "In the southern part of the chaotic pond, near class 45, Zhao Jun replied. This was indeed the truth, as he would need to ask his father to arrange for a vehicle to transport the black bear the following day. The location was undoubtedly as he described. The class 45 mentioned by Zhao Jun referred to a unique local method of marking positions. Since the establishment of the forestry station in the area, the land had been divided into various zones, each designated as a class. Within each class, there were further subdivisions. Over time, when locals referred to a specific mountain or location, they would mention the corresponding class number, and nearby inhabitants would instantly recognize it. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhao Yukai instructed, "Go outside and light a fire. We need to scorch the bear paws clean." "All right, my name is Baoyu." Zhao Jun, holding a bear paw, was about to step outside. "Wait a moment," Zhao Yukai suddenly interjected, halting Zhao Jun. He inquired, "Does the bear gallbladder belong to Baoyu?" "Ah, my brother and I will share it equally." "Very well. Let us proceed." Zhao Yukai seemed quite pleased with Zhao Jun's response and, after uttering a remark, retreated into the inner room, reclining on the Kong with his legs crossed. Zhao Jun emerged from the house, carrying the bear paw, and called out to Li Baoyu from behind the wall. The bear paw was still covered in fur, and it needed to be depilate before consumption. However, the method employed by Zhao Jun and his companions was distinct from the traditional depilation methods used for pigs or chickens. They did not scald it with boiling water. Instead, they singed the fur until the roots were entirely charred, and then soaked the paw in water, scrubbing the scorched surface with a brush. This technique not only removed the fur, but also eliminated the greasy odor. Since both bear paws at home required depilation, it was evident that Li Baoyu's two paws would also need the same treatment. Thus, the brothers decided to ignite a single fire, placing all four bear paws into the flames. As the fur burned, the stench was extraordinarily pungent, far more offensive than the smell of burning rubber. Before long, the odor wafted into the house, rousing the drowsy Zhao Yukai from his slumber. He slipped on his shoes and emerged from the room. Noticing Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu both pinching their noses, huddled against the wall, he approached them, exclaiming, "Couldn't you burn it outside?" Just as he uttered this, Zhao Youcai's gaze fell upon the other side of the wall, where he noticed a large yellow dog from Li Baoyu's household. Its neck bound with a leg strap soaked in blood, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. In a fleeting moment, Zhao Yukai harbored doubts about the origins of the black bear, yet upon observing the bloodstains on the bandages of the large yellow dog, he discerned that its injuries were not inflicted by the black bear. After scrutinizing the dog several times, he turned to Zhao Jun and inquired, "How did the large yellow dog come to be injured?" "Father, there is a lynx in the muddied pond," Zhao Jun replied. Zhao Yukai nodded slightly, murmuring, "No wonder." With that, he covered his nose and proceeded to exit the courtyard. "Father, where are you going?" Zhao Jun asked. Zhao Yukai remained silent as he stepped out of the courtyard, his hands clasped behind his back, heading westward. He had come to the station, and upon arrival, he made himself at home, casually pushing the door open to enter. "Yukai, what brings you here? Are you off today?" "Not quite. I finished work early," Zhao Yukai replied. "Is it possible for the station chief to lend me a gun?" "Of course." The station chief, Zhao Guofeng, upon hearing Zhao Yukai's request, readily agreed without hesitation, saying, "Please have a seat. I will fetch it for you." "Thank you." Zhao Yukai made himself comfortable, pulling out a stool to sit upon. Zhao Guofeng stood up, moving into another room behind him. A short while later, he emerged, carrying a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Zhao Guofeng placed the gun on the table before Zhao Yukai, and then opened his desk drawer, retrieving a box of ammunition. "Is this sufficient?" he asked, observing Zhao Yukai aiming the gun left and right. Zhao Yukai glanced at the ammunition and replied, "It won't be necessary." "Take them all," Zhao Guofeng insisted, pushing 30 rounds of ammunition towards Zhao Yukai, and added, "I haven't heard of any recent incidents involving black bears harming anyone. Why are you preparing to head into the mountains?" "I have no intention of hunting black bears." Zhao Yukai set down his gun, holding it in one hand while grasping a handful of bullets in the other, declaring, "Let's hunt the tiger cubs." Zhao Guofeng nodded slightly. His curiosity piqued as he inquired of Zhao Yukai, "Yukai, back in the day when you hunted tigers, who fired those 2 shots?" Zhao Yukai paused for a moment, then chuckled, "It's been many years, I can hardly recall. Let us go." With that, he hoisted his gun and clutched the bullets, shuffling out in his slippers. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu remained at home, tossing the 4 bear paws into the fire. Once the fur was singed clean, they retrieved a large iron basin from inside and placed it beneath the water well. After filling the basin with water, they placed the 4 bear paws in it. Just as Zhao Yukai entered, gun in hand. "Dad, what do you need the gun for?" Zhao Jun asked. Zhao Yukai ignored his question and turned to Li Baoyu, saying, "Baoyu, shortly, I will stew these 4 paws, and you can take 2 home to spare your mother the trouble." All right, Li Baoyu responded eagerly, nodding repeatedly, "Thank you, Uncle." Zhao Yukai waved his hand dismissively and went inside. Watching him disappear through the doorway, Li Baoyu quietly asked Zhao Jun, "Brother, what do you think my uncle intends to do with the gun?" "He is probably just itching to shoot," Zhao Jun replied, already suspecting that Zhao Yukai was planning to take aim at the lynx. Throughout both lifetimes, Zhao Jun had only heard tales of his father's prowess with a firearm. He had tasted the fruits of Zhao Youcai's hunts, yet he had never witnessed his father in action. In his previous life, he did not learn the art of hunting from Zhao Yukai. His mentor was someone else entirely. He soaked the bear paws in water, meticulously scrubbing the charred remnants from the fire with a brush. Zhao Jun ventured outside to gather firewood, while Li Baoyu commenced the task of cleaning the pot. Once a pot of water reached its boiling point, they placed the 4 bear paws within to simmer. Zhao Jun took a plastic barrel used for liquor, pouring a modest amount into the pot, while Li Baoyu tossed in whole green onions he had cleaned. As the bear paws cooked, the blood froth was skimmed away with a large spoon. Once the froth was cleared, they added more firewood to allow for a slow, clear stew. In this process, neither salt nor any seasoning was added. The bear paws simmered for an hour and a half, and a distinctive aroma began to permeate the room. At that moment, Zhao Yukai, having awakened from his slumber, rose from the calm, made his way to the outer room, and lifted the lid of the pot for a glance, remarking, "Time to take them out." With that, he picked up an empty soy sauce bottle and stepped outside. Li Baoyu watched Zhao Yukai leave before turning his gaze back, licking his lips as he said to Zhao Jun, It has been years since I savored the black bear paw that my uncle stewed. Zhao Jun, without a hint of mercy, countered, "You haven't eaten it. Who do you think was given the bear paw that bit in early spring?" Li Baoyu was momentarily at a loss for words, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. Although he had recently been reborn, Zhao Jun remembered certain significant events with remarkable clarity. In the spring of '86, a black bear had bitten 2 women gathering wild vegetables over the course of 4 days. The locals were incensed, and ultimately, the director of the Yong'an forestry farm declared that anyone who could kill the offending bear would be rewarded with 50 yuan. Without any monetary incentive, those eager hunters were still itching for a chance. With a reward of 50 yuan, hunters from 10 miles and 8 villages were mobilized. Zhao Yukai, Li Daong, and Wang Chong formed a partnership, accompanied by their hunting dogs, a flower dog and a yellow dog, armed with 3 semi-automatic rifles borrowed from Zhao Yukai. They ventured into the mountains. Ultimately, the 3 divided the 50 yuan amongst themselves. It was said that the injurious black bear had been shot multiple times and met a grim fate. While the 2 were engaged in conversation, Wang Milan entered the room. Upon seeing Li Baoyu, she remarked with a smile, "Oh, Baoyu is here. Where did you find that black bear paw?" "Madam, we found it in the mountains," Li Baoyu replied with a grin. Before returning home, the 2 had already conspired that if the Zhao family inquired, Li Baoyu would respond in the presence of Zhao Jun. Conversely, if the Li family asked, Zhao Jun would be the one to answer. The implications of this arrangement were quite evident. "Found it? You mean you found 4 paws?" Wang Milan inquired with a hint of confusion, casting a skeptical glance at the 2 young men. Although she did not hunt herself, since marrying into the Zhao family, she had often heard the men speak of their hunting exploits. After all these years, she had never encountered anyone who had come across bear paws. "Not at all," Li Baoyu replied, his smile radiant. "We found an entire bear." At this, Li Baoyu took a couple of steps towards the door and, pointing towards Zhao Jun's storage room, added, "My brother has hung the bear gallbladder in the storeroom." "What? A bear gallbladder?" Wang Milan was taken aback, as if in a dream. She set down the basket she was weaving and hurried out to the yard. Before long, she returned in a huff. Entering the room and confronting Zhao Jun with a demanding question, "What on earth have you 2 been up to?" Suddenly, Wang Milan recalled something, her eyes widening as she pointed at Zhao Jun and exclaimed, "Where have you been all morning? Speak, what on earth have you been up to?" "Dear aunt," Li Baoyu interjected, feeling a pang of distress. He thought to himself that once his parents returned, he must ensure Zhao Jun accompanies him home. Originally, the 2 brothers had planned to hunt badgers today, but upon entering the mountains, they were startled by the barking of dogs. They rushed over to investigate and found their 2 dogs attacking a black bear, which was severely injured and hardly made a sound. In a swift action, they ended the bear's life. It must be said that Li Baoyu's narrative skills were commendable, likely honed by years of reading tales. Yet, although his account was brief, it sent shivers down Wang Milan's spine. She raised her hand and slapped Li Baoyu on the forehead, though it did not hurt. It startled him. "You reckless boy, do you not realize the danger? That was a black bear. It could have harmed you both." Wang Milan scolded. "Aunt, look, nothing happened," Li Baoyu quickly replied, attempting to placate her anger. "Everything is fine." However, as Wang Milan continued to fume, she pointed at Li Baoyu and warned, "Just wait until your father returns. He will surely give you a beating." At this, Li Baoyu's expression tightened as he recalled the thrashing he had received the day before, feeling a deep sense of dread. Just then, Zhao Yukai entered the room, carrying a bottle of soy sauce. He placed it on the counter and asked, "What is all this noise about?" "It can be heard from outside. In the northeast, there is no such thing as a woman who remains silent at home." Upon the henchman's return, Wang Milan's eyebrows arched in displeasure as she addressed Zhao Yukai. "As a father, you should exert some control. The children are becoming incorrigible." Zhao Yukai, however, responded with a smile, which unsettled both Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu. In the manner of the bandit chieftain from Tracks in the Snowy Forest, whose mirth was more ominous than his roar, Zhao Yotsai's amusement was a disquieting sign. Wang Milan, emboldened by Zhao Yotsai's reaction, cast a triumphant glare at Zhao Jun before retreating into the inner room to change her soiled work attire. Ignoring Wang Milan, Zhao Yukai turned his attention to Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, instructing Zhao Jun to clean the pot as he rolled up his sleeves. The 2 boys hastily complied, and once the pot was dry, Zhao Yukai commenced the preparation of braised bear paw. A master chef's touch was evident in his work, promising a delicacy rarely found even at state banquets. As the aroma intensified, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu's apprehension grew, uncertain whether they could evade the impending punishment. Their trepidation was interrupted by the arrival of Jin Xiaomei, accompanied by 3 young girls, Zhao Hong, Zhao Na, and Li Xiaoqiao. The elementary school students were released early, and Jin Xiaomei had taken care of Zhao Hong and Zhao Na while Wang Milan was occupied in the fields. Before returning home, Jin Xiaomei intended to greet Wang Milan. But as she entered the courtyard, the captivating scent of braised bear paw filled the air. Thus, Jin Xiaomei felt somewhat reluctant to enter the house. Yet, in the next moment, she heard her son's voice. A wave of frustration washed over her. Both Zhao Hong and Zhao Na were well aware that one should not impose on others for a meal, yet her foolish son seemed oblivious to such manners. With this thought in mind, she grasped Li Xiaoqiao's hand and, together with Zhao Hong and Zhao Na, stepped inside. Upon entering, Jin Xiaomei greeted Zhao Yukai, inquiring if her elder brother was home and remarking on his early return from work. "Sister-in-law has come," Zhao Yukai responded, then called out to the inner room, "Lawn. Sister-in-law is here." Wang Milan hurriedly emerged, inviting Jin Xiaomei to sit on the kong and chat. Jin Xiaomei quickly declined, saying, "No, sister-in-law. I must return home to prepare a meal." "Just prepare one less dish," Zhao Yukai suddenly interjected. "What?" Jin Xiaomei was taken aback by his words. Zhao Yukai, tapping the lid of the pot with his spoon, continued, "Soon, Baoyu will bring back 2 bear paws." "What are you talking about, elder brother?" Jin Xiaomei protested even more, insisting, "You should keep them for yourselves." With a smile, Zhao Yukai replied, "You have 2 at your place. There's no need to argue. Your son went up the mountain to hunt." At these words, Li Baoyu, who had been hiding behind Zhao Jun since Jin Xiaomei entered, felt a chill envelop him. Chapter 28. Braised bear paws. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu were at home, placing the 4 bear paws in the fire, waiting for the fur to be singed off before retrieving a large iron basin from the house to place beneath the water well. As the basin filled with water, the 4 bear paws were gently placed inside. Just then, Zhao Yukai entered, holding a firearm. "Dad, what do you need the gun for?" Zhao Jun inquired. Zhao Yukai ignored his question and addressed Li Baoyu, saying, "Baoyu, shortly I shall stew these 4 paws, and you can take 2 home for your mother to avoid extra cooking." All right, Li Baoyu replied, his enthusiasm evident as he nodded eagerly. "Thank you, uncle." Zhao Yukai waved dismissively and proceeded into the house. Watching Zhao Yukai disappear through the doorway, Li Baoyu quietly asked Zhao Jun, "Brother, what do you think uncle intends to do with the gun?" "Perhaps he's just itching to hunt," Zhao Jun replied, already suspecting that Zhao Yukai was planning to target the lynx. Throughout both of his lives, Zhao Jun had only heard tales of his father's impressive marksmanship and had consumed the games Zhao Yukai had brought home. But he had never witnessed his father's hunting prowess firsthand. In his previous life, his own hunting skills were acquired from a different mentor. While soaking the bear paws in water, Zhao Jun diligently scrubbed away the charred remains from the fire with a brush. He then gathered firewood to kindle a flame, while Li Baoyu began to clean the pot. Once the water reached a rolling boil, they placed the 4 bear paws into the pot. Zhao Jun retrieved a plastic container filled with liquor and poured a small amount into the pot, while Li Baoyu tossed in whole green onions. As the bear paws simmered, a small amount of blood foam surfaced, which they promptly skimmed off. After the foam was cleared, they added firewood, allowing the dish to slowly stew without salt or any seasoning. For an hour and a half, the 4 bear paws simmered, filling the air with a distinctive and enticing aroma that gradually enveloped the room. At that moment, Zhao Yukai, having awakened from a slumber, rose from his bed and made his way to the outer room. He lifted the lid of the pot for a brief glance and remarked, "Let us take it out." With that, he grasped an empty soy sauce bottle from the side and stepped outside. Li Baoyu, watching Zhao Yukai depart, eventually turned his gaze back and, licking his lips, said to Zhao Jun, "It's been several years since I've savored the black bear paw that my uncle stewed." "Don't be ridiculous," Zhao Jun retorted, unflinchingly exposing the truth. "If you haven't eaten it, then who consumed the springtime black bear paw that bites?" Li Baoyu, caught off guard by the question, faltered momentarily, scratching his head and breaking into a foolish grin. Despite having recently been reborn, Zhao Jun retained vivid memories of significant events. In the spring of 1986, a black bear had bitten 2 women foraging for wild vegetables over the span of 4 days. The local populace was understandably outraged, prompting the chief of the Yong'an Forestry Bureau to declare that anyone who could kill the offending bear would be rewarded with 50 yuan. Without the incentive of money, those hunters had already been eager to take action. Upon hearing the promise of 50 yuan, hunters from 10 miles around sprang into action. Zhao Yukai, Li Daong, and Wang Chang joined forces, accompanied by a hound and a yellow dog, armed with 3 semi-automatic rifles borrowed from the village office, and ventured into the mountains. Ultimately, the three divided the 50 yuan among themselves, with reports claiming that the injured black bear had been shot multiple times and met a gruesome end. As the two brothers continued their banter, Wang Milan entered from outside. Spotting Li Baoyu, she smiled and exclaimed, "Oh, Baoyu is here. Where did that black bear paw come from?" "We found it in the mountains," Li Baoyu replied with a grin. Before the brothers returned home, they had already conspired that if the Zhao family inquired, Li Baoyu would respond in Zhao Jun's presence. Conversely, if the Li family posed a question and Zhao Jun was present, then it would be Zhao Jun who would answer. The underlying reasons for this arrangement were, of course, self-evident. "Did you pick something? Just 4 bear paws?" Wang Milan gazed at the two young men in bewilderment. Though she did not partake in hunting, since marrying into the Zhao family, she had often heard the menfolk discussing their hunting exploits. After so many years, she had yet to encounter anyone who had managed to procure bear paws. "No, I picked an entire bear," Li Baoyu replied, beaming with delight. At this juncture, he took a couple of steps towards the door, gesturing towards the storage house of Zhao Jun's family. "My brother has hung the bear gallbladder in the storage house." "What on earth? A bear gallbladder?" Wang Milan, taken aback, set down the basket she was weaving and stepped into the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, she stormed back inside, confronting Zhao Jun with a fierce demeanor. "What on earth have you two been up to?" Suddenly, a realization struck Wang Milan. Her eyes wide with astonishment as she pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Jun. "You vanished without a trace early this morning. Speak. What on earth were you doing?" Dear aunt, Li Baoyu interjected, inwardly lamenting the situation. He mused that once his parents returned, he must ensure Zhao Jun accompanied him home. The two brothers had initially intended to hunt badgers, but upon entering the mountains, they were met with the sounds of barking dogs. They rushed over, only to find their 2 dogs attacking a black bear, which was gravely injured and hardly made a sound. Without hesitation, they took their knives and ended its life. Do not speak, for after years of perusing illustrated tales, Li Baoyu's narrative prowess is indeed commendable. Yet, despite the brevity of his remarks, they left Wang Milan trembling with alarm, prompting her to raise her hand and deliver a slap to Li Baoyu's forehead. Though it didn't hurt. The unexpected gesture jolted him. "This rascal dares to do anything," Wang Milan scolded. "That is a black bear. What if it were to kick you too?" "Madam, see. Nothing has happened," Li Baoyu hastily replied, attempting to placate her anger. "Nothing at all." However, as Wang Milan's ire intensified, she pointed accusingly at Li Baoyu, exclaiming, "Just wait. Won't your father return and give you a thrashing?" At the mention of his father, Li Baoyu's expression tightened as he recalled the beating he had received the other day, and despair filled his heart. At that moment, Zhao Yukai entered the room, carrying a soy sauce bottle, and placed it on the stove. "What is all this commotion about? We could hear it outside." In the Northeast, women are not known for their silence at home. Upon seeing the return of her husband, Wang Milan's brow furrowed in displeasure as she chastised Zhao Yukai. "As a father, you ought to manage the situation. The 2 children are out of control." To her remark, Zhao Yukai responded not with anger, but with laughter, a reaction that bewildered both Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu. There is a saying in the forest and snowy plains: "One fears not the call of the mountain eagle, but rather its laughter." While Zhao Jun's household lacks a mountain eagle, they do have Zhao Ergidong. Observing her husband's laughter, Wang Milan felt a surge of triumph, casting a scornful glance at Zhao Jun before haughtily retreating to the inner room. After a day of labor in the fields, her clothes were caked with dirt. It was only fitting that she changed into something clean upon returning. Zhao Yukai paid no attention to Wang Milan, nor did he acknowledge Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu. As he rolled up his sleeves, he called for Zhao Jun to scrub the pots. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, in a flurry of activity, began to clean the pots anew. Once the remaining water in the pot had evaporated, Zhao Yukai commenced the preparation of braised bear paws. With the master chef at work, the outcome was bound to be extraordinary. The aroma of the braised bear paws, enhanced with soy sauce, was something rarely encountered even at state banquets nowadays. Before long, the fragrance intensified, yet Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu grew increasingly anxious. They remained uncertain whether they could evade the punishment that awaited them for today's misdeeds. Amidst their trepidation, Jean Xiaomei returned accompanied by 3 young girls. Zhao Hong, Zhao Na, and Li Xiaoqiao were all elementary school students, and in this era, children in the mountains finished school early. Due to some farm work at Zhao Jun's family today, Wang Milan had been away all day, leaving Jin Xiaomei to supervise Zhao Hong and Zhao Na. After dropping them off, Jin Xiaomei intended to enter the house to greet Wang Milan. However, upon entering the courtyard, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of braised bear paws. This made her hesitate to step inside. Yet, in the next moment, she heard her son's voice. Jin Xiaomei felt a surge of frustration. After all, both Zhao Hong and Zhao Na understood the etiquette of not dining at others' homes. Yet her foolish son seemed utterly oblivious to such manners. With this thought in mind, she took Li Xiaoqiao by the hand and entered the house alongside Zhao Hong and Zhao Na. Upon entering, Jin Xiaomei first greeted Zhao Yukai, inquiring if her elder brother was home today, noting that he had returned early from work. Sister-in-law has arrived, she called out. Zhao Yukai responded affirmatively and then called out to the inner room. Lan, sister-in-law is here. Wang Milan heard the commotion and hurriedly stepped out of the house, inviting Jin Xiaomei to join her on the Kong for a conversation. Jin Xiaomei quickly declined, saying, "No, sister-in-law, I must return home to prepare dinner. Just a simple dish." Zhao Yukai interjected suddenly. "What?" Jin Xiaomei was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Yukai tapped the lid of the pot twice with a spoon and remarked, "Soon, Bao Yu will bring back 2 bear paws." "Eldest brother, what is this about?" Jin Xiaomei insisted even more firmly. "You should keep it for yourselves." Zhao Yukai chuckled. "You have 2 at your home. Don't say anything. Your son hunted them in the mountains." Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu, who had been hiding behind Zhao Jun since Jin Xiaomei entered the house, felt a chill wash over him. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, Li Baoyu towered over Zhao Jun, who stood at 5 feet 9. The sight of him attempting to conceal himself behind Zhao Jun was quite comical. At Li Baoyu's eager anticipation, Zhao Jun finally stepped forward. Although he couldn't shield Li Baoyu, he sought to divert Jin Xiaomei's attention with his words. "Today, my brother and I." Zhao Jun's speech was a complete mimicry of Li Baoyu's eloquent style. Once Zhao Jun finished, he glanced around only to find Zhao Yukai and Wang Milan both wearing mischievous smiles directed at him, while Jin Xiaomei appeared utterly incredulous. "Sister-in-law," at that moment, Zhao Yukai suddenly spoke up. "Eldest brother, you say," Jin Xiaomei, who held deep respect for Zhao Yukai and Wang Milan, promptly ceased her silent assault on Li Baoyu with her gaze. Zhao Yukai lifted the lid of the pot and ladled the broth continuously over the bear paw, simultaneously remarking, "These 2 lads have managed to procure an entire bear, and I've left it drying in my storeroom, intending to sell it for a tidy sum once it's properly cured. We can split the profit between our families." Brother, why do we need to discuss this further?" "Then let us not," Zhao Yukai replied with a smile. "You should return home to prepare the meal. Once the bear paw is ready, let Bao Yu bring it back." His words, though seemingly dismissive, were understood by Jin Xiaomei, who, perceptive as she was, recognized that Zhao Yukai wished for her to refrain from further inquiry. Though she could not fully grasp his intentions, she understood that he was not a man to be trifled with. His refusal to discuss the matter further undoubtedly held significance. Zhao Yukai had supported the Li family for over a decade, a kindness as weighty as a mountain, and his word was law, even in the presence of Li Daong. Thus, Jin Xiaomei acquiesced without hesitation. Zhao Yukai added, "When my brother returns this evening, I will ask him to come by." "Very well, brother," Jin Xiaomei responded, casting a sharp glance at Li Baoyu before taking Li Xiaoqiao by the hand and departing. "I shall leave it be," Wang Milan remarked before retreating into the house. Zhao Yukai secured the pot lid and turned to Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, instructing, "Tomorrow, you both stay at home. Do not wander off. I will arrange to retrieve the bear." Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu eagerly agreed. As the gentle simmering continued, the aroma grew ever more intense, tantalizing and irresistible. Zhao Yukai lifted the lid of the pot and observed that the broth had reduced significantly. He called for Zhao Jun to fetch a basin, and with both ladles, they diligently scooped up a bear paw, placing it into the basin. After retrieving 2 bear paws in succession, Zhao Yukai gestured to Li Baoyu, saying, "Young man, you may return to enjoy your meal." "Thank you, uncle. Thank you," Li Baoyu replied as he took the basin, calling out to the inner room, "Mother, I am leaving now." With that, he exited the house, placed the basin atop the adjoining wall, and scaled it to return home. Once Li Baoyu departed, Zhao Jun felt an unsettling anxiety creep into his heart. Attempting to break the silence, he asked, "Father, what do you need the gun for?" Zhao Yukai turned to Zhao Jun and replied gravely, "It is necessary." At that moment, Wang Milan emerged from the inner room and inquired of Zhao Yukai. "Where did you acquire the gun?" "From the local militia," he replied. "And what purpose do you have for it?" She pressed. "My son mentioned that there are tiger cubs accompanying the black bear over there. I plan to see if I can catch one tomorrow." Wang Milan nodded thoughtfully and cautioned, "Be careful. It's nothing to worry about." Zhao Yukai replied nonchalantly, "If I manage to catch one, along with the money from half a bear's gallbladder, it will be enough for your son to marry." Upon hearing this, Wang Milan shot Zhao Jun a sharp glance, saying nothing, and turned back into the house. "Look what you've done to upset your mother," Zhao Yukai chided Zhao Jun lightly. Zhao Jun forced a smile, but inwardly he scoffed, "Marry a wife for me? If you cannot secure my mother's well-being, will you not use that money to marry a young bride for yourself?" Both father and son harbored their own unspoken thoughts, each choosing to remain silent. Until they finished dinner, Li Daong climbed over the wall and called out from outside, "Brother, I'm here. Uncle, please come in." Zhao Jun hurried out to greet him. Upon seeing Zhao Jun, Li Daong smiled and pointed at him, saying, "You two brothers are quite impressive." Zhao Jun remained silent, merely chuckling to himself. Li Daong entered the house and sat cross-legged on the Kong opposite Zhao Yukai. Wang Milan brought over tea and placed it in front of Li Daong, saying, "Brothers, you two chat. I have some chores to attend to outside. Sister-in-law, please be busy." After Wang Milan left, Zhao Yukai asked Li Daong, "You didn't hit the children when you got home, did you?" "No," Li Daong replied. "I heard from Xiaomei that you don't allow it." "Stop hitting them," Zhao Yukai chuckled. "The children have grown up. We shouldn't always resort to that." This remark left Zhao Jun speechless. Hearing this, Li Daong also laughed and asked, "Brother, do you need something from me?" There's a big bear up in the mountains that the two children managed to find. We need to retrieve it," Zhao Yukai said, his tone intensifying at the mention of retrieve. Li Daong nodded and said, "Then I'll borrow an old ox tomorrow." "All right," Zhao Yukai replied, "I'll head up early." "You don't need to go too early, just wait for me in the field." "Brother, what are you planning to do?" Zhao Yukai slightly turned to glance at the 56-style semi-automatic rifle hanging behind the door and said, "I'm feeling a bit restless. I'd like to fire a couple of shots for fun." Li Daong understood immediately and reminded him, "Brother, please be careful." Li Daong, deep in thought, pondered for a moment before speaking again. "I have touched the skin of a tiger, but I have never had the opportunity to caress a tiger cub." "Indeed, I have." Zhao Yukai chuckled in response. "By the way, brother," Li Daong, having laid the groundwork previously, now delved into the crux of the matter, inquiring of Zhao Yukai, "Who fired those two shots all those years ago?" Li Daong's question appeared somewhat disjointed, yet among the individuals present, aside from Zhao Hong and Zhao Na, who were engrossed in their homework, everyone else comprehended the gravity of his inquiry. Particularly, Zhao Jun's ears perked up at Li Daong's words. This was indeed a cold case. On a certain day 2 decades prior, logistical personnel from the forest farm approached the manager with a report stating that a pig had been devoured by some ferocious beast. The manager, upon investigation, concluded that the notorious Mountain King was responsible. While it was feasible to track down and eliminate a bear that had harmed a person, dealing with the Mountain King presented a formidable challenge. Attempting to encircle it would be a laughable endeavor. Moreover, it had been a decade since a tiger had ventured into the farm to prey upon pigs. Furthermore, shortly after the founding of the nation, the Northeast tiger had been placed under protection. Is it merely a pig? If it has been consumed, so be it. However, 8 days later, the same logistical staff member returned to report to the manager that a tiger had appeared once more, this time devouring an old ox that was laboring in the fields. To consume a pig was one matter, but to dare feast upon an ox? It is important to note that in the northeastern mountain villages of the 60s, an old ox was cherished even more than a human being. Moreover, having already consumed a pig and now an ox, what would it devour next? If this trend continued, would it not eventually seek human prey? The manager decisively concluded that this matter was far too significant for him to handle alone and that a report must be made. Thus, a phone call was made to the town, which then reached the county, and subsequently, the county's call was directed to the city. Ultimately, the city communicated with the provincial forestry department. A high-ranking official took a personal interest, issuing directives for the town to procure 4 semi-automatic rifles and enlist skilled local hunters to lie in wait. At that time, there were 4 participants, among whom was Zhao Yukai. It is said that these 4 men remained concealed in their positions for a full fortnight, sleeping by day and standing watch by night. Until one fateful evening, when the Mountain King struck again, and that night, he met his tragic end at the yeoman forestry farm. Some even claimed that in that battle, the 4 men and 1 tiger fought with such ferocity that the sky darkened and the sun and moon were obscured. This assertion holds truth and is no mere boast. Consider, it was indeed the dead of night, which aptly describes the darkness. If the weather was overcast, wouldn't that signify the absence of sun and moonlight? However, on that day, the 4 hunters fired a total of 8 shots. In the aftermath, it was determined that the tiger had been struck by 2 bullets. Yet, when Zhao Jun was reborn, the identity of the marksman remained a mystery, although the Northeast tiger had been protected for 20 years. During a time when people struggled to find sustenance, the degree of protection afforded to it was far less than in later years. Moreover, given the technological limitations of that era in China, such as drone surveillance and tranquilizer guns, these concepts were virtually fanciful to safeguard the lives and property of the populace. The fate awaiting the Mountain King was all too predictable. Nevertheless, from the moment this tiger fell until Zhao Jun's rebirth, no tiger was ever seen in those mountains again. To be precise, no one could behold a tiger. The demise of this majestic creature gave rise to a lingering mystery that has endured for over half a century. Who, indeed, fired the 2 fateful shots that took down the tiger? Before embarking on the hunt for the tiger, the higher-ups had instructed that the 4 participants would receive equal rewards in the form of cash and ration tickets. This arrangement alleviated any potential disputes over credit. Once the tiger was slain, its remains were to be turned over to the public rather than kept by individuals, thus eliminating any concerns about unequal distribution of spoils. Moreover, a crucial point to note is that when questioned later, none of the 4 sharpshooters would admit to having fired the 2 shots that struck the tiger. In that era, there were no internal or external ballistic tests, and even if such technology existed, it would not be wasted on matters of this nature. The death of the tiger was deemed a positive outcome. As time passed, 2 decades slipped by, and this incident gradually transformed into an unsolved mystery, becoming the primary topic of conversation among countless families in the vicinity. Throughout these 20 years, Li Daong had not been deterred from questioning Zhao Yukai, who typically refrained from providing an answer. However, on this particular day, an inexplicable change seemed to have overtaken Zhao Yukai. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted the white porcelain jar before him and gulped down several mouthfuls of warm tea. Upon setting the jar down, Zhao Yukai let out a deep sigh, shook his head, and uttered a name, Zhou Qingjun. Upon hearing this, Li Daong appeared to have an epiphany, nodding vigorously. Zhao Yukai offered a bittersweet smile and remarked, "He doesn't speak of it, not out of ignorance, but rather disdain." We 3 remained silent, not out of shame, but because we feel unworthy to discuss it. "Brother, what does it matter?" Li Daong observed a hint of melancholy etched on Zhao Yucai's face and quickly sought to comfort him. "Everyone has their off days when it comes to shooting. Besides, perhaps Zhou Qingjun was merely lucky." Zhao Yukai shook his head and said, "That day, Baofeng Jun and I faced off, with Victory on the left and Zhou Qingjun on the right. That tiger." At this point, Zhao Yucai's expression darkened abruptly, as if recalling something incredulous. Descending from the southern mountains and heading north, it charged directly towards Baofeng and me. He paused again, falling silent for approximately 10 seconds before continuing. None of us 4 noticed how that tiger scaled the fence. In the blink of an eye, it was about 20 meters away from Baofeng and me. "What?" Li Daong exclaimed, interrupting Zhao Yukai. "Aren't you 2 sitting by the old ox pen? That's over 100 meters from the fence, isn't it?" "Indeed," Zhao Yukai replied affirmatively, his face displaying disbelief. "The tiger must have entered from the south, passing right in front of Han Xingli and Zhou Qingjun, who failed to notice it. By the time I realized, I had already fired 2 shots. Upon hearing the gunshots, Baofeng and Victory panicked, catching only a fleeting glimpse before retreating. Neither even aimed, each firing 2 shots in haste." As he recounted this, Zhao Yukai shook his head repeatedly. "We didn't hit anything." At this moment, Zhao Jun and Li Daong understood that Zhao Yukai was reaching the crux of the matter. Both held their breath, not daring to interrupt him further. Zhao Yukai continued, "When I aimed my gun, I couldn't see anything. I only caught a glimpse of a shadow in the gunfire. Then I heard 2 distinct sounds, and this time I could see the tiger, but still couldn't manage to shoot." "Did Brother Zhou fire?" Zhao Jun inquired, to which Zhao Yukai nodded and replied, "He only managed to fire 2 shots. After the second shot, the tiger charged a full 30 meters and crashed headlong into the railing." Li Daong turned to Zhao Jun and remarked, He even knocked down the iron railing. Didn't you fire again? Zhao Jun looked at Zhao Yukai and asked. Zhao Yukai shook his head and said, we were all so terrified. After the four of us finished shooting, we were drenched in cold sweat, our hands and feet numb. Upon hearing Zhao Youcai's words, both Zhao Jun and Li Daong fell silent. They had both been hunters and understood the truth in Zhao Youcai's statement. Moreover, it was not a matter of shame. In moments of life and death, particularly for Zhao Yukai and Xue Baojun facing the tiger at such speed, had Zhao Yukai noticed it even half a second later, he and Xue Baojun would have surely paid the price. It could be said that Zhao Youcai's 2 shots served as a warning to the other 3. Crucially, they startled the tiger, causing it to turn and flee, which ultimately granted Zhou Changjun the opportunity to confront it. As the recollection of this long-past event concluded, Zhao Yukai felt as though a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. With a hint of nostalgia, he remarked, it was all too swift, truly too swift. It happened in the blink of an eye, and my eyes could hardly keep pace. Dad, Zhao Jun asked, was it about 3 seconds? Zhao Yukai pondered for a moment before responding, no, I saw the tiger and fired immediately. As the tiger turned to flee, I heard the shots ring out in quick succession. By the time that tiger reached the railing, it had only been a couple of counts. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun was struck with astonishment. From the moment Zhao Yukai spotted the tiger to the moment it turned back, covering over 200 meters. The tiger had taken merely 2 seconds. Moreover, in the final few meters, he found himself in a near-fatal state after being struck by 2 bullets. No wonder. Li Daong sighed, remarking, it is said that this creature should not be approached with dogs. They simply cannot contain it. Zhao Yukai recounted. My father once told me that during my grandfather's time, when the officials sought a tiger skin, they would send a gunner with dogs into the mountains to encircle it. Upon encountering tiger droppings, even the dogs dared not approach. The gunner would fire to encourage the dogs, but ultimately they could not trap the tiger. And many perished in the attempt. Zhao Jun inquired, did they manage to hit it? What could they hit? Zhao Yukai chuckled, we struggle even with semi-automatics. While they were armed with old cannons that merely sounded off without hitting a hair. As the conversation transitioned from somber to lighthearted, Zhao Yukai and Li Daong reminisced about their youthful hunting escapades, with Zhao Jun listening intently beside them. After chatting for over half an hour, Li Daong sensed the time was getting late, and, feeling somewhat reluctant to depart, bid farewell to Zhao Yukai and returned home. Once Li Daong had left, Zhao Jun turned to Zhao Yukai and asked, Father, isn't the lynx also difficult to hunt? Zhao Jun had encountered one in his past life. A fortunate stroke of luck that resulted in a single shot. He speculated that the lynx's speed was likely on par with that of a tiger, and his father must have sought the gun to reclaim the pride lost years ago. Why not give it a try? Zhao Yukai laughed. Even if I can't kill it, it cannot harm me. Chapter 29. Memories of Tiger Hunting. Li Baoyu, a towering figure at 1.90 meters, towered over Zhao Jun, who stood at 1.75 meters. At that moment, his attempt to hide behind Zhao Jun appeared quite comical. And, under the eager anticipation of Li Baoyu, Zhao Jun finally stepped forward. Although he could not deter Li Baoyu, he skillfully redirected Jin Xiaomei's focus of resistance with his words. Today, my brother and I. Zhao Jun's rhetoric was a complete imitation of Li Baoyu, for who could deny the literary flair of Li Baoyu? Once Zhao Jun finished speaking, he glanced around and noticed Zhao Yukai and Wang Milin wearing mischievous smiles directed at him. Meanwhile, Jin Xiaomei appeared utterly incredulous. Sister-in-law. At that moment, Zhao Yukai suddenly interjected, Elder brother, you speak. Jin Xiaomei, who had always held Zhao Yukai and Wang Milin in high regard, promptly halted her silent assault on Li Baoyu upon hearing Zhao Yukai address her. Zhao Yukai lifted the lid of the pot and ladled soup over the bear paw, all the while declaring, these 2 rascals have procured an entire bear, which they have left drying in my granary. Intending to sell it once it has cured, let's split the proceeds equally. Oh, elder brother, why do we need to discuss such matters? Then let us not, Zhao Yukai chuckled. You should return to prepare the meal. Once the bear paw is ready, let Baoyu take it back. Although Zhao Youcai's words seemed to usher her away, Jin Xiaomei, being astute, immediately discerned that he was subtly indicating she should refrain from further inquiry. Despite being unable to grasp Zhao Youcai's true intentions, she recognized that he was not one to be trifled with. Having supported the Li family for over a decade, his kindness was akin to a mountain's weight. Since he had spoken, even Li Daong must heed his words. Thus, Jin Xiaomei promptly acquiesced. Zhao Yukai remarked, when my brother returns tonight, I shall ask him to come over. All right, elder brother, Jin Xiaomei responded, casting a fierce glare at Li Baoyu before pulling Li Xiaoqiao away. I shall not concern myself any longer, Wang Milan declared as she retreated to her room. Zhao Yukai secured the pot's lid, then turned to Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, instructing, you two stay at home tomorrow, do not wander aimlessly. I will find a way to retrieve that bear. Both Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu eagerly agreed. As the gentle heat simmered, the aroma intensified over the course of another 20 minutes, tantalizing and mouth-watering. Zhao Yukai lifted the pot lid, observing that the broth had thickened sufficiently. He then called for Zhao Jun to bring a basin, using 2 ladles in unison to lift a bear paw into the basin. After scooping out a second bear paw, Zhao Yukai waved at Li Baoyu, saying, young man, you may return and enjoy this. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, Li Baoyu exclaimed, taking the basin and calling out to the inner room. Aunt, I am leaving now. He then exited, placed the basin atop the wall, and climbed over, heading home. Once Li Baoyu had departed, Zhao Jun suddenly felt a surge of anxiety and attempted to spark a conversation, asking, Father, what do you need the gun for? Zhao Yukai turned to face Zhao Jun, replying earnestly, it is necessary. At that moment, Wang Milan emerged from the inner room and inquired, where did you acquire the gun? From the village, Zhao Yukai replied. What do you intend to do with it? Wang Milan pressed. My son mentioned that there is a tiger cub accompanying the bear. I plan to see if I can catch it tomorrow. Ah. Wang Milan nodded slightly and remarked, do be careful. It's nothing, Zhao Yukai responded nonchalantly. If we truly manage to catch it, along with the half portion of bear bile, it would be sufficient for your son to wed. At his words, Wang Milan shot Zhao Jun a glare, uttering not a word before turning to enter the house. Look at how you've upset your mother. Zhao Yukai playfully chided Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun forced a smile, inwardly musing, as if I could marry off my son, if I cannot secure my mother. This money merely go towards your own young bride. Both father and son harbored their own thoughts, yet neither voiced them. After finishing dinner, Li Daong climbed over the wall and called out from outside, Brother, I've arrived. Uncle, come inside, Zhao Jun hurriedly responded. Upon seeing Zhao Jun, Li Daong grinned and pointed at him, saying, you two brothers are quite impressive. Zhao Jun remained silent, merely offering a sheepish grin. Li Daong entered the house and sat cross-legged beside Zhao Yukai. Wang Milan brought tea and placed it in front of Li Daong, saying, Brothers, you chat while I tend to some work outside. Sister-in-law, do not let me hinder you, he replied. Once Wang Milan had left, Zhao Yukai inquired of Li Daong, did you go home without reprimanding the children? No, Li Daong replied. I heard from Xiao Mei that you forbade it. Let us refrain from punishment, Zhao Yukai chuckled. The children are growing up. We shouldn't always resort to discipline. Hearing this, Zhao Jun could only remain speechless. Li Daong, amused, asked, Brother, do you need something from me? Ah, there's a massive bear lurking in the mountains. The children have worked hard to find it, and we must retrieve it. Zhao Yotsai's tone grew weightier as he uttered the word pick. Li Daong nodded in agreement and remarked, Then I shall borrow an old ox tomorrow. Very well, Zhao Yukai replied. I will head up early. You need not arrive too soon. Simply wait for my return at the venue. Brother, what do you intend to do? Zhao Yukai slightly turned his body, casting a glance at the 56-style semi-automatic rifle hanging behind the door, and said, My hands are itching. I wish to fire a couple of shots for amusement. Li Daong understood immediately and cautioned, Brother, do take care. Indeed, Li Daong, deep in thought, eventually spoke again. I have touched the skin of a tiger, yet I have never had the chance to touch a tiger cub. I have, Zhao Yukai chuckled. By the way, brother. Li Daong, having laid the groundwork, now broached the main subject, inquiring, who fired those 2 shots all those years ago? Li Daong's question seemed to lack context. Yet the others in the room, with the exception of Zhao Hong and Zhao Na who were busy with their homework, understood perfectly what he was asking. Especially Zhao Jun, whose ears perked up at Li Daong's words. This was indeed a cold case. 20 years prior, on a certain day, the logistics personnel of the forestry farm approached the director with a report, stating that a pig had been devoured by some ferocious beast. Upon inspection, the director concluded that the Mountain King was responsible, while it was possible to track down a bear that had injured a person and eliminate it with the help of hunters. Dealing with the Mountain King posed a significant challenge. Encircling it was nothing short of folly. Moreover, a tiger entering the farm to prey on pigs had not occurred in a decade. Not to mention, shortly after the founding of the nation, the Siberian tiger had been placed under protection. After all, it was merely a pig. If it was consumed, so be it. Yet, after the passage of 8 days, the same logistics personnel approached the manager once more with alarming news. The tiger had returned the previous night and devoured the hard-working old ox. While it was one thing to consume pigs, daring to feast upon an old ox was utterly audacious. It is essential to understand that in the northeastern mountain villages of 1966, an old ox was considered more precious than a human being. Furthermore, having already consumed a pig, what would it dare to feast upon next? If this trend were to continue, would it not eventually target humans? The manager, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly decided that it was beyond his jurisdiction and that a report must be filed. Thus, a call was made to the town, which subsequently escalated to the county, and then from the county to the city. Ultimately, the city relayed the matter to the provincial forestry department, with high-ranking officials personally intervening and issuing directives. The town was instructed to procure 4 semi-automatic rifles and enlist skilled local hunters to remain vigilant at the site. A total of 4 participants were involved, with Zhao Yukai among them. It is said that the 4 remained on watch for a full fortnight, sleeping by day and keeping vigil by night. One fateful night, the Mountain King struck again, and that very evening, it met its demise at the Yong'an Forest Farm. There are even tales that during that battle, the 4 hunters and the tiger fought amidst darkness, where the sun and moon lost their radiance. This assertion holds truth and is not mere exaggeration. Consider that it was indeed the late hours of the night which rendered the skies dark. If it were a cloudy night, would it not be devoid of sunlight and moonlight? On that day, the 4 hunters discharged a total of 8 shots. However, upon inspection after the encounter, it was revealed that the tiger had been struck by 2 bullets. Yet, when Zhao Jun was reborn, the identities of the marksmen remained a mystery. Chapter 30. The might of the Mountain King. Although the Northeast tiger had been under protection for 20 years, in an era when people struggled to find enough food, the level of protection afforded to the Northeast tiger was significantly less than what it would receive in later years. Moreover, given the technological capabilities of Huaxia at that time, the concepts of drone aerial photography and tranquilizer guns were nothing short of fantastical. To ensure the safety of the populace and their property, the fate of the mountain bandit was all but predetermined. However, from the moment that tiger fell until the resurgence of Zhao Jun, no tiger has been seen slain in these mountains again. More precisely, no one has laid eyes upon a tiger since. The demise of this tiger gave rise to a lingering mystery that persisted for over half a century. Who, indeed, fired the 2 shots that brought the beast down? Prior to the hunt, the superior authorities had stipulated that the 4 individuals involved would each receive cash and ration tickets as rewards, all in equal measure, thereby eliminating any contention over accolades. Furthermore, upon the tiger's death, its carcass was to be considered public property, not belonging to any individual, thus averting any disputes over the spoils, or rather, the distribution of the meat. Most crucially, when questioned later, none of the 4 sharpshooters ever claimed responsibility for the shots that struck the tiger. In that era, there was no technology for internal or external ballistic testing, and even if such technology existed, it would not be squandered on matters of this nature. The death of the tiger was deemed a fortuitous event. Time passed swiftly, and 20 years elapsed. This incident gradually transformed into an unsolved case, becoming the foremost topic of conversation among countless households within a 100-mile radius. Over these 2 decades, Li Daong had not been remiss in questioning Zhao Yukai. In the past, Zhao Yukai had always evaded the inquiry. Yet today, something seemed amiss. After Li Daong posed his question, he observed a subtle shift in Zhao Youcai's demeanor. Zhao Yukai pondered for a moment, lifted the white porcelain jar before him, and gulped down several mouthfuls of warm tea. After setting the jar down, he sighed deeply, shook his head, and uttered a name, Zhou Qingjun. Upon hearing this, Li Daong appeared to have an epiphany, nodding gravely. Zhao Yukai, with a wry smile, remarked, "His silence stems from disdain, while our reticence is born of embarrassment." Brother, what significance does it hold? Observing the hint of despondency on Zhao Youcai's face, Li Daong hastily offered words of comfort. Who hasn't he missed their mark when firing? Moreover, perhaps Zhou Qingjun was merely caught off guard. Zhao Yukai shook his head, stating, "That day, Bao Jun and I faced off, with victory to the left and Zhou Qingjun to the right. That tiger." At this juncture, Zhao Youcai's expression darkened, as if recalling an unbelievable event. Descending from the southern mountains, it charged towards Bao Jun and me from the north. He paused momentarily, silence enveloping the conversation for about 10 seconds before he continued. Among the four of us, none witnessed how that tiger vaulted the fence. In the blink of an eye, it was about 20 meters away from Zhao Jun and me. What? Li Daong exclaimed, interrupting Zhao Yukai with astonishment. Were you two not crouching by the old cattle pen? That's over 100 meters from the fence, isn't it? Indeed, Zhao Yukai confirmed, his face reflecting disbelief. The tiger had surely entered from the south, traversing directly in front of Han Shengli and Zhou Qingjun, who failed to notice it. By the time I realized, I had fired 2 shots. Hearing the gunfire, Baojun and Victory panicked. They merely caught a fleeting glimpse and retreated, not even aiming properly, each firing off 2 shots in haste. As he spoke, Zhao Yukai shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming that he had failed to hit anything. At this moment, Zhao Jun and Li Daong realized that Zhao Yukai was reaching the crux of his story. Both held their breath, not daring to interrupt him any further. Zhao Yukai continued, I aimed my gun, but could see nothing, only a shadow amidst the muzzle flash. Then came 2 loud bangs, and at last, I was able to catch sight of the tiger, yet I still couldn't take a shot. Was that Brother Zhou who fired? Zhao Jun inquired. Yes, Zhao Yukai nodded, adding. He managed to fire off 2 shots, but after that, the tiger dashed away 30 meters and crashed into the iron railing. Li Daong turned to Zhao Jun and remarked, it even knocked down the iron railing. Were there no follow-up shots? Zhao Jun asked Zhao Yukai. Zhao Yukai shook his head and replied, we were all so terrified. After firing our weapons, we were drenched in cold sweat, our hands and feet numb. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun and Li Daong fell silent, both seasoned hunters who understood the truth in Zhao Yukai's words. This was not a matter of shame, it was a life-and-death moment. Especially for Zhao Yukai and Xue Baojun, facing the tiger's velocity. Had Zhao Yukai noticed it a mere half-second later, he and Xue Baojun would surely have paid the price. It can be said that Zhao Yotsai's 2 shots served as a warning to the other 3, crucially startling the tiger into retreat, thus granting Zhou Changjun the opportunity to confront it. As he recounted this long-ago tale, Zhao Yukai felt a weight lift from his heart, and, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, it all happened so swiftly, truly too fast. It was but the blink of an eye, and I could hardly keep up. Father, Zhao Jun inquired, did it last for 3 seconds? Zhao Yukai pondered for a moment before responding, no, I spotted the tiger and fired immediately. The tiger turned and fled, and I heard the gunfire echoing in my ears. By the time the tiger reached the railing, it was just a matter of 2 counts. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun was struck with astonishment. From the moment Zhao Yukai detected the tiger to its retreat, the creature had traversed over 200 meters in merely 2 seconds. Moreover, in its final moments, it was in a nearly lifeless state, having been struck by 2 bullets. No wonder. Li Daong sighed. It is said that one cannot encircle such a beast with dogs. It is utterly impossible. Zhao Yukai recounted, my father told me that when my grandfather was still alive, the officials sought tiger skins and would bring hunters and dogs into the mountains to encircle them. Upon encountering tiger droppings, the dogs would not dare advance. The hunters would fire to encourage the dogs, but ultimately, they could only force the fire to confine the tiger. The dogs could not contain it and would perish if they attempted. Zhao Jun asked, did you manage to hit it? Hit what? Zhao Yukai chuckled. We struggled with our semi-automatic rifles, while they wielded antiquated cannons, merely hearing the sound of bang-bang without even grazing the fur. As the conversation shifted from a somber tone to a more light-hearted and joyful one, Zhao Yukai and Li Daong reminisced about their past hunting escapades, with Zhao Jun listening attentively. After more than half an hour of this delightful exchange, Li Daong felt the hour growing late, and, with a sense of reluctant satisfaction, bid farewell to Zhao Yukai and returned home. Once Li Daong departed, Zhao Jun turned to Zhao Yukai and asked, Father, isn't the lynx difficult to hunt as well? Zhao Jun had encountered one in his previous life, an experience that had been purely fortuitous, resulting in a single shot. He speculated that the lynx's speed could rival that of a tiger. His father, in a grand display, was borrowing a firearm, perhaps to salvage the dignity lost years ago. Why not give it a try? Zhao Yukai chuckled, if I can't bring it down, it certainly can't harm me. In this vast mountain range, wolves were absent, and the beasts that posed a threat to human life were few and far between. Tigers, black bears, and grizzly bears. Wild boars could inflict injury, yet they rarely proved fatal. The lynx, on the other hand, was not among them. With a semi-automatic weapon in hand, even if he failed to hit the lynx, he would not find himself in peril. Dad, may I accompany you both tomorrow? Zhao Jun inquired. Drawing closer to the Kong and plopping down in the spot where Li Daong had just sat, Without lifting his gaze, Zhao Yukai replied, "Just tend to your own affairs. I have nothing pressing. I can join you. Your son has yet to witness you shoot," Zhao Jun admitted, his curiosity about his father's prowess piqued. Suddenly, Zhao Yukai fixed an intense stare upon Zhao Jun, causing a chill to run down his spine. "If I refrain from striking you, don't take that as an invitation to be insolent." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun felt a shiver reminiscent of the trepidation felt by the four great hunters when confronted with a tiger 2 decades prior. He could only manage a forced smile. Then, "Dad, you should rest early. I'm off to bed." "Get lost," Zhao Yukai replied, still avoiding eye contact. Zhao Jun returned to his room, dejected, washed his feet, and retired to bed. The following morning, as Zhao Jun emerged from his room, he noticed Zhao Yukai in the opposite room, preparing his leg bindings. Today, Zhao Yukai is not dressed in his usual oil-stained chef's uniform. Instead, he dons fitted garments that, though faded from washing, exude an undeniable vitality from head to toe. As he slings a gun over his shoulder, an intangible aura of authority seems to envelop him. "It's better to stay at home." Zhao Yukai glances at Zhao Jun, utters a brief remark, and then pushes the door open to leave, having washed his face and had breakfast. Zhao Jun was contemplating a leisurely stroll when he heard the raucous quarrel between the brothers Li Baoyu and Li Ruhai from the neighboring courtyard. Rather than a mere disagreement, it appeared that Li Baoyu was vehemently chastising Li Ruhai. Shortly thereafter, it seemed the two brothers had resorted to physical confrontation, followed by Li Ruhai's incessant pleas for mercy. Sighing deeply, Zhao Jun shook his head and scaled the wall into the Li residence. Upon entering, he witnessed Li Baoyu pinning Li Ruhai to the bed, wielding a shoe to strike him. The scene bore a striking resemblance to the day Zhao Yukai had pummeled Zhao Jun Baoyu. Zhao Jun hurried forward to intervene. "Why do you two fight every day? You only invite ridicule from outsiders." "Brother, save me." Li Ruhai, with his eyes swollen and red, seemed to have been influenced by something he had read the previous night, leaving Zhao Jun at a loss for words. "Brother, don't stop me. You have no idea what is going on. Just wait until I teach him a lesson today." In the past, a gentle admonition from Zhao Jun would have sufficed to quell Li Baoyu's fury. However, today, Li Baoyu remained relentless, leaving Zhao Jun momentarily stunned and casting a dubious glance towards Li Ruhai. Surely, this lad hasn't he gotten himself into trouble? With that thought, Zhao Jun quickly inquired of Li Baoyu, "What has Ruhai done?" Li Baoyu pointed at Li Ruhai and said to Zhao Jun, "This morning, he went out and revealed our plan to shoot the black bear." Zhao Jun felt a sudden dizziness. Although both families had suspected the cause of the bear's death yesterday, there was no substantial evidence. Moreover, no one would expect a 20-year-old youth, who had never fired a gun before, to suddenly venture into the mountains to hunt bears. However, with Li Ruahai's words, Zhao Jun began to fear that both he and Li Baoyu were in grave danger that very night. While Zhao Jun was lost in thought, Li Baoyu picked up his rubber shoes and began to strike Li Ruahai while scolding him. "I told you to stop blabbering every day. Your mouth is as loose as a pair of cotton pants." At this reprimand, Zhao Jun felt his head throb even more. Li Ruahai was still young, and certain traits had yet to fully manifest. Yet, Zhao Jun knew that in 10 years, everyone within a 100-mile radius would know the second son of Li Daong. His loose tongue would be more notorious than that of an old woman. Suddenly, Zhao Jun recalled something important and seized Li Baoyu, asking, "How did he find out about our affair from yesterday?" Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu froze for a moment before murmuring, "I mentioned it to them last night when I couldn't sleep." Zhao Jun turned his head away, smirked, and then faced Li Baoyu again, saying, "Brother, you're criticizing Ruahai, but your own mouth isn't any better." With that, he walked out. Li Baoyu, embarrassed and furious at Zhao Jun's words, directed his anger at Li Ruahai, swinging his rubber shoes and causing Li Ruahai to howl in protest. As Zhao Jun reached the doorway, he turned back with a scowl and said, "Stop hitting him. Hurry up and come with me." Li Baoyu quickly slipped on his shoes and followed Zhao Jun out of the house. "Brother, if it weren't for you intervening today, I would have beaten that little brat to death. What is the point now?" Zhao Jun retorted grumpily. "Tonight, we should just wait for someone else to do us in." The someone else Zhao Jun referred to was, in fact, Zhao Yukai and Li Daong. Li Baoyu understood this implication all too well and instinctively recoiled. "Brother, what are we going to do now?" Just yesterday, they had stolen a gun, and the two brothers had planned to venture into the mountains the following day. However, they had not anticipated that after a night's sleep, their plans would be jeopardized. When Zhao Yukai and Li Daong returned home that evening, It would likely spell disaster for the brothers. Given the circumstances, Zhao Jun resolutely decided to take action and said to Li Baoyu, "Change your clothes, we're leaving." "Where are we going?" "To the mountains," Zhao Jun declared firmly. "Today, we will show Zhao Ernian what we are capable of." Li Baoyu remained silent. The two brothers hastily changed their attire, leaving their dog behind as they hurried toward the village outskirts. Upon reaching the edge of the village, Zhao Jun retrieved the gun from the thicket, slung it over his shoulder, and without uttering a word, strode purposefully up the mountain. At the very same moment, an unexpected visitor arrived at Qin Chong's home. "Is San at home?" Qin Chong had been caught by the black bear 2 days prior and had been resting on the Kong ever since, with his wife taking care of his daily needs while his 3 younger brothers assisted with the household chores. Hearing someone shouting outside, Qin Chong's wife, Tao Hua, stepped out of the house. Upon seeing the visitor, she was momentarily taken aback, wondering to herself, "What brings him to my home?" Yet, she greeted him with a smile, saying, "Oh, Brother Bai, you're not at work today?" "Not today," the visitor replied with a grin. "Is my brother at home?" "Yes, yes," Tao Hua responded, though she was aware that this man was not of good character and refrained from inviting him inside. She asked, "Brother Bai, have you come for something specific?" The man replied, "I heard my brother was lying at home, so I came to check on him." It was unusual for someone to visit without bringing anything, especially since their families were not well acquainted. However, with his words already spoken, Tao Hua had no choice but to allow him entry. As the man entered, Qin Chong, who was lying on the bed, was also slightly startled and exclaimed, "You rascal, what brings you here?" The creature known as a bear, often referred to as bear blind due to its poor eyesight, is colloquially called black blind in reference to the black bear. Additionally, mountain folk affectionately call it Old Black. The Old Black Qin Chong referred to was, in fact, a nickname for a man. On the day Zhao Jun visited his uncle Wang Chong's house to steal a gun, he had also encountered this individual, who lived next door to Wang Chong. This Old Black was surnamed Bai and was named by Yun. Though his name seemed delicate, he was quite the rough character. However, he was not particularly clever and, being one of the few myopic individuals of that era, wore glasses daily, earning him the nickname Old Black among the villagers. The implication being that he was both wicked and blind. Such a person naturally had poor social relations, and among the hundreds of families in the village, very few interacted with him. On ordinary days, Qin Chong would avoid greeting him whenever they crossed paths in the village, preferring to evade him altogether and only offering a perfunctory exchange if escape was impossible. Recently, having been injured by a black bear, Qin Chang lay at home, and a number of visitors came to see him. However, he was acutely aware that Bai Shuyun's visit was driven by ulterior motives, certainly devoid of genuine goodwill. Observing Qin Chong reclined on the Kong, Bai Shuyun nearly erupted into laughter, though he quickly suppressed his amusement and feigned concern, inquiring, "Oh, how is the injury treating you, third brother?" It was no wonder that people held him in disdain. Bai Shuyun's demeanor, words, and expressions bore no semblance of a caring visitor, but rather conveyed the impression that he had merely come to observe the spectacle. "Not too bad," Qin Chong replied tersely. At that moment, Tao Hua, who had entered behind Bai Shuyun, felt an intense wave of resentment upon witnessing his demeanor. Without uttering a word, she sat down beside the Kong and resumed her work on a half-knitted sweater, immersing herself in the task at hand. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly awkward. Convention dictated that in Northeast homes, the first gesture towards guests was to invite them to sit on the Kong and promptly serve them water. Whether or not tea was available was irrelevant, but a cup of water was undeniably essential. Yet since Bai Shuyun had entered, neither Qin Chong nor Tao Hua had offered him water, nor had they even invited him to take a seat. This left Bai Shuyun feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, he had come with a specific purpose in mind and was reluctant to depart without achieving it. Moreover, he was rather shameless, as he turned and seated himself beside Qin Chong, feigning concern as he tucked the blanket around him. "Three brothers, have you heard? Yesterday, a wealthy young man brought back a black bear paw from the mountain along with Li Dayong's eldest son." "I heard," Qin Chong remarked. "But wasn't it said to be found?" Bai Shuyun chuckled, a rather mocking laugh. "Are you really that foolish, three brothers? You're the foolish one." At this moment, Tao Hua tossed her sweater aside and leaped off the bed, glaring at Bai Shuyun as she admonished, "How can you speak like that? Do not underestimate the women of Northeast China. If you dare utter another ill-considered word, I assure you, you shall not leave this room unscathed." Sister-in-law, sister-in-law." Bai Shuyun quickly raised her hands in a placating gesture, signaling for Tao Hua to sit down. initially harboring disdain for her. Tao Hahua was in no mood to indulge by Xiu Yun. She retorted, "Listen here, you little brat. If you keep babbling nonsense, I will have someone break your legs." "Sister-in-law, I was wrong. Let's speak civilly," Bai Xiuyun hurriedly pleaded, realizing that Tao Hahua's bravado stemmed from the assurance of her family's strength. The Tao family had 3 brothers, all grown men. In these times, a household with many men naturally wielded more power. Tao Hahua shot a disdainful glance at Bai Xiuyun before striding towards the outer room. It must be said that Bai Xiuyun felt quite embarrassed at this moment, yet his ability to brush off the situation was not to be underestimated. Lowering his head, he forced a smile towards Qin Chong, who lay on the bed. "3 brothers, don't be like your brother Bai." However, Qin Chong's ensuing silence only deepened the awkwardness. Upon witnessing the situation, Bai Xiuyun felt an escalating anger within him. Resolutely, he declared, "Third brother, you and your 3 younger brothers ventured into the mountains to hunt the bear, accompanied by 3 dogs, and you sustained injuries. Now, that black bear has been opportunistically taken by others, and I, Bai, cannot bear to watch this injustice. I have come to inform you, yet you respond with disdain." Huh. At this juncture, Bai Xiuyun lifted his leg, ready to depart. Upon hearing these words, Qin Chong immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and called out urgently, "Old Bai, wait a moment. What is it?" Hearing Qin Chong's voice from within, Tao Hahua hurriedly rushed inside. Unaware of the unfolding drama, she cleverly positioned herself at the doorway, blocking Bai Xiuyun's exit. Qin Chong raised his hand and pointed towards Tao Hahua, seemingly summoning all his strength as he shouted, "Quickly, prepare some tea." "Huh? Oh." Tao Hahua, quick on the uptake and realizing her husband wished to retain Bai Xiuyun, promptly responded, "Old Bai, please have a seat. I will brew some tea for you." "Dear sister-in-law, there is no need for that. I only wish to speak with the 3rd brother for a moment before I leave." "Not a bother. Not a bother at all." Once Tao Hahua exited, Qin Chong mustered himself to sit up partially, pulling Bai Xiuyun down to sit beside him. "Old Bai, from what you just indicated, did Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu indeed acquire the black bear yesterday that injured my own?" "What do you mean acquired?" Bai Xiuyun replied, "Today, the 2nd son of the old Li family stated that his elder brother and Zhao Jun took the dogs up the mountain, traversing past where your father set the explosives, and they hunted that black bear." Upon hearing this revelation, Qin Chong nearly leapt off the bed in shock. The incident involving his father and the injured black bear was something Li Rahai ought not to know, and even more so for Bai Xiuyun. The fact that they were both aware of it indicated the truth of the matter. However, Qin Chong found it hard to believe, for in his eyes, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu were entirely unskilled in hunting. Catching a wild boar would be a stroke of luck for them. The black bear, however, was far superior to a wild boar. Although Zhao Jun's hunting dog was formidable, Qin Chong understood that hunting bears relied on firearms, not dogs. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, being inexperienced and having never fired a gun, would surely soil themselves at the sight of a black bear. Even if they had 80 dogs, it would be futile. Thus, while he might entertain the notion that the bear was merely scavenged by them, he could not accept that Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu had actually hunted it. Yet, Qin Chong refrained from voicing his skepticism outright and simply inquired, "How did they manage to hunt it?" Bai Xiuyun, with an air of mystery, replied, "I saw Zhao Jun at Wang Chang's place yesterday, taking away Wang Chang's shotgun. Is that true or false? Your brother personally witnessed it." After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Chong recalled that Bai Xiuyun lived next door to Wang Chang, yet he still found it hard to believe. Those 2 boys could hardly handle a gun. "Brother, did that bear not resist being shot? It must have been rather feeble, allowing them to take advantage of the situation. I heard from Lier that the bear's gallbladder is currently hanging in old Zhao's basement." Just as Qin Chong hesitated, Tao Hahua entered the room. Having overheard part of the conversation at the door, she directly asked Qin Chong, "Xiangzi, according to hunting customs, don't we get a share of that bear's gallbladder?" Chapter 31. The Black Old Boy. In this vast mountain range, there are no wolves, and the beasts that pose a threat to human life can be counted on one hand. Tigers, black bears, brown bears, and wild boars can inflict injury, yet are unlikely to be fatal. As for the lynx, it is far from being a concern. With a semi-automatic firearm in hand, Zhao Yukai faces no peril, even if he fails to hit the lynx. "Dad, can I join you 2 tomorrow?" Zhao Jun inquired, scooting over to the spot recently vacated by Li Daong. Without lifting his gaze, Zhao Yukai replied, "Attend to your own matters. I have nothing else to do. I'd like to accompany you. Your son hasn't witnessed you shooting yet, Zhao Jun expressed, a genuine curiosity about his father's prowess bubbling within him. Suddenly, Zhao Yukai fixed Zhao Jun with a piercing stare, sending a shiver down his spine. If I don't reprimand you, don't push your luck. These words sent a chill through Zhao Jun, reminiscent of the trepidation felt by the four great hunters 2 decades ago when facing a tiger. He could only muster a cautious smile and say, "All right, Dad, I'll let you rest. I'm off to bed." "Get lost," Zhao Yukai replied, still not looking up. Zhao Jun retreated to his room, washing his feet before settling down to sleep. The following morning, upon waking and stepping outside, he spotted Zhao Yukai in the opposite room, fastening his leg straps. Today, Zhao Yukai was not clad in his usual oil-stained chef's attire. Instead, he donned form-fitting cloth garments, though faded from washing. They exuded an air of vitality from head to toe. Once he slung the rifle over his shoulder, he emanated an intangible aura of authority. "Stay well at home." Zhao Yukai cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Jun, uttering a terse remark before pushing the door open and departing. After washing his face and having breakfast, Zhao Jun was contemplating a leisurely stroll when he was suddenly alerted by the quarrel emanating from the neighboring courtyard, where the brothers Li Baoyu and Li Ruhai were embroiled in a heated exchange, rather than a mere dispute. It was more accurate to describe it as Li Baoyu vehemently chastising Li Ruhai. Shortly thereafter, it appeared that the brothers had resorted to blows, followed by Li Ruhai's incessant pleas for mercy. Sighing deeply, Zhao Jun shook his head and scaled the wall into the Li residence. Upon entering, he witnessed the scene of Li Baoyu with one hand pressing Li Ruhai down onto the calm, while the other wielded a shoe to strike him. The spectacle bore a striking resemblance to the incident when Zhao Yukai had pummeled Zhao Jun Baoyu. Zhao Jun hurriedly intervened. "Why must you two fight every day? You're inviting ridicule from outsiders." "Brother, save me," Li Ruhai exclaimed, his eyes rimmed with red, a sight so pitiful that it defied description. "Brother, don't interfere. You have no idea what is happening. Just watch how I'll deal with him today." Under normal circumstances, Zhao Jun's words would have dissuaded Li Baoyu. But today was different. Li Baoyu remained obstinate, leaving Zhao Jun momentarily taken aback. His gaze then shifted to Li Ruhai, tinged with suspicion. Surely, hasn't he gotten himself into trouble again? With this thought, Zhao Jun swiftly inquired, "What has Ruhai done?" Li Baoyu pointed an accusatory finger at Li Ruhai and replied, "This morning, he went out and revealed our plan to use guns against the black bears. It was all over." Zhao Jun felt a sudden buzzing in his head. Although both families had cast doubts on the cause of the black bear's death the previous day, there was no concrete evidence to substantiate their suspicions. Moreover, who would ever expect that a 20-year-old youth, who had never fired a gun before, could suddenly venture into the mountains to hunt bears? However, with Li Ruhai's remark, Zhao Jun realized that both he and Li Baoyu were likely doomed that very evening. As Zhao Jun was lost in thought, Li Baoyu seized his rubber shoe and began to strike Li Ruhai, simultaneously hurling insults. "I told you to stop your incessant chatter. Your mouth is like the waistband of a pair of cotton pants, spewing nonsense." Li Baoyu's tirade only served to exacerbate Zhao Jun's frustration. At that moment, Li Ruhai was still young, and certain traits had yet to fully manifest. Yet Zhao Jun knew that it required little explanation in just 10 years. Across 100 miles and in 8 nearby villages, no one would be unaware of Li Deyong's second son, whose tongue was even less refined than that of a well-spoken woman. Wait a moment. Zhao Jun suddenly recalled something important. Grasping Li Baoyu's arm, he inquired, "How did he know about our incident yesterday?" Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, he murmured, "Last night, I couldn't sleep, so I mentioned it to him." Zhao Jun turned his head away, scoffing, then faced Li Baoyu again, saying, "Brother, if you criticize Ruhai, your own tongue isn't much better." With that, he strode towards the exit. At Zhao Jun's words, Li Baoyu felt both embarrassed and angry, though his ire was directed at Li Ruhai, as he swung the rubber shoe, causing Li Ruhai to yelp in distress. Just as Zhao Jun reached the door, he turned back with irritation, saying, "Stop hitting him, and hurry up and come with me." Li Baoyu quickly donned his shoes and followed Zhao Jun out of the room. "Brother, if it weren't for your intervention today, I would have surely dealt with that little brat. What else is there to do?" Zhao Jun replied with irritation, "Tonight, let us await our own demise at the hands of others." The others he referred to were, in fact, Zhao Yukai and Li Deyong. Naturally, Li Baoyu comprehended the implication of Zhao Jun's words and instinctively shrank his neck. "Brother, what shall we do now? We just stole a gun yesterday, and we had planned to venture into the mountains again tomorrow. Who could have anticipated that after a night's rest, we would face such a predicament? With Zhao Yukai and Li Daong returning home in the evening, the brothers feared they would encounter yet another calamity. Given the circumstances, Zhao Jun resolved to take decisive action and said to Li Baoyu, "Change your clothes. We are leaving." "Where are we going?" "To the mountains." Zhao Jun asserted with unwavering determination, "Today, we shall demonstrate our prowess to Zhao Ernyan." Li Baoyu remained silent. The brothers hurriedly changed their attire, leaving without their dog, and hastened towards the village outskirts. Upon reaching the village's edge, Zhao Jun retrieved a gun from a thicket, slung it over his shoulder, and without uttering a word, swiftly made his way up the mountain. Simultaneously, an unexpected visitor arrived at Qin Chong's home. "Is Lao San at home?" Qin Chong had been recuperating on the bed for the past 2 days after being captured by the black bear, relying on his wife for care, while his 3 brothers-in-law assisted with household chores. Hearing a voice from outside, his wife, Tao Hehua, stepped out and, upon seeing the visitor, was momentarily taken aback, wondering, "What brings him to my home?" However, she greeted him with, "Oh, Brother Bai, you didn't go to work today?" "Not today." A visitor smiled and inquired, "Is my brother at home?" To which Tao Hehua responded, "Yes, indeed." However, aware that this individual was no benevolent character, she refrained from inviting him inside and asked, "Brother Bai, do you have business here?" The man replied, "I heard my brother is resting at home, so I came to see him." It is unusual for someone to visit without any offerings, especially when the 2 families are not well acquainted. Nevertheless, given the directness of his words, Tao Hehua had no choice but to permit his entry. Upon entering, Qin Chong, who was lying on the bed, was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "You rascal! What brings you here?" Tao Hehua had astutely identified the crux of the matter. Indeed, the pivotal issue lay with the bear gallbladder, which represented a substantial sum of money. A single gallbladder could fetch at least 600 yuan, a considerable amount by current standards, even if the proceeds could not be evenly split with Zhao Jun. Receiving a mere 100 yuan would be a source of great contentment for Tao Hehua. Tao Hehua's family comprised 3 brothers. Tao Dasheng and Tao Ersheng were already married with children. However, the youngest, Tao Sansheng, at 25, had yet to secure a bride due to financial constraints. 100 yuan from the gallbladder could easily resolve his matrimonial quandary. Consequently, Tao Hehua posed a question to Qin Chong regarding whether, according to hunting customs, their family should receive a share of the gallbladder. Before Qin Chong could respond, Bai Xiuyun interjected, stating, "Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, those 2 young lads. Have they ever hunted? Hand them a gun and ask them to shoot a bear, and they'd likely struggle immensely. It was not my 3 brothers who dealt a heavy blow to that bear, allowing them to reap the rewards effortlessly. Moreover, our family has lost 3 dogs. The Zhao family ought to share some of the spoils with us." Bai Xiuyun's incessant use of we and our in such an indignant tone truly made it seem as though someone had stolen his family's bear bile. It was precisely this fervent expression that filled Tao Hehua with regret, wishing she had not confronted him with such a dismissive attitude earlier. "Brother Bai, you are absolutely right. My Qiangzi was also captured by that black bear. The Zhao family should indeed give us a portion," she exclaimed, increasingly convinced by Bai Xiuyun's words. He continued, "One cannot indulge in the wealth of the mountains alone. The 3 of us fought bravely, and with our 3 dogs lost. If we were to receive half of the bear bile, it would still be a bargain for the Zhao family. Brother Bai, you stay here. I shall go seek out my brothers," she declared, her resolve firm. The more she listened to Bai Xiuyun, the more she felt he was justified, and she promptly set off to find her 3 brothers. Qin Chong did not hinder her departure. Only after Tao Hehua had left did he turn to Bai Xiuyun and ask, "Brother, what are your intentions?" "Brother, what are you talking about?" Bai Xiuyun began, but abruptly shifted the topic. "If you can retrieve the bear bile money, how could you not express your gratitude to your brother?" Qin Chang shot a glance at Bai Xiuyun, observing his unflinching demeanor, and felt a wave of disdain wash over him. He replied, "Brother, you know the situation at my home. My sister-in-law has 3 brothers. In those years, it was my wife and I who arranged marriages for the eldest and the second. Now, only the youngest remains, eagerly awaiting funds to wed. So, my brother, let me make it clear, even if we possess this money, there is nothing to be shared with you." Bai Xiuyun is not a benevolent soul. Is Qin Chang any different? From Qin Chang's perspective, since Bai Xiuyun has laid everything bare, he finds himself devoid of any leverage. It is laughable that he still harbors dreams of extracting money from him. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiuyun maintained his composure and simply remarked, "Brother, where is your mind wandering? Would your elder brother truly demand money from you? I am merely hoping you could procure that black bear's paw for me, as my leg has been aching today. This time, Qin Chong displayed unexpected generosity. He gestured towards the west wall, saying, "Elder brother, feel free to search in that pouch." Bai Xiaoyun approached the canvas pouch hanging on the wall, reached into the compartment facing him, and extracted a yellow paper package. Without needing to open it, he could tell it contained a pair of black bear kneecaps. "Brother, is this for me?" he inquired. "Take it," Qin Chong replied dismissively, exhibiting a countenance reminiscent of a butcher after slaughtering a beast. Bai Xiaoyun offered no thanks. He simply tucked the yellow package into his pocket and departed without uttering another word. Just as Bai Xiaoyun exited Qin Chong's residence, he encountered Tao Hehua and the three Tao brothers returning from the south. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoyun emerge from the courtyard, Tao Hehua called out to him twice. Yet, Bai Xiaoyun appeared oblivious, walking away with his hands clasped behind his back. "You black rascal!" exclaimed Tao, dashing, reacting to the scene. "Stop shouting." Tao Hehua gazed at Bai Xiaoyun's receding figure, an inscrutable expression in her eyes. "He pretends not to hear, doesn't he? Quite the actor," Tao Ershing remarked disdainfully from the side. Once the Tao siblings entered the house, Tao Hehua's first inquiry was directed at Qin Chong. "Xiangzi, how did that old black fellow manage to leave?" "He was sent away," Qin Chong replied nonchalantly, gesturing for his younger brothers-in-law to sit down. Regardless of how Qin Chong conducted himself in the outside world, he genuinely treated his wife with kindness, as well as her family. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to arrange marriages for his three brothers-in-law. Consequently, the Tao brothers held him in high esteem. At this moment, Tao Dashing interjected, "Brother-in-law, my sister mentioned that he has at least half our courage, right?" "Indeed," Qin Chang replied, reclining on the Kong, unable to nod but speaking nonetheless. "That bear's gallbladder should be shared among us. However, Zhao Yukai is not to be trifled with." "What is he, anyway?" "Aside from family." Tao Ershing displayed a dismissive attitude toward everyone. "If the three of us stood in his courtyard, would he dare refuse us?" "Be quiet," Tao Hehua retorted sharply, adding, "Listen to your brother-in-law." Qin Chong continued, "This bear's gallbladder was brought back by Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu. If we need to ask for it, we must speak with Zhao Yukai. Later, when Zhao Yukai finishes work, you all can help me go to his house." At this point, Qin Chong exerted himself to turn and look at Tao Ershing, saying, "Old heir, refrain from your reckless antics. This matter concerns not only the Zhao family, but also the Li family." Tao Dashing replied, "Indeed, Li Daong and Zhao Yukai are too closely allied for any forceful actions to succeed." It was then that Tao Ershing realized that the Zhao family consisted of a father and son. However, with the addition of the three generations from the Li family, he harbored no doubts. Should a conflict arise with the Zhao family, the Li family would undoubtedly intervene. "Enough, everyone should return home," Qin Chong declared with finality. "Today, Zhao Yukai is likely to send someone to fetch that black blind man. When they return, there will surely be many villagers eager to partake in the meat distribution. At that time, you must carry me there. I wish to see if he will comply." "That plan is clever," Tao Hehua remarked, addressing her three brothers. "Just heed your brother-in-law's counsel." Such unity between husband and wife was evident upon hearing Qin Chang's intent. Tao Hehua understood that he aimed to present the severely injured Qin Chong before the villagers during the meat distribution at Zhao Jun's home. She believed that under the scrutiny of the crowd, even if Zhao Yukai were reluctant, he would have no choice but to concede some money for the bear gallbladder. Upon witnessing Qin Chong's dire condition, Chapter 32, Incitement bears, due to their poor eyesight, are colloquially referred to as blind bears. The black bear is known as the black blind man. Additionally, the mountain folk often refer to it as black old boy. However, the black old boy mentioned by Qin Chong is a nickname for an individual. On the day Zhao Jun ventured to his uncle Wang Chong's home to steal a gun, he had encountered this person who resided next door to Wang Chong. This black old boy is surnamed Bai, with the given name Bai Xiaoyun. The name may sound delicate, yet he is quite the manly figure. However, this individual possesses a rather unkind disposition, compounded by his rarity as a nearsighted person in these times, perpetually adorned with spectacles. The villagers have bestowed upon him a rather unflattering nickname, the Black Rascal, implying that he is both wicked and blind. Such a character naturally does not enjoy favorable relations. Among the 100 households in the village, few choose to associate with him. On ordinary days, Qin Chong would avoid greeting him when their paths crossed, opting for evasion unless absolutely unavoidable, in which case he would offer a perfunctory acknowledgement. Recently, Qin Chong had been injured by a bear and remained confined to his home, receiving a fair number of visitors. Yet, he was acutely aware that Bai Shuyun's visit to his abode was driven by ulterior motives, undoubtedly devoid of any genuine goodwill. Observing Qin Chong lying on the calm, Bai Shuyun nearly burst into laughter, though he stifled his amusement and feigned concern, asking, "Oh, how is the injury, third brother?" It is no wonder that he is not well liked. Bai Shuyun's demeanor, speech, and expressions bore no semblance of a concerned visitor, but rather conveyed the impression of someone who had come merely to gawk. "It's manageable," Qin Chong replied curtly. At that moment, Tao Hua, who had entered behind Bai Shuyun, was filled with resentment upon witnessing his demeanor. Without a second thought, she settled down at the edge of the Kong, grabbed a half-finished sweater, and busied herself with her knitting. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat awkward. Typically, in a northeastern household, the first words upon a guest's arrival would be an invitation to sit on the calm, promptly followed by the serving of water. Regardless of whether tea was available, a cup of water was always deemed essential. Ever since Bai Shuyun entered the room, Qin Chong and Tao Hua had not offered him even a glass of water, let alone invited him to take a seat. This left Bai Shuyun feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, he had come with ulterior motives today, and he was determined not to leave without achieving his goals. Moreover, he was rather brazen, so he turned and sat right next to Qin Chong, seemingly concerned as he tucked the blanket around him. "Have you heard, brothers? Yesterday, a lad from the Kai family and the son of Li Daong returned from the mountains with a bare paw." "I heard," Qin Chong replied. "Aren't they supposed to have found it?" Bai Shuyun chuckled, a rather smug laugh. "Are you really that naive? You're the one who's foolish." At that moment, Tao Hua tossed her sweater aside, leaped off the Kong, and glared at Bai Shuyun, admonishing, "What kind of talk is that? One should never underestimate women from northeast China." If Bai Shuyun dared to utter another inappropriate remark, he would certainly regret it before leaving the room. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law." Bai Shuyun quickly raised his hands in a gesture of appeasement, urging Tao Hua to sit down. Already disliking him, Tao Hua had no intention of accommodating Bai Shuyun. She retorted, "You old rascal, let me tell you, if you keep babbling nonsense, I'll have someone break your legs." "Sister-in-law, I was wrong. Let's discuss this calmly," Bai Shuyun pleaded, hastily rising to apologize. It was clear that Tao Hua was emboldened by the presence of her three brothers, all grown men. In this era, a household with more men invariably held a position of strength. Cast a disdainful glance at Bai Shuyun before striding towards the outer room. At that moment, Bai Shuyun found himself in a rather awkward predicament. However, he possessed a remarkable ability to maintain his composure. Lowering his head, he offered a sheepish smile to Qin Chong, who was sprawled on the Kong. "Third brother, don't be like your brother Bai." Yet, Qin Chong's subsequent silence only deepened the awkwardness. Witnessing this, Bai Shuyun's irritation swelled within him, prompting him to muster his courage and declare, "Third brother, you and your three younger uncles went up the mountain to hunt the bear, taking 3 dogs with you, and you even sustained an injury. Now, that black bear has been taken advantage of, and your brother Bai can no longer stand idly by. I'm here to speak with you, yet you respond with disdain." "Huh." With that, Bai Shuyun lifted his leg, ready to leave. Upon hearing this, Qin Chang suddenly came to his senses and urgently called out, "Old Bai, wait a moment. What is it?" Hearing Qin Chang's voice from within, Tao Hua rushed in. Unaware of the unfolding situation, yet astutely positioned herself at the doorway, blocking Bai Shuyun's exit. Qin Chang raised his hand and pointed at Tao Hua, seemingly exerting all his strength as he shouted, "Quick, brew some tea." Oh. Tao Hua reacted swiftly, recognizing her husband's intent to retain Bai Shuyun, and promptly said, "Old Bai, please take a seat. I will prepare some tea for you." "Dear sister-in-law, there's no need for trouble. I will only speak a few words with the third brother and be on my way." "Not at all. It's no trouble." After Tao Hua exited, Qin Chong mustered the strength to sit up partially and pulled Bai Shuyun down to sit at the edge of the Kong. "Old Bai, from what you just implied, the black bear that Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu caught yesterday is the one that injured me, right?" "What did you pick up?" Bai Shuyun inquired. "Today, the second son of the old Li family mentioned that his elder brother, along with Zhao Jun, took their dogs up the mountain and managed to hunt that black bear near where your father had set traps." Upon hearing this, Qin Chong nearly leaped off the bed. The incident involving his father's trap and the bear should not have been known to Li Ruhai, let alone Bai Shuyun. The fact that they were aware of it indicated the truth of the matter. Yet, Qin Chong found it hard to believe, for in his eyes, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu were utterly incapable of hunting. Merely catching a wild boar would be a stroke of luck. The black bear was an entirely different beast. Although Zhao Jun's hunting dog was formidable, Qin Chong knew that hunting a bear required firearms. Those two inexperienced lads, who had never fired a gun, would surely soil themselves at the sight of a black bear. Having 80 dogs would be of no consequence. Thus, while he might entertain the thought that the bear was stumbled upon by them, he could not believe that Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu had actually hunted it. However, he refrained from voicing his skepticism and simply asked, "How did they manage that?" Bai Xiuyun replied mysteriously, "I saw Zhao Jun at Wang Chang's house yesterday, taking away Wang Chang's shotgun. Is that true or false?" Qin Chong questioned, intrigued. "Your brother witnessed it with his own eyes." After a moment's contemplation, Qin Chong remembered that Bai Xiuyun lived next door to Wang Chang, yet he still found it hard to accept. Those two boys were hardly skilled marksmen. "Brother, did that bear not give you a chance to shoot it?" "It probably wasn't much of a threat, allowing them to take advantage." Hearing from Lier, "It seems that the bear gall is currently hanging in the lower room of old Zhao's house." Just as Qin Chong hesitated, Tao Hahua entered. She had been listening at the door and directly asked Qin Chong, "Xiangzi, according to the rules of hunting, shouldn't we have a share of the bear gall?" Chapter 33. Qin Chong's calculation. Tao Hawa's words struck at the heart of the matter. Indeed, the crux of the issue lay in the bear gall, for it represented wealth. A single bear gall is worth no less than 600 yuan, a considerable sum in the present context, even if they could not split it evenly with Zhao Jun. Receiving a mere 100 yuan would bring great satisfaction to Tao Hahua. Tao Hahua's family comprises 3 brothers. Tao Dashing and Tao Ershing are already married with children. But the youngest, Tao Sansheng, at 25, has yet to find a wife due to financial constraints. 100 yuan from the bear gall could resolve his matrimonial predicament. Thus, she inquired of Qin Chong whether, in accordance with hunting customs, they should indeed have a share of the gall. Before Qin Chong could respond, Bai Xiuyun interjected, asserting, "Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, those 2 youngsters, who among them has ever hunted? Hand them a gun and ask them to strike the bear, they would struggle immensely. Was it not my 3 brothers who dealt a significant blow to that bear, allowing them to reap the benefits? Furthermore, we have lost 3 dogs. Surely, the Zhao family ought to share a portion with us." Bai Xiuyun spoke with an air of indignation, as if someone had audaciously stolen the bear bile from his family. It was precisely this fervent tone that left Tao Hahua feeling regretful, wishing she had approached him with a different attitude. "Brother Bai, you are absolutely right. My Chong was even caught by the black bear. The Zhao family should definitely share some of that with us, shouldn't they?" Bai Xiuyun continued. "One cannot feast alone on the mountain's bounty. My 3 brothers and I have borne arms, and we lost 3 dogs in the process. If we were to receive half of that bear bile, it would already be a boon for the Zhao family. Brother Bai, please have a seat. I shall go find my brothers," Tao Hahua declared, increasingly convinced by Bai Xiuyun's words, and promptly set off for her family to seek out her 3 brothers. Qin Chong did not impede her departure, but once Tao Hahua was gone, he tilted his head and inquired of Bai Xiuyun, "Brother, do you have something in mind?" Bai Xiuyun was about to respond, but abruptly shifted his tone, saying, "If you can retrieve the bear bile funds, you ought to be thanking your brother, right?" Qin Chang glanced at Bai Xiuyun, noting his unflinching demeanor, and inwardly scorned him, retorting, "Brother, you are well aware of my family's situation. My sister-in-law's family has 3 brothers. The eldest and the second were married off with our assistance, and now only the youngest remains, eagerly awaiting funds for his own bride. So let me be clear. Even if we obtain this money, there will be nothing for you. Bai Xiuyun is not a virtuous character. Is Qin Chong any different?" In Qin Chong's view, since Bai Xiuyun had elucidated the matter so clearly, he felt he had lost all value for exploitation. It was laughable that he still harbored thoughts of extorting money from him. What a dream. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiuyun remained unfazed and simply replied, "Brother, where are your thoughts wandering? Would your elder brother truly ask you for money? My leg has been aching today, and I was wondering if you could procure that black bear's bone for me." This time, Qin Chong displayed a generous demeanor. He gestured towards the western wall, saying, "Elder brother, feel free to reach into that pouch." Bai Xiuyun followed Qin Chong's and approached the canvas pouch hanging on the wall. He extended his hand into the compartment facing him and retrieved a yellow paper packet. Without needing to open it, he could discern that it contained a bear's kneecap. "Brother, is this for me? Please take it." Qin Chang waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting a face reminiscent of someone who discards a beast after it has outlived its usefulness. Bai Xiuyun offered no words of thanks. He simply tucked the yellow packet into his pouch and, without uttering another word, turned on his heel to exit. As Bai Xiuyun was leaving Qin Chong's home, he fortuitously encountered Tao Hua accompanied by the three Tao brothers, a group of four returning from the south. Upon spotting Bai Xiuyun emerging from the courtyard, Tao Hua called out to him twice. Yet, Bai Xiuyun appeared oblivious, walking away with his hands behind his back towards the west. "Hey, you rascal!" Tao Dashing shouted after him. "Stop calling," Tao Hua replied, observing Bai Xiuyun's retreating figure with an inscrutable expression. He is pretending not to hear. "Quite the actor," Tao Ershing remarked disdainfully from the side. As soon as the four members of the Tao family entered the room, Tao Hua inquired of Qin Chong, "Changzi, how did that black rascal leave?" "I sent him away," Qin Chong casually replied, gesturing for his younger brothers-in-law to sit. Regardless of how Qin Chong conducted himself in the outside world, it was evident that he treated his wife with great care and showed respect to her family, which earned him the admiration of his brothers-in-law. At that moment, Tao Dashing remarked, "Brother-in-law, my sister has mentioned that he possesses at least half the courage we do." "Indeed," Qin Chong responded, unable to nod as he lay on the Kong. "That bear gall should be shared among us, but Zhao Yukai is not one to be trifled with." "What is he, anyway?" retorted Tao Ershing, who held a dismissive attitude toward anyone outside his family. "When the three of us stand in his yard, does he dare to refuse us?" Silence. Tao Ershing was abruptly interrupted by Tao Hua, who asserted, "Listen to your brother-in-law." Qin Chong continued, "This bear gall was brought back by Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu. If we are to request it, we must speak with Zhao Yukai. Later, when Zhao Yukai finishes work, you all will carry me to his home." At this point, Qin Chong strained to turn his head toward Tao Ershing, saying, Do not act recklessly. This matter involves not only the Zhao family, but also the Li family." "Yes," Tao Dashing agreed. "Li Daong and Zhao Yukai are as close as brothers. Approaching them forcefully would be unwise." At this moment, Tao Ershing realized that Zhao Jun's family indeed consisted of a father and son duo. However, what about Li Daong's family, which comprised 3 generations? Tao Ershing held no doubts. Should a conflict arise with Zhao Jun's family, the Li family would undoubtedly intervene. "All right, everyone return home," Qin Chong declared authoritatively. "Today, Zhao Yukai is likely to send someone to capture that black bear. When they return, there will surely be many villagers eager to distribute the meat. At that time, you must carry me over. I want to see whether he will comply." "That's a clever plan." Upon hearing this, Tao Hua instructed her 3 brothers. "You should heed your brother-in-law's advice." Truly, it was a testament to their harmonious partnership. Tao Hua instantly grasped Qin Chong's intentions. Essentially, he aimed to have them carry the severely injured Qin Chong to Zhao Jun's home in the evening when the villagers gathered to share the meat. She believed that under the scrutiny of the crowd, even if Zhao Yukai was reluctant, he would have to relent upon witnessing Qin Chong's dire condition and agree to part with some bear gall money. The shopkeeper is back. As Bai Xiuyun arrived home, his wife, Su Guifang, hurriedly took a thermos to brew tea for him. The title she used earlier was not due to any commercial dealings, rather. In certain families in northeast China, it is customary for spouses to refer to the head of the household as the shopkeeper. Bai Xiuyun slid his hand into his pocket, retrieving a yellow paper package and tossing it onto the Kong table. "What is this?" Su Guifang inquired, opening the paper and discovering 2 peculiar items. Bai Xiuyun took a sip of water and replied, "Bear paw pads." "What do you need these for?" Su Guifang carelessly tossed them onto the table. "Oh, these are indeed valuable items." Bai Xiuyun carefully picked up the wrapped paper and secured it, saying to Su Guifang, "I will make sure to brew 10 pounds of sorghum liquor for you later, to soothe your leg pain." Upon hearing this, Su Guifang felt a warm sweetness in her heart, yet she replied, "But I don't drink." "It's fine, just a little each day. I won't be the one drinking. It will all be for you." They exchanged a few light-hearted jests, when suddenly Su Guifang recalled something and inquired, "What did the shopkeeper say about Qin Chong?" At that moment, Bai Xiuyun's expression changed dramatically, her face clouded with a chilling demeanor as she retorted, "That Qin Laosan is oblivious to his own foolishness. Let him sort things out with Zhao Yukai himself. The Tao family has connections, after all." With a scoff, Bai Xiuyun's gaze held an inscrutable intensity. "If you have the time, go home and ask my father-in-law about Zhao Youcai's true character. Qin Laosan is destined to face repercussions." Meanwhile, at this very moment, Zhao Yukai, mentioned by Bai Xiuyun, was deep in the mountains, examining the lifeless black bear in the stony pond. Having hunted for many years, Zhao Yukai could readily distinguish the various bullet wounds on the bear's body, recognizing that the one shot 2 days prior differed from the one shot the previous day. What marksmanship? He mused, as he observed the bullet hole on the bear's forehead. A jolt of realization struck him. He could tell that Qin Chang's shot from 2 days ago had inflicted severe damage, yet it had not been enough to incapacitate the creature. Furthermore, even the 3 stabs from the Tao brothers would not suffice. You little scoundrel! Zhao Yukai cursed vehemently, a wave of apprehension washing over him. If it were indeed his own son who struck the bear, the situation would be exceedingly perilous. One must remember, this is a black bear. In contrast, a wild boar might merely toss you about a bit. Its tusks could inflict harm, yet a sow without tusks could only cause minor bruises and bumps. However, black bears are an entirely different matter. These creatures can be lethal. With this thought, Zhao Yukai was filled with anxiety, consumed by the desire to return home and deliver a stern reprimand to Zhao Jun. Yet, upon recalling the purpose of his venture into the mountains that day, Zhao Yukai compelled himself to calm his racing thoughts and stepped away from the bear's carcass. It is often said that the tiger retains its ferocity even in death. The sin of this deceased black bear would deter smaller animals from approaching. Even scavengers like crows and weasels would shy away from this area for several days. The lynx, however, is a different story. This creature possesses remarkable intelligence and can discern whether the black bear is alive or deceased. If it were alive, the lynx would surely keep its distance, but if it were dead, the lynx would not hesitate to claim its territory. Furthermore, this rocky pond is the lynx's domain. Even if it is not present at the moment, it would not venture far. Zhao Yukai cautiously maneuvered to the side until he found refuge behind a large boulder. This towering stone concealed him entirely, and he leaned against it, resting his 56-style semi-automatic rifle against his arm. Holding the weapon with care, he slowly turned his head, quietly surveying his surroundings. For 2 hours, Zhao Yukai maintained his vigil, for he had made a promise to Li Daong. If he did not return to the forest farm, Li Daong would not bring the old ox. Thus, for these 2 hours, he remained alone, silently guarding the rocky pond. 2 hours later, on a hillside behind them, 2 figures stealthily approached a turtle pit, crouching within. These 2 individuals were none other than Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu. Brother, will we be able to manage from this distance? Li Baoyu whispered anxiously. Zhao Jun, with his gun in hand, searched the rocky pond for any trace of his father. Zhao Yukai, after a prolonged search yielded no results, he couldn't help but exclaim, experience often proves more valuable than youth. What are you talking about, brother? Li Baoyu inquired, puzzled by Zhao Jun's remark. Zhao Jun shot him a glance and replied, whether we hit our target or not, we must rely on our wits. So, if we return home, will we escape punishment? Li Baoyu asked timidly, realizing he had found himself in trouble. Partly due to his brother Li Ruhai's indiscretion, and partly due to his own lack of resolve. Zhao Jun shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh. There's no avoiding a good beating. Li Baoyu's face fell, his anxiety mounting. Enough with the worrying, Zhao Jun said decisively. Regardless, we cannot evade it. Today, we shall deal with that lynx and show them our prowess. Even if we are capable, it won't spare us from a beating, Li Baoyu murmured. What do you know? Zhao Jun retorted impatiently. If they realize we can shoot, they won't restrict our hunting in the future. After enduring this beating, we may not have to face such punishment again. Upon hearing Zhao Jun's words, Li Baoyu's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. For them, hunting was an exhilarating pursuit. If they could hunt without constraints in the future, enduring a beating today would not be an insurmountable burden. After all, they were all kin. It was unlikely that one would strike with lethal intent, especially in the case of Zhao Jun's family, with their lone heir, should he be harmed. It would spell the end of their lineage. The mere thought of this caused Li Baoyu to shake his head vigorously, as if to dispel any ill intentions he harbored towards Zhao Jun. Gradually, the sun began its descent, hanging high in the sky. Both Zhao Yukai, situated amidst the rocky terrain, and Zhao Jun, on the hilltop, endured their hunger with great fortitude. Suddenly, Zhao Youcai's ears perked up, catching a faint sound carried by the wind. Instantly alert, he turned in the direction from which the sound emanated, allowing his rifle, which had been resting on his shoulder, to fall forward, lifting it with utmost silence. At the same moment, Zhao Jun on the hill experienced a jolt of realization. Indeed, he finally spotted Zhao Yukai. The instant he saw Zhao Yukai aiming his weapon, he hurriedly rose from his position and looked toward the direction Zhao Yukai was pointing. From his elevated vantage point, he could see farther. Zhao Jun discerned a fleeting yellow shadow darting through the trees on the opposite hillside, a distance of 2,000 meters separating them. This distance surpassed the maximum range of his weapon. Zhao Jun slowly advanced, meticulously controlling his movements to avoid making a sound. He decided to wait, hoping the lynx would move down towards the rocky area below, thus entering his range. Zhao Yukai was also waiting, standing like a statue, gun poised in hand. Suddenly, a yellow figure darted through the trees, seemingly clutching something in its mouth. From a distance, it appeared rather drab, likely a wild hare. However, at that moment, the attention of Zhao and his son was entirely fixated on the yellow apparition. Bang! Bang! A sudden gunfire echoed. The two shots so closely spaced that they reached the ear as a single report. Amidst the gunfire, Zhao Yukai glimpsed a flash of crimson, followed by the sight of something falling. He quickly advanced his gun, only to see the yellow figure swiftly vanish from his line of sight. He had missed. As Zhao Yukai lowered his weapon, he scarcely had time to sigh before a shot rang out from the hillside behind him. Bang! 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 Zhao Yukai unleashed a rapid succession of shots from his semi-automatic rifle. The first shot grazed the back of a lynx, while the second severed its short tail. The force of the shot spun at that moment. A tall young man descended from the opposite hillside, rushing toward Zhao Yukai and calling out uncle before darting towards the spot where the lynx lay. When Zhao Jun approached his father, he was met with a gaze that was far from amiable. Though Zhao Jun's exterior remained calm, his heart was filled with trepidation. Based on his understanding of Zhao Yukai, had there not been a lack of suitable implements nearby, he would have received a beating long before nightfall. Uncle, look. At this juncture, Li Baoyu, one hand clutching the lynx's head and the other grasping its body, hurried to Zhao Yutsai's side. After greeting Zhao Yukai, he unceremoniously placed the lynx's head and body at Zhao Jun's feet before turning and striding away. Moments later, he returned, holding a lynx's tail. However, this time, he placed the tail directly in front of Zhao Yukai. Zhao Yukai was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind this gesture. Was it a mockery? Li Baoyu then added, Uncle, this tail is from your hunt. Get lost. Zhao Yukai retaliated by kicking Li Baoyu's calf, causing the young man to leap in surprise. With his rifle slung over his shoulder, Zhao Yukai cast a fierce glare at Zhao Jun before kicking the lynx's tail away and preparing to leave. Panic surged within Zhao Jun as he cursed Li Baoyu under his breath, realizing the young man's unreliability. If his father walked away in a huff, where would Zhao Jun direct his frustrations later that evening? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, as he feared he might be confined to bed for an entire week. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Jun called out, Dad, what should we do with the lynx pelt? Upon Zhao Jun's pronouncement, Zhao Yukai halted abruptly, pivoting to cast a malevolent glare upon his son before relinquishing his firearm. Zhao Jun, in turn, accepted the weapon and hastily retreated to the periphery, yielding passage to his father. Reaching the lynx's carcass, Zhao Yukai, as if venting his pent-up ire, delivered a forceful kick, sending the feline's head hurtling away. Witnessing this, Li Baoyu promptly ceased his boasting, retreating to a safe distance, feigning interest in the heavens above. Positioning himself before the headless remains, Zhao Yukai retrieved a small blade from his pocket, squatting to commence the skinning process from the lynx's neck. Despite the creature's modest size, Zhao Yutsai's culinary expertise enabled him to swiftly divest the pelt with his short knife. The lynx hide, devoid of head and tail, was nevertheless spared any bullet perforations. Zhao Yukai sheathed his blade, rolled the pelt into a cylindrical form, and extracted a folded square of white linen from his pocket. Unfurling the fabric, he revealed a sack exceeding a meter in length. Zhao Yukai then deposited the rolled lynx pelt into the linen sack. Addressing Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, let's return to the work site. Huh. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu exchanged glances. Noticing Zhao Jun's subtle cue, Li Baoyu hastily inquired, Uncle, can't we just head home? Home, you say? Zhao Yukai fixed Li Baoyu with an unfriendly gaze, retorting, Your father has gone to borrow the old ox to haul the bear. Aren't you going to lend him a hand? Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu nearly burst into tears, contemplating the inevitable confrontation with Li Daong. Should his father lose his temper, subjecting him to a public beating in front of the entire logging crew, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Let's go? Zhao Yukai remained indifferent to Li Baoyu's thoughts. After all, this little rascal had embarrassed him, and given Zhao Yutsai's temperament, he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Thus, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, albeit reluctantly, followed Zhao Yukai towards the forest farm. The distance to the forest farm was not great, and after a little over half an hour's walk, the trio arrived at Yong'an Forest Farm. At that moment, Li Daong had been waiting for quite some time, yet when he saw Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu trailing behind Zhao Yukai, he was momentarily taken aback. "What brings you two here?" Li Daong inquired, his skepticism evident. He was aware that Zhao Yukai had left that morning, and his son Li Baoyu had still been sound asleep at home when he departed for work. Faced with Li Daong's question, Li Baoyu dared not speak and discreetly hid behind Zhao Jun. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Daong's attention was not directed at Li Baoyu. He was fixated on the cloth bag that Zhao Yukai held. "Brother, have you caught something?" Zhao Yukai remained silent, simply handing over the bag to Li Daong. Li Daong accepted the bag and, ensuring no one was watching, opened it to feel the fur inside, exclaiming in admiration, "No wonder this can rival the courage of a bear. The texture is truly exquisite." After speaking, Li Daong returned the bag to Zhao Yukai. At that juncture, Zhao Yukai remarked, "Brother, there's a share of this lynx pelt for your family as well." "What?" Li Daong was initially taken aback, but then quickly responded, "Brother, while it is well known in the 10-mile radius that we are close, this is too much." Indeed, Li Daong's words were a refusal. The bond between him and Zhao Yukai was closer than that of biological brothers. However, this lynx pelt is unlike ordinary sustenance, far too precious. More importantly, throughout this hunt, Li Daong did not participate at all. Even if Zhao Yukai were willing to offer it, Li Daong would refuse. As he observed the discourse between the two elders, a foreboding sensation suddenly enveloped Li Baoyu, who was hiding behind Zhao Jun. Indeed, Zhao Yukai proclaimed, "This is not my doing. It was your young master who engaged with Zhao Jun." "What?" Li Daong was even more astonished, glancing sideways to notice his son, who appeared timid and guilty. In that moment of disbelief, Li Daong's gaze fell upon the hunting rifle slung across Zhao Jun's back. With a sharp intake of breath, he turned to Zhao Yukai and inquired, "Brother, did you reprimand them?" "No, not at all." Zhao Yukai chuckled suddenly, casting a sidelong glance at Li Baoyu, and added, "Our Baoyu remarked that as the elder, I merely fired a couple of shots and struck a tail. It was those two young lads who dispatched the tiger cub. Would I dare to strike them?" Li Baoyu remained silent. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger ignited within Li Daong, and he could no longer contain it. He stepped forward, reaching out to grasp Li Baoyu, who was cowering behind Zhao Jun. "Uncle, please, not here. There are too many people around." Zhao Jun hurriedly intervened, acknowledging that a beating was unavoidable, yet it should not occur in such a public setting. They were all young men in their 20s. Where was their sense of dignity? "Enough, brother." At that moment, Zhao Yukai interjected, "Let them go. They will handle bringing the bear back. Should any issues arise, we can discuss them when we return home." Li Daong waited fiercely for Li Baoyu, and after a considerable pause, finally responded, "All right, brother, let us proceed." Chapter 34. The contest between father and son. The shopkeeper has returned. Upon arriving home, Bai Shiyun's wife, Su Guifeng, hurriedly fetched a thermos to brew tea for him. Her earlier address of Bai Shiyun as shopkeeper did not imply any commercial dealings, but was rather a customary term of respect in certain northeastern households where the head of the family is referred to in such a manner. Bai Shiyun casually slipped his hand into his pocket, retrieving a yellow paper package and tossing it onto the Kong table. "What is this?" Su Guifeng inquired as she unwrapped the paper, revealing two peculiar items. Bai Shiyun took a sip of water before explaining, "Bear's paw." "What do you intend to do with this?" Su Guifeng nonchalantly discarded them onto the table. "Oh, but this is a valuable item," Bai Shiyun replied, carefully picking up the paper package and wrapping it securely. He added, "I will prepare 10 pounds of sorghum wine for you to soak it in, and it will remedy your leg pain." Su Guifeng felt a surge of sweetness at his words, though she feigned indifference, saying, "But I do not drink." "That is all right. Just a little each day. If I do not drink, you certainly must. Go on, it's for you. Can I still drink it?" As the couple exchanged playful banter, Su Guifeng suddenly recalled something and asked, "Shopkeeper, what did Qin Chong say?" At this moment, Bai Shiyun's expression shifted, darkening with coldness as he replied, "That Qin Laosan does not know right from wrong. Let him seek Zhao Yukai on his own. The Taohua family has some influence." With a disdainful snort, Bai Shiyun's expression was inscrutable. "If you have the time, go home and inquire about my father-in-law, and find out what kind of person Zhao Yukai truly is. He is Qin Laosan, destined to face misfortune." At that very moment, Zhao Yukai was deep within the mountains, gazing at the lifeless black bear in the rocky pond. Having hunted for many years, he could easily distinguish the various bullet wounds on the bear's body. The bear shot the day before was certainly different from the one shot the previous day. a marksmanship of commendable skill. Observing the gunshot wound on the bear's forehead, Zhao Yukai's heart raced. He could tell that Qin Chang's shot from 2 days ago had severely injured the bear, yet it was not enough to incapacitate it. Furthermore, even the 3 stabs from the Tao brothers would not suffice. Little brat, Zhao Yukai cursed vehemently, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. If it were indeed his own son who had shot the bear, it would have been terribly perilous. One must understand that this was a black bear. If it were a wild boar, it might only knock you down a few times. Though tusks could inflict wounds, a sow without tusks would only cause minor bruises. But black bears are a different matter altogether. These creatures can take a life. In his exasperation, Zhao Yukai was consumed with thoughts of returning home to deliver a severe reprimand to Zhao Jun. However, as he recalled the purpose of his trip into the mountains today, he forced himself to calm down and moved away from the bear's carcass. It is often said that the tiger's fierce aura remains. After the death of this black bear, its scent would repel smaller animals. Even scavengers like crows and weasels would not dare approach this area for several days. However, the lynx is different. This creature possesses remarkable intelligence, capable of discerning whether a black bear is alive or dead. If the bear is alive, the lynx will certainly not return, but should it be deceased, the lynx will not hesitate to seize the opportunity. Moreover, this stone pond is its home. Even if it is not present at the moment, it would not stray far. Zhao Yukai gradually shifted to the side until he concealed himself behind a large boulder. This towering rock completely shielded him from view. As he leaned against it, his 56-style semi-automatic rifle resting against his arm. Holding the weapon with care, he cautiously turned his head, quietly surveying his surroundings. Zhao Yukai maintained this vigil for 2 hours. As he had promised Li Daong that he would not return to the forest station, lest Li Daong bring the old cow. Thus, for those 2 hours, he remained solitary, silently guarding the stone pond. However, 2 hours later, on the hill behind him, 2 figures stealthily approached a turtle-shaped pit and crouched within. These 2 were none other than Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu. "Brother, can we really do this from such a distance?" Li Baoyu whispered, lowering his voice. Zhao Jun, rifle in hand, was scanning the stone pond for any sign of his father. After searching for a considerable time without success, he could not help but exclaim, "Experience speaks volumes." "What did you say?" Zhao Jun shot a glance at Li Baoyu and replied, "Whether we hit or miss, let us just give it our all. So we can't go home empty-handed, right?" Li Baoyu timidly inquired, fully aware that he had landed himself in a predicament. He blamed his brother Li Rahai for his loose tongue and lamented that he had not the capacity to contain the trouble brewing within him. Zhao Jun shook his head slightly and sighed. A thorough beating is certainly inescapable. Li Baoyu's face fell, his heart growing increasingly anxious. "Enough of this futile speculation," Zhao Jun remarked. "Since evasion is out of the question, let us confront that lynx today and demonstrate our prowess. Even if we display our prowess, it won't spare us from a beating," Li Baoyu murmured. "What do you know?" Zhao Jun retorted impatiently. "If they see that we can shoot well, they won't restrict our hunting in the future. After we endure this thrashing, we may no longer have to suffer again." Upon hearing Zhao Jun's words, Li Baoyu's spirits lifted. The thrill of hunting was indeed irresistible to them, and if it meant future freedom from restrictions, then perhaps enduring a beating today was a small price to pay. After all, they were family. Surely, they wouldn't go so far as to inflict mortal harm. Particularly in Zhao Jun's case, being the only heir, a fatal blow would spell the end of his lineage. With this thought, Li Baoyu shook his head vigorously. As if to cast away any ill intentions he harbored towards Zhao Jun. Gradually, the sun began its descent, hanging high in the sky. Whether it was Zhao Yukai among the rocky pond or Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu atop the hillside, they all bore their hunger with great fortitude. Suddenly, Zhao Yotsai's ears perked up. He caught a faint sound carried by the wind. Zhao Yukai, suddenly invigorated, turned his gaze towards the direction from which the wind blew. As he leaned forward, the gun resting on his shoulder slipped down, only to be silently repositioned in his grasp. Meanwhile, the Zhao army stationed on the hillside trembled with anticipation. Indeed, he finally laid eyes upon Zhao Yukai. The moment he spotted Zhao Yukai aiming his weapon, he hastily rose from his crouched position, peering towards the direction indicated by Zhao Yotsai's gun. From his elevated vantage point, he could see far and wide. The Zhao soldier faintly discerned a yellow figure flitting through the trees on the opposite hillside, a distance of approximately 2,000 meters separating them. This distance exceeded the maximum range of the Type 3 rifle, compelling the Zhao soldier to inch forward, meticulously stifling any sound. He awaited patiently for the lynx to descend towards the stone pond below, which would place it within his firing range. Zhao Yukai, too, remained poised like a statue, gun held steadily as he observed the yellow figure navigating through the forest. It appeared to be clutching something in its mouth, which from afar looked rather dull, likely a wild hare. At that moment, both Zhao Yukai and his father were entirely fixated on the yellow figure. Suddenly, the silence shattered with the crack of gunfire. Bang! Bang! The two shots were so closely spaced that they resonated in one single sound to the ear. In the midst of the gunfire, Zhao Yukai caught a glimpse of a flash of crimson, followed by the sight of something plummeting. He quickly adjusted his aim, only to see the yellow figure vanish from his view. A miss. Zhao Yukai lowered his weapon, but before he could exhale a sigh, the crack of another gunshot echoed from the hillside behind him. Bang! This was not winter. The ground was devoid of snow, rendering sleds unnecessary. Due to the considerable bulk of oxen and horse-drawn carts, navigating the rugged and narrow mountain paths, often laden with trees, proves to be an impractical endeavor. To extract the black bear from the mountains, one must rely solely on the strength of these animals. Presently, Li Daong finds himself guiding an elderly yellow ox up the mountain, fastening a noose around its neck, while the other end of the rope is securely bound to the bear's limbs. With the ox's might, he gradually drags the bear towards the mountain's edge. Of course, should the intention be to pull the bear all the way back to the village, it would likely take until the following morning. However, such an arduous journey is unnecessary. It suffices to guide the old yellow ox to the specially designated firewood path established by the forest farm. This road, used for transporting timber down the mountain, is wide and smooth enough to accommodate 2 trucks side by side. As Zhao Jun and his companions steered the ox towards the rocky pond where the black bear resided, Zhao Yukai sought out Lin Xiangshuan, the driver from the forest farm. With a mere word from Zhao Yukai, Lin Xiangshuan readily hopped into his truck, taking Zhao Yukai along as they departed the forest farm. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun, Li Daong, and Li Baoyu were diligently maneuvering the old yellow ox, gradually pulling the bear outward. The nearly 400-pound bear is no light burden, and anyone with a modicum of understanding of physics is aware of the concept of friction. The mountain path, characterized by rocky soil and dust, makes it exceedingly laborious to extract the bear using sheer strength alone. Had it been any other heavy object, the diligent old ox might have succumbed to fatigue along the way. Yet this is a black bear, whether it be an ox or a horse. The mere scent of the bear instills an instinctive urge to flee. 3 individuals were dragging the old yellow ox towards the stone pond. And as they approached the black bear, the ox vehemently resisted, making several attempts to escape, only to be firmly restrained by the trio. Only when the black bear was securely tethered behind it did they release the ox, which then galloped away, following its handler. This scenario resembles the age-old tactic of dangling a carrot before a donkey to spur it forward, albeit in this case, the bait was in front while the threat loomed behind. The ever-present black bear, with its scent lingering in the air, instilled a continuous sense of dread in the old yellow ox, compelling it to run relentlessly. Despite its exhaustion, the ox summoned every ounce of strength it had. As the old ox dragged the lifeless black bear onto the firewood path, the green pickup truck had been waiting not far ahead for some time. The trio, accustomed to operating in this mountainous terrain, were well aware of the vicinity from which Zhao Jun and his companions had emerged. While it may not have been an exact match, they were certainly within a 500-meter radius. Upon hearing a commotion from behind, Zhao Yukai glanced back and waved his hand, prompting the driver, Lin Xiangshuan, to begin reversing. At this moment, Zhao Jun collaborated with Li Daong and Li Baoyu to untether the ox. As the vehicle approached, both Lin Xiangshuan and Zhao Yukai disembarked together. Familiar with each other from daily encounters in this shared space, Li Daong and Lin Xiangshuan exchanged pleasantries. Though Lin discreetly nudged his son, Li Baoyu quickly understood and stepped forward to greet Lin Xiangshuan politely. "Brother Shan." Lin Xiangshuan replied with a smile, "Baoyu, you've grown taller." He then shifted his attention to Zhao Jun, who greeted him with a smile, "Second brother." Lin Xiangshuan laughed heartily and said, "I've heard that you, my boy, are in for a beating tonight." Zhao Jun chuckled in response. "Then, second brother, why don't you stay at my place tonight?" What was it about Zhao Yukai that could compel Lin Xiangshuan to take a day off and drive out with him? While the management of the forest farm was indeed lax, Lin Xiangshuan's willingness to comply was not merely due to Zhao Yukai being the master chef of the canteen, nor was it because the Zhao family was related to Director Zhu. The truth lay deeper. Lin Xiaoxuan had once resided in the Zhao household for 3 years, sharing a room and a bed with Zhao Jun. His mother was a close friend of Wang Milan. After Lin Xiaoxuan's mother passed away, his elder brother Lin Xiaoxuan married early and moved out, leaving Lin Xiaoxuan alone. When their father remarried, he could no longer accommodate him. This tale bore a resemblance to Zhao Jun's past experiences. At that time, Lin Xiaoxuan was without a job and money, so he moved into the Zhao family. Wang Milan, with her kind-hearted nature, treated him as her own son, and the rest of the Zhao family was also quite amiable towards him. It was Zhao Yukai who helped Lin Xiaoxuan secure a driving position at the forest farm, long before the Zhao and Zhou families became in-laws, and Zhao Yukai incurred considerable debt in the process. Such a bond rendered Zhao Jun and Lin Xiaoxuan as close as biological brothers. During those 3 years that Lin Xiaoxuan lived with the Zhao family, whenever Zhao Jun found himself in trouble, Lin Xiaoxuan would readily take the blame for him. If he was unable to do so, he would plead on Zhao Jun's behalf. Reflecting on those years, Zhao Jun indeed faced fewer beatings than in previous times. Later, Lin Xiaoxuan found employment and gradually saved enough money to build his own house and marry, thus moving out from the Zhao family. However, throughout the years, the relationship between the two families remained exceptionally amicable. To illustrate, the large spotted dog belonging to Zhao Jun was a gift from Lin Xiaoxuan. Zhao Jun had a fondness for dogs, and without hesitation, Lin Xiaoxuan presented the first dog from the Yong'an Forest farm to him. Yet today, as Lin Xiaoxuan listened to Zhao Jun's invitation to stay at his home, he inwardly shook his head. If it were a different matter, it would be one thing. But Zhao Jun was currently engaging in the risky endeavor of poaching firearms in the mountains, targeting bears no less. If he were to intervene on Zhao Jun's behalf, and something were to go awry, even if Zhao Yukai and Wang Milan did not cast blame, Lin Xiaoxuan would never find peace in his conscience. Therefore, he smiled and said, "When your brother arrives at our home, he can have a meal, but he must return afterward. Your little nephew has been under the weather these past few days, and I need to get home early to check on him." This statement was evidently a pretext. That morning, Zhao Jun had seen the little boy running joyfully throughout the village, appearing as lively as a piglet, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. However, since Lin Xiaoxuan had said it, Zhao Jun could not press further. At that moment, Zhao Yukai interjected, "Then let Shunzi dine at home." Continuing on, Zhao Yukai turned to Li Daong and said, "Brother, you should bring your family over today as well. It would be perfect for my sister-in-law and your wife to prepare a feast with this black bear." Upon hearing this, Li Daong maintained a composed exterior while feeling gratitude towards Zhao Yukai in his heart. Now that Li Baoyu has grown up, Li Daong and Jin Xiaomei are eager to find him a position. However, the current logging site has a 1-to-1 ratio of positions to applicants, and even Zhao Jun has to wait, let alone someone like Li Baoyu, who lacks connections. Lin Xiaoxuan, having lived at Zhao Jun's home for 3 years, often interacted with the Li family, which led Li Daong and his wife to consider having Li Baoyu learn to drive under Lin Xiaoxuan. This decision was influenced by reliable information brought by Zhao Yukai, which indicated that 2 additional vehicles would be added to the logging site next year. With an increase in vehicles, the demand for drivers would naturally rise. It would be prudent to have Li Baoyu learn first, once the vehicles arrive. Finding someone to assist would be a simpler task. After all, in these times, being a driver is considered a skilled trade, and there are not many who possess the ability to drive. Although this matter appears trivial, it requires some level of decorum from the Li family. By fortunate coincidence, Zhao Yukai intended to host a gathering today, providing an opportunity to discuss matters over a banquet. Chapter 35, Retribution. Bang. Bang. Zhao Yukai discharged his semi-automatic rifle twice. The first shot grazed the back of a lynx, missing entirely, while the second shot severed the lynx's short tail. The force of the shot caused the lynx to twist in midair, as the lynx regained its composure and attempted to flee, regardless of how he gazed. There was no denying that it was indeed his son, Zhao Jun. At that moment, a tall young man sprinted down the opposite hillside, calling out grandfather as he dashed towards the spot where the lynx lay. When Zhao Jun approached Zhao Yukai, he was met with an exceedingly hostile glare from his father. Although Zhao Jun's exterior remained composed, his heart was tumultuous with unease. Based on his understanding of Zhao Yukai, had there not been a lack of suitable implements nearby, he would have likely received a beating long before nightfall. "Grandfather, look!" At this juncture, Li Baoyu appeared, one hand clutching the lynx's head and the other grasping its body. Rushing to Zhao Youcai's side, he greeted Zhao Yukai briefly before placing the lynx's head and body at Zhao Jun's feet. After setting them down, He turned and swiftly departed. Moments later, he returned, holding the lynx's tail. However, this time, Li Baoyu laid the tail at Zhao Youcai's feet. Zhao Yucai was left bewildered. What was the meaning of this? A mockery, perhaps? Li Baoyu then added, "Grandfather, this tail is from your handiwork." "Get lost," Zhao Yucai retorted, giving Li Baoyu a kick to the calf, causing him to hop in discomfort. With his rifle slung over his shoulder, Zhao Yucai shot Zhao Jun a fierce glare before kicking the lynx's tail away and striding off. This was disastrous. Zhao Jun inwardly lamented while cursing Li Baoyu for his unreliability. If his father left in a huff, it would undoubtedly lead to Zhao Jun bearing the brunt of his frustration later that night. Should that occur, it was likely he would be bedridden for a week. Upon this realization, Zhao Jun, in a moment of quick-wittedness, exclaimed, "Dad, what should we do with this lynx pelt?" Zhao Yucai halted in his tracks upon hearing this, turning back to cast a fierce glare at Zhao Jun before unshouldering his rifle and tossing it to him. Zhao Jun caught the gun and hastily retreated to the side, clearing the way for his father. Reaching the lynx's carcass, Zhao Yucai, as if venting his frustration, kicked the lynx's head away with force. Witnessing this, Li Baoyu dared not act presumptuously any longer, swiftly moving aside to gaze at the sky. Before the headless corpse of the lynx, Zhao Yucai retrieved a small knife from his pocket, crouching down to begin skinning the animal from its neck. The lynx was not large, and Zhao Yucai, being a cook, skillfully employed the short blade to quickly remove the pelt. The lynx pelt was without head or tail, yet it was unblemished by any bullet holes. Zhao Yucai sheathed his knife and rolled the pelt into a cylindrical shape, then withdrew a square-folded white linen bag from his pocket. He unfurled the bag, revealing its length of over a meter. Zhao Yucai placed the rolled lynx pelt into the linen bag, addressing Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, "Let's go. Follow me back to the work site." "Huh?" Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu exchanged glances. Seeing Zhao Jun signaling him with his eyes, Li Baoyu hastily inquired, "Uncle, can we just head home?" "Head home for what?" Zhao Yucai fixed his gaze upon Li Baoyu, his eyes filled with displeasure, stating, "Your father went to borrow the old ox to haul the bear. Aren't you going to lend him a hand?" Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu nearly burst into tears, wondering how he would explain himself to Li Daong later. Should Li Daong, in a moment of uncontrollable fury, decide to strike him in front of so many people at the forest station, how could he possibly maintain his dignity thereafter? Zhao Yucai, indifferent to Li Baoyu's thoughts, was determined to reclaim his honor after being slighted by the impudent young lad. Thus, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, albeit reluctantly, followed Zhao Yucai towards the forest station. The distance was not great. After a walk of over half an hour, the trio arrived at Yong'an Forest Station. Li Daong had been waiting for quite some time. Yet upon seeing Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu trailing behind Zhao Yucai, he couldn't help but be taken aback. "What brings you two here?" he inquired, filled with suspicion, for he had known that Zhao Yucai had departed that morning. Moreover, when he had left for work, his son, Li Baoyu, was still sound asleep at home. Faced with Li Daong's question, Li Baoyu dared not speak, choosing instead to hide behind Zhao Jun. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Daong's attention was not on Li Baoyu. He was solely focused on the bag that Zhao Yucai was carrying. "Brother, have you procured it?" Zhao Yucai remained silent and simply handed the bag to Li Daong. Upon receiving the bag, Li Daong glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then opened the white cloth bag. As he felt the fur inside, he could not help but exclaim, "No wonder this can rival the courage of a bear. The texture is truly remarkable." After that, he returned the bag to Zhao Yucai. At this juncture, Zhao Yucai remarked, "Brother, there is a share of the lynx pelt for your family as well." "What?" Li Daong was initially taken aback, but then quickly responded, "Brother, everyone in these 10 miles and 8 villages knows of our camaraderie, but this is excessive." Indeed, Li Daong's words conveyed a firm refusal. His bond with Zhao Yucai was akin to that of brothers, even closer than blood relations. However, the lynx pelt was of an entirely different nature from their usual camaraderie. It was exceedingly valuable. More importantly, Li Daong had not participated in the hunt at all. Even if Zhao Yucai were willing to bestow it upon him, he would not accept it. As he observed the conversation between the two elders, Li Baoyu, who was concealed behind Zhao Jun, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. As anticipated, Zhao Yucai remarked, "This is not of my doing. It was your son who engaged with my Zhao Jun." "What?" Li Daong was taken aback, glancing sideways to finally notice his son, who appeared to shrink back, exuding an air of guilt. In that moment of disbelief, Li Daong's eyes fell upon the hunting rifle slung over Zhao Jun's shoulder. With a quick intake of breath, Li Daong turned to Zhao Yukai and inquired, "Brother, did you reprimand them?" "Not at all," Zhao Yukai replied with a sudden chuckle, casting a sidelong glance at Li Baoyu. Baoyu said, as the elder here, "I merely fired a couple of shots and hit only the tip of the tail. It was those two who managed to take down the tiger cub. How could I dare to chastise them?" Li Baoyu remained silent. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger ignited within Li Daong, which he could no longer suppress. He stepped forward, reaching out to seize Li Baoyu, who was hiding behind Zhao Jun. "Uncle, please, not here. There are too many people around," Zhao Jun quickly intervened. While a beating was inevitable, it should not occur in such a public setting. They were all young men in their 20s. Where was their dignity? "Enough, brother," Zhao Yukai interjected. "Let them be. They should assist you in bringing back the bear. If there's anything to discuss, let's wait until we return home." Li Daong fiercely stared at Li Baoyu and after a considerable pause, finally replied, "All right, brother, let us proceed." Chapter 36. Lin Xiangshuan. This was not winter. The ground was devoid of snow, making it impossible to use a sled. The oxen and horse-drawn carts were cumbersome, and the mountain path was steep and narrow, cluttered with trees, rendering vehicular transport unfeasible. To extract the black bear from the mountains, one could solely rely on the strength of cattle and horses. Presently, Li Daong was solely guiding an old yellow ox up the mountain, preparing to harness it. The other end of the rope would be securely tied to the bear's limbs. With the help of the ox's strength, he would gradually drag the bear out of the mountain. Of course, if the intention were to haul it back to the village, it would take until the next morning. However, that was unnecessary. As long as the old ox could pull the bear to the designated wood collection path established by the logging site, the task would become manageable. This path was used for transporting timber down the mountain, broad and level enough for 2 trucks to travel side by side. As Zhao Jun and the others drove the ox towards the spot where the black bear was located, Zhao Yukai managed to find the logging truck driver, Lin Xiangshuan. With just a word from Zhao Yukai, Lin Xiangshuan promptly drove the truck and took him out of the logging site. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun, Li Daong, and Li Baoyu were laboriously maneuvering the old yellow ox, pulling the black bear along. This black bear weighed nearly 400 pounds, a considerable burden. Moreover, anyone with a basic understanding of physics would recognize the presence of frictional force. The mountain path was composed of rocky soil and dust. Relying solely on brute strength to drag the bear was indeed a strenuous endeavor. Were this another heavy burden, weighing nearly 400 pounds, even the most diligent of oxen would likely seek respite midway through the journey. However, this was a black bear, whether it be an ox or a horse. The mere scent of a black bear would instinctively incite a desire to flee. As the 3 men urged the ox towards the rocky outcrop where the bear awaited, the ox resisted vehemently, attempting multiple times to escape, yet was firmly restrained by the trio. Only when the bear was tethered to its side did they finally release the ox, which then bolted alongside its handler. This scenario resembles a carrot dangled before a donkey, spurring it forward. Yet here, it was a threat that propelled the ox onward, as the ever-present bear loomed behind, its scent instilling a relentless fear that compelled the ox to run ceaselessly. Despite its exhaustion, the ox summoned every ounce of strength it possessed. Upon dragging the lifeless bear onto the path strewn with firewood, the green pickup truck had long been waiting a short distance away. Familiar with this mountainous terrain, Zhao Jun and his companions knew precisely from where Zhao Yukai and the driver, Lin Xiangshuan, had emerged. While they could not guarantee a perfect match, they were certainly within 500 meters of each other. Hearing commotion not far behind, Zhao Yukai glanced back and signaled with a wave, prompting Lin Xiangshuan to begin reversing the vehicle. At this juncture, Zhao Jun, in concert with Li Daong and Li Baoyu, had already unhitched the ox. As the truck approached, both driver Lin Xiangshuan and Zhao Yukai descended from the vehicle. In the same venue where they meet daily, Li Daong and Lin Xiangshuan shared an unceremonious camaraderie. However, Lin subtly nudged his son. Li Baoyu immediately grasped the cue and stepped forward, courteously greeting Lin Xiangshuan, "Brother Shan." "Ah, Baoyu, you've grown taller." Lin Xiangshuan responded with a smile, before shifting his gaze towards Zhao Jun. "Second brother," Zhao Jun remarked with a grin. Lin Xiangshuan laughed heartily and said, "I heard you're in for a beating tonight." Zhao Jun chuckled in return. Then, "Second brother, why not stay at my place tonight?" One might wonder why Zhao Youcai's mere words could compel Lin Xiangshuan to abandon his duties and drive out with him. It was one thing for the management of the forest farm to be lax, but Lin Xiangshuan's willingness stemmed not from the fact that Zhao Yukai was the esteemed cook. whose displeasure could lead to culinary inconveniences. Nor was it due to the familial ties between the Zhao and Zhou families. The truth was, Lin Xiangshuan had once lived with the Zhao family for 3 years, sharing a room and a bed with Zhao Jun. Lin's mother had been a close friend of Wang Milan, and after Lin's mother passed away early, his elder brother, Lin Xiangshan, had married young and left home. This left Lin Xiangshuan alone, and once his father remarried, he could no longer find a place in the household. This narrative bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Jun's past experiences. At that time, Lin Xiangshuan had neither job nor money, prompting him to take refuge in the Zhao household. Wang Milan, with her kind heart, treated him as her own son, and the other members of the Zhao family were also quite amiable towards him. It was Zhao Youcai's influence that enabled Lin Xiangshuan to secure a driving position at the forest farm, long before the Zhao and Zhou families became in-laws. In doing so, Zhao Youcai had accumulated considerable debts of gratitude. In such a relationship, Zhao Jun and Lin Xiangshuan were akin to brothers. During the 3 years Lin Xiangshuan resided with the Zhao family, he would invariably take the blame for Zhao Jun's mischief, willingly shouldering the consequences. If it was beyond his capacity to bear, he would plead on Zhao Jun's behalf. Reflecting on those years, it was evident that Zhao Jun endured far fewer beatings than in previous times. Eventually, Lin Xiangshuan secured employment and gradually saved enough to build a house and marry, moving out of the Zhao household. Nevertheless, the bond between the two families remained steadfast over the years. Notably, the large spotted dog belonging to the Zhao family was a gift from Lin Xiangshuan, who presented the first dog from the Yong'an forest farm to Zhao Jun simply because he knew of Zhao Jun's affection for dogs. However, today, as Lin Xiangshuan listened to Zhao Jun's invitation to stay at his home, he inwardly shook his head. If it were any other matter, it would be different. But Zhao Jun was now engaging in the perilous activity of sneaking into the mountains to hunt, targeting bears no less. Should Lin Xiangshuan intervene on his behalf and trouble ensue, even if Zhao Youcai and Wang Milan did not hold him accountable, Lin Xiangshuan would never find peace within himself. Thus, he smiled and said, "When my elder brother arrives at our home, he can have a meal, but he must return afterward. My little nephew has been unwell these past few days, and I need to get home early to check on him." This statement was clearly an excuse. For just that morning, Zhao Jun had seen the little one running joyfully around the village like a playful piglet, showing no signs of illness. Yet, since Lin Xiangshuan had said so, Zhao Jun could not press further. At that moment, Zhao Youcai interjected, "Then let Shunzi dine at home." At this juncture, Zhao Youcai turned his gaze towards Li Daong and said, "Brother, I trust your family will also be joining us today. It would be opportune for my sister-in-law and your wife to prepare this bear." Upon hearing this, Li Daong's gratitude towards Zhao Youcai was profound, though unexpressed on his face. With Li Baoyu now grown, Li Daong and Jin Xiaomei were eager to find him employment. However, the forestry center was already fully staffed, with even Zhao Jun waiting for an opening, let alone someone like Li Baoyu without connections. Having resided in Zhao Jun's home for 3 years, Lin Xiangshuan had often interacted with the Li family. Thus, Li Daong and his wife conceived the notion of having Li Baoyu learn to drive under Lin Xiangshuan's tutelage. According to reliable information from Zhao Youcai, the forestry center was planning to acquire 2 more vehicles the following year. With an increased number of vehicles, the demand for drivers would naturally rise. Allowing Li Baoyu to learn beforehand would make it easier to seek assistance when the vehicles arrived. After all, in this era, drivers were considered skilled laborers, and those with driving expertise were still scarce. Though seemingly a small matter, it was still a request, and the Li family needed to demonstrate their sincerity. As fate would have it, Zhao Youcai intended to host a gathering where such matters could be discussed over drinks. While dragging a 400-pound bear on the ground was manageable for 5 individuals, lifting it onto a vehicle single-handedly would be an arduous task. Fortunately, Lin Xiangshuan's truck was specifically designed for hauling timber in the forestry center. This area was predominantly virgin forest, with colossal trees that required several people to encircle. Even when sawn into segments, each section would likely weigh as much as the bear. Therefore, the vehicles used for hauling timber in the forestry center were equipped with rudimentary frames. The apparatus employed the principle of leverage, with 2 sturdy wooden poles rotating in unison to entwine a rope and hoist the black bear aloft. Thus, with a slight assist from Zhao Jun and others, the bear was successfully loaded onto the truck. Lin Xiangshuan took the wheel, while Zhao Youcai occupied the passenger seat, and Zhao Jun along with Li Baoyu sat in the uncovered truck bed, sharing space with the deceased bear. The vehicle navigated the winding mountain roads and made its way back to Yeomantan. As the truck entered the village, it caught the attention of idle villagers wandering about. Word spread rapidly, and soon the entire village was abuzz with the news that the Zhao family had returned with the bear, prompting many to leave their homes and head towards Zhao Jun's residence. Meanwhile, the Qinchang couple received the news and, having prepared in advance, the Tao brothers lifted Qinchang, and the 5 of them, 4 standing and 1 lying down, set off for Zhao Jun's home. Today, Wang Milan was aware that Zhao Yukai would enlist Lin Xiangshuan to transport the bear. So she and Jin Xiaomei decided against foraging for mountain goods and stayed home to await their return. In the afternoon, upon hearing the honk of a car horn, Wang Milan quickly instructed Zhao Hong to keep Zhao Na and Li Xiaoqiao entertained indoors while she and Jin Xiaomei hurried outside to greet the arrival. By this time, the truck had already halted at the Zhao family's doorstep. Before Zhao Jun and the others could lend a hand, a throng of eager onlookers had gathered, swiftly climbing onto the vehicle without greeting Zhao Jun or Li Baoyu, and began to heave the bear down. By the time Zhao Yukai and Lin Xiangshuan disembarked from the truck, the bear had already landed heavily on the ground. Zhao Yukai surveyed the crowd and exclaimed with a smile, "Well, it seems everyone is gathered." The crowd greeted Zhao Yukai with lively chatter. Suddenly, someone inquired, "Second brother, are we skinning it?" "Of course," Zhao Yukai replied. "How else would we divide the meat?" Upon hearing this, a wave of laughter erupted among the onlookers. Another voice chimed in, "Second brother, could you spare me the bear skin?" This individual, named Song Yuha, worked at the logging site. During winter, he had to reside in a makeshift shelter on the mountain, and he desired the bear skin to fashion it into a mattress. "You can have it," Zhao Yukai declared with a sweeping gesture, displaying indifference. In this day and age, bear skins held little value, hardly fetching a price on the market. They were often given away. However, among the many present, Song Yuha was not the only one coveting the skin. Yet, since he had spoken first and Zhao Yukai had readily acquiesced, the others were left with nothing but regret for their tardiness in voicing their desire. At that moment, Wang Milan and Jin Xiaomei emerged from the courtyard, each carrying a large basin filled with an assortment of knives. The crowd eagerly seized the knives and began assisting in the skinning of the bear. Although the skin had found a new owner, they all belonged to the same village. Regardless of any jealousy or resentment they might harbor, none would dare sabotage the skinning process. With collective effort, the bear skin was swiftly removed, and Song Yua beamed with delight as he took possession of it. "Let us share the meat," Zhao Yukai instructed Wang Milan as he led Lin Xiangshuan toward the house, with Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu hastily following behind. Despite having spent the day at home, Wang Milan and Jin Xiaomei had already heard tales of the 2 eldest sons' heroic exploits in hunting bears on the mountain. This incident instilled a lingering apprehension in the 2 mothers. However, recognizing the inappropriateness of reproaching their sons at that moment, Wang Milan and Jin Xiaomei promptly seized their boning knives and commenced carving the bear meat, distributing portions to everyone present. Each person received approximately a pound of meat, and within moments, several dozen pounds of bear meat had been dispensed. While many of the recipients returned home after receiving their share, some remained to assist Wang Milan. Suddenly, an unusual entourage materialized before the Zhao residence, capturing the attention of those engaged in carving and distributing the meat. Tao Ershing and Tao Sansheng were observed carrying a makeshift stretcher upon which Qin Chong lay, his body swathed in blood-stained bandages. Accompanying the stretcher were Tao Hua and Tao Dashing. Wang Milan, who had been meticulously slicing meat from the bear's spine, paused, taken aback by the sight. She immediately surmised that the intentions of this group were likely malevolent. After all, if they merely desired meat, they could have simply requested it. There was no apparent reason to transport an injured, bedridden individual. Jin Xiaomei, sensing the situation, placed her knife upon the ravaged bear carcass, rose, wiped her hands on her apron, and addressed Tao Hua with a knowing smile. "Third daughter-in-law, are you transporting third son to the town hospital?" Jin Xiaomei's query was clearly rhetorical, as it was nearly evening. And transporting Qin Chang from the mountain at this hour would likely result in their arrival at the town hospital by the following day. Tao Hua, known for her audacity and ability to feign helplessness, shook her head, and tears welled up in her eyes. Observing her weeping, Jin Xiaomei immediately understood their purpose. At this moment, Wang Milan rose from the ground, her gaze sweeping over Qin Chong, who lay on the stretcher, and she directly exclaimed, "Third brother, what is your family up to?" Upon hearing her words, Qin Chang's heart sank. In the surrounding villages, everyone knew of Wang Milan's benevolence. Had it not been for her kindness over the years, he would never have borrowed the big hunting dog. Without that dog, he would not have been able to capture so many prey. Regardless of how things would unfold, this act was undeniably one of ingratitude. Typically, those who engage in wrongdoing, whether habitual offenders or not, cannot escape a sense of trepidation. And Tao Hahua stepped forward, placing herself between Qin Chang and Wang Milan, thereby obstructing her view. With a quivering voice, she pointed at the bloody black bear on the ground, saying, "It was this bear that injured our third brother and killed 3 of our dogs. So what? Are you going to desecrate the corpse for revenge?" A voice suddenly chimed in, causing everyone to pause, including Tao Hahua, whose expression of sorrow momentarily froze. The speaker was none other than Li Ruhai, the second son of the Li family. Earlier that day, he had deceived Li Baoyu, and upon seeing Li Baoyu leave, he was unaware that his elder brother had already ventured into the mountains. Fearing that Li Baoyu might return to confront him, Li Ruhai had slipped out of the house and spent the day at a classmate's home. It was only upon hearing that Zhao Yukai was seeking a cart to retrieve the black bear that Li Ruhai finally dared to return with his classmate. And why bring his classmate along? The reason was simple. His friend craved the meat as well. As Li Ruhai approached his doorstep, he was met with this scene. Though this young man could not yet discern the true intentions of Tao Hahua and her companions, it did not prevent him from retorting at Tao Hahua. For just 2 days prior, the Tao brothers had been brazen with their own kin. It must be said that Li Ruhai's cunning remarks had not been in vain, as his words left Tao Hahua momentarily speechless. At this juncture, lying on the stretcher, Qin Chang discreetly nudged the nearby Tao Dashing. Instantly comprehending, Tao Dashing stepped forward, disregarding Li Ruhai's furtive gestures, and addressed Wang Milan. "Aunt, 2 days ago, we exchanged fire with this black bear and inflicted 3 stabs. Yesterday, your family benefited from it. So surely we are entitled to our share, right?" Upon hearing Tao Dashing's words, Wang Milan quickly grasped the intentions of the 5 individuals, thus she refrained from further comment. She had discerned that whether it was Qin Chang being carried or the 4 Tao siblings, their message was abundantly clear. Any additional dialogue would be futile. Therefore, Wang Milan turned to Li Ruhai and instructed, "Ruhai, go summon your uncle." Li Ruhai acknowledged and hurried into the Zhao family's courtyard. Wang Milan then faced Tao Hahua, saying, "Third sister-in-law, there's no need for this charade. I am not well versed in matters of the hunt, nor do I hold authority in this regard. Let my husband Zhao Yukai address you. Aunt Zhao, you see how this matter unfolds." Upon hearing Wang Milan's words, Tao Hahua's expression shifted from crimson to pallid. "Let us refrain from unnecessary talk." Wang Milan replied coolly, and then addressed those around her. "It seems this meat carries significance. We must not divide it just yet." The individuals present harbored no objections to the situation at hand. It is a common human inclination to revel in the spectacle of others' disputes. Upon superficial observation, it appeared that the Qin and Tao families were merely causing unnecessary disturbance. However, being neighbors, unless they were relatives or close friends, none would engage in the fray, leading to small groups forming to gossip among themselves. At that moment, Li Ruhai had already entered the Zhao household. Upon his arrival, he met the unfriendly gaze of Li Baoyu, yet Li Ruhai felt undeterred. "Uncle, oh, brother Lin Er is also here." Li Ruhai first greeted Zhao Yukai, and upon noticing Lin Xiangshuan seated cross-legged on the Kong, he quickly added, "What is going on?" Sensing Li Ruhai's anxious demeanor, Zhao Yukai knew that the young man must have something pressing to discuss. Li Ruhai succinctly recounted the events outside to Zhao Yukai and the others, only to see Li Baoyu abruptly rise to his feet. "Who do you think you are looking down upon?" Li Baoyu exclaimed angrily. "What do you mean we brothers took advantage of him?" "Silence," Zhao Yukai commanded sharply. He descended from the Kong and addressed Lin Xiangshuan. "Shunzi, remain seated. I will step outside to investigate." "Uncle, I will accompany you," Lin Xiangshuan replied, also getting up from the Kong, but was halted by Zhao Youcai's gesture. "There is no need for you. Zhao Jun will accompany me." With that, Zhao Yukai gestured towards Li Baoyu and then to Li Ruhai, instructing, "You two stay inside." After Zhao Yukai spoke, he exchanged a glance with Zhao Jun and proceeded out without further words. Zhao Jun stood, gave Li Baoyu a reassuring pat on the shoulder, nodded to Lin Xiangshuan, and remarked, "Second brother, take it easy," before following Zhao Yukai outside. Since returning home to don his mountain attire, Zhao Yukai has maintained his languid demeanor, strolling out of the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back and his cloth shoes slapping against the ground. Upon exiting the courtyard, he beheld a gathering of individuals, and with a raised brow, he inquired, "Has the meat been distributed already? Then do help us carry the remaining portions into the courtyard." Upon hearing these words, those who had already received their share of meat stepped forward to assist in transporting the dismembered black bear into Zhao's yard. Meanwhile, those who had yet to receive their allotment became anxious, but upon noticing Zhao Yukai standing at the entrance, casting a chilling glance their way, an immediate silence fell over them. When Zhao Yutsai's gaze shifted to the Tao siblings, even the sharp-tongued and spirited Tao Hahua felt a twinge of trepidation. The siblings found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, prompting Zhao Yukai to stride over to Qin Chong, who lay on a stretcher. Leaning down, he remarked, "Chong, your injuries are quite severe, aren't they?" Qin Chong, taken aback, could only utter a soft ah. Zhao Yukai continued, "With wounds like this, why are you out and about instead of resting at home?" At this moment, Tao Hahua hurriedly interjected, "Uncle, this is not. Men are speaking." "It is none of your concern," Zhao Yukai abruptly interjected, silencing Tao Hahua, whose face flushed with indignation. To be candid, women in Northeast China hold significant status within the household, often embodying a force capable of bearing half the sky. However, once outside, the established norms must be adhered to. As Tao Hahua fell silent, Zhao Yukai cast a glance at Qin Chang and remarked, "Jiangzi, over the years, I, as your uncle, have approached many matters differently than you. However, let me impart this wisdom. You must have some dignity." At this, Zhao Yutsai's tone softened slightly, enraged by his words. The hot-tempered Tao Ershing was about to advance when he was firmly restrained by Tao Dashing. Initially, the Tao brothers were carrying Qin Chong on a stretcher, and this sudden outburst nearly caused them to drop him. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun had hurried over, positioning himself beside Zhao Yukai. Onlookers gathered from all directions, some eager to witness the spectacle up close, while others appeared ready to intervene. The Tao brothers found themselves in a quandary. According to the plan they had discussed at home, Tao Hahua was to take the lead. They intended for her to leverage her gender to express the hardships of their family before the Zhao household. Yet, as soon as she opened her mouth, Zhao Yutsai's retort silenced her. Their secondary strategy was for the injured Qin Chong to feign vulnerability, but in the presence of Zhao Yukai, Qin Chong seemed less compelling than his wife, uttering not a single word. The meticulously crafted plan faltered utterly upon arrival at the Zhao residence, leaving the Tao brothers feeling trapped, particularly now, as Tao Ershing and Tao Sansheng continued to bear Qin Chong. Any attempt to retaliate would necessitate first setting him down. However, with a crowd surrounding them, where could they possibly place Qin Chong? In that moment, both Tao Hahua and Qin Chong felt a wave of regret wash over them. Had they known better, they would have refrained from this confrontation. Not only had they failed to secure the bear gallbladder, but they had also estranged themselves from Zhao Yukai. Surrounded by a throng, Zhao Yukai remained unflinching, casting a disdainful glance at Tao Ershing before lowering his gaze to Qin Chong. Just as he was about to utter a few words, a voice from the distance bellowed, "What is going on? What is happening?" The crowd parted, allowing a bald-headed elder clad in black to push his way through. Upon entering, he directed his ire at the Tao siblings, exclaiming, "Old Three is in such a state, and you're still out here acting foolishly? Hurry back home." The newcomer was none other than Qin Chong's father, Qin Dajiang. After delivering the news to Qin Chong, he had retreated to the mountains. This morning, upon hearing from other mountain dwellers that Qin Chong had encountered a black bear, resulting in the demise of 3 dogs and his own severe injuries, he felt compelled to act. Though his son was not particularly filial, a parent's love seldom harbors resentment. Upon receiving the troubling news, Qin Dajiang hastened down the mountain, only to find his home empty upon arriving in the village. Growing increasingly anxious, he thought it illogical that his son, captured by a black bear, would not be recuperating at home. Was his condition truly that dire? After inquiring with neighbors, he learned that his son and daughter-in-law had gone to the Zhao family to confront them. Hearing this, a chill ran through Qin Dajiang, prompting him to rush to Zhao Jun's residence. It was at this moment that he stumbled into the ongoing commotion. Chapter 37. Dividing the meat. Dragging a 400-pound black bear across the ground was manageable for 5 individuals. Yet lifting it onto a vehicle solely by their efforts would prove arduous. Fortunately, Lin Xiangshuan's truck was specifically designated for transporting timber at the logging site. The forest is predominantly composed of ancient woodlands, with trees so large that they can be embraced by several individuals, even when cut into segments. Each piece of such timber likely weighs no less than that of the black bear. Therefore, on the logging vehicle designated for transporting timber, a rudimentary framework has been established. This structure employs the principle of leverage, with two robust wooden poles rotating in unison to entwine a rope, enabling them to hoist the black bear. With a little assistance from Zhao Jun and his companions, they successfully loaded the bear onto the truck. Lin Xiangshuan took the wheel. Zhao Yukai occupied the passenger seat, while Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu shared the open truck bed with the lifeless bear. As the vehicle navigated the mountain roads, it made its way back to Yong'an. Upon entering the village, it caught the attention of idle villagers, who quickly spread the news. In no time, the entire community was aware that the Zhao family had returned with the black bear, prompting many residents to leave their homes and head towards Zhao Jun's house. Meanwhile, the Qin couple received word of the event, and the Tao brothers, already prepared, rushed to assist Qin Chong. The five of them, four standing and one lying down, set off towards Zhao Jun's abode. On this day, Wang Milan anticipated that Zhao Yukai would enlist Lin Xiangshuan to transport the black bear, so she and Jin Xiaomei opted not to forage for mountain goods, choosing instead to remain at home in anticipation. By the afternoon, upon hearing the sound of a car horn outside, Wang Milan hurriedly instructed Zhao Hong to entertain Zhao Na and Li Xiaoqiao indoors while she and Jin Xiaomei briskly made their way outside. At that moment, the vehicle had already come to a halt at the entrance of the Zhao residence, and before Zhao Jun and the others could exert themselves, a throng of curious onlookers had already gathered around them. These individuals displayed an extraordinary eagerness as they clambered onto the vehicle, neglecting to exchange greetings with Zhao Yukai and Li Baoyu, and busily pushed the black bear down. By the time Zhao Yukai and Lin Xiangshuan descended from the vehicle, the bear had already landed heavily on the ground. Zhao Yukai scanned the crowd and remarked with a smile, "Well, everyone, young and old, has gathered." The crowd responded with a chorus of greetings to him. Suddenly, someone inquired, "Second brother, are we skinning it?" "Indeed," Zhao Yukai replied. "How else shall we divide the meat?" At this, the crowd erupted in hearty laughter. The same individual then asked, "Second brother, can I have the hide?" This man, named Song Yuha, worked as a hauler in the logging camp. In winter, he had to reside in a cave on the mountain, sharing a large bed, and sought the bear hide to craft a mattress. "You can have it," Zhao Yukai declared with a sweeping gesture, showing no concern. In these times, bear hides held little value and were often given away rather than sold. Yet, among the gathered throng, many desired the hide. But since Song Yuha had spoken first and Zhao Yukai had readily agreed, the others could only feel regret for their missed opportunity. At that moment, Wang Milan and Jin Xiaomei emerged from the courtyard, each carrying a large basin filled with various knives. The crowd eagerly took the knives and began assisting in skinning the bear. Although the hide had an owner, they all belonged to the same village. Regardless of any jealousy or resentment, they refrained from sabotaging the task. With collective effort, the bear's skin was swiftly removed, and Song Yuha beamed with delight as he took possession of the hide. "Let us divide it." As the bear's skin was lowered, Zhao Yukai instructed Wang Milan to distribute the meat, while he and Lin Xiangshuan made their way inside, closely followed by Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu. Although they had spent the entire day at home, Wang Milan and Jin Xiaomei were already well aware of the heroic exploits of the two eldest sons who had ascended the mountain to hunt the bear. This filled the two mothers with a sense of dread, yet now was not the time for maternal admonitions. Wang Milan and Jin Xiaomei hurriedly wielded their boning knives, slicing the meat and distributing it among the gathering. Each person received roughly over a pound of meat, and soon, dozens of pounds of bear meat had been allocated. Among the crowd, many took their share and returned home, yet a few remained to assist Wang Milan further. Suddenly, a peculiar sight appeared at the Zhao family's doorstep, startling those engaged in butchering and distributing the meat. Tao Sirxing and Tao Sansheng were seen carrying a makeshift stretcher upon which lay Qin Chong, his body wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. Flanking the stretcher were Tao Hua and Tao Dashing. As Wang Milan, who was busy skinning the bear, witnessed this scene, she was momentarily taken aback. Realization dawned upon her. This group did not seem to come in peace. After all, if they merely sought meat, they could have simply asked. There was no need to bring an injured person along. Jin Xiaomei, perceiving the gravity of the situation, placed her knife upon the mutilated carcass of the bear and rose. Wiping her hands on her apron, she smiled at Tao Hua and inquired, "Are you all taking Lao San to the town hospital?" Her question was clearly rhetorical. As it was nearly evening, Transporting Qin Chong from the mountainside would likely take until tomorrow to reach the town hospital. Tao Hahua is indeed a person with a thick skin, capable of throwing tantrums as well as feigning helplessness. She shook her head, and tears began to flow. Upon witnessing her cry, Jin Xiaomei immediately understood the situation. At that moment, Wang Milan also rose from the ground, casting a glance at Qin Chong, who lay on the stretcher, and directly exclaimed, "Old three, what is your family trying to accomplish?" Wang Milan's words struck Qin Chong like a thunderbolt. The surrounding villages were well aware of Wang Milan's benevolent nature. Had it not been for her kindness over the years, Qin Chong would never have been able to borrow the large hunting dog. Without that dog, he would not have captured so many prey, regardless of how the situation unfolded. It was an act of ingratitude. Those who engage in wrongdoing, whether habitual offenders or not, inevitably experience a twinge of anxiety. And Tao Hahua stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Qin Chong to obstruct Wang Milan's gaze. With a quavering voice, she pointed at the bloody black bear on the ground, declaring, "It was this black bear that injured my old three and killed my 3 dogs. What of it? Are you planning to desecrate the corpse for revenge?" A voice suddenly rang out from the side, causing everyone to freeze in surprise, even halting the fa-ade of sorrow on Tao Hahua's face. The speaker was none other than Li Ruhai, the second son of the Li family. Today, he had betrayed Li Baoyu, and upon seeing Li Baoyu leave, he was oblivious to the fact that his elder brother had already entered the mountains. Fearing that Li Baoyu might return to confront him, Li Ruhai had sneaked out of his home and spent the day at a classmate's house. It was only when he heard that Zhao Yukai had found a vehicle to bring back the black bear that he dared to return with his classmate. And why had he brought his classmate along? The reasons are simple. The classmates were also tempted by the allure of meat. As Li Ruhai arrived at the entrance of his home, he was greeted by a rather striking scene. Although he could not yet discern the intentions of Tao Hahua and her companions, it did not prevent him from boldly confronting her. After all, just a couple of days prior, the Tao brothers had acted arrogantly towards their own kin. One must admit, Li Ruhai's occasional indulgence in petty tales was not in vain, as a single retort left Tao Hahua momentarily speechless. At that moment, Qin Chong, lying on a stretcher, discreetly nudged Tao Dashing beside him. Instantly, Tao Dashing understood the unspoken cue and stepped forward, disregarding Li Ruhai's exaggerated gestures and addressing Wang Milan. "Aunt, a couple of days ago, we fired 2 shots at that black bear and stabbed it 3 times. Yesterday, your family benefited from it. So shouldn't we also receive our share?" Defining today's events as a farce would not be an exaggeration. The initial intentions of the Qin and Tao families now appeared utterly fanciful, as they had deluded themselves into believing that all good fortune belonged solely to them. The outcome was that the 5 of them, bound together, had yet to withstand even 3 exchanges before Zhao Yukai. Their earlier notion of employing public pressure to force Zhao Yukai to concede now seemed nothing short of a jest. Thus, the arrival of Qin Dajiang could be seen as providing a much-needed escape route for the 5 of them. However, the elevated position was not occupied solely by them. Zhao Yukai was equally present. Therefore, Qin Dajiang also needed to offer Zhao Yukai a path forward. Yet, whether Zhao Yukai would choose to accept that opportunity remained contingent upon his own inclinations. Upon rebuking Qin Chong and the Tao siblings, Qin Dajiang turned to Zhao Yukai and clasped his fists together, saying, "Brother, the child is thoughtless. As an elder, you should not stoop to their level." In today's context, such words may be perceived as moral coercion or blatant falsehood. Should the younger generation be excused? After all, Qin Chong is nearing 30. Can he still be called a child? Yet at this moment, Qin Dajiang, who is of the same generation as Zhao Yukai, essentially acknowledged the fault of the Qin and Tao families. In response, Zhao Yukai casually waved his hand and remarked, "Take your son back. What is he doing running around like this?" Qin Dajiang hurriedly acquiesced, and then led his group away in a dejected manner. Zhao Yukai did not even glance at their departing figures. Instead, he gestured to the crowd at the door, saying, "All right, it's over. Everyone can disperse now." After speaking, he called on Wang Milan and Jin Xiaomei to tidy up their utensils and prepare to return home. Upon hearing Zhao Youcai's words, some individuals present grew displeased. These people had arrived at Zhao's doorstep with great enthusiasm, hoping to take home some bear meat. However, with the commotion caused by Qin Chong and others, Zhao Yukai had instructed that the remaining bear meat be brought into his courtyard. Now that Zhao Yukai had declared his farewells, it was evident that no more bear meat could be distributed. As the saying goes, it is not the scarcity that troubles, but the inequality. With everyone gathering at Zhao's to share the meat, some received portions while others did not. Naturally, those who obtained meat were elated, while those who did not felt discontented. However, their discontent at that moment was primarily directed towards the Qin and Tao families. Zhao Yukai was not a miserly individual. In fact, prior to the disturbances caused by the Qin and Tao families, he had consistently been distributing meat. Consequently, many who had not received any black bear meat naturally redirected their grievances towards Qin Chong and his associates. The Zhao father and son paid little heed to this. After Zhao Yukai finished speaking, he turned and entered the courtyard, followed closely by Zhao Jun. Upon entering the house, they heard Lin Xiangshuan inquiring about Zhao Yukai, asking, "Is everything all right, second uncle?" Zhao Yukai shook his head and replied with a smile, "This is good. We've saved quite a bit of meat." While they conversed, Wang Milan and Jin Xiaomei entered with basins from outside. Upon hearing the discussion, Wang Milan approached Lin Xiangshuan and said, "Shunzi, make sure to bring back plenty of meat later." Yes, Jin Xiaomei chimed in, adding, "Xiaoling's belly is quite large now. Be sure to bring back enough to nourish her." Xiaoling, as referred to by Jin Xiaomei, was Lin Xiangshuan's wife, Yangling. Jin Xiaomei's concern for Lin Xiangshuan's wife stemmed from a desire to foster a closer relationship between the two families, hoping that when the time came for Lin Xiangshuan to teach Li Baoyu to drive, her family would be more amenable, and Lin Xiangshuan would be more inclined to invest his efforts in teaching. Lin Xiangshuan, upon hearing this, did not stand on ceremony and readily agreed. He had always regarded the Zhao family as his own, and a modest amount of black bear meat was of little consequence. He naturally would not be overly formal with Wang Milan. However, he perceived Jin Xiaomei's words as mere pleasantries and did not dwell on them too much. In his view, regardless of how much bear meat he brought home, it would merely be taken from the Zhao family's share. He would not perceive himself as indebted to anyone from the Li family. At that moment, Zhao Yukai and Zhao Jun discerned the underlying tension. Zhao Yukai subtly shook his head, contemplating that women often possess long hair but short insight, yet he chose to remain silent. He held his own measure in his heart. Had he not been certain that Lin Xiangshuan would undoubtedly agree, he would not have aided Li Daong in orchestrating this matter. Thus, Zhao Yukai merely informed Wang Milan, "I have made arrangements with Daong. His entire family will dine with us today. Please prepare a couple of dishes thoughtfully." "Very well, you continue your conversation. We shall prepare the meal," Wang Milan readily replied, leading Jin Xiaomei towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun called upon Li Daong to assist him outside, each wielding a knife. They began by slicing off 2 generous chunks of fat from the bear's belly, which they promptly brought indoors to hand over to Wang Milan. At that moment, the large pot contained only a small amount of water, yet it was already boiling vigorously. Jin Xiaomei received the pieces of fat and cut them into smaller morsels, dropping them one by one into the bubbling water. This method of cooking the fat would extract its oils, and once all the grease had been rendered, there would be a substantial quantity of bear oil in the pot. The formerly solid chunks of fat would transform into golden, crispy delights, resembling puffed snacks. This delicacy, known as oil shuozi, had become a favored treat among children during this festive season. As for Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, the brothers worked in tandem to disassemble a bear leg, skillfully pulling strips of firm meat from the thigh. After slicing a generous portion, Jin Xiaomei took the platter into the house. The bear's thigh meat, blanched and then stir-fried with green peppers, was remarkably tender and flavorful, offering a delightful chewiness. The rich aroma of the meat combined with the spiciness of the peppers created an exquisite pairing, perfect for both drinks and rice. Ultimately, Zhao Jun carved 2 sizable strips of pork belly from the black bear's lower back. In comparison to wild boar, these strips from the black bear were slightly fattier. But when transformed into braised pork, they would undoubtedly be a culinary delight. These constituted 3 hearty dishes, alongside the wild boar meat from a few days prior. With guests arriving at their home today, Wang Milan planned to prepare 8 dishes, each featuring meat. Such a standard, in this era of rural life, was not merely unique. It was exceedingly rare. Naturally, all of this was thanks to Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu. However, at that moment, the 2 young men felt particularly humble, seeking neither recognition from their family nor accolades, but merely hoping to satisfy their guests and perhaps be spared from reprimand. Yet, they understood that such hopes were but fleeting dreams. An inevitable reprimand loomed ahead. They resolved to carry on with life as it came, for they had endured worse before. Once they completed their preparations, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu began to slice meat for the dogs, generously offering only the finest cuts. Go on, eat up, indulge yourselves. Li Baoyu urged as he squatted before the large blue dog, watching it voraciously devour the bear meat. The dog had become utterly captivated by the delectable flavors, finding the bear meat far more enticing than the wild boar it had consumed previously. Chapter 38. The farce. Wang Milan, having listened to Tao Dashan's remarks, was already well aware of the intentions of the 5 individuals and chose to remain silent. Having comprehended the situation, Wang Milan realized that whether it was the elevated Qin Chong or the 4 siblings of the Tao family, their intentions were abundantly clear. Further discourse would yield no benefit. Thus, she turned to Li Ruhai beside her and said, "Ruhai, please summon your uncle." Li Ruhai responded affirmatively and swiftly entered the Zhao family's courtyard. Wang Milan then turned back to Tao Huhua and remarked, "Sister-in-law, do refrain from this display. I am not versed in the matters of hunting, nor am I in a position to make decisions regarding them. Let my husband Zhao Yukai address this upon his emergence. Aunt Zhao, you see how this situation has unfolded." Upon hearing Wang Milan's words, Tao Hua's expression shifted from a deep crimson to a pallid hue. "There's no need to utter what is futile," Wang Milan replied coolly, before addressing those around her. "It appears there is a matter concerning this meat. We should refrain from dividing it for now." The individuals present had no objections to this. Humans possess an innate tendency to revel in spectacle, superficially. It seemed the Qin and Tao families were engaging in baseless tumult. However, being neighbors, unless they were kin or close friends, none would intervene, instead opting to cluster in groups of 3 or 2, engrossed in speculation. At that moment, Li Ruhai had already entered the Zhao household. Upon his entrance, he was met with the unfriendly gaze of Li Baoyu. Yet at that juncture, Li Ruhai was unperturbed. "Uncle, oh, brother Lin is also here." Li Ruhai greeted Zhao Yukai and, upon suddenly noticing Lin Xiangshuan seated cross-legged on the Kong, quickly added, "What's the matter?" Zhao Yukai, observing Li Ruhai's flustered demeanor, surmised that the lad must have something pressing to convey. Li Ruhai succinctly explained the external affairs to Zhao Yukai and others, prompting Li Baoyu to suddenly rise to his feet. "Who do you think you are looking down on?" Li Baoyu exclaimed angrily. "What do you mean by saying my brothers took advantage of him?" "Silence," Zhao Yukai commanded sharply. He descended from the Kong and addressed Lin Xiangshan, "Shunzi, remain here. I will go and investigate." "Second uncle, I shall accompany you," Lin Xiangshan replied, also getting off the Kong, but was halted by Zhao Yukai's hand. "No need for those individuals. Zhao Jun will accompany me." At this point, Zhao Yukai gestured towards Li Baoyu and then towards Li Ruhai, saying, "You two stay here." After uttering these words, Zhao Yukai cast a glance at Zhao Jun and, without further comment, proceeded outside. Zhao Jun rose, gave Li Baoyu a reassuring pat on the shoulder, nodded to Lin Xiangshan, and said, "Second brother, take a rest." With that, he followed Zhao Yukai. Since returning home and changing into his mountain attire, Zhao Yukai maintained his languid demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, shuffling out of the courtyard in cloth shoes. Upon exiting, he observed a group gathered together and raised an eyebrow. "Has the meat been completely distributed? The remaining portions should be moved into the courtyard." As soon as Zhao Yukai made this declaration, those who had already received their share of meat stepped forward, collectively assisting in carrying the dismembered black bear into the Zhao family's yard. Meanwhile, those who had yet to receive their portions grew anxious. But upon noticing Zhao Yukai standing at the entrance, his gaze icy and scrutinizing, a palpable silence fell over them, and none dared to utter a word. As Zhao Yukai turned his gaze towards the Tao siblings, even the sharp-tongued and fiery Tao Hua felt an undeniable sense of trepidation. The siblings were momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Yukai stepped closer to Qin Chong, who lay on the stretcher, and remarked, "Xiangzi, your injuries are quite severe, aren't they?" Qin Chong, taken aback, could only manage a hesitant acknowledgement. Zhao Yukai continued, "With injuries like this, why are you out here causing a ruckus instead of recuperating at home?" At this moment, Tao Hua hurriedly interjected, "Uncle, this isn't. Men are speaking. What business is it of yours?" Zhao Yukai abruptly interrupted, silencing her. Tao Hua's mouth snapped shut, her face flushing with indignation. To be frank, women in Northeast China hold a significant position within the household. They are often regarded as pillars of strength. However, outside the home, societal norms must be adhered to. Noticing Tao Hua's silence, Zhao Yukai turned his attention back to Qin Chong and said, "Xiangzi, Over the years, I may not have always agreed with your choices. But let me tell you this. His voice softened as he added, you must have some dignity. At this, the hot-tempered Tao Ershing seethed with anger and was about to confront Zhao Yukai when Tao Dashing firmly restrained him. Tao Ershing, having just lifted Qin Chong alongside Tao Sanxing, nearly caused the stretcher to topple with his sudden movement. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun had arrived, standing beside Zhao Yukai, as onlookers gathered from all directions. Some eager to witness the unfolding drama, while others seemed prepared to escalate the situation. The Tao brothers found themselves in a state of confusion. According to their original plan discussed at home, Tao Hahua was to take the lead, leveraging her gender advantage to lament their family's hardships before the Zhao family. However, as soon as Tao Hahua began to speak, Zhao Yukai swiftly silenced her with a single remark. Their second strategy involved the injured Qin Chong feigning vulnerability. Yet even in front of Zhao Yukai, Qin Chong appeared less persuasive than his wife, managing not a single word. The well-conceived plan, meticulously crafted at home, failed to unfold even slightly at the Zhao household, leaving the Tao brothers in a precarious predicament, particularly now, as Tao Ershing and Tao Sanxing were still carrying Qin Chong. Any attempt to act would necessitate first setting him down. Yet, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, where could they possibly place Qin Chong? In that moment, both Tao Hahua and Qin Chong were utterly bewildered. Regret washed over them. Had they known, they would have refrained from this confrontation. Not only had they failed to procure the bear gall, but they had also irreparably soured their relationship with Zhao Yukai. Encircled by the crowd, Zhao Yukai remained unfazed, casting a disdainful glance at Tao Ershing before lowering his gaze to Qin Chong, just as he was about to utter something. A voice boomed from a distance. What is going on? What is happening? The crowd parted, and a bald, elderly man clad in black pushed through. Upon entering, he bellowed at the Tao siblings, with the third one injured like this. What are you all doing out here? Hurry up and go home. The newcomer was none other than Qin Chong's father, Qin Dajiang. After delivering the news to Qin Chong, he had returned to the mountains. This morning, he had heard from other mountain dwellers that Qin Chong had met with a black bear, resulting not only in the death of 3 dogs, but also leaving him grievously injured. Although the son may not be particularly filial, as parents, one cannot hold grudges against their children. Upon receiving the news, Qin Dajiang hurried down the mountain. However, upon entering the village and looking around the Qin household, he found it completely deserted. An unsettling anxiety began to creep over him. Logically, if his son had been taken by the black bear, he should be recuperating at home. Why had he ventured out instead? Could it be that his injuries were severe? After inquiring with the neighbors, he learned that his son and daughter-in-law had gone to the Zhao family to settle some matters. A chill ran down Qin Dajiang's spine, and he hastily made his way to Zhao Jun's home. Upon arrival, he stumbled into a scene of chaos. 8 sumptuous dishes, each exquisitely prepared, were laid out, 2 platters for every dish, totaling a grand display of 16 plates spread across 2 large tables at Zhao Jun's residence. In one room, Zhao Jun, Zhao Yukai, Li Daong, Lin Xiangshuan, and Li Baoyu gathered at one table, while Wang Milan, Jin Xiaomei, Li Ruhai, Zhao Hong, Zhao Na, and Li Xiaoqiao occupied another. Faced with the lavish spread, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu wasted no time, devouring the feast with fervor. They were fully aware that a harsh reprimanding awaited them later that night. Thus, it was prudent to indulge in hearty fare to replenish their energy beforehand. Meanwhile, Li Daong, observing Li Baoyu's voracious appetite, narrowed his eyes and clenched his teeth, pondering grimly. This little rascal spends his days either causing trouble or eating. I am the one who bears the burden of his antics. Just wait until I return home tonight. I shall teach you a lesson. As the evening progressed and the wine flowed freely, Zhao Yukai deftly steered the conversation towards the topic of acquiring additional trucks for the lumber yard next year. After Lin Xiangshuan expressed his agreement, it was Li Daong who took the initiative to articulate their request directly to Lin Xiangshuan. After listening, Lin Xiangshuan cast a glance at Li Baoyu and chuckled. Uncle Li, why are we still discussing this? That would be rather unorthodox, wouldn't it? Let us say no more. After the new year, I will have Baoyu come to the venue to learn how to drive from me. Both Li Daong and Li Baoyu were delighted upon hearing this. Li Daong raised his glass, saying, Shunzi, no need for further words. Uncle Li, I toast you a drink. I cannot accept that, Lin Xiangshuan replied, lifting one hand to hold his cup while gently elevating Li Daong's glass until it surpassed his own, before clinking them together. The local spirit from the northeast is known as Sa Zhuang, a type of unrefined white liquor, lacking lower proofs. In fact, Northeasterners rarely consume anything below 56 degrees. Since the beginning of the meal, Zhao Yukai, Li Daong, and Lin Xiangxuan had already consumed a substantial amount, nearing half a jin. At this moment, Zhao Jun felt a pang of anxiety. He understood that once individuals indulge excessively in alcohol, they may engage in unpredictable behaviors. Should Zhao Yukai and Li Daong become thoroughly intoxicated and fall asleep, it would be a manageable situation. However, if they remained sober and alert, it would still be bearable. They would likely exercise restraint when it came to confronting him and Li Baoyu. The most daunting scenario would be if both men were inebriated, yet still awake and capable of action, for that would pose the greatest threat. At such a juncture, their actions might be uninhibited, yet their minds would be clouded. Should they become excessively agitated, the consequences could be dire. Contemplating this, Zhao Jun felt a surge of trepidation. Li Baoyu appeared formidable, tall, and strong. Even if Li Daong were to lash out in anger, he might not retaliate against his father. But he certainly possessed the agility to flee. Yet what of Zhao Jun? He could not withstand Zhao Yukai's might. The two men, grandfather and grandson, shared a similar height and weight. Zhao Yukai, though older than Zhao Jun, was still in the prime of his life at 45. A skilled chef whose hands resembled powerful pincers, making resistance from Zhao Jun utterly futile. Contemplating this, Zhao Jun exchanged furtive glances with Lin Xiangxuan, his companion for several years, trusting that his elder brother would discern his unspoken thoughts. Indeed, Lin Xiangxuan intervened, restraining Zhao Youcai's hand as he reached for the wine barrel, saying, "Uncle, we have work tomorrow. Perhaps you should drink a little less." "Isn't it too early to think about that?" Zhao Yukai grumbled, brushing aside Lin Xiangxuan's hand. "Exactly," chimed in Li Daong from the side. "Shunzi, you must enjoy yourself fully. In Northeast China, when a guest stays for a meal, it is understood that times are tough for everyone. The specifics of the food hardly matter, but the wine must flow generously. It need not be the finest, just ample enough to satisfy. Should the drinking fail to bring merriment, the host risks severe embarrassment, a matter of considerable significance, as it could lead to a loss of face that lingers long after." Uncle, Lin Xiangxuan interjected again, pressing down on the wine barrel. "I'm not a stranger. Let us save the drinking for another time. You've spent all morning squatting on the rocky ledge. It would be wise to rest early tonight." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yukai instinctively looked up at Zhao Jun, their eyes locking momentarily. Zhao Jun felt a pang of anxiety and quickly averted his gaze. With a slight pout, Zhao Yukai shifted his attention to Li Daong, declaring, "Brother, Shunzi is not an outsider. Let us proceed with the drinking today then." "All right, brother, I shall heed your words." Li Daong, when confronted by Zhao Yukai, exhibited a demeanor reminiscent of Li Baoyu's unwavering obedience towards Zhao Jun. However, with his own son, Li Daong's tone was far less accommodating. He commanded Li Baoyu, "Go fetch the rice bowl." Prompted by his father's words, Li Baoyu swiftly rose and ventured to the outer room, returning shortly with a large red basin brimming with steamed rice. In an era devoid of rice cookers, rice was prepared by boiling water in a large pot, with the rice steaming above in a sizable basin. Li Baoyu served rice to Zhao Yukai, Li Daong, and Lin Xiangxuan. Once the trio had finished their meal, Lin Xiangxuan, having been given bear meat prepared by Wang Milan, bid farewell to the others and departed for home. At that moment, Li Daong called upon Li Baoyu and Li Ruahai to carry half of the remaining bear meat home, while he and Jin Xiaomei, accompanied by Li Xiaoqiao, scaled the wall and returned directly home. After seeing off Lin Xiangxuan and the Li family, Zhao Jun darted towards his room, only to find Zhao Yukai had anticipated his move. With a swift stride, Zhao Yukai pressed his knee against the door, pushing it open forcefully and shoving Zhao Jun aside. "I won't let you escape," Zhao Yukai growled, sweeping his hand forward. As Zhao Jun lowered his head, Zhao Youcai's hand encircled his neck, seizing the collar of his shirt. With a firm tug, he pulled Zhao Jun closer, pressing his head down with a powerful grip. Subsequently, Zhao Youcai's other hand clenched into a fist and descended mercilessly upon Zhao Jun's back. Zhao Yukai relentlessly delivered 3 blows, rendering Zhao Jun incapable of resistance. He then raised his foot and kicked him to the ground, swiftly mounting Zhao Jun and unleashing a flurry of slaps upon him. The following day, as Zhao Hong and Zhao Na prepared for school with their backpacks, they discovered that their elder brother had yet to rise for breakfast. Upon returning from school, they were astonished to find that he was still lounging on the kong. Although the sisters were aware of Zhao Jun's laziness, it was uncommon in those times to remain in bed, and neglecting breakfast could lead to a beating. However, to their surprise, Zhao Milan did not mention Zhao Jun when she returned, nor did Zhao Yukai, instead instructing Zhao Hong to feed him. Thus, Zhao Jun lay on the Kong for 4 days, only getting up on the 5th day, while Li Baoyu, robust in stature, had already risen 2 days earlier. From the moment he could get up, Li Baoyu stationed himself by Zhao Jun's side, engaging in daily discussions about future hunting endeavors. Bored, the two boys grew increasingly enthusiastic. Yet a pressing issue remained. The hunting rifle stolen from Wang Chong had been reclaimed by him. Although the household was no longer short of dogs, they found themselves without a weapon. Chapter 39. Substantial fare. Defining today's events as a farce would not be an exaggeration. The initial intentions of the Qin and Tao families now seemed utterly fanciful, as they deludedly believed that all good fortune belonged to them. The result was that the 5 of them, bound together, could not manage to endure even 3 rounds before Zhao Yukai. As for the notion that public opinion could compel Zhao Yukai to capitulate, it now appears to be nothing more than a farce. Thus, the arrival of Qin Dajiang can be regarded as providing a stepping stone for the 5 of them. However, those positioned high above are not solely the 5. Zhao Yukai is also among them. Therefore, Qin Dajiang must extend a similar gesture to Zhao Yukai. Yet, even if he places this stepping stone before Zhao Yukai, whether Zhao Yukai chooses to descend depends entirely on his own inclinations. After admonishing Qin Chang and the Tao siblings, Qin Dajiang turned to Zhao Yukai and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Brother, the child lacks understanding. As an elder, you need not stoop to their level." In today's context, such words might be perceived as moral coercion or sheer absurdity. Should the younger generation simply be exempt from accountability? After all, Qin Chang is nearing 30 and can hardly be deemed a child. Nevertheless, at this moment, Qin Dajiang's words, as one of Zhao Youcai's peers, signify an acknowledgement of wrongdoing from the Qin and Tao families. To this, Zhao Yukai casually waved his hand, responding, "Take your son back. What is the point of him running around like this?" Qin Dajiang hastily agreed and led his entourage away in a dejected manner. Zhao Yukai did not even glance at their departing figures, but simply gestured to the group at the door, saying, "All right, it's all settled now. Everyone can disperse." After speaking, he called upon Wang Milan and Jin Xiaomei to gather their tools in preparation for their return home. Upon Zhao Youcai's utterance, discontent brewed among several individuals present. These individuals had eagerly arrived at Zhao's residence, carrying baskets and bowls, with the hope of acquiring some bear meat to take home. However, following the ruckus caused by Qin Chang and others, Zhao Yukai had instructed his people to transport the remaining bear meat into his courtyard. Now, having expressed his farewell to the guests, it was evident that no further distribution of bear meat would occur. As the saying goes, it is not scarcity that troubles us, but inequity. With many gathering at Zhao's home for a share of the meat, some were fortunate enough to receive portions, while others were left empty-handed. Naturally, those who received meat were elated, while those who did not harbored feelings of discontent. Their dissatisfaction at this moment was predominantly directed towards the Qin and Tao families. Zhao Yukai was not a stingy man. Moreover, prior to the disturbances caused by the Qin and Tao families, he had indeed been distributing meat. Consequently, many who did not procure any bear meat instinctively directed their grievances towards Qin Chang and his associates. The Zhao father and son, however, paid little heed to this discontent. After Zhao Yukai finished speaking, he turned and entered the courtyard, closely followed by Zhao Jun. Upon their entrance, they heard Lin Xiangshuan inquiring after Zhao Yukai, asking, "Is there anything wrong, second uncle?" Zhao Yukai shook his head and smiled, saying, "This time it's good. We've saved quite a bit of meat." While they conversed, Wang Milan and Jin Xiaomei entered, each carrying a bowl. Upon hearing the discussion, Wang Milan approached Lin Xiangshuan and said, "Shunzi, make sure to take home some extra meat later." Indeed, Jin Xiaomei chimed in, adding, "Xiaoling's belly is quite large now. Make sure to bring back plenty to nourish her." Xiaoling, as mentioned by Jin Xiaomei, referred to Lin Xiangshuan's wife, Yongling. The reason for Jin Xiaomei's concern for Lin Xiangshuan's wife is quite simple. She merely wishes to cultivate a closer relationship between their families. In the future, when Lin Xiangshuan teaches Li Baoyu how to drive, it would be advantageous for her family to be on amiable terms, ensuring that Lin Xiangshuan is more inclined to provide thorough instruction. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xiangshuan readily acquiesced. He has always regarded the Zhao family as his own kin. and thus, accepting a small quantity of bear meat was a trivial matter. He certainly would not be overly courteous with Wang Milan. However, Lin Xiangshuan perceived Jin Xiaomei's remarks as mere pleasantries and did not contemplate them deeply. After all, in his view, even if he were to bring home a substantial amount of bear meat, it would still be from the Zhao family's share, and he did not feel indebted to anyone from the Li family. At this moment, Zhao Yukai and Zhao Jun discerned the underlying nuances. Zhao Yukai subtly shook his head, thinking that women often possess long hair but limited insight, yet he remained silent. He had his own measure of judgment. Had he not known that Lin Xiangshuan would undoubtedly agree, he would not have assisted Li Daong in orchestrating this matter. Consequently, Zhao Yukai merely informed Wang Milan, "I have arranged with Daong that his family will dine with us today. Please prepare a couple of dishes with your sister-in-law's assistance." "Very well, you two continue your conversation. We shall proceed to prepare the meal," Wang Milan readily replied, leading Jin Xiaomei to the outer room. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun called Li Daong to assist him as they each took a knife and carefully cut 2 chunks of fat from the bear's belly, bringing them directly into the house to present to Wang Milan. At this point, the large pot contained only a small amount of boiling water, but it was already bubbling vigorously. Jin Xiaomei accepted the 2 pieces of fat, slicing them into smaller portions before dropping them into the boiling water. Rendering the suet in such a manner would liberate its essence, culminating in a generous pot of bear fat. The once distinct pieces of fat would metamorphose into golden, crisp morsels akin to puffed delicacies, known as cracklings. In this era, these were a favored treat among the young ones. As for Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, they collaborated to dismantle a bear leg, extracting the dense, lean meat from the thigh in strips. Once a platter was brimming, Jin Xiaomei retrieved it indoors, where the bear thigh meat would be blanched and then stir-fried with green peppers. This leg meat, far from being dry, possessed a delightful chewiness and an intense savor, which, when paired with peppers, created an exquisite accompaniment to wine and rice. Finally, Zhao Jun procured 2 substantial slabs of streaky bacon from the bear's hindquarters. In contrast to wild boar, the bear's streaky bacon was richer in fat, yet ideal for crafting a red braised pork dish, an unparalleled delicacy. These constituted 3 formidable dishes. Coupled with the wild boar meat from previous days, Wang Milan intended to prepare 8 courses for the guests, each laden with meat. Such a spread, in this era's mountain villages, was not only unique but also exceedingly rare. Of course, all of this was attributable to Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu. Yet, at this moment, the 2 young men were particularly humble, seeking not commemoration from their family, but merely their indulgence, hoping to be spared. However, they were aware that such hopes were in vain. A thrashing was inevitable. They would simply carry on as they had always done, having endured such beatings before. With their own meal preparations concluded, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu commenced feeding the dogs, generously offering them choice cuts of meat. "Eat, eat," they urged, "eat your fill." Li Baoyu squatted before the large blue dog, observing as it voraciously devoured the bear meat, mumbling to himself. This large blue dog, having feasted on bear meat for 2 consecutive days, had become utterly captivated by the delectable flavor, finding it far more savory than the wild boar meat it had consumed previously. Chapter 40. Yet another beating. 8 dishes, each a hearty fare, were divided into 2 plates, resulting in a total of 16 plates that filled 2 grand tables at Zhao Jun's residence. In the inner room, Zhao Jun, Zhao Yukai, Li Daong, Lin Xiangshuan, and Li Baoyu gathered at one table, while Wang Milan, Jin Xiaomei, Li Ruhai, Zhao Hong, Zhao Na, and Li Xiaokao occupied another table in the outer room. Faced with the bountiful spread, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu dug in with gusto. There was no escaping the impending beating later that evening, so it was prudent to consume ample meat to replenish their energy beforehand. However, at the dining table, Li Daong, observing Li Baoyu's manner of eating, couldn't help but squint and grit his teeth in frustration, thinking, "This little rascal spends his days either causing trouble or eating. Why must I constantly worry about him? Just wait until tonight when I return home. I'll make sure to teach him a lesson." After several rounds of drinks, Zhao Yukai steered the conversation toward the topic of acquiring a truck for the forest farm next year. With Lin Xiangshuan's agreement, Li Daong took the initiative to express their request to him. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangshuan cast a glance at Li Baoyu and chuckled, "Uncle Li, why are we discussing this? That would be rather inappropriate. Let us say no more. After the new year, I'll have Baoyu come to the farm and learn to drive with me." Both Li Daong and Li Baoyu were elated at this prospect, and Li Daong raised his cup, saying, Suanzi, let us not say anything further. Uncle Li, I toast to you. That's too much, came the response. Lin Xiangshuan raised his glass with one hand while gently lifting Li Dayong's glass with the other, elevating it above his own before finally clinking them together. The local spirit from northeast China, known as Shaozhuang or Sanluzi, is potent, with no variants of lower alcohol content. The minimum is a staggering 56 degrees. Since the banquet commenced, Zhao Yukai, Li Dayong, and Lin Xiangshuan have consumed at least half a gin of this fiery liquor. At this moment, Zhao Jun felt a twinge of apprehension. He was acutely aware that once individuals become inebriated, they can engage in unpredictable behavior. If Zhao Yukai and Li Dayong succumbed to drunken stupor and fell into a deep slumber, it would be a lesser concern. However, if Zhao Yukai and Li Dayong remained coherent and alert, it would not bode well. During a confrontation with him and Li Baoyu, they would certainly exercise restraint. The most alarming scenario would be if both became excessively intoxicated yet remained awake and capable of action. This would pose a significant threat. In such a state, while their judgment might be impaired, their physical capabilities would remain intact. Should their tempers flare, the severity of their actions would become unpredictable. Contemplating this, Zhao Jun felt a swell of fear. Li Baoyu, though, was a formidable figure, tall and robust, if Li Dayong became enraged. Even if he could not retaliate against his father, he could certainly flee. But what about Zhao Jun? He was no match for Zhao Yukai. The two shared similar height and build, and although Zhao Yukai was slightly older at 45, he was in the prime of his life, a seasoned chef accustomed to the rigors of his profession. His hands were as powerful as a pair of large pincers, leaving Zhao Jun utterly defenseless against him. Upon this reflection, Zhao Jun incessantly exchanged glances with Lin Xiangshuan. Having shared meals and lodgings with him for several years, Zhao Jun was confident that his dear second brother could discern his intentions. Indeed, Lin Xiangshuan restrained Zhao Youcai's hand as he reached for the wine barrel, saying, "Uncle, we still have work tomorrow. Let us drink sparingly. We haven't even finished our meal yet, have we?" Zhao Yukai brushed aside Lin Xiangshuan's hand, muttering in response. "Exactly," chimed in Li Dayong. "Shunzi, you must drink well. In northeast China, when a guest stays for a meal, it is understood that times are tough for everyone. The specifics of the cuisine matter little. However, it is imperative that the wine flows generously. It need not be of the finest quality, but it must be abundant. Failing to drink to one's heart's content could bring considerable shame upon the host, a matter not to be taken lightly, as it would lead to an inability to hold one's head high in public." Uncle, Lin Xiangshuan interjected once more, pressing down on the wine barrel. "I am not a stranger. Let us save the drinking for next time. You've been squatting on the stone ledge all morning. You should rest early tonight." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yukai instinctively lifted his gaze to meet Zhao Jun's, locking eyes momentarily. Zhao Jun felt a pang of unease and quickly averted his gaze. Zhao Yukai, with a slight grimace, turned his attention to Li Dayong and said, "Brother, Shunzi is not an outsider. Let it be so today." "All right, brother, I will heed your words," replied Li Dayong, displaying a demeanor akin to that of Li Baoyu when addressing Zhao Jun. However, when it came to his own son, Li Dayong was far less accommodating. He commanded sharply, "Go fetch the rice bowl." Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu hastily rose and made his way to the outer room. Before long, he returned, carrying a large red basin filled with steaming rice. In those days, without electric rice cookers, the rice was prepared by boiling water in a large pot and steaming the rice in the basin above. Li Baoyu served rice to Zhao Yukai, Li Dayong, and Lin Xiangshuan, and after the three had finished their dishes and soup, Lin Xiangshuan, holding the bear meat prepared for him by Wang Milan, bid farewell to the others and departed for home. At this moment, Li Dayong called out to Li Baoyu and Li Ruahai, suggesting they take half of the remaining bear meat home, while he and Jin Xiaomei, along with Li Xiaoqiao, climbed over the wall and returned home directly. After seeing off Lin Xiangshuan and the Li family, Zhao Jun quickly retreated to his own room. However, Zhao Yukai was already prepared. He swiftly darted forward, bending his knee to brace against the door. With a forceful push, he shoved Zhao Jun, and the door opened simultaneously. "I won't let you escape," Zhao Yukai declared, sweeping his hand forward. As Zhao Jun lowered his head, Zhao Yukai's hand encircled his neck, gripping the collar of his shirt. With a sharp tug, Zhao Yukai pulled Zhao Jun closer, pressing down on his collar to force his head and upper body downwards. Then, with his other fist clenched, he began to rain blows upon Zhao Jun's back. After delivering 3 solid punches that rendered Zhao Jun incapable of resistance, Zhao Yukai raised his foot and kicked him to the ground. Following this, he mounted Zhao Jun and unleashed a flurry of slaps upon him. The next day, when Zhao Hong and Zhao Na shouldered their school bags in preparation for class, the sisters noticed that their elder brother had yet to rise for breakfast. Upon their return from school, they were astonished to find that their brother was still lying on the kong. Although the two sisters were well aware of Zhao Jun's laziness, in this day and age, it was frowned upon to linger in bed. Missing breakfast due to an unwillingness to rise could lead to consequences, and Zhao Jun was certainly at risk of facing reprimand. However, to the sisters' astonishment, Zhao Milan returned from her chores without uttering a word about Zhao Jun, and Zhao Yukai came back from work equally silent, instead directing Zhao Hong to feed Zhao Jun. Thus, Zhao Jun lay on the kong for 4 days, only getting up on the 5th day. In contrast, Li Baoyu, robust in physique, had managed to rise a full 2 days earlier. From the moment he could get up, Li Baoyu stationed himself by Zhao Jun's side, engaging him daily in discussions about future hunting endeavors. Zhao Jun, feeling rather bored, found themselves increasingly enthusiastic about their plans. Yet, a pressing issue loomed. The hunting rifle, which had been stolen from Wang Chang's home, had been reclaimed by Wang Chang. While they were no longer short of dogs, they found themselves bereft of a firearm. The disparity of having dogs without a gun posed a significant predicament, even though they could surround the prey with dogs. The decisive factor remained the presence of a gun, particularly with wild boars, especially males exceeding 300 pounds. Relying solely on dogs proved to be a daunting challenge. In these times of limited resources, many households struggled to put food on the table, let alone feed dogs. For an average family, owning 2 dogs was already a considerable stretch. Attempting to hunt a 300-pound boar with just 2 dogs was utterly impractical. In Zhao Jun's past life, during the peak of his hunting prowess, he had 5 hunting dogs at his disposal. One winter, while leading his dogs into the mountains, they spent an entire day without encountering any game. However, on their descent back home, they stumbled upon a group of pigs, and the lead dog, Qinglong, immediately fixated on a 320-pound boar. It is worth noting that male boars around 300 pounds possess tusks akin to daggers, long and sharp. They pose a grave threat to dogs. In the Zhao family, 5 hunting hounds, each more formidable than the last, encircled the wild boar, advancing and retreating as they traversed 4 successive barriers. Zhao Jun, desperately trailing behind, found his 2 legs woefully incapable of keeping pace with the 4 of theirs. As dusk approached, a sense of urgency began to gnaw at him, prompting him to fire his gun into the air and call for his dogs. Yet, by this point, both the dogs and the boar were consumed by the frenzy of the hunt. As darkness fell, the 5 hounds had yet to return, leaving Zhao Jun with no option but to seek refuge for the night in a nearby shelter. Though he lay upon the earthen bed within, his thoughts were consumed by the fate of his 5 dogs outside, and sleep eluded him. As he tossed and turned, a scratching sound at the door caught his attention. Sensing something, he hurriedly got up to open it, revealing his only female hound, Hualong. Grabbing his hunting rifle, Zhao Jun followed Hualong over mountains and valleys until they reached the riverbank, where the wild boar lay, having been savagely killed by the 5 hounds upon the icy surface. Surveying the area, he noticed that the snow, rising to his knees, had been trampled flat, with blood splattered everywhere. If it was such a struggle for 5 determined dogs to subdue a 300-pound boar, he pondered, how would they fare against a beast weighing 700-800 pounds? Or even 1,000? Without a firearm, the prospect would be bleak. And what of the black bear? With its tough hide and sharp claws, a bear could easily withstand a dog's assault. To encircle a bear with dogs would merely allow for a prolonged struggle, for it would be utterly impossible to bring it down. Some may deem this an exaggeration. The injuries inflicted by a bear on a dog are entirely distinct from those caused by a wild boar. In Zhao Jun's previous life, with the same 5 hounds, they could pursue a 300-pound boar for 8 miles, pinning it against the riverbank. Yet when faced with a mere 90-pound black bear, they were utterly ineffectual. Indeed, it was no misreading. It was a black bear weighing just over 90 pounds, certainly not exceeding 100. Zhao Jun witnessed firsthand that the small black bear, measuring no more than 1 meter in height, rendered his hefty black dragon, weighing an impressive 120 pounds, as light as a ball, easily swatted back and forth under the bear's claws. Thus, it was clear that hunting bears necessitated a firearm. However, Zhao Yukai had recently declared there would be no restrictions on the two brothers' hunting endeavors. Yet without a gun, how could they possibly hunt? Be it a formidable wild boar or an encounter with a bear, without a firearm, the dogs would inevitably lose the scent and abandon the pursuit. It is well known that dogs possess a keen sense of understanding and dignity, particularly hunting dogs, whose pride intensifies with their prowess. Should they fail to capture prey once, then twice, their confidence would wane after several such failures, rendering them ineffective. Especially for a newly trained hunting dog, if it consistently fails to hold its ground, it may develop a detrimental habit, eventually becoming unreliable. Therefore, Zhao Jun was acutely aware of the necessity of acquiring a gun. The dilemma lay in the fact that borrowing from others was seldom an option, as most would be unwilling to lend. Purchasing one was conceivable. Yet both Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu found themselves devoid of funds. In these times, the notion of pocket money was nearly obsolete. The two brothers combined possessed a mere $3.50, making it impossible to even consider acquiring a firearm, let alone purchasing ammunition. Consequently, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu resorted to setting traps for wild boars in the mountains. If they managed to ensnare one, they would first assess its size. Should it weigh less than 300 pounds, they would take their own dog and, armed with a knife, work together to bring down the wild boar. If it exceeded that weight, they would need to inform Zhao Yukai or Li Daong, who would then provide the necessary firearm for the hunt. Over the course of more than a month, the brothers had successfully hunted only 2 wild boars. During this time, Zhao Jun also brought along his large green dog, allowing it to participate in the hunting endeavors on 2 occasions. It must be said that the great blue dog possesses an extraordinary talent. If it were to be unleashed, it would undoubtedly be a top-tier hunting dog. However, the scarcity of hunting opportunities has resulted in its slow progress. As the weather grew colder, a heavy snowfall blanketed the summit of the mountain, enshrouding the entire landscape in white. The first snowfall always ignited excitement among hunters, for when the snow falls, the prey leaves tracks in pursuit of food, allowing hunters to trace their quarry. Meanwhile, those who hunt with dogs, despite having less skilled canines at home, can still manage to track in the snow, unlike Zhao Jun's family, who have dogs that are more adept at rustling leaves than tracking in snow. On the second day after the snowfall, Zhao Jun was clearing snow in his courtyard, while Li Baoyu and Li Rahai were doing the same in theirs. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu occasionally glanced up towards the distant mountain peaks, filled with longing. During this time, numerous passers-by strolled by their homes, some discussing plans to hunt in the mountains the following day. However, hunting was not advisable the day after the snowfall. Wild animals, whether they be birds or formidable beasts like bears and tigers, are bewildered upon encountering snow for the first time after having lived through spring, summer, and autumn without it. In their confusion, they hunker down, remaining motionless, which leads to the absence of tracks. Without tracks, what can hunters and their dogs pursue? Yet by afternoon, hunger would compel them to move. They must seek sustenance. Thus, it is advisable to wait another night and venture into the mountains on the third day after the snowfall to observe the tracks of prey. Alas, Zhao Jun sighed in resignation, tossing the broom onto the snow pile before retreating indoors with his hands clasped behind his back. "Have you finished clearing the snow?" Wang Milan inquired upon hearing the door creak open. "Yes," he replied. Zhao Jun was preoccupied with thoughts, responding only with a faint acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Li Baoyu entered his room and sat down by the Kong, saying, "Brother, shall we ascend the mountain tomorrow?" "Indeed," Zhao Jun replied as he swiftly rose from the Kong. Slipping on his shoes, he instructed Li Baoyu, "Prepare your belongings. We shall venture to the mountain together tomorrow." "Excellent," Li Baoyu exclaimed joyfully, turning on his heels and rushing home to gather his things. Zhao Jun then made his way to the opposite room, where Wang Milan sat on the Kong, crafting shoe soles. Upon seeing Zhao Jun enter, she inquired, "What has Baoyu so flustered?" Zhao Jun replied, "Mother, please feed the dog for me in the morning. We are heading to the mountain." "Going again?" Upon hearing Zhao Jun's words, Wang Milan set aside her work, pulling Zhao Jun down to sit beside her, speaking earnestly. "My son, must we truly go?" "Mother, please do not worry. I am fully aware of what I am doing," Zhao Jun reassured her. "Now, could you find my hat for me?" With a heavy sigh, Wang Milan began rummaging through their belongings. In these times, amidst the vast mountains, life was not easy for anyone, let alone for dogs. They seldom received dog food or chicken carcasses. More often than not, they subsisted on boiled potatoes and squash. However, when it came time for the hunting dogs to ascend the mountain, The matter of their feeding became crucial. One must not overfeed them, nor should they be left hungry. Too lavish a meal would not do, nor would a meager one suffice. Wang Milan, possessing considerable experience, rose early in the morning to scoop out 2 bowls of cornmeal from a cloth sack filled with grain. She combined it with boiled potatoes in a basin, pouring hot water over the mixture, and used a large iron spoon to mash the potatoes, blending them with the cornmeal. A sprinkle of salt was added before she carried the basin outside. Wang Milan divided the contents of the basin into 2 portions, one for the flower dog and the other for the big blue dog. The 2 dogs swiftly consumed their meals, for the portions were modest, leaving them only partially satisfied. Not fully satiated, they licked their bowls clean, ensuring not a morsel remained. At that moment, Zhao Jun emerged from the house, clad in a cotton jacket, cotton pants, and cotton shoes, topped with a dog fur hat, and with gaiters wrapped around his calves. "Bao Yu! Bao Yu!" Zhao Jun called out loudly, leaning against the wall. "Brother!" came the voice of Li Baoyu from within the Li household. As he rushed outside, he hurriedly donned his hat. "Let us go." Zhao Jun beckoned him, then proceeded to untie the chains from the necks of the flower dog and the blue dog, fastening them with a rope, leading them out of the courtyard. As Zhao Jun stepped outside, he coincidentally encountered Li Baoyu, who was bringing out the big yellow dog. The 2 of them, each holding onto a dog, made their way towards the village outskirts, ascending the mountain path towards the 46th Brigade, having already unfastened the leashes. Once freed from their restraints, the 3 dogs vanished from sight. Before long, the yellow dog returned, loyally trailing beside Li Baoyu, hardly leaving his side. Just then, as they reached a rise, Li Baoyu looked down from his elevated position and spotted the flower dog and the blue dog rummaging in the ditch. Pointing in the direction of the blue dog, Li Baoyu remarked to Zhao Jun, "Brother, the big blue is truly remarkable. During the recent forays into the mountains for hunting, the large blue dog has demonstrated a remarkable aptitude for leadership, garnering high expectations from Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu." As Zhao Jun shook off the snow from his trousers and followed Li Baoyu's gesture, a slight frown creased his brow as he remarked, "The scent is somewhat lacking." No sooner had Zhao Jun finished speaking than the large blue dog, as if to contradict him, sniffed at a dry twig, abruptly lifted its head towards the southwest, and bolted off. At that moment, the flower dog seemed to sense something as well. It raised its head, inhaled deeply, emitted a bark, and dashed after the large blue dog. However, that single bark prompted the yellow dog trailing Li Baoyu to join the chase. Such speed! Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu exchanged astonished glances, hastily searching for suitable slender wood to craft their knives. It was no wonder they were somewhat flustered. They had only entered the mountains half an hour prior, and no one had anticipated the swift discovery of prey. Once they fashioned their knives, each grasped one firmly and, without descending into the ravines, made their way along the ridge in the direction the dogs had taken. Not long after, they spotted a herd of wild boars racing up the opposite slope. The group consisted of over 10 boars, with the smaller ones leading the way and the larger ones trailing behind, kicking up the snow as they surged forward in a chaotic stampede. Just as the boars passed, 3 hunting dogs pursued them up the slope, with the flower dog at the forefront lunging at the last of the large boars. This particular boar was colossal, undoubtedly weighing over 400 pounds. While it possessed great strength, its speed was rather sluggish. As the flower dog lunged, it bit down on the boar's rear, causing the massive creature to yelp in pain, arch its back, and pivot sharply to retaliate with a fierce thrust of its head. The hound swiftly sidestepped, causing the wild boar to miss its strike. Just as it turned to pursue the herd, a shadow descended. The fierce blue hound lunged, sinking its teeth into the boar's ear. In response to the pain, the wild boar thrust its head upward, producing a dull thud as it sent the hefty blue hound, weighing nearly 110 pounds, soaring through the air. It was over. On the opposite ridge, Zhao Jun closed his eyes, feeling a chill in his heart. His concern for the hound's life was not the issue. Indeed, the hound landed a meter away with a yelp but quickly regained its footing, shaking its head before rejoining the fray. However, Zhao Jun understood that this hunt was likely doomed to failure. It was not cowardice, but a realization that this boar was beyond the control of his 3 hounds. If they could not subdue it, they could not deliver the fatal blow, and therein lay the disadvantage of being unarmed. Nevertheless, with the dogs fighting valiantly, a hunter had no reason to retreat. Especially in such circumstances, when the dogs were disheartened by the failed encirclement, their master must remain steadfast by their side. "Move quickly!" Zhao Jun, stirred by determination, shouted as he brandished his knife and charged forward. "What? Li Baoyu was momentarily taken aback. He recalled Zhao Jun's earlier advice during previous hunts. When the dogs first barked, one should not rush or run too swiftly. The quarry was ever moving, and the hounds would follow suit. The crucial point was that a human, with 2 legs, could never outpace 4. By the time a person reached the scene of the struggle between the dogs and the wild boar, the combatants would likely have shifted to a different battleground. As they engaged in a prolonged struggle, their stamina waned and a stalemate ensued. After enduring a lengthy confrontation in one spot, the hunter could finally catch up. However, at that moment, the Zhao army had already surged ahead, and naturally, Li Baoyu would not lag behind. Indeed, before the two could advance, the battle shifted northward. The Zhao army and Li Baoyu altered their course, but after a brief sprint, they heard the dogs barking, now turned towards the east. The snow fell heavily upon the mountains, while frost coated the lowlands. Though snow blanketed both regions, the accumulation was far greater in the mountains. As the Zhao army trudged through the snow that reached their ankles, running became increasingly arduous. After nearly 20 minutes of exertion, they were gasping for breath, utterly spent. Meanwhile, the formidable wild boar was wreaking havoc, toppling both the blue and yellow dogs, and aggressively pushing back the spotted hound before breaking free from the fray and making its escape. Weighing over 400 pounds, the boar, though armed with tusks, had seen them grow increasingly curved with age, rendering them less threatening compared to the tusks of a 300-pound boar. The blue hound, fortunate indeed, had been tossed aside by the wild boar twice without sustaining injury. In contrast, the yellow dog suffered a gash from the boar's tusk, leaving a 1-inch wound on its back, though fortunately shallow and only slightly bleeding. Before the blue and yellow dogs could rise, the spotted hound had already pursued the boar. Soon, the 3 dogs encircled the wild boar once more, commencing a fierce battle. The great boar fought valiantly yet retreated, traversing 2 ridges and covering over 5 miles, all while waiting for the 3 dogs to exhaust themselves. Ultimately, the hounds could only watch helplessly as the boar escaped, returning to the side of the Zhao army in defeat. Chapter 41. Snowfall. The absence of firearms, despite the presence of dogs, posed a significant dilemma. While the dogs may surround their quarry, it is ultimately the gun that determines victory. Due to the formidable nature of wild boars, particularly the males that exceed 300 pounds, it becomes exceedingly difficult to confront them solely with dogs. In these times of limited resources, some families struggle to secure sufficient sustenance, let alone provide for dogs. Typically, in an ordinary household, maintaining 2 dogs is already a considerable challenge, and relying on just 2 canines to encircle a 300-pound boar is utterly impractical. Like Zhao Jun in his previous life, at the zenith of his hunting prowess, he possessed 5 hunting dogs. One winter, he ventured into the mountains with his dogs, yet after an entire day of searching, he encountered no game. However, on his descent home, he stumbled upon a herd of pigs, and his lead dog, Qinglong, immediately set its sights on a 320-pound boar. It is crucial to acknowledge that a boar of this size possesses tusks akin to daggers, straight and sharp, which pose a significant threat to dogs. Zhao Jun's 5 hunting dogs were all exceptionally tenacious, and as they surrounded the boar, they engaged in a relentless pursuit, overcoming 4 formidable barriers. Zhao Jun, striving to keep pace behind them, found it challenging to match their speed. As the dusk approached, anxiety began to stir within him, prompting him to fire his gun into the air to call back his dogs. Yet, at this juncture, both dogs and boar were consumed by the frenzy of the hunt. As darkness enveloped the landscape, the 5 dogs had yet to return, leaving Zhao Jun with no choice but to seek refuge in a nearby shelter for the night. While he rested on the earthen kong within the shelter, the fate of his 5 dogs remained uncertain outside, rendering him incapable of slumber. In the midst of his restless tossing, he suddenly heard a scratching at the door. Sensing something, Zhao Jun hastily rose to open it, only to find his sole female dog, Hualong, standing there. Grabbing his hunting rifle, Zhao Jun followed Hualong as she led him over the hills to the riverbank, where he discovered that the wild boar had been overcome and was lifeless on the icy surface, the result of the relentless assault by his 5 dogs. Surveying the surroundings within 100 meters, the knee-deep snow lies flattened, stained with blood. Even 5 resolute dogs struggle to encircle a 300-pound boar. One can only imagine the futility of confronting a 700- or 800-pound beast, or even a 1,000-pound giant without a firearm. As for the black bear, its tough hide and formidable claws pose an insurmountable challenge. To encircle a bear with dogs requires a strategy of evasion. The notion of the dogs bringing down a black bear is utterly implausible. Some may deem this an exaggeration. The injuries inflicted by a bear differ greatly from those caused by a wild boar. In Zhao Jun's previous life, those same 5 hunting dogs could tirelessly pursue for 8 miles, ultimately pinning a 300-pound boar against the riverbank. Yet, when confronted with a 90-pound black bear, they were utterly ineffective. Indeed, this is no misstatement. The bear weighed a mere 90 pounds, certainly not exceeding 100. Zhao Jun witnessed with his own eyes that this small bear, barely a meter in length, rendered his own black dragon, weighing 120 pounds, as if it were a mere ball, tossed about effortlessly. Thus, to hunt a bear, one must possess a firearm. However, Zhao Yukai has declared that there are no restrictions on hunting for these two. Yet without a gun, what means do they have? Whether facing a large wild boar or an encounter with a bear, without a firearm, the dogs will inevitably lose their resolve and retreat. It is essential to understand that dogs possess a sense of understanding and dignity, particularly hunting dogs. The more formidable the dog, the more it values its honor. Failing to capture prey once or twice can severely diminish a dog's confidence, ultimately rendering it ineffective. This is especially true for newly engaged hunting dogs. If they are unable to secure their quarry, they may develop a habit of retreating, leading to a gradual decline in their capabilities. Therefore, Zhao Jun is acutely aware of the necessity of acquiring a firearm. The challenge, however, lies in borrowing from others, for most are reluctant to lend. While it is possible to spend money to procure what they need, the issue remains that Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu are devoid of funds. In this day and age, the concept of pocket money is virtually non-existent. Together, these two possess a mere 3 yuan and 50 cents. Not only is acquiring firearms unfeasible, but even purchasing a modest quantity of ammunition poses a significant challenge. Consequently, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu are left with no choice but to set traps for wild boars in the mountains. Should they ensnare one, they must first ascertain its size. If it does not exceed 300 jin, they would take their dog and, wielding a knife, attempt to subdue the boar. However, if it surpasses that weight, they would need to inform Zhao Yukai or Li Daong, who would then come equipped with firearms to hunt it down. Thus, over the course of more than a month, the duo managed to hunt only 2 wild boars. During this time, Zhao Jun had also brought along his large blue dog, allowing it to accompany them on 2 hunting expeditions. It must be noted that this blue dog possesses remarkable innate abilities. If it were to retrieve a boar, it would undoubtedly be considered an exceptional hunting dog. Alas, opportunities for hunting are scarce, and as a result, the dog's progress has been painfully slow. As the weather turned increasingly frigid, a heavy snowfall blanketed the summit of Mount Dingxi, enveloping the entire landscape in white. The first snowfall invariably stirs excitement among hunters, for the fresh layer of snow reveals the tracks of animals seeking food, enabling those who track them to pursue their quarry. Similarly, those who rely on their dogs may not possess canines as adept as Zhao Jun's Huaxiao, yet they can certainly manage to hunt in the snowy terrain. On the second day following the snowfall, Zhao Jun was busy clearing snow from his yard, while Li Baoyu and Li Ruhai did the same at the Li family residence. From time to time, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu would glance up, gazing longingly at the distant mountain peaks. During this time, people continually passed by their doorstep, with some mentioning plans to ascend the mountain for hunting the following day. Indeed, the snowfall would render the mountains inaccessible for hunting the next day. The wild beasts, whether birds or formidable creatures like bears and tigers, were unaccustomed to snow during the spring, summer, and autumn seasons. When winter unexpectedly brought snow, they would be bewildered. In their confusion, they would remain motionless, and as they did not move, no tracks would be left behind. Without tracks, what would the hunters and their dogs pursue? However, by afternoon, they would inevitably stir, driven by hunger, compelled to seek sustenance. If they were to wait another night, until the 3rd day after the snowfall, they would be able to discern the traces of their prey once more. Sighing, Zhao Jun helplessly shook his head, casting the broom onto the snow pile before retreating into the house. "Have you finished sweeping?" Upon hearing the door creak, Wang Milan inquired. "Yes." Zhao Jun, preoccupied with his thoughts, replied curtly. Before long, Li Baoyu entered his room, sitting at the edge of the Kong, and asked, "Brother, are we going to the mountain tomorrow?" "Indeed." Zhao Jun rose from the Kong, slipping on his shoes, and replied to Li Baoyu, "Prepare the supplies. We shall both ascend the mountain tomorrow." "Great!" Li Baoyu exclaimed joyfully, turning to dash outside to gather his belongings. Zhao Jun then moved to the opposite room, where Wang Milan was sitting on the Kong stitching shoe soles. Upon seeing Zhao Jun enter, she asked, "What is Bao Yu in such a hurry about?" Zhao Jun responded, "Mother, please feed the dog tomorrow morning. We are heading to the mountain." "Are we going again?" Hearing his words, Wang Milan set aside her work, pulled Zhao Jun down to sit, and earnestly said, "My son, must we go?" "Mother, rest assured, I am well aware of the situation," Zhao Jun remarked. "Please retrieve my hat." With a sigh, Wang Milan commenced her search, rummaging through every corner. Chapter 42. The initial defeat in this era amidst the vast mountains. Life is arduous for all, let alone for the dogs. They often find themselves deprived of dog food and raw chicken carcasses, and more frequently than not, they are unable to even partake in boiled cornmeal. Their usual sustenance consists primarily of boiled potatoes and squash. However, when hunting dogs ascend the mountain, the feeding of the dogs becomes a matter of great consideration. They must not be overfed nor underfed. A lavish meal is as detrimental as a meager one. Wang Milan, drawing from her experience, arose early in the morning and ladled 2 bowls of cornmeal from a burlap sack, placing them alongside boiled potatoes in a basin. After pouring boiling water over the contents, she employed a large iron spoon to mash the potatoes and blend them with the cornmeal, adding a pinch of salt before carrying the basin outside. Dividing the meal into 2 portions, she offered one half to the spotted dog and the other to the large blue dog. The 2 canines quickly devoured their rations. However, since the portions were modest, both remained only partially satiated. Their hunger compelled them to lick the food bowl clean with their tongues. At that moment, Zhao Jun emerged from the house, clad in a cotton jacket, cotton trousers, and cotton shoes, topped with a dogskin hat, while his lower legs were secured with gaiters. "Bao Yu, Bao Yu," Zhao Jun called loudly, standing by the wall. "Brother." The voice of Li Baoyu echoed from within the Li household as he rushed out, frantically attempting to don his hat as he ran. "Let us go." Zhao Jun greeted him briefly before striding over to unfasten the chains from the necks of the spotted and blue dogs, securing them with a rope and leading them out of the courtyard. As he stepped outside, he encountered Li Baoyu, who was also bringing out a large yellow dog. The 2 of them, accompanied by their dogs, made their way towards the outskirts of the village, entering the mountainous terrain along the path leading to the 46th Squadron. Along the way, they had already untied the leashes from the dogs. Once freed from their restraints, the 3 dogs vanished from sight. After a short while, the yellow dog returned, staying closely by Li Baoyu's side, almost inseparable. Just then, as they ascended a slight rise, Li Baoyu looked down from his elevated position and spotted the spotted and blue dogs rummaging in a ditch. Pointing in the direction of the blue dog, Li Baoyu remarked to Zhao Jun, "Brother, the big blue dog is truly remarkable. In our recent mountain hunts, it has already demonstrated the instincts of a lead dog." And both Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu held high hopes for it. Zhao Jun shook the snow from his trousers and followed Li Baoyu's gaze, his brow slightly furrowing as he replied, "The scent is a bit lacking." Just as Zhao Jun finished speaking, the big blue dog seemed to deliberately slap him in the face with its actions. It sniffed a dry branch, suddenly raised its head to gaze towards the southwest, and took off running. At that moment, the spotted dog appeared to have sensed something as well. It raised its head, sniffed the air, barked once, and dashed after the big blue dog. However, that single bark prompted the yellow dog, which was following closely beside Li Baoyu, to join the chase. So quick. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu exchanged astonished glances, hastily searching the surroundings for suitable thin wood, readying to cut it down for the task at hand. It was no wonder they were at a loss. They had only just entered the mountains half an hour ago, and none had anticipated discovering prey so swiftly. Upon reaching the ridge, the 2 men drew their knives, each wielding a blade of intent, yet they did not descend into the gully. Instead, they ambled along the mountain crest toward the direction of the dogs. After a short distance, they spotted a group of wild boars scurrying up the opposite slope. There were more than 10 of these creatures, the smaller ones leading the way while the larger ones followed closely behind, forming a chaotic yet cohesive procession. As they dashed through the snow-laden ground, the fresh powder was kicked up, swirling in the air. Just as the herd passed, 3 hunting dogs surged after them. With the foremost dog, a spotted hound, lunging at the last of the boars, a massive boar weighing undoubtedly over 400 pounds. Despite its size and strength, the boar was not particularly swift. The hound managed to clamp down on the boar's rear, eliciting a pained response as the boar's hindquarters lifted in retaliation, and it swung its head back with fierce intent. The hound, agile and quick, evaded the boar's strike, but as it turned to pursue the fleeing herd, a shadow descended upon it. A large black dog, fierce and determined, seized the opportunity and clamped its jaws onto the boar's ear. The boar, feeling the sharp pain, retaliated with a powerful thrust of its head, sending the nearly 110-pound dog flying through the air with a dull thud. In that moment, Zhao Jun felt a chill settle in his heart. His concern was not solely for the dog's safety. Indeed, the black dog landed a meter away and, with a groan, quickly regained its footing and rejoined the fray. However, Zhao Jun understood that this hunting expedition was likely doomed to failure. It was not cowardice that gripped him, but rather the realization that capturing this boar was beyond the capabilities of his 3 dogs. Without the ability to secure the beast, the knives would remain useless. This was the inherent disadvantage of being without firearms. Nevertheless, despite this, the dog pressed on valiantly ahead. As a hunter, there was no reason for him to falter, especially under such circumstances when the dog, disheartened by the unsuccessful hunt, required its master to be steadfastly present. "Hurry!" Zhao Jun, momentarily ignited by passion, shouted as he brandished his knife and dashed forward. "What?" Li Baoyu was momentarily taken aback, recalling that during their previous hunting excursions, Zhao Jun had advised him not to rush nor run too swiftly when the dog first barked. The quarry was perpetually on the move, and so too were the hunting dogs. The crux lay in the fact that while humans had but 2 legs, they could never outpace those with 4. By the time a person reached the site of the earlier scuffle between the dog and the wild boar, it was likely that the dog and the boar had already shifted their battleground. Thus, once the animals had engaged in combat for a considerable duration, their strength waning and reaching a stalemate, only then could the hunters make their advance and catch up. Yet at this moment, Zhao Jun had already surged ahead, and naturally, Li Baoyu could not lag behind. Indeed, before the 2 could draw near, the fray had already migrated northward. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu quickly altered their course, but after a short run, they again heard the dog's barks shift eastward. Snow blanketed the high mountains, while frost settled in the lowlands. Though it was the same snowfall, the accumulation in the mountains was far denser than that below. Zhao Jun found himself laboring through the snow that reached his ankles, and after nearly 20 minutes of strenuous running, he was gasping for breath, utterly spent. Meanwhile, the formidable boar was wreaking havoc, toppling both the blue and yellow dogs, shaking off the flowered dog, and then breaking free from the melee to escape. Weighing over 400 pounds, the boar's tusks, though fearsome, had gradually curved with age, rendering them less threatening compared to those of a 300-pound boar. The great blue dog was fortunate, having been overturned by wild boars twice without sustaining any injuries. In contrast, the yellow dog was grazed by the boar's tusk, resulting in a 1-inch-long gash on its back. Fortunately, the wound was shallow, merely oozing a hint of blood. Before the blue dog could rise, the spotted dog had already dashed away. Shortly thereafter, the trio of dogs encircled the wild boar once more, engaging in a fierce struggle. The formidable boar fought and retreated, traversing 2 ridges and covering over 5 miles, waiting for the 3 dogs to exhaust themselves. Finally, the dogs could only watch helplessly as the boar made its escape, returning to Zhao Jun's side with their tails between their legs. After more than half an hour of exertion, both man and dogs were weary. Zhao Jun squatted in front of the blue dog, one arm wrapped around its waist, the other gently stroking its neck in a gesture of comfort. Meanwhile, Li Baoyu retrieved a cloth pouch from his pocket, extracting a handful of powdered herbs to apply to the yellow dog's back wound. The injury was minor and shallow, posing no hindrance to future endeavors. However, the yellow dog appeared somewhat disheartened, lying at Li Baoyu's feet with its chin resting on its paws, panting softly with its mouth agape and tongue lolling out. Not far off, the spotted dog stood atop a large boulder, gazing into the distance. Sighing softly, Zhao Jun shook his head, whistled, and beckoned Li Baoyu to Leah suddenly. 3 dogs barked in unison and dashed forward. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu both shuddered and quickly called out loudly, shouting the names of their respective dogs. Not far away, someone urgently shouted, "Watch the dogs! Watch the dogs!" It seemed there were 2 individuals speaking with a Shandong accent. As Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu yelled, the 3 dogs returned, wagging their heads. Zhao Jun strode ahead and saw 2 burly men clad in sheepskin coats, wearing dogskin hats, each carrying a large axe. Elder brother De Chun, younger brother Er Chun. Zhao Jun recognized the 2 and promptly greeted them. Zhao Jun, he introduced himself. The duo, speaking in their Shandong dialect, inquired, "Are you off to hunt?" Zhao Jun responded, has it snowed? I was hoping to catch a pig, but to no avail. Ah, Zhao Jun, do be cautious. Li Dachin advised kindly. Indeed, Zhao Jun replied, aren't we heading back? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the large axes slung over the men's backs. These were mirror-finished broad axes from Dandong, half a centimeter thick, with blades the size of cutting boards, typically used in the forest for chopping branches, extremely sharp. Observing their attire and the axes, Zhao Jun pondered for a moment and asked, what are you two gentlemen up to? Ah, Leave Ken, unable to contain himself, responded, we're off to hunt black bears. Are you coming along? Not going. Li Baoyu, unusually out of character, discreetly tugged at Zhao Jun from behind and interjected, my dog. De Huang is injured. I must return to attend to him. Upon hearing Li Baoyu's words, Li Dachin and Li Han exchanged glances. Li Dachin remarked, you all may return. My brother and I shall take our leave. Suddenly, Zhao Jun interjected, calling out to Li Dachin, do be cautious. Taken aback, Li Dachin recognized that this phrase was one he had just conveyed to Zhao Jun, now unexpectedly returned. However, understanding Zhao Jun's good intentions, he expressed his gratitude. And the two brothers ascended the mountain side by side. Observing their departing figures, Li Baoyu shook his head slightly and mused. Those two rascals are still preoccupied with thoughts of hunting the black bear. Zhao Jun, upon hearing this, also shook his head slightly. The term rascal does not equate to a rogue. It denotes those who, lacking homes or land, were termed Mangliu in the Northeast dialect. This term specifically refers to individuals from Shandong who ventured eastward during the arduous 3 years of hardship. At that time, the entire nation was plagued by hunger. Yet the Northeast fared considerably better. Many who could not fill their stomachs heard tales of the Northeast, where one could hunt deer and fish with ease. And thus they brought their families across the borders. Upon arrival, they found the land rich in resources, with rivers teeming with fish and mountains abounding with game, ensuring they had sustenance. Yet, as outsiders without official residency, they were ineligible for rations, and the locals derogatorily referred to them as Mangliu. Deprived of provisions, most of these Mangliu had to rely on side occupations to survive. In the mountainous and forested regions, such pursuits primarily included foraging and hunting. While the Northeast boasted a plethora of wild produce, such as schisandra berries, walnuts, hazelnuts, wood-ear mushrooms, and various fungi, these items held little value in the market during those times, offering scant financial return even when brought down from the mountains. Certainly, there exists a variety of ginseng among the mountain goods. However, the knowledge of ginseng harvesting is extensive in Northeast China, and those who venture from beyond the borders are often oblivious to the intricacies involved. When foraging for mountain goods proves futile, hunting presents itself as a more lucrative alternative. Setting traps for sable, weasels, and squirrels can indeed be profitable endeavors. The sable, known as, may not yield a large pelt, yet in these times, a single fur can fetch over 100 yuan. The weasel, colloquially referred to as or, offers a particularly valuable coat, with the male's glossy fur commanding a higher price than that of the female. Currently, a male weasel can be sold for over 40 yuan, while a female approaches 30 yuan. The squirrel, also known as, provides an even more valuable pelt, approximately valued at 60 yuan. However, these pursuits require meticulous skill, making it arduous for outsiders to master such crafts. Aside from the pelts of these three species, the only other avenue for profit through hunting involves bear gallbladders. While hunting lynx can be profitable, it is seldom a consideration for the average individual. In this vicinity, few possess marksmanship that rivals Zhao Youcai's prowess. Even Zhao Youcai, after an entire morning of waiting, only managed to wound a single lynx. Though Zhao Jun's shot struck true, a significant portion of the success was attributable to Zhao Youcai's efforts in cornering the beast. Thus, for those seeking fortune through hunting, the focus inevitably narrows to bears. Yet, lacking the means to purchase firearms, their only recourse for bear hunting lies in a rather extreme method, specifically targeting the black bear, which can only be executed in the depths of winter. In the depths of winter, it is only then that the black bear enters hibernation. This phenomenon is referred to as bear squatting in the granary in Northeast China. There exist distinctions between the sky granary and the earth granary. The former refers to the hollows of trees, while the latter pertains to burrows in the ground. To hunt the elusive black bear, one must target the sky granary, employing two robust wooden poles, crossed at an angle, positioned at the entrance of the bear's hollow. Subsequently, one must rouse the slumbering bear by striking the trunk of a large tree. Awakened from its deep slumber, the bear's ensuing fury is inevitable, as it will burst forth from its refuge, intent on tearing apart the intruder. However, upon peering out from the tree hollow, the bear's head will become ensnared by the two stout poles, rendering it immobile. At this juncture, a brave soul must ascend, wielding a great axe, to deliver a fatal blow to the bear's head. It must be said that this is a perilous endeavor. Should one succeed, all is well. Yet failure could cost one their life. Nonetheless, the pursuit of wealth often leads individuals to take such risks, akin to how birds perish in their quest for sustenance. Were it not for dire necessity, who would willingly engage in such a hazardous undertaking? Since parting ways with the Li brothers, Zhao Jun has been plagued by unease on his journey home. Abruptly, he halts Li Baoyu, tossing the hemp rope draped over his shoulder to him, saying, "Brother, please tether the dog and take it home." Li Baoyu inquires, "What are you planning to do?" Zhao Jun replies, "I am going to assist them in hunting the black bears." Previously, he had remarked that hunting black bears was tantamount to placing one's head in a noose. Such words are undeniably true. Li Baoyu, possessing a bold spirit akin to that of a young calf unafraid of tigers, found himself trembling with fear after the thunderous roar of a bear during the battle at the Shalazi. In the pursuit of the elusive black bear, one must summon an immense reservoir of courage, akin to wielding a heavy axe against such a formidable adversary. To merely hold two wooden sticks against the bear's head is a precarious endeavor. A single misstep could prove fatal. Tales abound of seasoned hunters who lost their lives in the very act of confronting the black bear. Thus, when Zhao Jun expressed his intention to assist Li Dasheng and leave Ken in their hunt, Li Baoyu deemed Zhao Jun utterly mad. "Brother, this is no trifling matter. I am well aware of the risks." Zhao Jun, undeterred, turned to venture into the mountains, prompting Li Baoyu to urgently interject, "Brother, I shall accompany you." "You should return with the dogs," Zhao Jun retorted. "I shall not engage directly. I merely wish to observe the spectacle." The notion of merely spectating calmed Li Baoyu's apprehensions. Yet curiosity soon sparked within him, compelling him to consider joining Zhao Jun in witnessing the hunt, for he had never witnessed a black bear hunt and was most intrigued. As brothers in 2 lifetimes, Zhao Jun was well aware of Li Baoyu's thoughts and swiftly urged, "Hasten to take the dogs back. Should they charge forward, they risk injury." "Why must I be deprived of the spectacle?" Li Baoyu murmured in frustration. After much persuasion, Zhao Jun finally managed to convince Li Baoyu to depart. Once Li Baoyu had led his 3 dogs away, Zhao Jun followed the trail left in the snow by Li Dasheng and Li Ken into the mountains. He understood the inherent dangers of hunting the black bear better than anyone, yet he felt a compelling desire to lend his support to the Li brothers. Indeed, it was a desire to assist. In his memory, Li Ken must have been left with a scarred visage on the left side of his face due to the failed attempt to kill the black bear. So, why would Zhao Jun assist Li Ken? The answer lies in the debts of the past. Zhao Jun's own downfall was a consequence of his own actions, whereas Li Urchin's misfortune stemmed from the destruction of his appearance by the black bear, leaving him unable to marry throughout his life. In a prior existence, during Zhao Jun's most desperate times, he had once worked alongside Li Ken, transporting bricks at a construction site. When Zhao Jun contemplated returning to his hometown, it was Li Ken who lent him the fare, a mere 500. Yet it was this modest sum that Zhao Jun had been unable to repay before his rebirth. It was not out of a deliberate intention to default. Rather, he was genuinely impoverished, lacking the means. The plight of the impoverished often leads to a sense of helplessness. Since his rebirth, Zhao Jun has felt an intangible sense that he had severed all ties to his previous life, unable to return. Nevertheless, one must repay kindness. Zhao Jun casually felled a small tree by the roadside, stripped its trunk bare, resheathed his knife, and ventured up the mountain. There stood a towering poplar, thick enough for 3 men to embrace. Approximately 1.5 meters above the ground, a large hollow was present, its entrance rimmed with white frost. The presence of this frost indicated that a creature was breathing within. Beneath the great poplar, within a 10-meter radius, 2 individuals busied themselves. Li Dachin wielded a hefty axe, clearing away the dead branches and vines surrounding the poplar. Meanwhile, Li Ken gathered some dry twigs from the surroundings, and, about 15 meters to the south of the poplar, he formed a pile and set it ablaze. Li Dachin trod back and forth, compacting the path between the poplar and the fire pit. Meanwhile, Li Ken selected a towering red pine on the southern side of the fire pit. He was diligently clearing the area around the pine, sweeping away the dead branches and vines, and compacting the snow underfoot. Together, the brothers flattened the snow between the fire pit and the red pine. This meticulous preparation was essential before embarking on the perilous task of hunting the black bear. Given the imminent danger of their undertaking, it was crucial to establish an escape route in advance. Although black bears are not particularly swift, their speed is relative. They are slower than dogs and wild boars. Yet when compared to humans, they can be quite formidable. Should one attempt to flee in a straight line, they would find themselves quickly overtaken by the bear, leaving them at the mercy of its formidable weight. The solution? To run in circles. In the event that the bear pursued one individual, that person could circle the fire pit, creating an opportunity for the other to intervene and distract the bear. The second individual could then maneuver around the red pine, effectively alternating their roles to lure the bear's attacks. This strategy would afford them a chance at survival. Indeed, under such circumstances, the notion of killing the bear must be abandoned. Preserving one's life would be a significant victory. Evidence of this can be found in the tale of Qin Chong and his three brothers-in-law, who exerted tremendous effort to escape the clutches of a black bear. With all preparations complete, Li Desheng propped two sturdy sticks, each over 2 meters long and as thick as a rice bowl, against the sides of a tall poplar tree. Standing at a height of 182 meters before the tree hollow, Li Ken gripped a large axe, ready for action. At that moment, Li Desheng withdrew a stout, shorter stick from beside him and struck the poplar tree. The persistent knocking continued for over 10 minutes, a true test of endurance. Unlike their usual light slumber, the hibernation of black bears plunges them into a profound sleep, one that deepens the longer it lasts. Furthermore, black bears possess an inherent reluctance to rouse. It is their nature that once disturbed from their hibernation den, they will retreat step by step to higher ground. Imagine, after slumbering in their tree hollows for more than a month, having warmed the very confines of their refuge, they are now compelled to embark on a taxing journey into the cold, all the while with empty bellies. Despite being wild beasts, they too dread the pangs of hunger and the chill of winter. However, after an extended period of knocking, the black bear within could no longer withstand the disturbance. It opened its eyes, stretched its forepaws to grasp the inner wall of the hollow, and with a determined effort, rose to its feet. After a couple of climbs, the bear's head emerged from the entrance. Outside, Li Ken locked eyes with the bear, his heart skipping a beat as he exclaimed, "Brother, it has emerged." Li Desheng discarded the short stick in his hand and propped himself against two sturdy wooden poles leaning against the great poplar, crossing them towards the hollow's entrance. Just then, the black bear, having cautiously poked its head out, clutched the edge of the hollow. At that precise moment, Li Desheng positioned the wooden poles in a diagonal cross and pushed upward, effectively wedging the bear's head at the entrance. With a furious roar, the black bear thrashed its head in resistance. Li Desheng exerted all his strength against the poles, bellowing, "Air! Strike it down!" "Ah!" Li Ken let out a wild cry, swinging his axe downwards with fierce intention. Chapter 43. The scoundrels. After more than half an hour of exertion, both man and beast were weary. Zhao Jun squatted in front of the large blue dog, one arm wrapped around its waist while the other gently stroked its neck in a gesture of reassurance. Meanwhile, Li Baoyu retrieved a cloth pouch from his pocket, extracting a handful of tobacco leaves which he ground up to apply to the wound on the yellow dog's back. The injury, though minor and shallow, did not hinder their subsequent endeavors. Yet, the dog appeared somewhat disheartened, lying at Li Baoyu's feet with its chin resting on its forepaws, mouth agape and tongue lolling, exhaling puffs of white vapor. Not far off, Hua Shower stood atop a large flat stone, peering into the distance. Alas, Zhao Jun sighed softly, shaking his head as he whistled, beckoning Li Baoyu to return with the three dogs. "Brother, are we truly heading back like this?" Li Baoyu inquired. A look of reluctance etched on his face as he approached Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun merely shook his head, offering no further explanation, and simply stated, "Let us go." With that, he grasped his knife and took a shortcut towards home. Li Baoyu sighed in resignation, following Zhao Jun's lead. The two men and three dogs, while not entirely dispirited on their journey home, bore an air of subdued melancholy. Suddenly, the three dogs barked in unison and charged ahead. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu were startled, quickly calling out their dogs' names. In the distance, a voice urgently shouted, "Watch the dogs! Watch the dogs!" It seemed there were two individuals, speaking with a Shandong accent. As Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu shouted, the three dogs returned, their heads bobbing in response. Zhao Jun strode forward, only to find two robust men clad in sheepskin jackets and dog fur hats, each bearing a hefty axe upon their backs. Minister Gu, Minister Air. Zhao Jun quickly greeted the two upon recognizing their faces. The dialect they spoke bore the unmistakable accent of Shandong, prompting Zhao Jun to inquire, "Have you come to hunt? Has it snowed?" Zhao Jun replied, "I was hoping to catch a pig, but to no avail." "Ah, Zhao Jun, do take care," Minister Li gently advised. "Indeed." Zhao Jun responded, "We are just on our way back." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the massive axe slung across the backs of the duo. This was a mirror-finished lumberjack's axe from Dandong, half a centimeter thick, with a blade as broad as a cutting board, typically wielded in the forest for branch trimming. Its edge exceptionally sharp. Observing their attire and the formidable axe, Zhao Jun pondered for a moment before asking, "What are you two up to?" "Ah." Minister Air could not contain his words, answering, "We are off to hunt the black bear. Would you care to join us?" "Not at all," replied Li Baoyu unexpectedly, discreetly tugging at Zhao Jun from behind. "My dog, Da Huang, is injured. I must return home to tend to him." Upon hearing this, Ministers Li and Air exchanged glances, with Minister Li saying, "Then you two should head back. We will take our leave." "Minister Ge," Zhao Jun suddenly called out to Minister Li, adding, "Do be cautious." Startled by the echo of his earlier advice, Minister Li realized Zhao Jun meant well. After expressing his gratitude, the two brothers continued their ascent up the mountain. Gazing at the retreating figures of the two men, Li Baoyu shook his head slightly and remarked, "These two vagabonds are still preoccupied with thoughts of slaying the black bear." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun also shook his head in mild disapproval. The term vagabonds does not pertain to mere ruffians. Rather, it refers to those without homes or land. In the dialect of northeast China, vagabonds specifically denotes the Shandong people who migrated to the region during the 3 years of hardship. At that time, the entire nation faced food scarcity. Yet the northeast fared significantly better than other areas. Many who could not fill their stomachs in their homeland heard tales of the northeast, where game was abundant and fish were plentiful, prompting them to bring their families in search of sustenance. Upon arriving in the northeast, they found it rich in resources, rivers teeming with fish and mountains filled with wildlife. Yet, being outsiders without local registration, they could not receive rations. The local populace referred to them as vagabonds. Lacking rations, these individuals often relied on side jobs to survive. In the mountainous and forested regions, such endeavors typically involve foraging for wild produce or hunting. The Northeast boasted a plethora of wild edibles, including schisandra, walnuts, hazelnuts, black fungus, and mushrooms. However, during those times, such items were not particularly valued, yielding meager returns when sold. Notably, ginseng was among the wild produce, but the knowledge required for its collection was vast, leaving these newcomers from beyond the borders at a disadvantage. When foraging proved unfruitful, hunting became the next viable option. Earning a living through hunting was indeed easier than foraging. Setting traps for minks, weasels, and squirrels could be quite lucrative. The hunting of minks, known as large skin trapping, yielded pelts that, though small, were worth over 100 yuan in that era. The yellow weasel, also known as the yellow skin or yellow leaf, possesses fur that shines brilliantly, with males being more valuable than females. In this era, a male yellow weasel can fetch over 40 yuan, while a female commands nearly 30. The squirrel, colloquially referred to as the gray dog, boasts fur known as gray skin, which is even more precious than that of the yellow weasel, with a price tag of around 60 yuan. However, these pursuits demand meticulous skill, and it is indeed a challenge for outsiders to master such knowledge. Aside from the pelts of these three animals, the only other means to profit from hunting lies in the extraction of bear bile. Although hunting lynxes can be lucrative, it is generally beyond the reach of most individuals. In this vicinity, few possess marksmanship that surpasses Zhao Yukai. Even Zhao Yukai, after an entire morning of waiting, managed to only wound a single lynx. While Zhao Jun's shot was accurate, much of the credit lies with Zhao Yukai, who skillfully maneuvered the lynx into such a predicament. Thus, for those seeking wealth through hunting, the focus inevitably turns to bears. Yet, lacking the funds to purchase firearms, their only option to hunt bears is through a rather unconventional method, the hunting of black bears in their dens. This approach is rather extreme and can only be executed in winter, as it is during this season that black bears hibernate. In the Northeast, this phenomenon is referred to as bears squatting in their dens. There are both tree dens and ground dens, the former being tree hollows and the latter being burrows. To hunt black bears in their dens, one must target the tree dens by placing 2 thick wooden sticks in a crisscross pattern at the entrance of the black bear's tree hollow. Subsequently, One can awaken the bear by striking the trunk of the tree. Awakened from its profound hibernation, the black bear's ire is understandably immense. They would burst forth from their dens and rend asunder those who disturbed their slumber. Yet, as the bear's head emerges from the hollow, it becomes ensnared by the stout wooden beams, leaving it unable to advance or retreat. At this juncture, an individual, ascending with a weighty axe, cleaves at the bear's head, delivering a fatal blow. It must be acknowledged that this is an endeavor fraught with peril. Success brings reward, but failure carries the ultimate cost. Nevertheless, driven by avarice or necessity, one is impelled to undertake such a precarious venture. Subsequent to his parting with the Li brothers, Zhao Jun was beset by a persistent unease during his return journey. Abruptly, he beckoned Li Baoyu, relinquishing the hemp rope from his shoulder, and instructed, "Brother, secure the dog and escort it home." "Elder brother, whither do you intend to go?" Zhao Jun replied, "I am going to assist them in hunting the bear." Whether by instinct or inclination, when encircled by hunters, regardless of the number of dogs surrounding them, the black bear invariably prioritizes humans as their primary target. Consequently, as the black bear and Li Erchen locked eyes within and without the hollow, a surge of murderous intent welled up within the beast. However, as the bear thrust its head outward, Li Dachun swiftly intervened, wedging the wooden beams to entrap the bear's head at the entrance of the hollow. Seasoned hunters recognize that the instant the bear is thus constrained presents the optimal opportunity to strike. For, in its initial state of bewilderment, a well-aimed blow from the axe can be delivered, followed by a second strike before the bear can fully regain its senses, thus affording two opportunities for attack. However, the elder of the Li brothers, Li Dachun, had previously participated in a raid on a black bear's cache with other mountaineers, granting him some experience. Consequently, Li Dachun was assigned the technical task of securing the wooden stakes below, while his brother, Li Ken, was tasked with the more direct labor of felling the bear. In Li Dachun's estimation, striking a bear required little skill, merely involving a forceful swing at its head. Yet, Li Dachun overlooked his brother's inexperience, as Li Ken had never confronted a bear before. Indeed, this was his first encounter with a living bear. The moment their eyes met, Li Ken was seized by trepidation, and the bear's roar sent a jolt through his body, causing his legs to tremble precariously. Fortunately, Li Dachun's shout jolted him back to reality, reminding him of his instructions. Li Ken swung the axe with all his might, aiming for the bear's head at the entrance of the hollow. However, overcome by fear at the critical moment, he instinctively closed his eyes. This momentary lapse caused the axe to miss its mark, glancing off the bear's face. Li Ken, still blinded by fear, saw nothing. Li Dachun, while steadying the wooden stakes, craned his neck to witness his brother's strike. He watched as the axe veered off course, striking the left side of the bear's face, shearing off the skin above its left eye and a portion of its ear. With a guttural bellow, the bleeding bear lurched forward, its shoulder bursting from the hollow's entrance, its head colliding forcefully with Li Erchen's face. The impact sent Li Ken sprawling backward, his nose gushing blood. It was this very collision that knocked down the two wooden poles that Minister Li had painstakingly pushed. Alarmed, Minister Li quickly abandoned the poles, stepping forward to grasp Li Erchen's arm, pulling him upright. At that moment, Li Ken, dazed and disoriented from the impact, bore a visage smeared with blood. B. He attempted to call out to his elder brother, but his entire body felt numb, rendering him incapable of exerting any strength. Upon witnessing Li Erchen's condition, Minister Li grew frantic and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap to his face. The force of the blow caused Li Erchen's nose to bleed profusely. "Ah, brother, you." Li Erchen's senses returned, one hand pressed against his cheek, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Minister Li. "Run, for heaven's sake." Minister Li had no time for idle chatter. Wielding a large axe in one hand and dragging Li Ken with the other, he fled. Having been knocked down by the black bear, Li Ken had long lost the axe he had been holding, but with a sudden tug from Minister Li, he stumbled forward, managing to regain his footing after a few unsteady steps. "Run," Minister Li urged, halting only when they reached the fire, pushing Li Ken ahead to continue his escape. Li Ken, still somewhat dazed, instinctively moved forward, gradually coming to his senses after a couple of strides. Meanwhile, Minister Li had begun to circle the fire, pursued relentlessly by the irate black bear. This bear, thoroughly agitated, had been rudely awakened from its slumber in a tree hollow, and to add insult to injury, had suffered a brutal axe strike that had nearly severed the left side of its face, How could it possibly endure such indignation? To understand the descent of the black bear from the tree, one must recognize that the posture remains consistent with its ascent, head directed upwards and tail pointed downwards, merely differing in direction. Just moments ago, the black bear leapt from its hollow, tumbling to the ground before swiftly regaining its footing and charging toward the two brothers. As the bear approached Minister Li, he leapt into action, wielding his axe with a fierce swing. Whether he struck the bear was of little concern. Instead, he pivoted and fled around the fire pit, axe in hand. This swing, indeed, did not inflict harm upon the bear, yet it successfully provoked its wrath, which erupted in a ferocious roar as it relentlessly pursued Minister Li. The bear's roar sent a jolt of fear through Li Ken, who found his legs trembling as he clutched the sturdy red pine, watching helplessly as the bear chased after his elder brother. Minister Li ran on, circling the fire pit with unwavering determination, completing 8 laps. Under normal circumstances, his stamina would allow him to run 8 more without fatigue. However, this time was different. A predatory bear was hot on his heels, making the endeavor both exhausting and anxiety-inducing. As he completed his 10th lap, he felt his strength waning, the bear closing in ominously. Desperately, Minister Li called out, "Air! Air!" After 2 shouts, he fell silent, as the cold northern wind rushed into his open mouth, forcing him to stifle a cough while he pressed on. Hearing his brother's call, Li Ken snapped back to reality, noticing the bear drawing ever closer to Minister Li. Summoning courage from deep within, he sprinted toward the fire pit, overcoming his fear. After sprinting a few steps, Li Ken suddenly realized that he was devoid of any weapon. Glancing around, he found that his axe was nowhere to be seen. All that met his gaze were 2 hefty wooden sticks leaning against the tree by the bear den. Li Ken rushed over, grasping a stick over 2 meters long, and charged towards the fire. Just then, Li Deshang approached from the left. Upon catching sight of his younger brother, tears nearly welled in his eyes. However, Li Deshang had no time for sentiment, continuing to sprint past Li Ken. As soon as Li Deshang passed, the black bear circled around the fire, prompting Li Ken to swing his stick with all his might. A sharp crack echoed as the stick splintered, prompting Li Ken to discard the broken piece and dash southward. The bear, having received a heavy blow, roared and pursued closely behind. Li Ken hastily reached the grand red pine, realizing that the bear was about to pounce. He swiftly turned and ran around the tree. The black bear skidded to a halt, propelled forward by its own momentum, and came to a sudden stop. The bear pivoted, having initially chased Li Ken from west to east, only to see him barreling back from east to west. Even the bear was momentarily taken aback. As Li Ken pressed forward, he sensed an obstruction ahead, a dark mass that enveloped the path in shadow. Raising his head, he was confronted by the bear. Mere half a meter apart, Li Ken attempted to halt, but his feet betrayed him, propelling him directly into the bear's embrace. Chapter 44. Slaying the black bear den. It was previously stated that to slay the black bear den was akin to placing one's head upon the waistband of one's trousers. This assertion holds no falsehood. Li Baoyu, possessing a bold spirit akin to that of a fearless calf, was nonetheless shaken to his core by a single bear's roar during the fateful battle at the Great Stone Cliff. The prospect of confronting the formidable black bear, a creature of immense strength, required an extraordinary measure of courage. To merely rely on 2 wooden sticks to fend off such a beast was a perilous gamble. A moment's miscalculation could spell disaster. He had heard countless tales of seasoned mountain dwellers who had lost their lives in encounters with the black bear. Thus, when Zhao Jun expressed his intent to assist Li Dachun and Li Ken in slaying the black bear, Li Baoyu deemed Zhao Jun utterly insane. "Brother, this is no trifling matter. I am fully aware of the risks." Zhao Jun, undeterred, prepared to venture into the mountains, prompting Li Baoyu to urgently interject, "Brother, I shall accompany you." To which Zhao Jun replied, "You must return with the dog. Do not follow me." He then added, "I shall not engage. I merely wish to observe the spectacle." Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu felt a sense of relief, yet curiosity stirred within him, compelling him to join Zhao Jun in witnessing the event, for he had never seen a bear hunt and was eager to behold it. As brothers, Zhao Jun was acutely aware of Li Baoyu's thoughts and quickly urged him, "Hurry and take the dog back. If it rushes forward, it may be harmed." Li Baoyu could not suppress his grumbling about being denied the chance to witness the excitement. After much persuasion, Zhao Jun finally succeeded in convincing Li Baoyu to retreat. As Li Baoyu departed, leading 3 dogs, Zhao Jun followed the footprints left by Li Deshang and Li Ken into the mountains. He was acutely aware of the peril that lay in confronting the black bear, yet he felt compelled to assist the Li brothers. Indeed, it was a matter of assistance. In Zhao Jun's recollections, it was during this ill-fated encounter with the black bear that Li Ken had suffered grievous injuries, his left cheek marred beyond recognition. Why then would Zhao Jun extend his help to Li Ken? The reason was simple, a debt of gratitude from a past life. In his previous existence, Zhao Jun had found himself in a state of destitution, a plight of his own making. In contrast, Li Urchin's downfall stemmed from the devastation wrought by the black bear, which had robbed him of his looks and rendered him unmarriageable. In Zhao Jun's most desperate moments, he and Li Ken had toiled together on a construction site, hauling bricks. When Zhao Jun yearned to return to his hometown, it was Li Ken who had lent him the fare, a meager sum of 500. Yet, that amount had remained unpaid until Zhao Jun's rebirth, not out of malice, but due to genuine financial hardship. The trials of poverty had left him with little choice. Since his reincarnation, Zhao Jun felt an inexplicable sense of severance from his past life, as though all ties had been irrevocably cut. However, one must repay kindness. With determination, he felled a small tree beside the path, stripped its bark, and sheathed his blade, ascending the mountain with purpose. Before him stood a grand poplar, thick enough for 3 men to encircle, and about 1.5 meters above the ground, a sizable hollow gate, its entrance adorned with white frost. The presence of frost indicated that something within was consistently breathing. Beneath the great poplar, within a 10-meter radius, 2 figures were engaged in restless activity. Li Dachin wielded a great axe, clearing the desiccated branches and vines that surrounded the towering poplar. Li Ken picked up some withered twigs from the sides and, approximately 15 meters to the south of the poplar, gathered them into a pile and set them ablaze. Li Dachin stomped back and forth, compacting the path between the poplar and the fire. Meanwhile, Li Ken selected a grand red pine to the south of the blaze, diligently sweeping away the dead branches and vines surrounding it, while also trampling the snow beneath. Subsequently, the brothers worked together to flatten the snow between the fire and the red pine. This was a crucial preparatory task before confronting the elusive black bear. Given the perilous nature of their impending actions, it was imperative to establish an escape route. Although the black bear is not particularly swift, its speed is relative. It may lag behind dogs or wild boars, yet when compared to humans, it is decidedly quicker. If one were to run straight away, it would not be long before the bear caught up, and should it sit upon an unfortunate soul, there would be no recourse, a most dire predicament. Thus, the plan was to run in circles. If the bear pursued one individual, that person could circle the fire, allowing the other to strike in the bear's distraction. As the bear shifted its focus, the second individual could then maneuver around the red pine, creating a cycle of mutual support and diversion. In such a scenario, thoughts of slaying the bear must be abandoned. Survival would be the paramount objective. One need only recall the considerable effort expended by Qin Chang and his 3 brothers-in-law to escape the clutches of a black bear on that fateful day. The 2 brothers had completed all their preparations. Minister Li leaned 2 sturdy tree branches, each over 2 meters long and as thick as a rice bowl, against the sides of a towering poplar. Standing at a height of 182 centimeters, Li Ken positioned himself before the tree hole, gripping a large axe with great anticipation. At that moment, Minister Li pulled out a shorter, thicker wooden stick from the side and began to strike the poplar. This knocking continued for over 10 minutes, proving to be quite a laborious task. Unlike their usual slumber, which is easily disturbed by the slightest noise, bears enter a profound hibernation that renders them deeply asleep. The longer they hibernate, the more profound their slumber becomes. Furthermore, bears possess an inherent reluctance to move. It is a known behavior that any bear startled from its winter den will hastily retreat to higher ground. Imagine, after sleeping in the tree hollow for over a month, the warmth of the den enveloping it, the bear would now face the harshness of the outside world, not only chilled but also with an empty stomach. Despite being a wild creature, it too despises the pangs of hunger and the chill of the elements. However, after what seemed like an eternity of knocking, the bear within could no longer resist. It opened its eyes, extended its front paws to grasp the inner wall of the tree hollow, and pulled itself upright. As it climbed a couple of times, the bear's head emerged from the opening. Outside the tree hollow, Li Ken locked eyes with the bear, his heart racing. And he exclaimed, "Brother, it's coming out." Minister Li discarded the short stick and steadied himself against the 2 sturdy branches, crossing them as he leaned towards the opening. Just then, The bear, having peeked out of the hollow, grasped the entrance with its front paws, its head now fully visible. At that moment, Minister Li positioned the two wooden sticks to form a diagonal cross, forcefully pushing the bear's head upward, wedging it firmly at the entrance of the tree hollow. The black bear roared in furious protest, thrashing its head in desperation. With all his strength, Minister Li pushed against the wooden stick, bellowing, "Second brother, chop it!" Li Ken let out a strange cry, swinging the large axe downward with great force. Chapter 45. Diving into the embrace of the black bear. Whether it is by nature or some other reason, the black bear, when besieged, seems to prioritize humans as its primary target, regardless of the number of dogs surrounding it. Now, as the black bear and Li Ken locked eyes, a murderous intent surged from the depths of its being. Just as the bear poked its head out, Minister Li swiftly pushed the wooden stick, trapping the bear's head at the entrance of the hollow. An experienced hunter would know that the moment the bear is ensnared is the optimal time to strike. In that fleeting moment of confusion, the bear is caught off guard, presenting an opportunity for a decisive blow. Should it regain its senses, another strike could follow, allowing for two chances to attack. However, the Li brothers had their own dynamics. Older brother Li Dachun had previously hunted black bears alongside other mountain men, thus possessing some degree of experience. Consequently, he undertook the task of maneuvering the wooden stick while assigning the task of striking the bear to his younger brother, Li Ken. Li Dachun believed that dispatching a black bear required little finesse, simply a mighty swing aimed at its head. Yet, he had overlooked the fact that his brother had never faced a living black bear before. In truth, this was the first time Li Ken had encountered a bear of such stature. The instant his gaze locked with the black bear, Li Erchin was overcome with trepidation. When the bear roared, Li Erchin felt an electric shock course through his body, his legs trembling precariously. Fortunately, Li Dachun's shout jolted him back to reality, reminding him of the task at hand. He swung his axe with a surge of determination, aiming for the bear's head at the entrance of the den. However, a moment of fear caused him to instinctively shut his eyes, resulting in the axe missing its mark. Li Dachun, supporting the tree trunks, watched as his brother's axe struck the bear's left face at an angle, tearing away the skin above its left eye socket and its left ear. With a guttural roar, the bleeding bear shook its head, its shoulder bursting from the den, and its head colliding forcefully with Li Erchin's face. The impact sent Li Erchin sprawling backward, his nose gushing blood. The collision also dislodged the two wooden poles that Li Dachun had been painstakingly pushing. Alarmed, Li Dachun abandoned the poles and rushed forward, grabbing Li Erchin's arm and pulling him to his feet. Li Erchin was disoriented and covered in blood. He tried to call out to his brother, but his body was numb and unresponsive. Seeing his brother's condition, Li Dachun grew frantic and slapped Li Erchin across the face. With a resounding slap, Li Erchin's nose gushed blood even more profusely. Brother, you. Li Ken regained his composure, one hand clutching his cheek, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Li Dashang. Let's get the hell out of here. Li Dashang had no time for idle chatter. With one hand gripping the great axe, and the other pulling Li Ken along, he fled. Having been knocked down by the black bear moments earlier, Li Ken had long lost his axe, and as Li Dashang yanked him forward, he stumbled for a moment before gradually finding his footing. Run! Upon reaching the fire pit, Li Dashang halted, giving Li Ken a push to continue forward. Still dazed, Li Ken instinctively ran ahead, only regaining his senses after a couple of paces. Meanwhile, Li Dashang had begun to circle the fire pit, a black bear relentlessly pursuing him from behind. The bear was truly agitated. It had been soundly sleeping in its den when awakened by the commotion. To make matters worse, it had received a brutal blow from an axe, leaving the left side of its face severely wounded. How could it possibly endure such an affront? It is known that a bear descends from a tree in the same manner it ascends, head first, yet just moments ago. This bear had leapt from its den and rolled onto the ground before quickly rising to chase the two brothers. As the bear closed in on Li Dashang, he leapt and swung his axe. Regardless of whether he struck the bear, he pivoted and dashed around the fire pit, axe in hand. The strike of the axe indeed failed to injure the black bear, yet it successfully provoked its wrath. With a furious roar, the bear relentlessly pursued Li Dashang. The fearsome sound sent a shiver down the spine of Li Ken, who, trembling, clung to a towering red pine, his eyes wide with terror as he witnessed the bear chasing after his elder brother. Li Dashang, consumed by panic, took flight, running in frantic circles around the campfire, completing 8 laps in total. Under normal circumstances, with Li Dashang's stamina, Such exertion would hardly faze him. Yet, the situation was far from ordinary. A ferocious bear was hot on his heels, turning his flight into a strenuous and nerve-wracking endeavor. By the time Li Deshang reached the 10th lap, he was utterly spent, acutely aware of the bear closing in on him. In a moment of desperation, he bellowed, "Air! Air!" However, after just 2 cries, he fell silent. As the biting northern wind rushed into his mouth, forcing him to stifle a cough as he continued to run. Upon hearing his brother's call, Li Ken snapped back to reality. Observing the black bear drawing nearer to his elder brother, he suddenly conquered his own trepidation and dashed toward the fire. After a few hurried steps, he realized he was unarmed. Glancing around, he discovered his trusty axe was nowhere to be found. Instead, he spotted 2 large wooden sticks leaning against a tree near the bear's den. Without hesitation, he sprinted over, grasping a stick that exceeded 2 meters in length, and raced toward the fire. Just then, Li Deshang rounded the corner to his left, casting a glance at his younger brother that nearly brought him to tears. However, there was no time for sentiment. Li Deshang pressed on, continuing to run past Li Ken. As Li Ken had just passed, the black bear circled around the campfire and approached. Li Ken swung a stick with all his might. Crack! The sharp sound echoed as the branch snapped in 2. He discarded the broken half to the side and turned, sprinting southward. The black bear, having endured a heavy blow, let out a roar and pursued closely behind. Li Ken quickly reached the towering red pine, but the bear was on the verge of pouncing upon him. He swiftly maneuvered around the tree to evade capture. The bear skidded to a halt, propelled by inertia, landing a half-meter away before regaining its composure. It pivoted around, having previously chased Li Ken from west to east, only to find him barreling towards it from east to west. Even the bear was momentarily taken aback. As Li Ken continued to run headlong, he sensed an obstruction ahead, an ominous darkness that obscured his vision. He glanced up and discovered the bear was now directly before him, mere half a meter apart. Wanting to halt, he found himself unable to stop his momentum, crashing directly into the bear's embrace. Momentarily stunned, the bear reacted instinctively, grasping Li Ken's padded coat with its paw and effortlessly lifting the 150-pound man. The bear then hurled him to the ground, advancing a couple of steps before straddling Li Ken's waist with its massive weight of over 300 pounds, eliciting a pained cry from him. Immediately, Li Ken began to struggle. Lion! The anguished cries of Li Ken echoed through the mountains. At that moment, Li Deshang rushed forward, disregarding his own safety, wielding a mighty axe aimed at the black bear. However, this time, every movement he made was keenly observed by the bear. The creature released its grip, reared back, and with a swift motion of its left paw, struck Li Deshang's shoulder with tremendous force. Li Deshang, along with his axe, was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, while the axe tumbled away to the side. The black bear paid no heed to Li Deshang and turned its attention towards the right arm of Li Ken, which was still flailing in desperation. This behavior was characteristic of the bear. Why do people say that when one encounters a black bear in the wild and cannot escape, one should lie down and feign death? It is because when a bear attacks, it does not bite while perched atop its victim. Rather, it sits upon them. If a person finds themselves trapped beneath the bear, the creature will bite wherever it can reach. Should one lie still, there is a chance the bear will take a few bites and then depart, sparing the individual from severe injury or death. However, if one struggles, the bear, fearing for its own safety, may deliver a fatal bite. These were lessons that Li Deshang had imparted to his brother before this encounter. Yet, as the bear bore down upon him, all that remained in Li Urchin's mind was sheer terror, leaving no room for such thoughts. His left arm immobilized, he still exerted every effort to swing his right fist at the bear. Air! Li Deshang struggled to rise from the snow, intent on retrieving the axe to save Li Ken. They were brothers, born of the same mother, and thus, no matter how perilous the situation, Li Deshang would never abandon his brother. Just as he managed to push himself up, he noticed a figure darting past him. "Ah!" Li Deshang exclaimed in astonishment, believing he must be seeing things. However, upon closer inspection, he indeed witnessed a figure wielding a large axe, striking at the back of a black bear's head. This individual was Zhao Jun, who had arrived some time ago but had remained on the slope, observing the 2 brothers as they engaged with the black bear. He refrained from descending, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings with the Li brothers. Earlier, Li Deshang had invited him to join in the hunt for the bear. Clearly eyeing the 3 dogs belonging to the Zhao and Li families, thinking that should danger arise, the dogs could assist in dragging the bear. Yet Zhao Jun understood that without firearms, taking down the bear was nearly impossible, unless it could be struck down the moment it emerged. Once the bear was on the ground, no number of dogs would be of any use. Unlike humans, who instinctively retreat and flee upon encountering a bear, dogs would act differently, particularly when their owner was present. They would willingly sacrifice themselves to protect their master. Zhao Jun had no desire to involve the dogs in this perilous situation, but was determined to save Li Deshang. He believed that with his experience, as long as Li Deshang and Li Ken did not falter, the three of them could emerge unscathed. Aware of the futility in attempting to slay the bear, and with this venture solely aimed at rescue, Zhao Jun chose not to reveal himself prematurely, fearing that the Li brothers might overthink the situation. After all, only Zhao Jun was a reincarnated being, the Li brothers were not. Zhao Jun knew that the black bear would not descend, but Li Deshang and Li Ken were unaware of this. Had he revealed himself earlier, they would certainly have speculated. When he was invited, he didn't bring the dogs. Yet now he comes alone, presumably to share in the spoils of the bear's gallbladder. Zhao Jun found no inclination to explain, thus he remained atop the slope, poised with his weapon, waiting to extend his assistance to the Li brothers. Observing the initial preparations of the Li brothers, one must concede that they were rather meticulous. However, the moment Li Ken tremulously stood before the towering poplar tree, the Zhao army sensed impending doom. To permit an inexperienced youth to wield a hefty axe against a black bear, especially in a frontal assault, was a notion only Li Deshang could conceive. This was indeed a test of Li Urchin's mental fortitude, for had he been a novice, the mere roar of the bear might have sent him scurrying, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. As anticipated, Li Ken faltered. When the black bear erupted from its arboreal refuge, Zhao Jun brandished his machete and charged forward. Yet, to his astonishment, Li Ken plunged headlong into the bear's embrace. By the time Zhao Jun arrived, he witnessed the unfortunate spectacle of Li Deshang being flung aside by the bear, with the axe landing perilously close to Zhao Jun's feet. Assessing the machete in his grasp, he resolutely discarded it for the axe, raising it high as he advanced towards the bear. In that fateful moment, as the axe descended, the bear lowered its head to bite at Li Urchin's face. In a previous life, such a bite had marred Li Hen's visage, leaving him without a bride throughout his days. Zhao Jun's strike, initially aimed at the bear's nape, instead struck the creature's back as it bowed. The bear let out a thunderous roar, pivoting away from Li Ken in fury and lunging towards Zhao Jun bloodstream at this moment. Zhao Jun had already exerted all his strength, desperately sprinting. Ministerly, as Zhao Jun continued to run, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he could no longer contain his cries. At that juncture, assistance was desperately needed. Yet, despite his outcry, no one came to his aid. After completing another lap, he still saw no one approaching to help him. As he rounded a tree and instinctively scanned his surroundings, he was met with a disheartening sight. The Li brothers were leaning on each other, limping away into the distance. "Curse you both!" Zhao Jun couldn't help but shout, but before he could utter a second curse, he pressed on, for the black bear was closing in once more. Not far away, Li Ken heard Zhao Jun's exclamations and could not refrain from asking ministerly, "Brother, shall we not go to his rescue? We can no longer concern ourselves with him. Let us hasten." Ministerly replied without glancing back. Upon hearing this, Li Ken ceased to speak further and climbed the southern slope alongside his brother. Ironically, just moments prior, Zhao Jun had rushed down this very slope to save them. At that instant, the black bear quickened its pace, its claw aimed directly at Zhao Jun's back. In the split second that the bear's paw descended upon him, Zhao Jun, caught between life and death, unleashed the latent potential within him and leaped forward with all his might. The bear's strike missed, yet its razor-sharp claws tore through Zhao Jun's cotton coat, sending a plume of cotton fluff into the air. Chapter 46. The human heart. Li Ken found himself ensnared in the embrace of the black bear, leaving the creature momentarily bewildered. As for Li Ken, he was propelled backward by the force of the impact. The bear swiftly grasped the cotton coat on Li Urchin's chest, yanking him backward and effortlessly lifting the 150-pound man into the air. The bear hurled him to the ground, advanced a couple of paces, and straddled Li Urchin's waist, its weight causing Li Urchin to cry out in agony. Immediately, Li Urchin began to writhe. At this moment, supine, he could see the bear's ferocious countenance and instinctively punched at its flank. However, the bear lowered its head and bit into Li Urchin's left arm, the bite piercing through his padded jacket and into his flesh. Li Erchen's anguished screams echoed through the mountains. At that moment, Li Dachun rushed forward, disregarding his own safety, and swung his great axe at the bear. This time, however, his every move was anticipated by the bear. It released its hold, reared back, and with a sweep of its left paw, struck Li Dachun's shoulder. Li Dachun, along with his axe, was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, the axe landing some distance away. Ignoring Li Dachun, the bear once again lowered its head to bite at Li Erchen's flailing right arm. This is one of the bear's habits. Why do some say that if you encounter a bear in the forest and cannot escape, you should lie on the ground and feign death? Because when a bear bites, it does not lie on top of its victim, but sits upon them. If a person is pinned beneath a bear, the bear will bite at any part of the body that moves. If you lie still, it may bite a couple of times and then leave, preventing serious injury or death. But if you struggle, the bear, fearing injury, will attack with lethal force. Li Dachun had indeed told him these things before they came, but when the bear sat on him, Li Erchen was overcome with terror and could not remember any of it. At this moment, his left arm lay immobile, yet he persisted in swinging his right fist to strike the black bear. Li Dachun struggled to rise from the snow, determined to retrieve the great axe to save his brother, Li Erchen. They were siblings, sharing the same mother, and thus, no matter the peril, Li Dachun could not abandon Li Erchen to his fate. Just as Li Dachun managed to prop himself up, he noticed a figure darting past him. "Ah!" he exclaimed in surprise, momentarily doubting his own vision. But upon closer inspection, he indeed saw someone wielding a great axe, aiming a strike at the black bear's nape. This individual was Zhao Jun, who had been present for some time, yet had remained on the slope, observing the brothers as they battled the formidable beast. His intent was to avoid any misunderstanding from the Li brothers. Previously, Li Dachun had invited him and Li Baoyu to join in the hunt for the black bear, undoubtedly hoping to leverage the 3 dogs belonging to the Zhao and Li families, thinking that should danger arise, the dogs could aid in restraining the bear. However, Zhao Jun understood that without firearms, defeating the black bear was nearly impossible unless it could be struck down the moment it emerged from its den. Otherwise, once the bear was on solid ground, even the fiercest pack of dogs would prove ineffective. Unlike humans, who instinctively retreat in the face of danger, dogs, particularly when their master is nearby, would willingly sacrifice themselves to protect their owner. Zhao Jun was reluctant to put the dogs at risk, yet he felt compelled to save Li Erchen, prompting him to intervene personally. He believed that with his experience, as long as Li Dachun and Li Erchen did not act recklessly, the 3 of them could emerge unscathed. Aware that confronting the black bear was futile and that his purpose was solely to rescue, Zhao Jun chose not to reveal himself prematurely, fearing that the Li brothers might overthink the situation. After all, only Zhao Jun is the reincarnator, the Li brothers are not. Zhao Jun is aware that this black bear cannot descend, yet Li Dachun and Li Erchen remain oblivious. Should Zhao Jun reveal himself prematurely, they would undoubtedly speculate. "When we invited you earlier, you did not bring your dog. Now you arrive alone, presumably seeking to share in the spoils of bear gallbladder." Zhao Jun, disinclined to elucidate, merely clutched his axe and stood upon the slope, awaiting the opportune moment to assist the Li brothers. Observing their initial preparations, he noted their commendable steadiness. However, when Li Erchen trembled before the towering poplar tree, Zhao Jun knew it was doomed. To permit a novice to wield a large axe against a black bear's head, striking directly, was a folly only Li Dachun could conceive. It was fortunate for Li Erchen that he possessed some measure of mental fortitude. Otherwise, a neophyte might well have been so frightened by the bear's roar as to lose control. Indeed, Li Erchen faltered, witnessing the black bear spring forth from its lair. Zhao Jun hastened down the slope. To his astonishment, Li Erchen plunged headfirst into the bear's embrace. By the time Zhao Jun arrived, he found Li Dachun hurled aside by the bear, with the axe landing not far from him. Zhao Jun glanced at the knife in his hand, decisively discarding it in favor of the axe, and raised it to strike the bear. As he swung down, the bear lowered its head, aiming for Li Erchen's face. In Zhao Jun's previous life, this very bite had marred Li Erchen's visage, leaving him without a bride for eternity. Zhao Jun's blow, originally aimed at the back of the bear's head, instead struck its back as the beast bowed. With a roar, the bear twisted away from Li Erchen, furiously lunging at Zhao Jun. Behind it, blood cascaded down its spine. A gruesome gash, a foot long, stood vertically on its back, the flesh peeled back, revealing the bone. Zhao Jun, wielding his great axe, took flight, circling the crimson pine with the bear in pursuit. Grievously wounded, the bear's speed was undiminished, rather fueled by rage. It outpaced its earlier pursuit of the Li brothers, a mere 4 circuits, and the bear was closing in on Zhao Jun, who, exerting every ounce of strength, ran with desperate haste. "Li Dachin!" Zhao Jun cried out, his voice strained, for assistance was now imperative. Yet, his plea went unanswered. Another lap, and still, no one came to his aid. As he rounded the tree, his gaze swept left and right, only to behold the Li brothers, hobbling away, supporting each other. "Damn you both!" Zhao Jun roared in exasperation, but before he could utter another word, he was forced to resume his flight, for the bear was upon him once more. Not far off, Li Erchin, hearing Zhao Jun's imprecations, inquired of Li Dachin, "Brother, shall we not aid him? We cannot afford to." "Hasten," Li Dachin retorted, without turning back. Hearing this, Li Erchin said no more, and together they ascended the southern slope. Ironically, it was from this very slope that Zhao Jun had charged, mere minutes ago, to rescue the brothers. At that moment, the bear accelerated, its claws aimed at Zhao Jun's heart. Just as the paw was about to strike, Zhao Jun, in a surge of adrenaline, tapped into his latent potential, lunging forward with explosive force. The claw fell short, yet the sharp paw of the bear tore through Zhao Jun's cotton-padded coat, extracting a wisp of cotton fluff. In that life-and-death moment, an inner strength surged forth, allowing Zhao Jun to narrowly escape disaster. He hastily maneuvered around a tree, momentarily evading the black bear. At that moment, amidst the bitter cold of winter, he was drenched in a cold sweat beneath his thick coat. Zhao Jun ran desperately, but as that surge of energy gradually dissipated, exhaustion began to weigh heavily upon him. Fear gripped Zhao Jun. Since his rebirth, he had been brimming with confidence, assured by his 2 decades of hunting experience in his past life, believing he could evade any peril that came his way during a hunt. Yet, at this instant, his heart was filled with an overwhelming dread of death. The black bear was closing in relentlessly. Zhao Jun gritted his teeth. With each step the bear took closer, it felt as if death was drawing nearer. No one could save him. He continued to sprint forward, but his strength was waning as he raced against the bear. Ahead lay a turn, and with a sudden burst of remaining energy, he veered sharply to the left. Once he turned, he abruptly halted, taking a deep breath, and then swiftly spun around, wielding his axe with both hands in a powerful swing. Just as the bear rounded the tree, it was met with the axe coming down upon it. The blow landed heavily on its head, causing the bear to stumble and sway in place. Zhao Jun's heart soared with exhilaration. The bear's vitality was remarkably resilient. Though the axe was exceedingly sharp, slaying the bear required a direct strike to its face. Given Zhao Jun's earlier predicament, delivering such a blow was nearly impossible. His swing was driven by desperation and a fierce struggle against defeat. In a desperate gamble, instead of cleaving the bear, the axe struck its head, rendering it momentarily unconscious. Though the initial blow did not injure the bear, it deprived it of mobility. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Jun brought the axe down, this time striking between the bear's eyes. The bear shuddered, its eyes gleaming menacingly. In that instant, Zhao Jun delivered another blow. The bear's throat convulsed, but it could not utter a final roar of defiance. Its eyes rolled back, and it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Zhao Jun stepped forward and hacked at the bear with the axe. With the second blow, the bear's head lolled forward, severed from its neck, and a spurt of blood erupted. On the white snow, it resembled blooming plum blossoms. Exhausting his remaining strength, Zhao Jun hurled the axe onto the bear's body. He collapsed to the ground, as though drained of all vitality, gasping for breath. After a long while, feeling the chill, Zhao Jun rose from the snow, brushing it off his cotton trousers and coat. He unbuttoned his cotton-padded jacket, revealing a vest underneath, typical attire for impoverished mountain folk. Zhao Jun tore off a large piece of the vest's front panel. Then, he used the axe to split open the bear's chest, extracting the gallbladder, which he wrapped in the vest cloth and tucked into his bosom. After securing the gallbladder, Zhao Jun surveyed the area, retrieving his hunting knife. After removing the wooden shaft, he secured the knife at the small of his back. Then, he picked up Li Erchin's axe, and with an axe in each hand, he slowly trudged up the slope. In reality, only 20-odd minutes had elapsed from the moment Zhao Jun intervened to save Li Erchin until now. At that moment, atop the hillside, brothers Li Dashang and Li Ken leaned against a tree, indulging in their cigarettes. Yet, despite the act of smoking, their attention was not on the tobacco. Both men held their cigarettes in hand, their gazes fixed ahead. "Brother," Li Ken inquired, "are we truly not going to rescue the Zhao army?" Li Dashang, upon hearing this, remained silent, closing his eyes for a moment before finally responding. It is futile. Li Hin opened his mouth, pondering for a while, then stammered, then. How do we explain our return to the Zhao family? Sighing heavily, Li Desheng was about to speak when he suddenly froze in place. Brother? Li Hin glanced at Li Desheng with suspicion, following his gaze. Ah, Li Hin exclaimed in shock, staring intently ahead. There, a figure approached, wielding 2 large axes. The front of his cotton coat stained with blood, making his way along the snowy path. Zhao! Zhao! Li Hin was so frightened that he stuttered, unable to articulate further. Zhao army. Li Desheng's eyes fell to the ground, where he noticed a series of footprints left by the Zhao army in the snow, which eased his anxiety. Casting aside his cigarette, Li Desheng hurried towards the Zhao soldiers. Zhao army. The soldier brushed past Li Desheng. Addressing Li Hin in a nonchalant tone, the black bear is down below, he is yours now. Having delivered his words, he turned his back and continued on his way. The Li brothers stood in stunned silence, watching the retreating figure of the Zhao soldier. As he walked away, the soldier wiped the blood from his face with handfuls of snow just before exiting the mountainside. The blood-staining Zhao Jun's attire was that of a black bear, splattered on his face as he cleaved the creature with his axe. Fearing that he would frighten Wang Milan upon returning home with a visage so gruesome, Zhao Jun entered the village. Upon seeing him wielding 2 hefty axes, with his cotton-padded coat smeared in blood, the villagers were incessantly inquisitive. Yet, Zhao Jun merely grunted in response, withholding the details of his endeavors. Upon stepping through the threshold of his home, he found Jin Xiaomei and Li Baoyu seated on the calm, engaged in conversation with Wang Milan. As soon as Wang Milan caught sight of Zhao Jun's return, she sprang up, her eyes widening with alarm at the blood-soaked coat he wore, causing her tears to flow freely. Oh my heavens! Zhao Jun swiftly approached and embraced Wang Milan, chuckling as he sought to reassure her. Why are you crying? Your son is perfectly fine. At that moment, Jin Xiaomei and Li Baoyu also drew near. Observing the blood on Zhao Jun's coat, Jin Xiaomei furrowed her brow and inquired, Jun, have you also gotten your hands dirty? Indeed, Zhao Jun replied, guiding Wang Milan to sit beside the calm. He casually unfastened his coat and retrieved the bare gallbladder from his bosom, placing it upon the table. With a grin, he addressed Wang Milan. Look at what your son has brought back for you. Wang Milan, taken aback, could only stare in astonishment. Weren't you supposed to assist in slaying the black bear with the Li brothers? How is it that you have returned with a bare gallbladder? Even if you helped, it wouldn't warrant such a prize. Son, Wang Milan hesitated to reach for the gallbladder, instead questioning Zhao Jun. Baoyu mentioned you went to help the Li brothers with the black bear. Is this gallbladder from that bear? Yes, Zhao Jun affirmed. But how did you manage to bring back the gallbladder? Wang Milan pressed urgently. Wealth undoubtedly holds great value, yet in Wang Milan's heart, rules are rules. And virtue is virtue. Zhao Jun chuckled, saying, those 2 brothers ran off after killing half. I merely reaped the benefits. Just as Wang Milan was about to inquire further, Zhao Yukai returned from work, stepping into the room and exclaiming, where did those 2 axes in the outer room come from? Wang Milan was taken aback by his words. Zhao Jun rose to respond, I brought them back. Where did you acquire them? Zhao Yotsai's question barely left his lips when he suddenly noticed the bare gallbladder on the table. He glanced at Zhao Jun and then at Li Baoyu, raising his voice to question, did you 2 steal guns again? No, they both protested. Then, from whence comes this bare gallbladder? Zhao Jun recounted the day's events, omitting the part about the Li brothers' escape. When he reached this juncture, his account mirrored what he had previously told Wang Milan, merely stating that the Li brothers had killed half, and he had seized the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yukai turned to leave, muttering curses as he went, bastards. I'm going to find them. Chapter 47. Counterattack in a moment of life and death, an inner strength surged forth, allowing Zhao Jun to narrowly escape calamity. He swiftly maneuvered around a tree, temporarily evading the black bear. At that moment, amidst the biting winter chill, a cold sweat formed beneath his thick cotton coat. Zhao Jun ran with all his might, but as that surge of vitality gradually dissipated, exhaustion began to weigh heavily upon him. Zhao Jun was gripped by fear. Since his rebirth, he had always exuded confidence, believing that his 2 decades of hunting experience from his previous life would enable him to escape any peril encountered in the wild. Yet, at this moment, Zhao Jun's heart was engulfed by an overwhelming fear of death. The black bear drew ever closer. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Jun realized that each step the bear took brought the specter of mortality nearer. No one could save him. He continued to run forward. But with each stride in this desperate race against the bear, his strength began to wane. Ahead lay a bend in the path, mustering his final reserves. He veered sharply to the left. Upon making the turn, he abruptly halted, taking a deep breath before pivoting fiercely, brandishing his axe behind him. The bear, having circled the tree, was met with a sudden and forceful blow. The axe struck heavily upon its head. The bear staggered, momentarily disoriented. Zhao Jun's heart surged with elation. The bear's vitality was remarkably tenacious. Though the axe was exceptionally sharp, slaying the bear would require a direct strike to its face. Given Zhao Jun's earlier condition, achieving such a precise blow seemed impossible. His swing was a desperate gamble, a final act of resistance. While it failed to deliver a fatal blow, it did render the bear momentarily incapacitated. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Zhao Jun raised his axe once more, this time aiming squarely between the bear's eyes. The bear's body quivered, its gaze filled with menace. In that instant, Zhao Jun swung again. The bear's throat convulsed, yet it failed to utter its final, indignant roar. Its eyes rolled back, and it collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. Zhao Jun advanced, cleaving with his axe. With the second strike, the bear's head lolled forward, severed from its neck, and a torrent of blood gushed forth, resembling blossoming plum flowers against the white snow. Exhausting his remaining strength, Zhao Jun flung the axe onto the bear's carcass. He slumped to the ground, depleted, gasping for breath. After a considerable pause, feeling the chill, he rose from the snow, brushing it from his padded trousers and coat. Unbuttoning his cotton-padded jacket, revealing only a vest beneath, a testament to the mountain folk's poverty, Zhao Jun tore a large piece from the vest's front. He then used the axe to split open the bear's chest, extracted the gallbladder, wrapped it in the cloth, and tucked it into his bosom. Having secured the bear's gall, Zhao Jun scanned the vicinity, retrieved his hunting knife, and after twisting off the wooden handle, sheathed it at the small of his back. Subsequently, he picked up Li Erchen's axe, and gripping both axes, he slowly trudged up the slope. In reality, only 20-odd minutes had elapsed from Zhao Jun's intervention to save Li Erchen to the present moment. Meanwhile, atop the hill, the brothers Li Dachen and Li Erchen leaned against a tree, smoking. Though they held cigarettes, their focus was elsewhere, their eyes fixed intently on the scene unfolding below. "Brother," Li Erchen began, "are we truly not going to rescue Zhao Jun?" Li Dachen remained silent, his eyes closed. After a long pause, he finally replied, "We can't save him." Li Erchen opened his mouth, pondering for quite some time before finally uttering, "How shall we explain this to the Zhao family upon our return?" Sighing heavily, Minister Li was about to speak when he suddenly froze in place. "Elder brother?" Li Erchen glanced suspiciously at Minister Li, following his gaze. "Ah," he exclaimed in shock. Staring intently ahead, there stood a figure wielding 2 large axes, his padded coat splattered with blood, trudging along the snowy path. "Zhao, Zhao," Li Erchen stammered in terror, unable to articulate his thoughts. "Zhao Jun." Minister Li's gaze fell to the ground, and upon noticing the footprints left by Zhao Jun in the snow, he finally felt a sense of relief. Tossing aside the cigarette butt, Minister Li hurried to meet Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun pushed Minister Li aside with a casual gesture, walking directly in front of Li Erchen, and calmly remarked, "The black bear is down below. It's for you." With that, he turned and walked away without a glance back. The Li brothers stood in silence, watching Zhao Jun's retreating figure for a long while. Zhao Jun, still gripping the 2 axes, exited the mountains. Just before leaving, he scooped up 2 handfuls of snow to wipe the blood from his face. The blood was that of the black bear, splattered upon him when he struck the creature with his axe. He feared returning home with a bloodied visage would frighten Wang Milan. As Zhao Jun entered the village, the sight of him carrying 2 axes, his coat stained with blood, prompted numerous inquiries from the villagers. Yet, to each question, Zhao Jun merely grunted in response, offering no explanation of his whereabouts. As soon as he entered the house, he spotted Jin Xiaomei and Li Baoyu seated on the kong, conversing with Wang Milan. Upon seeing Zhao Jun return, Wang Milan sprang up from her seat, her eyes widening in shock at the bloodstains on his cotton-padded coat, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Oh my goodness." Zhao Jun quickly approached and embraced Wang Milan, smiling as he reassured his mother, "Why are you crying? Your son is perfectly fine." At that moment, Jin Xiaomei and Li Baoyu gathered around. Jin Xiaomei, noticing the blood on Zhao Jun's coat, furrowed her brow and inquired, "Jun, have you also gotten involved?" "Yes," Zhao Jun replied, helping Wang Milan to sit beside the kong. He casually unfastened his coat and retrieved a bare gallbladder from within, placing it on the table. With a grin, he said to Wang Milan, "Look at what your son has brought back." Wang Milan was momentarily speechless, as the three of them were taken aback. Weren't they supposed to be assisting in the hunt for the black bear? Why had he returned with a bare gallbladder? Even if they had contributed, it hardly warranted such a significant prize. "Son," Wang Milan hesitated to reach for the gallbladder and instead asked Zhao Jun, "Bao, you mentioned that you helped the Li brothers hunt the black bear. Is this gallbladder from that bear?" "Indeed," Zhao Jun confirmed. "But how did you manage to bring back the gallbladder?" Wang Milan asked anxiously. While money was indeed a valuable commodity, Wang Milan held steadfast to her beliefs regarding propriety and virtue. Zhao Jun chuckled. "They killed half and fled, leaving me to collect the spoils." Just as Wang Milan was about to inquire further, Zhao Yukai, who was finishing work, entered the house and announced, "Where did those 2 axes in the outer room come from?" "Huh." Wang Milan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his words. Zhao Jun rose and replied, "I brought it back." "Where did you get it?" Zhao Yotsai's inquiry was abruptly interrupted as he noticed the bear bile on the table. He glanced at Zhao Jun and then at Li Baoyu, raising his voice to question, "Have you 2 stolen firearms again?" No. Then where did this bear bile come from?" Zhao Jun recounted the events of the day, omitting the part about the Li brothers' escape. When he reached this point, his account mirrored what he had told Wang Milan earlier, claiming that the Li brothers had killed half and that he merely took advantage of the situation. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Yukai turned and stormed outside, cursing as he went, "You bastards. I'm going after them." Why do the elders consistently caution the younger generations that when hunting in the mountains, unity and harmony are paramount? It is precisely so that in the most perilous moments, companions can aid one another and preserve their lives amidst danger. If you do not rescue him this time, there may be no one to save you next time. The Zhao family, spanning 3 generations including Zhao Jun, were all hunters. Zhao Yukai understood this well. His frustration was palpable. While it was one thing to discipline his son, he would not tolerate others attempting to harm Zhao Jun. Fortunately, Wang Milan intervened and managed to pull Zhao Yukai back. How outrageous! Li Baoyu, standing nearby, suddenly erupted in anger, shouting, "If anyone dares to harm my brother, we will fight back." "Calm down." Jin Xiaoqiao stepped forward and slapped Li Baoyu, extinguishing his fury. "You're not helping. You're just stirring up trouble." Li Baoyu shrank his neck, retreating to the side, too intimidated to speak further, yet harboring resentment within, vowing to take revenge on the Li brothers when the opportunity arose. After Li Baoyu's remarks, Jin Xiaoqiao turned to Wang Milan and said, "Sister-in-law, those Li brothers are truly outrageous. We ought to confront them." Wang Milan sighed and replied, "In 74, Zhao Jun went to the ditch to catch fish and was bitten by a snake, but it was Li Deshang's elder sister who saved him." "Is that so?" Zhao Jun exclaimed in surprise. "How do you remember that?" Wang Milan retorted with a hint of annoyance, then continued to Jin Xiaoqiao, "Those Li brothers, Li Deshang and Li Erqing, are orphans, and neither has found a wife yet. At this point, Wang Milan glanced at Zhao Jun and sighed again, saying, "Since Zhao Jun is fine, let us just forget it. Our family no longer owes them any favors." Hearing this, Zhao Yukai plopped down on the edge of the Kong, took a hearty swig from his teacup, and slammed it back onto the table. That evening, Wang Milan, claiming to ease Zhao Jun's worries, prepared 4 dishes, and the family of 5 enjoyed a hearty meal. Zhao Hong played alongside Zhao Na, while Wang Milan tidied up outside. Zhao Jun sat at the Kong table, accompanying Zhao Yukai in drinking. Zhao Yukai seemed a bit tipsy, using his chopsticks to pick at the few remaining peanuts in the dish. The remaining peanuts were all shelled and smooth, making it somewhat challenging for a drunken person to grasp them with chopsticks. After several attempts, Zhao Yukai abandoned the chopsticks altogether and resorted to using his hands to pinch the peanuts and shove them into his mouth. As Zhao Yukai attempted to stuff the peanuts into his mouth, he instinctively pursed his lips, inadvertently trapping a peanut within. With another slight press of his lips, he finally managed to consume it. After taking another sip of wine, he set down his cup and suddenly spoke up, addressing Zhao Jun with a loud voice. "Remember, in the future, do not engage with unfamiliar individuals in a circle." Zhao Jun hastily agreed. He dared not retort at that moment, knowing that defiance would provoke more than just a simple beating. Zhao Yukai indulged in a few more bites, and, tilting his head with a drunken gaze filled with questions, he asked Zhao Jun, "You have no idea that Li Dalian saved you, so why are you considering helping those 2? Li Dalian was the sister of the Li brothers, who, as Wang Milan mentioned, had rescued Zhao Jun 12 years ago. The matter of his rebirth was certainly not something he could disclose to Zhao Yukai, not even to his own father. Zhao Jun merely smiled faintly and replied, "I thought it would be amusing to watch. Seeing Li Ken nearly get bitten, I acted on impulse." With a sigh, Zhao Yukai lightly tapped Zhao Jun's forehead with his chopsticks. Due to his inebriation, the tip of the chopstick slipped, nearly poking Zhao Jun in the eye. Zhao Jun quickly recoiled and suggested, "Father, perhaps you should drink a little less." Zhao Yukai ignored him, taking another sip before stating, "Son, you have truly escaped death." Upon hearing his father's words, Zhao Jun fell silent. Indeed, today he had narrowly evaded death. Had it not been for that axe stunning the black bear, he would not be sitting at home, enjoying dinner. He would have been the bear's meal instead. "Roll me a cigarette," Zhao Yukai suddenly commanded, interrupting Zhao Jun's thoughts. Zhao Jun responded with a sound, half turning to retrieve a small basket, which he placed upon his crossed legs. This basket contained loose tobacco leaves, beside which lay a stack of last year's calendar paper. Zhao Jun picked up a sheet of the calendar paper, deftly pinching a handful of the fragmented tobacco leaves and rolling them along the paper. He then twisted the paper, enclosing the tobacco leaves within, creating a cigarette that was only filled in the middle, with both ends left empty. Zhao Jun pinched and twisted the ends together, securing one end in his mouth. Next, he took a matchbox from the small basket of tobacco leaves, withdrew a match, and struck it to ignite the open end of the rolled cigarette. After taking a deep drag, he passed it to Zhao Yukai, a craving he had long held, yet had been feigning restraint since his rebirth, adhering to a persona of abstinence from smoking and drinking. Zhao Yukai, perhaps truly inebriated, failed to perceive the ruse and accepted the cigarette, placing it in his own mouth. As Zhao Yukai smoked, Zhao Jun pondered in silence. The two of them seated around the Kong table, enveloped in a prolonged stillness. After a considerable time, Zhao Jun suddenly broke the silence, inquiring of Zhao Yukai, "Father, do you think there are certain things that should be done, or should they not be done?" Zhao Yukai replied, "Do what ought to be done, and refrain from what should not." Zhao Jun nodded, reflecting inwardly, what a vacuous statement. Engaging in conversation with someone under the influence of alcohol proved futile. So Zhao Jun shifted the topic, asking, "Father, seeing as I've managed to procure 2 bear gallbladders, do you think I could acquire a firearm?" Zhao Yukai responded, "That is something that should not be done." Zhao Jun suddenly experienced a sensation akin to lifting a stone only to strike his own foot. His 2 inquiries, seemingly unrelated, were unexpectedly wielded by Zhao Yukai against him. A semi-automatic would suffice, even a simple pipe would do. Zhao Jun insisted, hoping that his father might show him some leniency. Considering his narrow escape from calamity that day, Zhao Yukai shook his head and remarked, "Those 2 bear gallbladders do not solely belong to you. There is also half of a treasure from Baoyu." "Ah, that 1.5 would suffice," Zhao Jun replied. "Today's offering is a copper gallbladder. Even if I were to purchase a semi-automatic, I would still have over 300 remaining." Zhao Yukai continued to shake his head, then lifted his chin towards the door, indicating, "Go speak with your mother. She will buy it for you. Enjoy it yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun realized his hopes were dashed. He turned on his heel, slipped on his shoes, and retreated to his own room. As the lunar month of December swiftly approached, Zhao Jun awoke at 6 o'clock one morning, hastily consuming a bite of food before preparing to ascend the mountain. Once he had donned his attire, he extracted a newspaper from the cupboard and ventured into the main room to retrieve several large pancakes from the pot, wrapping them in the newspaper. Before he could finish, the door was pushed open from the outside. "Brother, stop pretending. I brought you some sticky food," Li Baoyu exclaimed, balancing a basin in one hand while the other pressed down on the lid, swiftly kicking the door shut behind him. "Oh, splendid. Sticky food," Zhao Jun responded. Sticky food refers to the Northeast sticky bean buns, which come in yellow and white varieties. The yellow ones are made with glutinous millet, and some families even prefer to mix in cornmeal, but they all share that distinctive yellow hue. The white sticky rice dumplings are crafted from glutinous rice, filled with red bean paste, utilizing either small red beans or, in their absence, larger red beans. The beans are thoroughly washed and boiled until tender, then cooled and shaped into small balls, which are subsequently frozen outdoors. Despite the absence of refrigerators in the mountainous regions, the winter chill in northeast China serves as a natural freezer. Once the bean paste has solidified, preparations for the rice commence. The locals have a fondness for coarse yellow rice, which is washed and soaked overnight in clear water. The following day, the grains are drained and taken to the mill to be ground into flour. Upon returning home, the The flour is placed in a large basin and scalded with boiling water, kneaded into a dough, and then left to ferment naturally under a quilt on the Kong. It is essential to use minimal water during kneading to ensure that the dough is particularly firm, allowing the dumplings to stand tall when steamed. Next, pieces of dough are pinched off, with the frozen bean paste enveloped within. In Northeast households, it is common to prepare at least 10 kilograms of dough, yielding hundreds of dumplings, which are then spread outdoors to freeze before being packed into jars for later steaming. Alternatively, some choose to steam all at once before freezing for storage. For hunters, nothing satisfies hunger quite like sticky rice dumplings, as they are remarkably filling. Typically, 4 or 5 dumplings suffice to satiate an average man, and their compact size makes them convenient. One dumpling negates the need for larger flatbreads. Zhao Jun placed the flatbreads back into the pot, carefully wrapped 10 sticky rice dumplings, and packed 2 large pieces of pickled radish. "Let us go." As Zhao Jun uttered a word, Li Baoyu first exited the house, scaled the wall, and entered his courtyard, leading the large yellow dog away. Zhao Jun then stepped out, unfastened the flower dog and the blue dog, and took them away from home. Chapter 48. Sticking to dry rations. Why do the elder mountain dwellers repeatedly admonish their juniors that when hunting in the mountains, one must ensure harmony among people and the proper harnessing of horses? It is precisely to ensure that during perilous times, companions can assist one another and preserve their lives amidst danger. If you fail to rescue someone this time, there may be no one to save you next time. The Zhao family, including Zhao Jun, has been a lineage of hunters for 3 generations. Zhao Yukai understands the gravity of this matter well. Upon hearing the situation, he grew anxious. While reprimanding his son is one thing, he would not allow anyone to harm Zhao Jun. Fortunately, Wang Milan intervened and pulled Zhao Yukai back. How outrageous! At this moment, Li Baoyu became enraged, shouting, "Dare to harm my brother? We shall fight them." "Calm down." Jin Xiaoqiao approached and swiftly slapped Li Baoyu, extinguishing his fury. "You are not managing the situation. Instead, you are instigating trouble." Li Baoyu recoiled, retreating to the side and silencing himself, yet harboring resentment, vowing to confront the Li brothers when the opportunity arose. After Li Baoyu spoke, Jin Xiaoqiao turned to Wang Milan and said, "Sister-in-law, those Li brothers are indeed out of line. Shall we confront them?" Wang Milan sighed and replied, "In 74, when Zhao Jun went to the ditch to catch fish, it was Li Dushang's elder sister who saved him after he was bitten by a snake." "Is that so?" Zhao Jun exclaimed in surprise. "How do you remember that?" Wang Milan, in a rather irritable tone, remarked to Jin Xiaoqiao, "As for Li Dushang and Li Erqing, they are without parents and have yet to find wives. We..." At this juncture, Wang Milan glanced at Zhao Jun, sighed deeply, and continued, "Since Zhao Jun is fine, let it be. From now on, we owe them no favors." Upon hearing Wang Milan's words, Zhao Yukai plopped down beside the Kong, took a hearty swig from the teacup, and forcefully set it down on the table. That evening, Wang Milan claimed she was preparing a feast to soothe Zhao Jun's nerves, cooking 4 dishes for the family of 5, while Zhao Hong entertained Zhao Na nearby. And Wang Milan busied herself tidying up outside. Zhao Jun sat at the Kong table, accompanying Zhao Yukai in drinking. It appeared that Zhao Yukai had indulged a bit too much, as he struggled to pick up the remaining few peanuts in the dish with his chopsticks. These peanuts, devoid of their skins, were smooth and proved somewhat challenging for an inebriated person to grasp. After several attempts, Zhao Yukai abandoned the chopsticks altogether, opting to pinch the peanuts with his fingers and shove them into his mouth. In the process, he instinctively pursed his lips, inadvertently trapping a peanut between them, which he then managed to swallow after another slight pursing. After taking another sip of liquor, he abruptly addressed Zhao Jun, declaring loudly, "Remember, in the future, do not engage with unfamiliar people." Zhao Jun hurriedly acquiesced. At that moment, it was unwise to argue, lest he provoke a more severe reprimand. After consuming a few more bites and drinks, Zhao Yukai tilted his head, his intoxicated eyes brimming with questions as he inquired of Zhao Jun. "Do you not know that Li Dalian saved your life? Why do you contemplate aiding them?" Li Dalian is the elder sister of the Li family brothers, who, as Wang Milan mentioned, saved Zhao Jun 12 years ago. The matter of reincarnation is certainly not something to be disclosed to Zhao Yukai, not even to his biological father. Zhao Jun merely smiled faintly and replied, "I suppose I wanted to witness the spectacle. Seeing Li Ken nearly bitten, I acted on impulse." Sighing deeply, Zhao Yukai reached out with his chopsticks and playfully tapped Zhao Jun's forehead. Having indulged a bit too much in drink, the tip of the chopstick slipped, nearly poking Zhao Jun's eye. Zhao Jun quickly dodged and advised, "Father, you ought to drink a little less." Zhao Yukai paid no heed to his son and took another sip before stating, "My son, you have truly snatched a life back." At these words from Zhao Yukai, Zhao Jun fell into silent contemplation. Indeed, today he had truly salvaged his life. Had it not been for that axe stunning the black bear, he would not be sitting at home enjoying dinner. He might have instead been a meal for the bear. "Father, let me roll you a cigarette," Zhao Yukai suddenly commanded, interrupting Zhao Jun's thoughts. Zhao Jun responded and turned halfway to retrieve a small basket, placing it on his lap. This basket contained loose tobacco leaves, accompanied by a stack of last year's calendar papers. Zhao Jun picked up a sheet of calendar paper, skillfully pinched a handful of loose tobacco leaves, and rolled them onto the paper. He then twisted the ends, securing the tobacco inside, and inserted one end into his mouth. He took a matchbox from the basket, extracted a match, and struck it to ignite the other end of the rolled cigarette. Zhao Jun took a deep breath before handing the cigarette to Zhao Yukai, a craving he had long contemplated. However, having undergone a rebirth, he had adopted a persona of abstinence from both smoking and drinking, thus maintaining a facade. Zhao Yukai, perhaps truly inebriated, failed to notice the subtlety and accepted the cigarette, placing it between his lips. As Zhao Yukai smoked, Zhao Jun pondered silently. The two of them seated before the Kong table, enveloped in a heavy silence. After a considerable interval, Zhao Jun suddenly broke the stillness, inquiring, "Father, do you believe there are certain actions that ought to be taken, or should they be avoided?" Zhao Yukai replied, "Do what should be done, and refrain from what should not." Zhao Jun nodded, musing to himself that this was a rather vacuous response. Engaging in discourse with a person under the influence of alcohol yielded little merit, so Zhao Jun shifted the conversation, asking, "Father, now that I have procured 2 bear gallbladders, do you think it would be possible for me to acquire a firearm?" Zhao Yukai responded firmly, "That is something that should not be done." Zhao Jun suddenly felt as though he were lifting a stone only to drop it upon his own foot. His 2 inquiries were clearly disparate, yet he had not anticipated Zhao Yukai would leverage them against him. A semi-automatic is unnecessary. Even a shotgun would suffice. Zhao Jun pressed on with his request, hoping his father might show leniency, given his narrow escape from peril that day. Zhao Yukai shook his head, retorting, "Those 2 bear gallbladders are not solely yours. There's half of one belonging to Baoyu as well." "1 and a half would still suffice," Zhao Jun countered. "Today's acquisition is a copper gallbladder. Even if I were to purchase a semi-automatic, I'd still have over 300 left." Yet, Zhao Yukai continued to shake his head, then pointed towards the door, saying, "Go speak with your mother. If she agrees, you may proceed with the purchase." "Help yourself," Zhao Jun remarked, sensing the futility of his situation. He turned his legs onto the Kong, slipped on his shoes, and retreated to his own room. Before long, the 12th lunar month arrived. On this particular day, Zhao Jun rose at 6 in the morning, hurriedly devoured a morsel of food, and began his preparations to ascend the mountain. Once he was fully dressed, he retrieved a newspaper from the Kong cabinet and ventured into the outer room to fetch some large flatbreads from the cauldron, wrapping them in the newspaper. Just as he finished, the door to the house was pushed open from the outside. "Brother, stop pretending. I brought you some sticky rice cakes," Li Baoyu exclaimed, balancing a basin in one hand while covering it with the other, and kicked the door shut behind him. "Oh, wonderful. Sticky rice cakes, known as Niando Bao in northeast China, come in 2 varieties, yellow and white. The yellow ones are made from glutinous millet, and some families even like to mix in cornmeal, but they are all essentially yellow. The white sticky rice cakes, on the other hand, are crafted from glutinous rice. The filling is always made of red bean paste, if one has small red beans. They use those, and if not, they resort to larger red beans. The beans are washed and boiled with water until soft, then cooled and shaped into small balls, which are frozen outside. Despite the lack of refrigerators in the mountains during these times, this is northeast China, where the outdoors serves as a natural freezer in winter. Once the bean filling is set, it is time to prepare the rice. Northeasterners have a deep fondness for glutinous millet. The millet is washed, soaked in clean water overnight, drained the following day, and then taken to the mill to be ground into flour. Once back home, it is placed in a large basin, scalded with boiling water to form a dough, and then the basin is set on the Kong, covered with a quilt to allow the millet flour to ferment naturally. When preparing this dish, it is essential to use minimal water in the dough, as this will ensure that the fermented mixture becomes particularly firm, allowing the sticky bean buns to stand upright once steamed. Ultimately, one must tear off chunks of dough and wrap them around the previously frozen bean paste. In northeast China, this delicacy is cherished, with each household typically preparing at least 10 kilograms of dough, yielding hundreds of bean buns that are laid out to freeze before being stored in jars, ready to be steamed whenever desired. Some may choose to steam all at once before freezing for later storage. For hunters, nothing satisfies like a sticky bean bun, as it is a substantial source of sustenance. Generally, a man can feel quite satiated with just 4 or 5 of these buns. Their compact size makes them convenient. With a sticky bean bun in hand, one need not carry a large flatbread. Zhao Jun returned the flatbread to the pot, neatly packed 10 sticky bean buns, and added 2 hefty pieces of pickled radish. Let us go. With Zhao Jun's prompt, Li Baoyu exited first, scaling the wall into his yard, leading his large yellow dog out. Zhao Jun followed, untying his flower and blue dogs, and together they ventured forth from their village into the mountains. It had been over a month since their last hunting expedition ended in failure, leaving the 2 men and their 3 dogs restless. Especially in recent days, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu found it intolerable to remain at home. After some deliberation, the brothers decided to take their dogs into the mountains, hoping to test their luck in pursuit of game. This endeavor was not only for the sake of meat, but also to indulge their passion for hunting. It is well known that hunting, much like fishing, can become quite an obsession, and indeed, it is a rather profound one. Upon entering the vast mountains, they meandered for an entire morning, with the dogs remaining silent. As noon approached, both man and dog found themselves parched and hungry. Zhao Jun, by the riverbank, broke the ice to create a hole, and he and Li Baoyu took turns drinking the frigid water. What is known as tail-up tea. It is the act of smashing the ice, then lying prone on the ground, raising one's rear while bowing one's head to sip the water from the icy cavity. This is referred to as tail-up tea. After quenching their thirst, they allowed their 3 dogs to drink in succession. The icy water refreshed them, but left a slight discomfort in their stomachs. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu promptly gathered dry twigs to kindle a fire, toasting their sticky rice cakes. After wandering for the morning, the rice cakes in their pockets had frozen solid, so they placed them by the fire, alternating between toasting and nibbling. However, 3 of the rice cakes were left to roast thoroughly until they turned a charred black, which they then fed to the 3 dogs. One must not venture into the mountains on an empty stomach, yet neither should one overindulge. After a modest meal, they continued their exploration of the mountains. Before long, they heard the dogs barking. Recognizing the commotion, Zhao Jun hastily called out to Li Baoyu. Quickly, Baoyu, the dogs are in a snare. Li Baoyu immediately grasped the urgency, launching himself across the snowy terrain with long strides. Zhao Jun, trailing behind, shouted, "First, release the big green one." As Li Baoyu sprinted faster and farther, Zhao Jun felt no concern, instead opting for a steady jog forward. Upon reaching the halfway point up the mountain, he spotted Li Baoyu conversing with an elderly man, while the 3 dogs were scattered around, some lying down, others sitting or sniffing about. "Grandfather Zhang," Zhao Jun called out as he approached, recognizing the old man's visage. Zhao Jun addressed the old man as Grandfather Zhang, a term imbued with respect rather than a mere colloquialism as it might be in Beijing. This elder belonged to a generation far removed from his own. "Ah, Zhao Shower," the old man acknowledged, his gaze shifting to the large, blue dog beside him. "You handle that dog quite well." Zhao Jun chuckled in response. "I haven't managed to bring it out yet." "Not much longer," the elder replied. At that moment, Li Baoyu interjected, "Brother, you have no idea. Had I arrived any later, the big blue would have choked to death." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun cast a glance at the dog, which lay on the ground licking its paws, and remarked, "Let it learn a lesson." With that, Zhao Jun surveyed the surroundings littered with steel traps and inquired of the elder, "Grandfather Zhang, did you set all these traps?" "Indeed," the old man confirmed. "I happened to be checking the traps when I heard your dog howling from the mountain, so I came down." Earlier, both Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu had heard their dogs barking, but this was no ordinary bark. It was a mournful howl, akin to that of a wolf, echoing through the air. In that moment, Zhao Jun realized that his 3 dogs must have been caught. They were either ensnared by a wild boar trap or a roe deer trap, a frequent occurrence in the mountainous terrain. Experienced hunting dogs typically do not struggle when caught. Instead, they remain still, howling to summon their owners for rescue. In contrast, inexperienced hunting dogs, unfamiliar with such predicaments, become frantic. It is often said that a cornered dog will leap over walls. Indeed, in its desperation, a dog can even strangle itself. There were 3 dogs in total. But just moments ago, Zhao Jun heard 2 of them howling, which made him realize that the large blue dog was undoubtedly struggling desperately, a situation that could easily lead to its demise. It turned out that within a radius of 300 meters in this area, Old Zhang had set up a series of traps, 7 or 8 in total, ensuring that none of the 3 dogs could escape. It must be said that Li Baoyu's long legs were not in vain. His timely arrival had saved the large blue dog from potentially being buried in the mountains today. At that moment, Zhao Jun noticed Old Zhang's gaze fixated on the southern mountains, prompting him to inquire, "Old Zhang, what are you looking at?" Old Zhang shook his head and replied, "I am thinking of your older brother Zhou." "Which Zhou?" Zhao Jun asked. Old Zhang responded, "Zhou Chenghua, of course." Upon hearing this name, Zhao Jun felt a shiver down his spine. This was the very man Zhao Yukai had spoken of, the hero who had slain a Siberian tiger with 2 shots, truly a legendary figure known as the first gun of Yong'an. Li Baoyu, intrigued, asked, "What do you want him for? What is he coming for?" "Bears." Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes gleaming with excitement, and they eagerly asked, "How big?" "I didn't see it." Old Zhang shook his head, adding, "But judging by the paw prints, it must weigh around 700 or 800 pounds. That's quite substantial." Zhao Jun noted, "What kind of bears are we talking about?" "In these mountains, there are 2 types of bears, the black bear and the brown bear. The black bear is relatively small, with the heaviest individuals weighing no more than 500 pounds after fattening up for winter. However, the brown bear is a different story, often exceeding 500 pounds, with weights of 800, 900, or even 1,000 pounds not being uncommon. In this region, the locals have a peculiar habit of referring to brown bears weighing over 500 pounds as bear overlord. The rationale behind this nomenclature remains a mystery. It has simply been a tradition passed down from the elders. Some speculate that such a massive bear must reign as the sovereign among bears, thus deserving of this illustrious title. Once, a knowledgeable youth visited the logging site and expressed his thoughts. He noted that the term bear has historically been associated with ferocity, and that within the classification of bears, the term signifies the largest among them. He surmised that the illiterate mountain folk mispronounced bear as bear lord, leading to the widespread acceptance of the term. While his explanation seemed plausible, his condescending attitude towards the mountain dwellers was rather off-putting. Consequently, during his 2 years at the logging site, he never experienced a full meal. The reason was straightforward. The individual he had dismissed was none other than Zhao Yukai, known locally as Zhao Ergudong, who commanded respect within 100 miles of Yong'an. "Hey," Li Baoyu exclaimed, addressing Old Zhang. "Are you worried about him?" "You needn't be. What kind of person is Zhou Weiguo? With a semi-automatic rifle in hand, he could take down not just a bear overlord, but even a tiger." Old Zhang shook his head, replying, "Since he left my shelter this morning, my heart has been restless. I wanted to accompany him, but he wouldn't allow it." Upon hearing Old Zhang's words, Zhao Jun cast a penetrating glance at him, pondering whether the old man possessed some hidden skills. With this thought in mind, Zhao Jun reassured him, "Old Zhang, you need not fret. Look," he gestured towards the south. "He headed that way. Baoyu and I shall go take a look." Old Zhang hesitated slightly and remarked, "Perhaps you too should reconsider. That fellow Chenghua is rather unpredictable." "No worries," Zhao Jun replied. "We shall merely take a stroll, and won't be taking any of his spoils." "What are you talking about, my friend?" Old Zhang's expression darkened at these words. "What spoils? Do we truly lack for such things?" With a sigh, he continued, "Very well, you may proceed, but I must admit I am a bit uneasy. When you return, come by my humble abode. I shall provide you with a roe deer." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun chuckled. "What are you saying, my friend? What roe deer? We are not in need of such things." Zhao Jun's words elicited hearty laughter from both Li Baoyu and Old Zhang. With the conversation reaching its conclusion, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu ceased further discussion, retrieving a rope from their pockets to tether 3 dogs, leading them southward into the hills. Chapter 49. The Bear's Dominance. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu, accompanied by their 3 dogs, exited the village and ventured directly into the mountainous terrain. It had been over a month since their last hunting expedition had met with failure, and the duo, along with their canine companions, had been feeling quite repressed during this time. Particularly in recent days, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu found it unbearable to remain at home. After some deliberation, they decided to take the dogs into the mountains, hoping to test their luck and perhaps acquire something to bring back. This endeavor served not only to satiate their hunger for meat, but also to indulge their yearning for the thrill of the hunt. It is worth noting that the allure of hunting bears a striking resemblance to that of fishing. Both pursuits can be quite addictive, and the craving is indeed substantial. Upon entering the vast mountains, they wandered for an entire morning, yet the dogs remained silent. As noon approached, both man and dog found themselves hungry and thirsty. Zhao Jun broke through the icy surface by the riverbank, taking turns sipping water from the hole with Li Baoyu. What is tail up tea? It refers to the act of breaking the ice and then lying on the ground, with one's backside elevated and head lowered. To drink the water from the icy pool, this is known as tail up tea. After quenching their thirst, the two men allowed 3 dogs to take turns drinking as well. Although the cold water alleviated their thirst, it left their stomachs feeling somewhat uneasy. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu hurriedly gathered dry twigs to start a fire. Roasting sticky rice cakes to eat. After wandering around for the entire morning, the rice cakes in their pockets had frozen solid. They placed them by the fire, softening and nibbling on them layer by layer. However, 3 rice cakes were left to roast thoroughly before being fed to the 3 dogs, ensuring they were well prepared. When hunting in the mountains, one must not go hungry, yet overeating is also unwise. After a simple meal, they continued their stroll in the mountains. Before long, the sound of barking echoed in the air. Hearing this commotion, Zhao Jun quickly called out to Li Baoyu, "Hurry, the dogs are in trouble." Li Baoyu immediately reacted, sprinting across the snowy expanse with his long legs. Zhao Jun, trailing behind, shouted, "First, untie De Qing." As Li Baoyu ran faster and farther away, Zhao Jun remained unperturbed, gradually jogging ahead. When he reached the halfway point up the mountain, he spotted Li Baoyu conversing with an old man, while the 3 dogs were scattered around, some lying down, others sitting, and a few sniffing the ground. "Grandpa Zhang." Zhao Jun approached, recognizing the old man's features, and greeted him warmly. Zhao Jun addressed the elderly gentleman as Grandfather Zhang, a term not used lightly by the people of Beijing, who often casually employ such titles. This old man belonged to the previous generation, and in the Northeast, such terms are indicative of familial hierarchy. "Ah, Zhao Shower," the elder acknowledged, his gaze shifting to the large blue hound. "You have quite the dog there." Zhao Jun chuckled, replying, "I haven't brought it out yet." "Not much longer," the elder responded. At that moment, Li Baoyu interjected, "Brother, you have no idea. If I had arrived any later, the big blue would have choked to death." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun cast a glance at the hound, which was sprawled on the ground, licking its paws, and remarked, "Let it learn a lesson." Afterward, Zhao Jun surveyed the surroundings, eyeing the various steel traps, and inquired of the elder, Grandfather Zhang, "Did you set all these traps?" "Indeed," old Zhang affirmed. "I happened to be out checking the traps when I heard your dog howling in distress, so I came down." Earlier, while they were down below, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu had heard their dogs barking. However, this was not the typical bark of a dog discovering prey. It was a mournful howl, reminiscent of wolves. Piercing the air, Zhao Jun immediately surmised that his 3 dogs must have been ensnared. They had either been caught in a wild boar trap or ensnared by a roe deer trap. Such occurrences are quite common in the mountainous regions where hunting dogs are employed. Experienced hunting dogs typically do not struggle. Instead, they remain still, howling to summon their masters for assistance. Yet, unaccustomed to such predicaments, an inexperienced hunting dog may panic. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will leap over the wall, and in a moment of desperation, a dog could very well strangle itself. There were 3 dogs in total, yet just moments ago, Zhao Jun heard 2 of them howling, leading him to conclude that the large blue dog was undoubtedly struggling for its life. The situation was dire, as within a radius of 300 meters, old Zhang had set a trap array, with 7 or 8 snares strategically placed. Not a single dog had managed to escape. It must be said that Li Baoyu's long legs were not in vain. His timely arrival had likely spared the blue dog from being buried on the mountain today. At that moment, Zhao Jun noticed old Zhang's gaze fixated toward the southern mountain. He inquired, "Old Zhang, what are you looking at?" Old Zhang shook his head, replying, "I am reminiscing about your elder brother Zhou." Zhao Jun asked, "Which elder brother Zhou?" To which old Zhang answered, "Zhou Chenghua, of course." Upon hearing that name, Zhao Jun felt a shiver run down his spine. This was the very man Zhao Yukai had spoken of, the hero who had slain a Siberian tiger with 2 shots, truly the finest marksman of Yong'an. Li Baoyu, intrigued, asked, "What do you want him for? What is he coming for?" "Bears," old Zhang responded. At this, both Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu's eyes gleamed with excitement as they simultaneously queried, "How large?" "I didn't see it." Old Zhang shook his head, but judging by the paw prints, it must weigh 700 or 800 pounds. That is indeed considerable. What exactly is a bear? In these mountains, there are two kinds, black bears and brown bears. The black bear is relatively smaller, even the heaviest black bear, after foraging for autumn fat, will not exceed 500 pounds. However, the brown bear is another matter entirely, often surpassing 500 pounds, with weights reaching 800, 900, or even 1,000 pounds. In this region, the locals have a peculiar habit of referring to brown bears weighing over 500 pounds as bear overlord. The origin of this name remains a mystery. However, it has been passed down through generations. Some speculate that such a massive bear must be the sovereign among its kind, hence deserving of this esteemed title. Once, a knowledgeable young man visited the forest and remarked on this. He noted that historically, bears have been known as formidable beasts, and the term signifies the largest bear. He suggested that the illiterate mountain folk mispronounced as, which eventually evolved into. While his theory holds some credibility, his condescending attitude towards the mountain dwellers was rather irksome. Consequently, during his 2-year stay at the logging camp, he never enjoyed a hearty meal. The reason was simple. The very person he had ridiculed was none other than Zhao Yukai, famously known as Zhao Ergudong, who was well respected in the area. "Hey," Li Baoyu exclaimed, "Zhang, are you worried about him?" "There's no need, for Zhou Weiguo is not just anyone. With a semi-automatic rifle, he could take down not only the bear overlord, but even a tiger." Old Zhang shook his head and replied, "Ever since he left my shack this morning, I have felt uneasy. I wanted to accompany him, but he refused." Hearing old Zhang's words, Zhao Jun cast a deep glance at him, pondering if the old man might possess some hidden skills. Contemplating this, Zhao Jun reassured him, "Zhang, do not fret. He merely headed in that direction." As he spoke, Zhao Jun pointed southward and added, "Let Baoyu and me take a look." Old Zhang hesitated for a moment and said, "Perhaps you two should refrain from going. Chenghua is rather unpredictable. It's of no consequence." Zhao Jun replied, "We will merely take a stroll. We won't be taking any of his meat." "What are you talking about?" Old Zhang's expression darkened upon hearing this. "What meat are we lacking? Is that really a concern for us?" He sighed and continued, "Well, if you insist on going, I must admit I am somewhat uneasy. Upon your return, do visit my humble abode. I shall prepare a roe deer for you." Zhao Jun chuckled at this, saying, "What are you on about? What roe deer? We are hardly in need of such things." Upon hearing Zhao Jun's words, Li Baoyu and old Zhang burst into hearty laughter. With the conversation reaching this point, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu said no more. They retrieved a rope from their pockets, secured 3 dogs, and set off towards the southern slope. As they ascended the southern mountain, leading the 3 dogs along the ridge, they encountered the tracks of a brown bear alongside those of a human. The bear's paw prints resembled the bare footprints of a person, albeit without the heel. Observing the large paw prints, Li Baoyu inhaled the crisp northeastern air and remarked to Zhao Jun, "Brother, did my uncle not advise you against meddling in others' affairs?" Indeed, fear had crept into Li Baoyu's heart. Though he was reckless, he was not foolish. A bear of such size, when provoked, could be deadly, and neither he nor Zhao Jun carried firearms. Zhao Jun laughed and said, "With Zhou Chenghua around, what is there to fear? We are merely going to observe the spectacle and do old Zhang a favor." Nevertheless, despite this, Zhao Jun persistently urged Li Baoyu to hasten their pace as they followed the footprints upward, traversing 2 large ridges. It is said that bears, whether black or brown, upon emerging from their winter slumber, tread heavily upon the ridges and ascend the mountains. Much like humans, they too traverse the ridge lines. What is a ridge line, you may ask? It is akin to the bridge of one's nose, with the ridge representing the backbone and the slopes akin to the sides of the nose. When navigating the mountains, walking along the ridge line alleviates fatigue. Suddenly, the hunting dog barked twice, straining against its leash to advance. "Hurry," Zhao Jun called out, and he and Li Baoyu began to move at a deliberate pace. The snowfall on the mountains was considerable, and the frost had settled in the valleys. Although these mountains were not particularly high, the snow had already reached their knees. The further they ventured, the more agitated the dogs became. Upon reaching the second ridge, all 3 dogs erupted into a frenzy, dragging Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu forward. Ahead lay a brown bear, its massive body sprawled on the ground like a small hill. Not far from the bear, a man lay in the snow, his head covered in blood. 100 meters in front of this man, a 56-style semi-automatic rifle stood upright in the deep snow. "Release the dogs," Zhao Jun commanded, and he and Li Baoyu let the 3 dogs loose. The dogs dashed forward, Leaping onto the rifle, scouting the vicinity, Zhao Jun unearthed a fur hat from the nearby snow. He then unwound the puttees from the man's legs, replaced the scalp, and meticulously wrapped the puttees around his head as a makeshift bandage. At that moment, Li Baoyu returned with 2 wooden poles. Together, he and Zhao Jun unfurled their own puttees, fashioning a rudimentary stretcher. They gingerly turned the man over and placed him upon it. Upon turning him over, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu recognized the individual as none other than Zhou Chenghua. Li Baoyu surveyed the scene, his gaze settling upon the deceased bear. A Pyrrhic victory, perhaps? Though it seems unlikely. The bear's abdomen had been lacerated, its gallbladder pilfered. While Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu were occupied, the 3 hounds availed themselves of the gash in the bear's chest, devouring its flesh until their hunger was somewhat assuaged. Furthermore, Zhou Weigua's Type 56 semi-automatic rifle stood nearby. Evidently, Zhou Weigua had felled the bear, extracted its gallbladder, and subsequently sustained injuries. But what could have wounded him? Bears are indeed tenacious creatures, but one that had been disemboweled was undoubtedly deceased. If not the bear, then who? Zhao Jun then retrieved the rifle, slung it over his shoulder, and said to Li Baoyu, "Regardless, we must hasten to get him down the mountain." With that, he whistled, summoning the 3 hounds to follow. The dogs had been running for the better part of the day, having consumed a single sticky rice cake each. They had been famished, and though they had eaten their fill, lives were at stake. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu had no time to feed the dogs or wait for them to satiate themselves. "Brother, this bear is dead. Who could have possibly injured Brother Zhou so severely?" On the path down the mountain, Li Baoyu could not help but inquire. Hearing this question from Li Baoyu, Zhao Jun chuckled and replied, "Isn't it obvious? There were 2 bears in the warehouse." Upon hearing this, Li Baoyu experienced a moment of clarity, yet his confusion deepened as he exclaimed, "How could Zhou Chenghua, a seasoned veteran, make such a mistake?" Zhou Chenghua, a former marksman in the military, was renowned for his exceptional shooting skills. With such proficiency and a semi-automatic rifle in hand, he could effortlessly dispatch a bear or a pig. It was precisely due to his remarkable talent that he preferred to hunt alone, eschewing companions and even dogs, taking only his rifle for company. Yesterday, he had ventured into the mountains to hunt roe deer, successfully bringing down 2 from a group of 4. It was not that he could not have taken more, rather, he felt that he could only manage 2 and decided to leave the others for another day. Showcasing his audacity, as he dragged the 2 roe deer through the snow, he encountered old Zhang, who was preoccupied with a troubling thought. Earlier, while attempting to ensnare roe deer, he had discovered one caught in a trap, half eaten by a bear. The size of the bear was evident from the tracks surrounding the scene. Old Zhang was also a hunter, but his firearm was an antiquated foreign gun, which was cumbersome to operate. After firing a shot, he would need to reload from the front, and should he fail to kill the bear with that shot, it would spell his demise. Just as he was wrestling with this dilemma, he bumped into Zhou Chenghua. Upon hearing old Zhang's predicament, Zhou Chenghua immediately responded, "No problem at all, my friend. Tomorrow, I shall hunt it down. You will receive a share of the profits from the bear bile." Upon hearing this, old Zhang was elated and invited Zhou Chenghua to stay in his humble abode. The following morning, Zhou Chenghua enjoyed the breakfast prepared by old Zhang. After finishing his meal, he rested for a while on the Kong before shouldering his rifle and departing. Despite old Zhang's insistence to accompany him, Zhou Chenghua firmly declined. Aware of his character, old Zhang refrained from further protest. Following the direction indicated by old Zhang, Zhou Chenghua ventured forth and soon discovered the tracks of a brown bear, leading him to a rocky cave. As previously mentioned, there are 2 types of bear dens: the sky den, which consists of tree hollows, and the earth den, which refers to rocky pits. Black bears are the only species that inhabit tree hollows, as brown bears are larger and seldom find tree cavities that can accommodate them. Thus, brown bears typically dwell in earth dens. Upon reaching the rocky cave, Zhou Chenghua positioned himself 300 meters away, raised his rifle, and fired 3 shots into the snow before the den. This action was akin to the method employed by Minister Li, who struck a tree with a stick to rouse the slumbering bear and coax it out of its den. However, it is essential to note that the approach for earth dens differs from that of sky dens. Zhou Chenghua could not prod the cave with a stick, as there was a risk of the bear pulling him inside. Instead, he could only call out with his rifle from a safe distance. Yet, there were specific protocols to follow when calling at an earth den. He could not shoot at the rocks, lest a ricochet injure him. Furthermore, he must avoid shooting directly into the cave, as a stray bullet could fatally wound the bear. leaving him with the daunting task of extracting a 700 or 800-pound carcass. When hunting bears, it is not merely about killing. One must also ensure the prospect of meat and profit. After 3 shots, Zhao Jun fired another 3. That made a total of 6 shots. Once these 6 shots were fired, Zhao Jun ceased fire, for only 4 bullets remained in the chamber. What if he fired the next 2 shots, and the bear emerged? One must recognize the formidable vitality of the grizzly bear. There was a genuine risk that the remaining 2 bullets might not be sufficient to bring it down. Thus, Zhao Jun pulled the bolt, ejecting the 4 remaining bullets, which he pocketed while retrieving a full magazine containing 10 bullets. He loaded the fresh magazine into the chamber and fired again. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 shots rang out, and then a growl echoed from within the cave. The bear was about to emerge. Zhao Jun stood his ground, unwavering and poised for action. The furious roars of the bear reverberated through the cave, growing increasingly intense. A large, dark brown bear head poked out from the rocky den, its small eyes ablaze with fury. The bear tilted its head to the left, revealing its right shoulder. It then shifted left once more, exposing its left shoulder as well. As its right shoulder moved, the right foreleg emerged from the cave, scraping against the snow, while the left shoulder pushed upwards, bringing the left foreleg into view. Though this sequence could be described in elaborate detail, it transpired in mere seconds, hardly exceeding 5. Yet, for Zhao Jun, those 5 seconds were ample time to fell the bear 2 or 3 times over. However, he refrained from taking action. For if he were to kill the bear now, its lifeless body would block the cave entrance. While it was simple for the bear to emerge from the den, extricating it afterwards would likely require the combined strength of a dozen men. Do not say that there are not many people. Even if Zhao Jun returns to the village to summon help, what will remain by the time he returns? Why does he risk peril to confront the bear? Not for thrill, but for the bear's gallbladder. However, harvesting the gallbladder is most effective immediately after the bear's demise. Otherwise, the bile will be absorbed by the liver, rendering the gallbladder worthless. Thus, when confronted by the emerging brown bear, Zhao Jun steadied his gun, aiming unwaveringly ahead, rooted in place. As the massive brown bear emerged from its den, it had already revealed much of its bulk. Suddenly, the gun fired. The shot landed half a meter in front of the bear, scattering snow into the air. Enraged, the bear roared, raising its front paws, propelling itself forward. And with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it burst forth from the stone cave. At this moment, Zhao Jun ceased fire. For that previous shot was not intended to kill the bear, but to provoke it, hastening its exit from the den. Thus, he had fired deliberately into the ground, causing no harm to the creature. Now, the enormous brown bear stood outside the cave, its weight exceeding 700 pounds, resembling a small mountain. With a thunderous roar, it charged towards Zhao Jun, leaving a swirling cloud of snow in its wake. Zhao Jun remained steadfast, refusing to retreat even a single step. The furious bear moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance to within 200 meters of Zhao Jun in an instant. Then, with a resounding gunshot, a stream of blood erupted from behind the bear's head. The bear's charge abruptly halted, its mountainous form crashing down into the snow. In the very instant the grizzly collapsed, another projectile pierced its skull. The bear's head jolted upward violently, only to crash back down. Bang! Another shot. Again, a direct hit to the head. This time, the grizzly remained motionless, its massive head nearly pulverized. Zhao Jun retracted the bolt, ejecting the 4 remaining cartridges from the chamber. Having reloaded a full 10-round clip, he had expended 3 rounds on the Zhangzi and 3 on the bear, leaving 4 unused. Zhao Jun pocketed these 4, retrieved another full 10-round clip from his pouch, inserted it into the chamber, and clasped the rifle firmly. Zhao Jun raised the rifle once more, firing towards the rock cave entrance. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots impacted before the cave, eliciting no response from within. Zhao Jun stood his ground, rifle poised, and waited for over a minute before firing another 3 shots. Bang! 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 Again, 3 shots, yet the rock cave remained eerily silent. Nevertheless, Zhao Jun remained vigilant, continuing to stand guard for approximately another minute. Then, and only then, did he lower his rifle and sling it over his shoulder. Zhao Jun had traversed the vast mountains for many years, and his success was not solely attributed to his marksmanship. While his exceptional skill emboldened him, his military background instilled in him an unwavering adherence to certain principles. His present predicament was not, as Li Baoyu suggested, due to carelessness. This was a crucial consideration for those who hunted bears in their zhangzi, determining the number of bears within. Although most zhangzi housed only a single bear, it was not uncommon to find two inhabiting the same space. The possibility of 3 bears residing together also existed. Bears do not typically live in mated pairs. However, a mother bear will give birth during the winter and keep her cubs with her for up to 3 years. 3 years later, when the little bear reaches sexual maturity, the mother and cub will part ways. Thus, it is highly probable that the bear you intend to hunt resides within a den that shelters a litter of cubs. Moreover, another scenario often occurs in dens. Initially, one bear inhabits the burrow. As winter approaches and this bear falls into its slumber, another bear may venture in and become its neighbor. Therefore, hunters exercise extreme caution when approaching bear dens. It is not merely a matter of slaying one bear and considering the task complete. Otherwise, if one does not remain vigilant, another bear could emerge from the den, potentially endangering the hunter's life. Zhao Chunghua was not without precautions. He had already fired a total of 18 shots, and he believed that if there were a bear inside, it would have awakened by now. However, as silence persisted within the den, Zhao Chunghua began to feel relieved, finally shifting his stance. Since he had taken his position before the bear den, he had not moved an inch, whether it was to fire at the den or shoot the bear. This remained true even when the brown bear was merely 200 meters away. He slung his rifle over his shoulder and drew a knife from his waist, searching for a poplar tree thicker than his forearm. After chopping it down to obtain the trunk, he sheathed his knife and approached the brown bear with the tree branch, slowly attempting to pry the bear up. The brown bear weighed nearly 800 pounds and lay on the ground in death. To extract the bear's gallbladder, one must access it through the chest, which necessitates flipping the bear over. The nearly 400 kilograms of weight could not be managed by mere brute force alone. Zhao Chunghua exerted immense effort and finally managed to roll the brown bear onto its side. He then chopped a tree branch into several pieces to prop the bear up, gradually pushing it down to facilitate the extraction of its gallbladder. Such a task, accomplished single-handedly, was undeniably arduous. Once he had stowed the gallbladder inside his cotton jacket, Zhao Chunghua found himself drenched in sweat and decided to sit down in the snow for a brief respite. At the same time, he removed the rifle slung over his shoulder and planted it firmly in the snow before him. The snow reached knee-deep, allowing the 56-style semi-automatic rifle to stand upright, making it readily accessible should any unforeseen circumstances arise. This instinctive vigilance was characteristic of a top-tier hunter, always prepared to confront any potential danger. However, just as Zhao Chunghua was catching his breath, a massive figure emerged from the rocky cave. When its gaze fell upon him, it emitted no sound from its mouth or nose, but swiftly charged towards him. In an instant, it leapt behind Zhao Chunghua, who had just begun to hear the commotion. Instinctively, he reached for his gun, but at that moment, he felt a sudden dimness above him. A chill enveloped his head, followed by a warm trickle cascading down his face. Chapter 50. Severely wounded Zhao Chunghua. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu ascended the southern mountain, leading 3 dogs as they treaded along the ridge. Along their path, they encountered the tracks of a brown bear, as well as human footprints. The bear's tracks closely resembled the impressions of a bare human foot, albeit lacking the heel. Observing the large paw prints, Li Baoyu inhaled the crisp northeastern air and turned to Zhao Jun, saying, "Brother, did my uncle not advise you against meddling?" Indeed, fear gripped Li Baoyu. Though he was reckless, he was not foolish. Faced with such a formidable brown bear, should it become enraged, both he and Zhao Jun, unarmed, would surely be in grave peril. Zhao Jun chuckled, with Zhao Chunghua by our side. What is there to fear? We are merely going to observe the spectacle, while also doing a favor for old Zhang. Nevertheless, despite his words, Zhao Jun urged Li Baoyu to hasten their pace as they followed the footprints upward, traversing 2 ridges along the way. It is said that bears, be they black or brown, upon awakening from hibernation in winter, tread heavily along the ridges, making their way to the mountains. Much like humans, they too tread along the ridge lines. What is a ridge line, you ask? It is akin to the bridge of a nose. The nasal bone represents the ridge line, while the slopes on either side mirror the mountain slopes. When navigating the terrain, walking along the ridge line minimizes fatigue. Suddenly, the hunting dog barked twice, tugging at its leash, eager to advance. "Hurry," Zhao Jun called, and together with Li Baoyu, they began to move slowly forward. The snow was deep on the mountains, and the frost blanketed the lowlands. Although this range was not particularly high, the snow had already reached knee level. The further they ventured, the more frantic the dogs became. Upon reaching the mountainside, all 3 dogs erupted into a frenzy, pulling Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu onward. Ahead of them lay a brown bear. Its massive body sprawled across the ground like a small mountain. Not far from the bear, a man lay in the snow, his head drenched in blood. 100 meters or so in front of this man, a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle stood upright in the snow. Release the dogs. Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu unleashed the 3 canines, which immediately darted forth, lunging at the deceased bear and ferociously tearing at its flesh. Upon approaching, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu observed that the man's entire scalp had been peeled back, the congealed blood forming icy patches. Zhao Jun reached out, palpating for a pulse, and urgently exclaimed to Li Baoyu, "He's still alive." Baoyu, quickly, fetch some branches. Without hesitation, Li Baoyu drew his blade and sought out suitable saplings nearby. Zhao Jun surveyed the surroundings, discovering a fur hat buried in the snow. He then unwound the leggings from the man's legs, carefully repositioned the scalp, and gingerly wrapped the leggings around his head as a makeshift bandage. At that moment, Li Baoyu returned with 2 wooden poles. Together, he and Zhao Jun removed their own leggings, fashioning a rudimentary stretcher. They then carefully turned the man over and placed him upon it. As they did so, Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu recognized the individual as none other than Zhou Chenghua. Li Baoyu cast a sweeping glance around, observing the lifeless bear, and questioned with perplexity, "Is this a mutual destruction? It doesn't quite seem that way." The bear had been eviscerated, its gallbladder conspicuously absent. While Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu were preoccupied, the 3 canines had taken advantage of the gash in the bear's chest, devouring the entrails. By now, they had nearly sated their hunger. Moreover, Zhou Weigua's Type 56 semi-automatic rifle stood upright nearby. It was evident that Zhou Weigua had felled the bear, extracted its gallbladder, and subsequently sustained injuries. But what could have inflicted them? While bears are indeed resilient creatures, one that has been disemboweled would undoubtedly be deceased. If not the bear, then what other assailant could there be? At this moment, Zhao Jun picked up a gun from the side and slung it over his shoulder, then said to Li Baoyu, "Forget about that for now. Quickly help carry the person down." Having said this, he whistled for 3 dogs to follow. These 3 dogs had been running for most of the day. One had managed to consume a sticky rice cake, and they were indeed quite hungry, having only eaten a meager portion until now. However, human life is of paramount importance, and neither Zhao Jun nor Li Baoyu had the luxury of time to feed the dogs or wait for them to satiate their hunger. "Brother, the bear is dead." Who could have inflicted such injuries on Brother Zhou? Li Baoyu could not suppress his curiosity while they were carrying Zhou Weigua down the mountain. Upon hearing this question, Zhao Jun chuckled and replied, "Isn't it obvious? There were 2 bears in the granary." "Ah," Li Baoyu exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, yet still puzzled. How could Zhou Chenghua, a seasoned veteran, make such a mistake? Zhou Chenghua was originally a marksman in the military, renowned for his exceptional shooting skills. With such prowess, and armed with a semi-automatic rifle, he could indeed face bears with ease and slay pigs with equal dexterity. His audacity stemmed from his remarkable talent. He had always hunted alone, never even bringing along companions, let alone dogs, relying solely on his rifle. Just yesterday, he ventured into the mountains to hunt roe deer, managing to kill 2 out of a group of 4. It wasn't that he couldn't have shot more, but he felt he could only manage to drag 2 back, leaving the rest for another time. This illustrates his arrogance. As he dragged the 2 roe deer through the snow, he happened upon old Zhang, who was preoccupied with a troubling thought. Earlier that day, while setting traps for roe deer, he discovered one that had been partially devoured by a bear. The size of the bear was evident from the surrounding paw prints. Old Zhang also engaged in hunting, but his firearm was a foreign-made rifle, a contraption that proved cumbersome to operate. After each shot, it required reloading from the front, a perilous endeavor, for if a bear wasn't felled with a single shot, it would be he who met his demise. As he grappled with this predicament, he encountered Zhou Chenghua. Old Zhang confided in Zhou Chenghua, who promptly declared, "Grandpa, this is easily resolved. Tomorrow, I shall dispatch it. You shall receive a portion of the proceeds from the sale of the bear gall." Upon hearing this, Old Zhang was overjoyed and ushered Zhou Chenghua to his humble shelter for the night. The following morning, Zhou Chenghua partook of the breakfast prepared by Old Zhang. After finishing his meal, he rested for a while on the kang before setting off with his rifle. Old Zhang offered to accompany him, but Zhou Chenghua adamantly refused. Knowing his temperament, Old Zhang desisted from further persuasion. Following the directions provided by Old Zhang, Zhao Jun journeyed until he discovered the tracks of a brown bear, which led him to a stone cave. As previously mentioned, bears den in two types of shelters: tree hollows and stone caves. Tree hollows are typically inhabited by black bears, as brown bears are too large to fit into most tree cavities. Consequently, brown bears generally reside in stone caves. Upon reaching the stone cave, Zhao Jun halted 300 meters away, raised his rifle, and fired 3 shots into the snow-covered ground in front of the den. This action, akin to ministerly striking a tree with a wooden stick, served to rouse the hibernating bear from its slumber and coax it out of the cave. However, unlike tree hollows, Zhao Jun couldn't prod the cave with a stick, lest he be dragged inside by the bear. One can only wield a firearm and call out from the outside. However, this act of calling has its own intricacies. One must refrain from shooting at the rocks, for should a bullet ricochet, it could injure someone, leading to dire consequences. Likewise, shooting into the den is inadvisable. If a stray bullet were to strike the bear's head, it could result in a fatal blow, leaving behind a massive creature weighing 700 or 800 pounds. How could it possibly be extracted? Hunting a bear is not merely about killing. It is about securing the meat and the monetary reward it brings. After firing 3 shots, Zhao Jun discharged another 3, totaling 6 shots. Once this had been accomplished, he ceased firing, as only 4 bullets remained in the chamber. What would happen if he fired 2 more, and the bear emerged? It is known that the resilience of a grizzly bear is formidable. What if those last 2 bullets failed to bring it down? Thus, Zhao Jun pulled the magazine, ejecting the remaining 4 bullets. As he placed them into his pocket, he retrieved an entire box containing 10 bullets. Loading the fresh rounds into the chamber, Zhao Jun prepared to fire once more. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 shots rang out, followed by a noise from the den, grunting sounds. The bear was about to emerge. Zhao Jun stood steadfast, motionless, bracing himself for the encounter. Another grizzly appeared, not the one Zhao Jun had previously slain, yet still weighing over 500 pounds. These 2 bears were not mother and cub. The one previously shot was a solitary wanderer, while this one had taken residence in the rocky den since the onset of winter. The wandering bear had discovered this den yesterday and, upon entering, sensed the presence of its kin and wisely chose not to descend further. This bear, residing below, possessed a rather amiable disposition, primarily preferring to slumber deeply and remain undisturbed. Thus, the 2 brown bears maintained a respectful distance from one another, remaining undisturbed. When Zhao Jun struck down the first bear, the second bear, although aware of the commotion, chose to remain silent and stealthily crawled out of its den. Upon emerging, it beheld Zhao Jun, who sat with his back turned. In a few swift strides, the brown bear approached from behind. As Zhao Jun heard a sound, he sensed a shadow looming over him, enveloping him entirely. Alarm surged within him. He understood the peril he was in. Before he could grasp the firearm positioned before him, he felt a sudden chill on his head, followed by a rush of warmth cascading down. The brown bear had swatted Zhao Jun's hat off with a single swipe of its paw, but that was merely the beginning. With another strike, the bear clawed and tore away the entirety of Zhao Jun's scalp. Subsequently, the bear extended its talons, yanked Zhao Jun closer, and positioned him beneath its posterior. Nonetheless, Zhao Jun, being a military man, remained composed in the face of adversity. He lay flat in the snow, extending his right hand backward while raising his right knee. His right hand seized the leg fork strapped to his right calf. Just as he grasped the fork, the bear was about to settle down. Should it land with its considerable weight of over 500 pounds, it would surely prove suffocating for Zhao Jun. To avoid the bear's gnawing, he remained still, twisting his right arm upward and flipping his right hand to embed the fork into the bear's hindquarters. The bear emitted a grunt, leaping up in surprise and fleeing. As the pressure on Zhao Jun eased, he flung the fork aside and attempted to rise, only to find that the moment he propped himself up, it felt as though all his strength had been drained, causing him to crash heavily into the snow. The snowfall reached knee height, rendering movement through the snow laborious, especially while carrying another person. Fortunately, as they descended the slope, Zhao Jun aimed for the main road, sensing that Zhao Jun could not hold on much longer. Given Zhao Jun's current condition, transporting him to the village would likely result in his demise before they even arrived. Although Old Zhang's hut was nearby, even if they managed to carry him there, it would be of little use. Thus, they had no choice but to head towards the main road, hoping to encounter a passing vehicle on the firewood path that could rescue Zhao Jun. Remarkably, fate seemed to favor Zhao Jun. Just as Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu carried him onto the firewood path, they heard the sound of a car horn. "You are fortunate," Zhao Jun silently remarked as he looked at Zhou Chenghua, lying on the stretcher, teetering between life and death. In this life, he had been saved by Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu. Yet in the previous life, Zhou Chenghua had perished from the cold atop the mountain. The following day, old Zhang, who had waited for him in the hut all night, discovered Zhou Chenghua frozen stiff in the mountain village. There exists a belief that those who die unexpectedly cannot return to the village. Hence, Zhou Chengua's funeral was not held at home. Ever since being betrayed by Li Desheng and Li Erqing, Zhao Jun had contemplated much over the past month. This life and the previous one are irrevocably different, and the outcomes will not mirror each other. The events of this life may not unfold as they did in the past, nor are the individuals in this life necessarily the same as those before. He also reflected for a considerable time. After experiencing an incredible rebirth, he indeed possessed a distinct vitality, as if the impoverished, solitary Zhao Jun from his previous life would never resurface. However, recent occurrences revealed his lingering immaturity, instilling a sense of caution within him. Rebirth does not signify everything. Although granted a second chance, the ultimate outcome, whether favorable or adverse, rests solely in his hands. One must remain grounded and not be swept away by whims. As he pondered further, Zhao Jun increasingly recognized the truth in his father's drunken words from that day, to engage in what ought to be done and refrain from what should not. For instance, he had long been aware of the calamity befalling Zhou Chenghua this week, yet the specific day escaped his memory. It was only upon encountering old Zhang that he realized Zhou Chenghua had been gravely injured by a grizzly bear today, leading to his demise. Nonetheless, as Zhao Jun was neither kin nor ally to Zhou Chenghua, it would be entirely impossible for him to sacrifice his own life for his rescue. However, calculating the time, Zhao Jun discerned that should he hasten to the scene, he might avert danger and potentially save Zhou Chengua's life. Thus, he accompanied Li Baoyu. As for the reason behind his desire to save Zhou Chenghua, it stemmed from the principles of virtue and benevolence, coupled with his belief that rescuing Zhou Chenghua would not result in personal loss. As the truck approached, Zhao Jun distinctly recognized the driver to be none other than Lin Xiangshuan. At that moment, Lin Xiangshuan also spotted Zhao Jun and Li Baoyu. Upon seeing them carrying a stretcher with someone on it, Lin Xiangshuan hastily pressed the accelerator. As Zhao Jun parked the car in front of Li Baoyu, Lin Xiangshuan hastily opened the door and leapt out. "Jun, this is Zhou Chenghua, second brother. He has been severely injured by a bear. We must rush him down the mountain. Get in." Following Zhao Jun's command, Lin Xiangshuan first jumped into the truck bed, layering the bags of burlap piled in the corner several times to create a makeshift bed. The three men worked together to lift Zhou Chenghua into the truck bed, covering him with layers of burlap. The open-top truck would surely be cold, especially once in motion, as the wind rushed into the cabin. If they did not provide Zhou Chenghua with sufficient covering, he might not survive until they reached the hospital. Unfortunately, there was no alternative. The vehicle only had one driver's seat and one passenger seat, and given Zhou Chengua's condition, occupying the passenger seat was out of the question. "Baoyu, I will accompany second brother. You take the dog back," Zhao Jun instructed Li Baoyu before climbing into the truck bed. He could have occupied the passenger seat, but with Zhou Chengua's current state, it was imperative that someone watch over him. At that moment, Lin Xiangshuan also urged Li Baoyu, return to the station and have Zhao Guofeng call the Yongxing station, instructing Zhou Chengua's family to head to the town hospital. Without waiting for Li Baoyu's response, Lin Xiangshuan made his way to the driver's seat, starting the engine and kicking up dust as they sped away. The vehicle jostled along the road for over 2 hours before finally arriving at the town hospital. During the journey, Zhou Chenghua began to run a fever, his face flushed with heat. Upon their arrival, Zhou Chenghua was barely clinging to life. As they prepared to lift him from the vehicle and into the hospital, Zhao Jun suddenly called out to Lin Xiangshuan. Under the perplexed gaze of Lin Xiangshuan, Zhao Jun unfastened Zhou Chengua's cotton-padded jacket and extracted a cloth bag from its pocket, within which lay a substantial bear gallbladder.